At the age of 36, the illustrious bachelor Fu Zilong finds himself reborn on the eve of the 2006 college entrance examination, returning to his youthful self 18 years prior. The vigor of his 18-year-old self stands as his most significant asset. The wealth of social experience, accumulated over 18 years in the future, is now his greatest fortune. Gazing at the youthful beauties in the campus, unadorned by makeup or surgical enhancements, he feels an overwhelming sense of beauty in this rejuvenated life. Reinvigorated by youth, he marvels at the splendidness of it all. The thought of this era, ripe with business opportunities, sends shivers of excitement through him, having navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for so long. Yet, the memory of his beloved school flower by Yue Guang, who was in the throes of a passionate romance at this time, lingers in his mind. He recalls the 4 arduous years of long-distance love that ultimately ended in betrayal, leaving him reluctant to marry and turning him into a roguish playboy. Knowing full well that it was a misguided romance, why persist? Were these notions of Bai Yue Guang and Zhu Shaji? In this new life, I desire only to indulge in physical pleasures without emotional entanglements. Love? Not even a dog would entertain such folly. Chapter 76. The Qin Family Feast. After exiting the mobile phone store, Fu Zilong lights a cigarette, contemplating his next course of action. However, his presence sends ripples of anxiety through several small stalls selling phone screen protectors. Wasn't he supposed to be absent for the school term? Why has he returned today? Will they ever get to earn a living? Fu Zilong notices a few individuals not far away, nervously observing him. With a sly smile, he strides towards the pedestrian street of the school, seeking out his hairstylist, Tony, who sports a hairstyle reminiscent of the legendary Kyo Kusanagi. Sporting his signature fresh short hair, Fu Zilong exits the salon feeling rejuvenated. He then makes his way to a shopping mall, knowing that when visiting someone's home for lunch, one must dress neatly and decently. He selects a black sports polo shirt adorned with 3 stripes and has a sales assistant press it for him before slipping it on. Complemented by light blue jeans and a pair of white sneakers, he appears both radiant and dashing, shedding the naivete of his high school days. He descends to the first floor of the mall, determined to procure a few items. It would be unthinkable to visit the Qin family empty-handed, given his future mindset. Uncertain of what Qin Shue's parents might enjoy, he purchases 2 packs of cigarettes and a cosmetic set from H Country, along with a delightful assortment of candies and pastries for Qin Shue. Spending over 1,000 yuan felt sufficiently impressive. Soon, following the address Qin Shue provided, he arrives at her doorstep. No sooner had he knocked than the door swung open. Qin Shue, dressed in a fitted light blue dress that accentuates her waist, stands barefoot in slippers, greeting him with a radiant smile. Rising early, she donned her favorite dress, casually lingering by the window to gaze outside. In the living room, Qin Shue's father, engrossed in the newspaper, grinds his teeth upon seeing his daughter's appearance. He is eager to discover what charm this young man possesses to enchant his treasured daughter so thoroughly. Suddenly, Qin Shue dashes barefoot towards the door, only to remember something and rushes back to slip on her slippers. After a flurry of adjusting her outfit and managing her expression, she can hardly suppress the smile curling at her lips. The moment the door is knocked, Qin Shue hastily opens it, allowing a tall, slender boy to step inside. Upon entering, Fu Zilong inquires if he needs to change his shoes. Qin Shue immediately bends down to retrieve a new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and places them at his feet. Witnessing his daughter's attentiveness, Qin Shue's father almost crumples the newspaper in his grip. Fu Zilong is taken aback. At school, he only saw her in her uniform, and at the market stall, she wore jeans due to the need to sit on a stool. Suddenly confronted with her elegance in a well-fitted dress, Fu Zilong is indeed awestruck. Particularly when she bends down to fetch the slippers, he catches a glimpse of her alabaster curves, causing his gaze to involuntarily linger. Inwardly he muses, so fair. No wonder she is named Qin Shue. As he savors that fleeting glimpse, he suddenly senses a cold, scrutinizing gaze fixed upon him. Fu Zilong quickly redirects his gaze, adopting a demeanor of utmost seriousness. Qin Shue remains oblivious to his unease, shyly ushering him into the family's living room. In the kitchen, Qin Shue's mother emerges, wielding a spatula upon hearing the doorbell. Upon spotting the sun-kissed and polished Fu Zilong, her eyes brighten, and she promptly approaches with warm pleasantries. Fu Zilong sweetly addresses her as Auntie, presenting the H Country cosmetic set, while Qin Shue's mother feigns reluctance. Chiding Fu Zilong for spending money on a meal, her smile reveals her delight. This set of cosmetics has been coveted for a long time, and her husband, a typical man, would never think to buy her such gifts. Upon reaching her 40s, a woman becomes acutely aware of her aging. Thus, a quality cosmetic set serves as the perfect gift to shatter their psychological defenses. Qin Shue's mother quickly instructs Qin Shue to show Fu Zilong to the living room, assuring him that dinner will be ready shortly as she tends to the dishes. Fu Zilong pretends to offer assistance with peeling garlic or chopping scallions, which endears him further to Qin Shue's mother, who appreciates his thoughtfulness. He hands a box of pastries to Qin Shue, who responds with a smile even sweeter than the treats. She then gives him a knowing glance, leading him to her father, who sits upright on the sofa. Qin Shue softly introduces, "Dad, this is my classmate Fu Zilong." Fu Zilong promptly interjects, "Hello, uncle. I am Fu Zilong. I apologize for intruding on your hospitality. As this is my first visit, I'm unsure of your preferences. I thought you might enjoy a smoke while reading." With that, he places the 2 packs of cigarettes he had tucked under his arm onto the coffee table. While Qin Shue is unaware of the cigarette prices, her father's brows furrow with surprise. He thinks to himself, "This kid is quite the extravagance. I wouldn't dare indulge in such luxuries." Yet he stands and warmly welcomes him, saying, "Your gifts are too generous. We are merely sharing a meal. Your aunt has been eager to express her gratitude for your recent kindness toward Xiao Xue. I don't smoke, so please take them back to your parents when you leave. Don't stand there. Please take a seat." His tone is neither overly familiar nor cold, resembling that of a leader addressing a subordinate. Fu Zilong refrains from responding. One doesn't take back gifts once offered, so he politely accepts and sits on a single sofa. Qin Shui announces her intention to wash some fruit, rolling her eyes at her father before heading to the kitchen. The atmosphere in the living room cools instantly, and Fu Zilong seeks to smile and initiate a conversation. However, confronted by Qin Shue's father's serious and scrutinizing gaze, he feels a shiver run down his spine, causing his smile to freeze on his face. Fu Zilong cannot fathom why he feels this way. After all, his future self has encountered various leaders before. However, the penetrating gaze of Qin Shue's father sent a chilling sensation coursing through Fu Zilong, prompting him to furrow his brows involuntarily. Yet, he did not shy away from meeting the eyes of Qin's father, seemingly submissive as he engaged with the stern demeanor of the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, curious to discern the true nature of this serious man. Thus, the two of them, one large and one small, commenced a silent standoff in the living room, exchanging unblinking stares without uttering a single word. Fu Zilong scrutinized the tall and slender figure of the law enforcement leader, noting the resemblance he shared with Qin Shui. A scar, reminiscent of a knife wound, was visible along the rolled-up sleeve of his white shirt. He sat with an air of authority that commanded respect, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze directly. As Fu Zilong appraised Qin's father, the latter was equally engaged in observing him. Target, young male, approximately 180 to 182 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned physique, slightly elongated arms, short tousled hair, and single eyelids, devoid of any prominent scars or notable features, presenting a clean and tidy appearance. With a background in criminal investigation, Qin's father swiftly conducted a professional assessment of Fu Zilong's characteristics. However, the more he observed Fu Zilong, the more astonished he became. Chapter 77. Facing the Extraordinary. During his brief interaction upon entering, Fu Zilong left a striking impression on Qin's father as astute and efficient. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he spoke and acted with discernment and propriety. Of course, this assessment excluded the time he had been caught peeking at his daughter. The gifts brought by this visitor were neither ostentatiously expensive nor entirely trivial, yet they catered well to their preferences. Furthermore, the gifts meant for his daughter's classmates' parents were more valuable and formal, underscoring his respect for them. Qin's father pondered whether his future son-in-law could afford such fine cigarettes. It was clear that this young man was not merely putting on airs. From Qin Shui, Qin's father gleaned that this young man had earned several thousand yuan through street vending during his vacation. Had he not known that Fu Zilong was merely there for a meal, he might have assumed the young man was attempting to curry favor with him, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. What surprised Qin's father most was that this young man displayed no trace of trepidation in his presence. Having spent years in the military, Qin's father was seasoned, a former reconnaissance soldier who had participated in the self-defense counterattack against Country Y. He had earned commendations, including a second-class merit, and had served as a deputy battalion commander before transitioning to his current role as the deputy chief of the criminal investigation team in his hometown, tackling significant cases. Now, seated as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, he oversaw criminal investigation operations. Thus, aside from his precious daughter, no one in the family, whether an infant or an adult cousin, dared to approach him. Even infants would cry upon his entrance, and his college-age nephew trembled at merely meeting his gaze, refusing to visit. Even those notorious for their violent crimes would avert their eyes during interrogations with Qin's father. Aware of his imposing presence, he sought to instill a sense of deference in Fu Zilong. Yet he soon realized that this young man appeared visibly tensed under his scrutiny, evidently intimidated by his gaze. Nevertheless, Fu Zilong did not evade his stare. Instead, he slightly furrowed his brow and calmly met his gaze. Leaning back against the sofa, he created a bit of space for himself, while also seeking comfort for his rigid back. Qin's father sensed no threat emanating from Fu Zilong, yet he also did not perceive any hint of fear. Their locked gazes seemed to convey the unspoken message, "What troubles you?" At this moment, it was Qin's father who began to frown, shifting forward slightly from the sofa's backrest, intensifying the pressure of their stare. Just then, a loud thud announced the arrival of a fruit platter, heavily placed on the coffee table before them, causing both men to snap back to reality. Qin's father, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at his beloved daughter. Meanwhile, Qin Shui glared disapprovingly at her father. Throughout her childhood, her classmates had always refrained from visiting her home, fearing her imposing father. Although she could not fathom what was so frightening about him, the fact that even relatives' children were intimidated by her father led her to accept the situation. However, witnessing her father glaring at Fu Zilong now truly angered her. "It was you who suggested I bring Fu Zilong home for dinner, and yet here you are, scaring him off." Upon noticing his daughter's irritation, Qin's father immediately donned an awkward smile, a loss for words. Fu Zilong, however, interjected with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension, stating, "Uncle Qin just mentioned he could read faces and praised mine." Qin's father, grateful for the lifeline, quickly responded, "Indeed, I find young Fu's features quite remarkable," and was just about to commend him. Qin Shui tilted her head in curiosity. "Oh, Dad, you can read faces? Just how remarkable is his?" Qin's father. This, that. He wasn't a fortune teller. He had no idea what was remarkable about that young man's features. He shot Fu Zilong a glance, silently urging him to assist him in finding a way out. Unexpectedly, the young man looked back at him with a smile, seemingly awaiting his praise regarding his extraordinary features. The flicker of fondness Qin's father had just felt for him dissipated in an instant. Glancing at Qin's mother emerging from the kitchen with freshly prepared dishes, Qin's father hastily declared, "Dinner is ready. Let us eat. Come, let us eat." With that, he promptly rose and headed towards the dining room. Qin's mother beckoned everyone over, and Qin Shui could only cast an apologetic glance at Fu Zilong. Fu Zilong smiled as he stood, washed his hands, and took a seat at the dining table. Opposite him sat Qin's father and mother, with Qin Shui beside him. Observing the array of 8 exquisite dishes laid out on the table, Fu Zilong's appetite was piqued, and he sweetly praised Qin's mother's culinary skills. Qin's mother beamed with joy. Having cooked for half her life, her family had never complimented her cooking before. Now, with Fu Zilong's praise, her heart soared, and she eagerly encouraged him to start eating. Fu Zilong, feeling no hesitation, seized a piece of rib and began to devour it. Both Qin's mother and Qin Shui occasionally served him more dishes, and Fu Zilong showed no reluctance, enjoying the meal heartily while continuing to praise Qin's mother's cooking. Only Qin's father sat there, feeling as if his meal was tasteless. How could these two betray him so easily and be swayed by this young man? Observing Fu Zilong's voracious appetite astonished Qin's mother, while Qin Shui had grown accustomed to it. Fu Zilong then chimed in, "It's simply because your cooking is too delicious, Auntie. I couldn't help but indulge. This only proves I wasn't lying. Your culinary skills are indeed impressive." Qin's mother beamed even more, finding Fu Zilong increasingly likable. She directly said, "Zilong, you should come over often. Auntie still has several signature dishes that I haven't showcased yet." Qin's father, overhearing this, felt displeasure rise within him. This young man could not be allowed to frequent their home and vex him. Thus, he interjected sarcastically, "It's normal for young people to have hearty appetites. I could eat even more at his age." Just as he was about to say more, Qin's father caught the disapproving gaze of Qin's mother, prompting him to promptly shut his mouth and lower his head to push rice around in his bowl. With the dishes nearly depleted by the young man across from him, he could only mix his rice with the remaining sauce. Once Qin's father fell silent, the atmosphere at the dining table brightened once more. Qin's mother smiled, saying, "Zilong, I must thank you for taking care of Qin Shui recently. I heard you even tutored her in English. It feels quite awkward to think about the salary you offered her for helping out." Fu Zilong, having finished his meal, promptly set down his utensils and replied, "Auntie, in terms of studies, we help each other. My scores in the college entrance examination weren't as good as Qin Shui's. Qin Shui assisted me, so I certainly couldn't let her work for free. I'm just glad you don't mind that she got a bit sun-kissed." Chapter 78, Reciprocity. The atmosphere at the dining table was vibrant, characterized mainly by Qin's mother inquiring while Fu Zilong responded, with Qin Shui adding her thoughts from the side. Qin's father, however, remained silent, closely observing Fu Zilong's demeanor and mannerisms. The more he listened, the more astonished he became, his brow furrowing tighter with each passing moment. This young man had scored a mere 267 in the first mock exam before the college entrance examination, yet after less than 100 days of diligent study, he achieved a remarkable score of 622 on the actual exam. Furthermore, he managed to earn over 30,000 yuan in less than 2 months from operating a stall. Meanwhile, As a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Qin's father labored tirelessly for a meager monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. Fu Zilong's conversation was impeccably polished, and even his self-aggrandizement was not off-putting. Although he was the one answering questions, he deftly directed the flow and rhythm of the discussion. Observing the satisfied gaze of his wife and the adoring look in his daughter's eyes, Qin's father felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This was hardly the demeanor of a high school graduate. Fu Zilong evoked a sense of familiarity in Qin's father. He seemed reminiscent of a certain economic fraudster who had been apprehended in their city. This individual had deceived countless business owners across the nation, fabricating investment opportunities and amassing fraudulent amounts totaling in the hundreds of millions. A nationally wanted criminal, he was captured while passing through their city. Colleagues in the Economic Investigation Unit sought Qin's father's assistance for interrogation, hoping to extract a confession before the suspect was transferred to the Provincial Public Security Department. That fraudster had left a lasting impression on Qin's father, exhibiting a composed demeanor and clear thought even while ensnared in prison, constantly evading culpability and concealing the whereabouts of his ill-gotten gains. This was one of the few cases where Qin's father returned from an interrogation empty-handed, and Fu Zilong's presence bore a striking resemblance to that individual. He exuded an air of shrewdness, as if he had seen through everything. Instantly, Qin's father's assessment of Fu Zilong rose. He perceived him as clever, quick-wit, bold, generous, and exceptionally astute in business, undoubtedly a master at generating wealth. Most notably, this young man had an audacity that allowed him to weave lies without a flicker of embarrassment. There was not a hint of the naivete expected of a high school student. In fact, few adults could rival his capabilities. Although Qin's father could not fathom why Fu Zilong was so outstanding, his growing admiration for the young man only intensified his concern regarding the relationship between Fu Zilong and his beloved daughter. With such intelligence and guile, he feared that his daughter could easily be manipulated, perhaps even reduced to counting money for him. Witnessing the way his daughter looked at Fu Zilong, Qin's father felt a tightening sensation in his chest. This young man was undoubtedly not an innocent child. He could easily overpower his daughter with his cunning. The more Qin's father contemplated the potential ramifications of Fu Zilong's influence, the more his apprehension grew, and his gaze towards the young man turned increasingly stern. Fu Zilong, catching a glimpse of the changing expression in Qin's father's eyes, remained unfazed, not out of arrogance or carelessness, but because his past experiences had acquainted him with government officials, some of whom were even his collaborators. Thus he felt no trepidation in their presence. Additionally, as a soon-to-be university student in a lawful society, he had not violated any laws or regulations, so why should he fear a deputy director of the Public Security Bureau? Just then, Qin's mother sighed, lamenting. Although you and Xiaoxiu are both attending university in Shandong province, you are not enrolled in the same institution. If only you were both at the same school. It would be wonderful. You could look after Xiaoxiu and her uncle, and I would feel much more at ease. Upon hearing this, Qin Shui cast a more yearning glance at Fu Zilong, while Qin's father inwardly rejoiced that the two were not in the same university. If they were, he felt he would hardly be able to sleep at night. Fu Zilong was at a loss for how to respond, managing only a nervous laugh as he deftly redirected the conversation elsewhere. Thus, the four of them continued their discussion on the living room sofa, with Fu Zilong maintaining control over the topics and pace of the dialogue. Noticing that Qin's father was on the verge of overflowing his teacup, Fu Zilong, ever perceptive, decided it was time to take his leave. Qin's mother and Qin Shui promptly urged him to stay a little longer, but Fu Zilong, with a smile, expressed his intention to visit again another day. At that moment, Qin's father's emotionless voice broke in. Take these 2 packs of cigarettes back for your father. They are too extravagant. It is inappropriate. His demeanor clearly indicated a desire to prevent Fu Zilong from lingering any longer. Qin's mother shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "What kind of reasoning is it to return a child's gift? Stop trying to assert your authority." Fu Zilong tilted his head, glancing at the stern-faced Qin's father, and then smiled, saying, "Uncle and aunt, these gifts are purchased with my own earnings, not with family money. Given your uncle's unique line of work, I trust the organization won't make too much of these 2 packs of cigarettes. Please accept them. After all, my father doesn't smoke. He merely enjoys a couple of drinks occasionally." As he spoke, Fu Zilong's gaze drifted toward the bottle of Mao Tai displayed on the antique shelf in the living room. Following his line of sight, Qin's mother immediately understood. She hurriedly approached the shelf, retrieved the bottle of Mao Tai, and handed it to Fu Zilong, exclaiming, "Zilong, take this liquor back for your father." Qin's father was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as he interjected, "That liquor." Fu Zilong swiftly interrupted, "Uncle, I know this liquor comes in pairs. I'll only take this 1 bottle." Qin's father's eyes widened even further, his hand reaching out to reclaim the liquor frozen mid-air. Meanwhile, Qin Shui darted to the other side of the shelf and retrieved another bottle of Maotai. She then pressed it into Fu Zilong's hands, saying, "My dad doesn't tea like to drink. Take both bottles for him." Qin's mother chimed in, "Yes, yes. This way it's a proper pair. We must engage in mutual courtesy. Annie will get you a bag to carry them." Observing the increasingly agitated expression on Qin's father's face, Fu Zilong sensed something was amiss and quickly opened the door, saying, "No need for that, Annie. I'll take a taxi home. Thank you for your hospitality. Please, don't see me off." With that, Fu Zilong waved goodbye as he made his way downstairs. Behind him, Qin's father's voice, low and tense, called out, "I'll go see him off." With that, he squeezed through the door, heading downstairs. Fu Zilong shouted, "Uncle, there's no need to see me off," and promptly dashed down the stairs, prompting Qin's father to quicken his pace, resembling someone intent on apprehending a criminal. However, he was abruptly halted by Qin's mother's sharp command, "Qin, what are you doing? Come back." The imposing aura surrounding Qin's father dissipated instantly, and his previously fierce expression crumbled. Observing through the hallway window that Fu Zilong had already exited the community, he let out a heavy huff. With a darkened expression, he re-entered the house and slumped onto the sofa, crossing his arms and breathing heavily. His gaze fell upon the 2 packs of Huaza cigarettes on the coffee table, and he seized one pack, tearing open the packaging with force. He extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. With that single puff, half the cigarette was consumed. Chapter 79, Enjoying the Holiday. Fu Zilong dashed out of the community, hailed a taxi, and climbed in, urging the driver to depart quickly, feeling as though he were being pursued by a dog. It wasn't until the driver turned a corner that Fu Zilong finally sighed in relief. Glancing at the 2 bottles of Maotai tucked under his arm, he noted their production date, 1998. A smile spread across his face, though he acknowledged that this current body seemed to lack a taste for white liquor. He pondered that he could take them along next time he visited another girl's home, thus saving himself the trouble of buying a gift. Upon returning home, Fu Zilong hummed a cheerful tune as he concealed the 2 bottles of Maotai beneath his bed. He mused that with the university semester commencing on the 29th, there were less than 2 weeks remaining. Zilong Fu resolved to savor this rare holiday with genuine relish. Upon calculating his financial reserves, which amounted to a little over 36,000 yuan, he resolved to open a brokerage account on the upcoming Monday. His plan was to invest 30,000 yuan in stocks, albeit without dedicating excessive time to the stock market. The year 2006 marked a notably bullish market, yet he was wary of the time-consuming nature of incessantly monitoring the market's fluctuations. Moreover, his future recollections revealed that he had not engaged with stocks during this period, leaving him with scant memory of recent market leaders. Nonetheless, he harbored a specific investment target, the Maotai shares he had recently acquired. Observing the bottle of Maotai in his possession, he reflected that, presently, a bottle of Fishan Maotai cost merely 500 yuan, whereas in later years, the price soared to 2 or 3,000. This led him to wonder if the Maotai stock price was also relatively low. Upon checking, he found the shares trading around 40 yuan. Instinctively, the words by it flashed vividly in his mind. He even contemplated sharing this insight with Zhihui Pei, reasoning that if her capital flowed into the stock market, multiplying their assets several times over, it would be advantageous for their future real estate ventures. Yet, all this hinged upon her willingness to collaborate. Fu Zilong trusted in Zhihui's acumen to make the right decision. Having outlined his sole profitable endeavor for the remainder of the holiday, Fu Zilong logged onto QQ to engage with his online friends. As he chatted, he noticed Xining Zhao's avatar light up. He recalled that she had promised him a favor if she excelled in her college entrance examination. His eyes gleamed as he hastened to message her, not inquiring about her results, but rather directly asking which university she had been admitted to. Naive and overjoyed, Xining promptly revealed she had been accepted to Yantai University in her province. Fu Zilong chuckled inwardly before bearing a sly grin, remarking, "Does that mean it's time for you to fulfill your promise?" A moment of silence ensued as Xining blushed, uncertain how to respond. After some hesitation, she replied that her parents had invited him over for dinner several times, but he had never responded. Feigning ignorance, Fu Zilong retorted, "Dinner? Don't play dumb with me." Xining protested, accusing him of bullying her. Undeterred, Fu Zilong asked if she was free the next day, offering to take her out and treat her to a meal. He suggested a trip to Yantai's seaside and a preliminary visit to her university, advising her to inform her parents that they would be staying out overnight. Without hesitation, Xining refused, firmly declining the overnight stay, fully aware that Fu Zilong's intentions were far from innocent. She knew all too well his mischievous nature. Slightly annoyed by her guardedness, Fu Zilong nevertheless persisted in maintaining his facade of goodwill, proposing they simply enjoy the city during the day. Reluctantly, Xiaoning agreed, specifying a meeting at 9 o'clock the following morning beneath her building, emphasizing her need to return home before dinner. Blushing, she logged off and lay down. Her mind a-whirl. Xiaoning's thoughts were conflicted. Although she had once dated Fu Zilong, the man before her now seemed entirely transformed, and all for the better. His academic prowess had surged. He even tutored her to improve her own grades. He had grown more confident and outgoing, while his flirtatious demeanor persisted. His appearance, especially after cutting his long hair that had obscured his eyes, had become more handsome and imposing. She did not object to his playful advances. But Fu Zilong's ambiguous relationships with several other girls, particularly Xylin Lin, left her uneasy. The two had abruptly ended their relationship, yet seemed not fully parted. Moreover, her deskmate Xueqin, a discerning and high-achieving young woman, displayed a markedly different attitude toward Fu Zilong than toward other boys, which made Xiaoning feel somewhat inferior. Aside from possessing a more statuesque figure, she felt outmatched in both academics and appearance. Seeing the trio frequently working together on their stall during the holiday, Xiaoning had abandoned her hopes of spending time with Fu Zilong. A certain classmate, Li Peng, often posted candid photos of the three in their class group chat. Yet neither Xylin nor Qin had offered any explanation, fueling much speculation about their relationships. Now, with Fu Zilong reaching out unexpectedly, Xiaoning felt a mixture of happiness and apprehension. Fearful of being taken advantage of, despite knowing his mischievous nature, she found herself unable to refuse him outright, perhaps because, deep down, she did not wish to. Thus, early on the weekend morning, Xiaoning rose promptly to bathe and prepare herself. Her mother, surprised by her daughter's uncharacteristic early rising, was delighted when Xiaoning shyly confessed she was going out with Fu Zilong and even gave her 100 yuan, initially intending to wear jeans. Xiaoning bit her lip and changed into denim shorts, revealing her long, slender legs. She paired them with pristine white sneakers and a white t-shirt emblazoned with a Pikachu motif. The well-developed contours of her figure causing the character's eyes to bulge adorably. Upon receiving Fu Zilong's message, Xiaoning bounced downstairs, where his eyes sparkled with predatory delight as he awaited her astride his giant bicycle, feeling both nervous and secretly pleased by his intense gaze. She blushed as she sat sideways on the bike's rear seat, initially clutching the side of his jacket. However, Fu Zilong deliberately navigated the rough patches of the road, compelling her to wrap her arms around his waist, at which point he relented. Fu Zilong had originally envisioned their outing akin to a movie scene, playfully squeezing the brakes to experience the tactile thrill of impact. Yet, as the sweltering heat bore down, his enthusiasm waned. After cycling to Li, he decisively parked the bike by the roadside, locked it, and hailed a taxi to the city center. Observing his disheveled state, Xiaoning could not suppress a giggle. Fu Zilong, detecting her amusement, proceeded to tease her with playful touches in the taxi's backseat, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. In the city's bustling mall, Fu Zilong intended, following future customs, to win favor by purchasing new clothes and accessories for Xiaoning, believing that a happy girl would naturally grant his desires. Yet Xiaoning, unaccustomed to accepting gifts from boys, merely browsed without buying. They each bought a cold drink, the first paid for by Xiaoning. Even when she fancied a pair of numbered sports shoes priced modestly at around 400 yuan, she refused Fu Zilong's attempts to buy them for her. This left him scratching his head, pondering the point of shopping if she would not indulge herself. Gazing upon the innocent, wide eyes of the Pikachu emblazoned on her shirt, Fu Zilong swallowed hard, seeking a breakthrough to the stalemate. Suddenly, with a quick flick of his eyes, Fu Zilong spotted a lottery shop by the roadside, and he took Xiao Ziniying's hand and walked right in. At that moment, the lottery shop was not particularly crowded. Upon seeing the young couple enter, the owner greeted them with a smile, inquiring, "What lottery ticket would you like to purchase?" Fu Zilong glanced at the counter and replied, "Boss, I'll take one of those $20 scratch cards." The owner promptly retrieved a stack of scratch cards from the counter. Fu Zilong selected one, paid 20 yuan, and picked up a scratcher to begin. This was Xiao Ziniying's first visit to a lottery shop, and she was filled with curiosity as she watched Fu Zilong intently. To their surprise, Fu Zilong won 100 yuan, which filled Xiao Ziniying with uncontainable joy, even more so than Fu Zilong himself. Afterward, Fu Zilong asked the owner for 250 yuan bills and led Xiao Ziniying out of the shop. As they turned into a deserted alley beside the lottery shop, Fu Zilong placed the 50 yuan directly into Xiao Ziniying's hands. With wide eyes brimming with confusion, Zhao Zining pushed the money back to Fu Zilong, indicating she did not want it. Yet Fu Zilong, with unwavering determination in his gaze, asserted, "You contributed half to this win. Look, we've been holding hands this entire time. You lent me your good fortune. This prize is a result of our combined luck, so it is only right that I share half of it with you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zining's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "Really? Is that how it works? So our luck can indeed combine?" Fu Zilong quickly assured her it was true, delighting Zhao Zining immensely as she clutched the 50 yuan and smiled brightly in the sunlight. Seeing the moment was ripe, Fu Zilong continued, "Of course, luck can combine to yield a win. Just think, we have only been holding hands. If you were to kiss me, we would surely win an even greater prize." Zhao Zining, momentarily taken aback, blushed and skeptically replied, "You're joking. I don't believe you." Fi Ginjuri, Fu Zilong responded, "How could I possibly deceive you? If you don't believe me, why not give it a try? Besides, we kissed before." He was about to say more when Zhao Zining playfully covered his mouth, scolding, "No more. Wasn't your fault back then?" With a cheeky grin, Fu Zilong managed to pry her hand away and retorted, "How can I be at fault for something that was mutually desired? Come on, I just want to win a big prize, and if I do, you could buy those shoes you've been eyeing. I'm telling you, the jackpot is worth hundreds of thousands." Zhao Zining gasped in shock and, after a moment of contemplation, tentatively asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Fu Zilong earnestly replied, "What would I gain from lying to you? There truly is a substantial prize, which is why I wish to borrow your luck. Our combined fortunes might just lead us to the jackpot." Feeling somewhat swayed by his words, Zhao Zining, who had long desired that pair of sneakers, bit her lip and softly said, "Then close your eyes." Seizing the opportunity, Fu Zilong pretended to close his eyes, leaving a small gap to sneak a peek at Zhao Zining. After hesitating for a moment and glancing around as if committing an act of thievery, Zhao Zining leaned in to plant a kiss on Fu Zilong's lips. However, her soft lips were met with his eager mouth, leaving her wide-eyed and momentarily stunned. It wasn't until she felt a tongue in her mouth and a pair of large hands exploring her body that she snapped back to reality, quickly pushing Fu Zilong away and pointing at him. You didn't say anything for so long." With a smug smile, Fu Zilong grabbed Zhao Zining's arm and said, "What about it? Let's go scratch that lottery." With that, he pulled her back into the lottery shop. The owner, surprised to see the couple return, watched as Fu Zilong once again requested a $20 scratch card. Humming a tune, he began scratching while Zhao Zining, flustered and annoyed, glared at the back of his head, yet could not resist craning her neck to see what he was doing. To their astonishment, Fu Zilong's luck struck again, this time winning 200 yuan. He quickly asked the owner for his winnings, and once more led a dazed Zhao Zining into the deserted alley. Fu Zilong placed 100 yuan in Zhao Zining's still astonished hands and cryptically declared, "What do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? We only shared a brief kiss, and yet we won 200. Imagine if we kissed longer. We would undoubtedly hit the jackpot. What are you hesitating for? Come on, my darling." With that, Fu Zilong leaned in again to kiss Zhao Zining's lips, his hand becoming more audacious. It wasn't until Zhao Zining was almost breathless that he reluctantly released her. They returned to the lottery shop, where Fu Zilong, brimming with confidence, ordered 3 scratch cards. However, this time, fortune did not favor him, as he failed to win anything from all 3 cards. Feigning disappointment, he stood up and sang, "Oh no, oh my God. Why has the magic failed me?" He then strolled out of the shop, humming a tune, while Zhao Zining looked on in disbelief. Chapter 81. Insufficient Funds. Zhao Zining finally realized that the mischievous scamp was once again trying to take advantage of her. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong, in high spirits, reveled in the fact that his ex-girlfriend was quite easy to sway. After some coaxing, Zhao Zining finally agreed to dine at a ramen shop in the mall, considering it his apology. Taking advantage of the moment, Fu Zilong made an excuse to step out to the restroom, but instead, he went to the 4th floor of the mall and purchased the pair of sneakers that Zhao Zining particularly adored. When he placed the coveted shoes on the table before her, she was momentarily speechless. Soon after, she insisted that Fu Zilong return them. However, Fu Zilong nonchalantly tore the receipt in front of her and tossed it into the trash, leaving Zhao Zining wide-eyed and at a loss for words. It seemed she didn't even know how to be angry with him anymore. Fu Zilong's smooth tactics were irresistible to any girl. As Zhao Zining's smile returned, Fu Zilong couldn't help but beam with pride. He thought to himself how easy it was to win over a girl at this age. In the future, not buying gifts for a girl while shopping would be a grave mistake. Nowadays, if you buy a girl a pair of shoes, she would be too bashful to stay mad at you. While enjoying ramen, Fu Zilong contemplated whether this approach would work on Qin Shui as well. After their meal, Fu Zilong took Zhao Zinying to see a movie. Regardless of how bright the sun was outside, the cinema was always dark. Upon arriving, they discovered there were no horror films playing that day, which displeased Fu Zilong immensely. Zhao Zinying, aware of his intentions, pinched his side and led them to watch Pirates of the Caribbean 2. Of course, Fu Zilong bought tickets for the last row, as there weren't many people in the afternoon show. As the lights dimmed in the theater, Fu Zilong began to act mischievously. Zhao Zinying, blushing, pressed his wandering hand down and whispered, "Behave and watch the movie. No funny business." But Fu Zilong, unperturbed, replied, "You watch your movie, and I'll handle my affairs. We want to interfere with each other." How had things changed so much since then? He thought he needed to study this closely. Thus, when the film ended and the credits rolled, Zhao Zinying's face was flushed. She could hardly recall the plot. Her Pikachu shirt wrinkled, as if it had been crumpled countless times. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong wurde a triumphant grin. He initially intended to take Zhao Zinying to the park for a stroll, but she expressed a desire to go home, claiming her legs felt weak and she had no interest in the park. Realizing he couldn't rush things, Fu Zilong acquiesced to Zhao Zinying's request, and they took a taxi back to the giant store. As Fu Zilong rode with Zhao Zinying on the giant bike, whistling as they headed to her home, the journey continued. Zhao Zinying held the shoebox in one hand, while her other hand embraced Fu Zilong's waist with an unexpected familiarity. She boldly inquired, "Have you and Lin Xiao truly broken up?" Fu Zilong was momentarily taken aback, contemplating before he replied, "I have suggested a breakup, but it is not yet entirely finalized." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zinying opened her mouth, seemingly poised to probe further. However, Fu Zilong, sensing her intent, preemptively stated, "It is not an issue with her. Rather, it is a matter on my end. You know, I'm merely a man of simple desires. When it comes to matters of the heart, I believe we are still too young. Even if one spends 4 years in university with someone they cherish, who can truly say that they will end up marrying that same person after graduation?" After listening to Fu Zilong's convoluted reasoning, Zhao Zinying fell into silence, ultimately retaliating with a forceful pinch to the soft flesh of his waist. The two then continued in silence until they arrived at the entrance of Zhao Zinying's residence. As she alighted from the vehicle, she waved goodbye without looking back as she entered the building. Fu Zilong flashed a charming smile, maneuvered the car into a stop, and hurriedly followed her into the corridor, playfully squeezing Pikachu before emerging with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning home, Fu Zilong first indulged in a refreshing shower before settling in front of his computer to log into QQ. He noticed a message from Qin Shui, informing him that her father had unexpectedly arranged a week-long family trip, leaving her with little time to spend with him. Fu Zilong was taken aback, and soon deduced that this was a manifestation of old Qin's distrust towards him. Who was he guarding against? It was evident that he was avenging the earlier incident involving his daughter. Just as Fu Zilong contemplated some mischievous thoughts, he quickly reconsidered. After all, old Qin was armed, and it was prudent to avoid provoking him. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the municipal police department, a meeting was about to commence. Qin Shui's father was sifting through documents while smoking a cigarette. A nearby officer leaned in, inspecting the cigarette in his hand, and exclaimed, "Well, old Qin, are you smoking Huaza now? This is quite unlike your usual frugality. Did your son-in-law buy these for you?" The remark made Qin's father cough, momentarily choking on the smoke. The political commissar beside him seized the Huaza cigarette box, saying, "Come, let us all sample the flavor of this son-in-law's gift." He proceeded to distribute cigarettes to everyone present, filling the room with a lively atmosphere, in stark contrast to Qin's father's grim expression. The following day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Fu Zilong lazily emerged from his slumber, catching sight of the tent-like formation beneath him. He couldn't help but exclaim how delightful youth was. A slight thrill from the previous day had led to such a pronounced reaction today. He addressed his little tent. "You must maintain this state and stick with me, for I shall ensure you feast on riches one day." He then hummed a cheerful tune while washing up and preparing breakfast, meandering out of the house. Once again, he took a taxi to the securities firm, where he opened an account and promptly invested 30,000 yuan in Maotai stocks. With this, he was left with over 5,000 yuan in his pocket. Although still a student, he found himself moderately affluent. Yet, he still felt the pang of insufficient funds. Fu Zilong recalled Pei Zhihui, the little heiress, who had yet to respond to his business proposal. What was she truly thinking? He felt the need to seek out additional avenues for profit. Unbeknownst to him, in the days that followed, Pei Zhihui had been diligently gathering data to validate and align with Fu Zilong's business plan. She even reached out to her charming economics professor from her university days for guidance. She refrained from presenting the real estate business proposal to her father, aware that once he saw it, it would become part of the family business, inevitably inviting her two brothers to meddle. Thus, if the business proved viable, she wished to pursue it independently or collaborate with Fu Zilong. She aspired to demonstrate her worth, proving that she was not merely a decorative figure in her family, but rather more capable than her two brothers. At this moment, with nothing particular to occupy his time, Fu Zilong whimsically decided to revisit a familiar haunt, the Internet Cafe. Chapter 82. Childhood Companions. As Fu Zilong stepped into the bustling Internet Cafe, inhaling the amalgamation of tobacco and the unmistakable odor of unwashed feet, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This had once been his favorite retreat. A few familiar faces among the gaming enthusiasts greeted him. Shan, are you here to showcase your shooting skills? Fu Zilong confidently located a machine, settled in, and launched into the classic shooting game, CS. He had earned his reputation in the cafe playing this very game. In his youth, he would boldly engage in gunfights, often drawing a crowd of admirers with his impressive marksmanship, particularly his adeptness at quick-scoping. Now, however, with the mindset of a man in his 30s, Fu Zilong's approach had shifted dramatically. He frequently held an AK, lurking in shadows to ambush opponents, and racked up a commendable kill count. Each time he stealthily eliminated an adversary, he would erupt into a gleeful cackle, reminiscent of a villain hailing from the depths of his soul. The aspiring sharpshooters behind him exchanged bewildered glances, their faith in their own prowess crumbling as they found themselves unable to utter the words impressive. Just as Fu Zilong was reveling in the game, a boisterous voice erupted from behind him. What the hell, Shan? Is that you? I feel like it's been ages since I last saw you. What the heck? You're drinking iced tea and smoking Huazi? A figure, punctuating his speech with exclamations, approached Fu Zilong, seizing the Huazi on his desk and lighting it up. Fu Zilong glanced up in surprise to find his childhood neighbor and best friend, Ren Quan, standing before him. This boy had been Fu Zilong's neighbor and playmate since childhood. Unfortunately, after middle school, Ren Quan had dropped out due to poor grades. His parents owned a small restaurant, leaving them too preoccupied to keep an eye on him, which led him to spend his days in the Internet Cafe, lost in gaming. Their interactions dwindled to mere encounters whenever Fu Zilong visited to surf the internet. Later, when Fu Zilong enrolled in college, Ren Quan was caught stealing electrical cables from a construction site and was sentenced to a year in prison. Upon his release, Fu Zilong heard he had been sent to Shenzhen to work in a factory, and news of him faded completely. Seeing him now, Fu Zilong was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, Ren Quan was not a bad person. He was particularly loyal and had stood by Fu Zilong in numerous fights. Moreover, he was quite intelligent, though his talents were predominantly devoted to gaming. Fu Zilong felt a twinge of guilt towards Ren Quan, recalling a mischievous escapade they shared in the summer before their third year of middle school. Ren Quan had pilfered his father's motorcycle, and the two had ridden it together, only for Fu Zilong to accidentally crash it into a ditch. While he emerged relatively unscathed, Ren Quan had sustained a deep gash on his thigh, which bled profusely. In a panic, they struggled to stem the bleeding, ultimately managing to halt it, though any movement caused it to bleed anew. Fearing their parents' wrath, as discipline in those days was severe, they conspired to keep the incident a secret. However, Ren Quan's bleeding leg would inevitably reveal the truth upon returning home. In a moment of desperation, Fu Zilong devised a plan. He purchased a bandage from the pharmacy and applied it directly over the wound. Miraculously, the bleeding ceased, and both boys breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Zilong urged Ren Quan to endure the pain for a couple of days, cautioning him not to let his parents discover the truth. Thus, the two of them hoisted the motorcycle up and returned home separately. However, 2 days later, a pallid Ren Quan summoned Fu Zilong outside his house. Once they reached a secluded area, Ren Quan, his voice tinged with tears, lamented that the wound was excruciating, and he could scarcely bear it any longer. It was then that Fu Zilong peeled away the 2-day-old plaster from Ren Quan's thigh, only to be met with a horrifying sight. The flesh around the wound had turned pale and emitted a foul odor. Both of them stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom how it had come to this. In a state of panic, Ren Quan implored Fu Zilong for a solution. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Zilong's mind recalled a scene from a television drama featuring Guan Yu performing a gruesome, yet necessary procedure to treat poison. He shared this idea with Ren Quan, who was utterly dismayed. Nevertheless, the stench from his wound served as a grim reminder that immediate action was imperative to avoid dire consequences. Without delay, Fu Zilong rushed home to retrieve a wallpaper knife, a candle, and a roll of toilet paper. He ignited the candle with a lighter and, mimicking the show, sterilized the wallpaper knife over the flame. Casting a glance at the visibly trembling Ren Quan, He stuffed a roll of toilet paper into his mouth for him to bite down on, with a firm resolve. Fu Zilong pressed the blade against the whitine flesh of Ren Quan's thigh. As soon as the knife made contact, a sizzling sound erupted, akin to meat sizzling on a hot grill. Ren Quan let out a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes widening in shock before he fainted from the pain, or perhaps from sheer terror. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Zilong rushed home to fetch his parents. The unconscious Ren Quan was taken to the hospital by Fu's father, who also notified Ren's parents. Upon learning the circumstances, the doctor reprimanded Fu Zilong sternly, warning him that if the wound became severely infected, amputation could be a possibility. Those words struck terror into Fu Zilong's heart, though he had not cried when scolded by his parents. This revelation brought him to tears as he fervently hoped for Ren Quan's safety. Ultimately, it appeared the doctor had exaggerated the severity to frighten him. As Ren Quan emerged from the ordeal relatively unscathed, albeit with a sizable cavity where necrotic tissue had been excised from his thigh. Now, when Fu Zilong encountered Ren Quan, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Ren Quan, noticing Fu's dazed expression, playfully punched him on the shoulder and quipped, "What's the matter? You staring at me like that?" Fu Zilong snapped back to reality, chuckling as he remarked, "Quanzi, when was the last time you got a haircut? I almost didn't recognize you." With a hint of embarrassment, Ren Quan ruffled his disheveled hair and replied, "I can barely afford food, let alone a haircut." Fu Zilong, perplexed, inquired, "But don't you earn 1,000 yuan working as an internet cafe manager? How would you be short on cash?" Ren Quan scratched his head and explained, "I spent it all on game credits. Now I'm living off instant noodles." After a moment of contemplation, Fu Zilong suggested, "Are you able to leave the cafe for a bit? Come with me." Ren Quan glanced at the counter and affirmed, "Sure, the boss is here today. I'll just let him know." Fu Zilong stepped away from the computer, draping an arm around Ren Quan's shoulders as they exited the smoke-filled internet cafe. As they stepped into the blinding sunlight, Ren Quan instinctively shielded his eyes, as if he hadn't felt the sun on his face in ages. Fu Zilong could feel the frailty of his friend's shoulders, realizing that his companion had endured a tough time lately. "Have your parents given up on you?" Fu Zilong asked. Ren Quan attempted a wry smile, but ultimately managed only a grimace as he replied, "My dad kicked me out, telling me to fend for myself. Thankfully, I still have a younger brother. The Haven Tea completely cut me off." Though Ren Quan spoke lightly, Fu Zilong understood the weight of his friend's struggles. Perhaps Ren Quan regretted not studying harder and entering the harsh realities of the world too soon, leading him to make poor choices out of desperation. Choosing to refrain from further probing, Fu Zilong suggested they grab lunch, and they ventured into a Lanzhou noodle shop where Fu ordered 4 bowls of hearty beef noodles. They devoured the food voraciously, relishing in the satisfaction it brought, with Ren Quan expressing heartfelt gratitude for Fu's generosity. Fu tossed him a cigarette and then led him to a barber shop, where Ren Quan received a fresh crew cut. The transformation made him look considerably more polished and rejuvenated. Next, Fu Zilong took him shopping for clothes and shoes, discarding Ren Quan's grimy old sneakers that had contributed to the unpleasant odor in the internet cafe. Although Ren Quan was puzzled by Fu Zilong's outpouring of kindness, he recognized it as a gesture of brotherhood, knowing that between friends, such gestures need no explanation. Finally, Fu Zilong brought Ren Quan to a public bath, hiring a scrub master to thoroughly cleanse him of the grime. The scrubbing left Ren Quan feeling lighter, and as they settled into the bath, he sighed in relief. Fu Zilong, wary of being misunderstood by the other patrons, shifted away slightly, but Ren Quan mischievously leaned closer, teasing, "Hey, Fu Zilong, you seem to have grown taller. Have you hit a growth spurt? I heard from Chow Wei that you aced your college entrance exams. Is this your parents' reward for you?" Fu Zilong shot him an exasperated look and retorted, "This is hard-earned money from my summer job, not some parental handout. You think you're the only one trying to earn a living?" Ren Quan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he inched closer, asking, "What kind of job? Is it profitable? If it is, I want it too. I'm barely scraping by here." Fu Zilong pushed him back slightly, then fixed him with a serious gaze, asking, "You need to answer me honestly. What are your plans for the future?" At Fu Zilong's earnest question, Ren Quan's expression drooped, and he mumbled, "What plans? I'm just trying to get by. My parents don't care about me anymore, so I'll take it one day at a time. At least I have a place to stay and a monthly salary to keep me from starving. Beyond that, I have no clue." With a deep breath, Fu Zilong pressed further. "Do you want to make something of yourself?" For a fleeting moment, Ren Quan's eyes lit up, but the spark quickly faded as he slumped against the edge of the bath, sighing, "You know I'm not cut out for academics. All the good jobs require a degree, and I don't want to work in a factory." "Well, what if I told you there's a way for you to earn money through gaming?" Fu Zilong replied, his voice laced with enthusiasm. "You would have to remain a dead-end internet cafe manager. I could help you become a boss and lead a team to success. Do you have the confidence to pursue that? With a splash, Ren Quan leaped from the water, his exuberance palpable as he exclaimed, Fu Zilong, are you really going to invest in opening an internet cafe for me? Fu Zilong, caught off guard, kicked Ren Quan's leg playfully to urge him to return to a seated position. Without further ado, he laid out his vision, explaining his desire to help Ren Quan carve out a dignified path for himself, ensuring he would not repeat the tragic missteps of the past. Fu Zilong recounted the profitable model of future online gaming studios to Ren Quan, noting the immense popularity of the game dream of the Red Chamber. It was indeed the perfect opportunity to establish a gaming studio, especially since Ren Quan possessed exceptional expertise in this game, enabling him to grasp concepts with remarkable ease. Fu Zilong recognized Ren Quan's extraordinary talent in gaming and felt assured that he had chosen the right partner. They planned to rent a modest apartment in this county-level city, set up an internet connection, procure several computers, and recruit a handful of gaming enthusiasts. Offering a salary of 1,000 yuan, they could provide bonuses if profit soared. With proper management, Ren Quan, as an avid gamer, could dedicate up to 20 hours a day to work without complaint. Of course, the initial investment would be entirely on Fu Zilong, who estimated that 50,000 yuan would be sufficient to launch the venture. Based on his understanding of future online gaming studios, he was confident that with proper operations, they could recoup their investment and turn a profit within 6 months. Fu Zilong explicitly assured Ren Quan that if he undertook this endeavor, he would cover any losses for the first 3 months. Should they fail to generate enough to cover expenses during that time, there would be no reason to continue. This financial risk would be solely Fu Zilong's, relieving Ren Quan of any obligation. However, profits after expenses would be split evenly between them, with Fu Zilong providing the capital and project while Ren Quan contributed labor. Fu Zilong also made it clear that if one day Ren Quan's earnings could repay the initial 50,000 yuan investment, Fu Zilong would relinquish his shares and dividends, allowing Ren Quan to fully own the gaming studio. Fu Zilong's intent was not to profit from this venture. Rather, he sincerely wished to assist his childhood friend. Upon hearing this, Ren Quan fell silent, his eyes reddening as he gazed at Fu Zilong, causing a slight unease in Fu Zilong's heart. Finally, Ren Quan asked in a low voice, Fu Zilong, what if I fail? I wouldn't even be worth 50,000 yuan. I've always been a failure. Are you not afraid of losing money by entrusting me with this gaming studio? Fu Zilong shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, if you dare let me down, I'll ensure you lose a leg too. Unexpectedly, Ren Quan burst into laughter, seemingly reminiscing about the foolish antics they had shared in their youth. With utmost seriousness, he replied, I will do my utmost to succeed. I know you want to help me, and I won't let you down. From now on, every penny this studio earns will be split 50-50. That is my bottom line and my dignity. Seeing the sincerity in Ren Quan's words, Fu Zilong couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, you still have dignity? Since when did I not know this? But Ren Quan playfully slapped his arm, exclaiming, you're the one who's low. This means I can be the boss. My good buddy, I'm so touched. If I were a girl, I'd be on my knees here for you. Fu Zilong's expression darkened, and he retorted fiercely, just lie down right here and don't move. I'll fetch a mop to deal with you. After this exchange, they both burst into laughter, their joviality echoing in the public bathhouse. As Fu Zilong led Ren Quan out of the public bath, Ren Quan, now clad in fresh attire, felt rejuvenated, as if he had been reborn. When Fu Zilong flagged down a taxi, Ren Quan hurriedly joined him inside, puzzled. Where are we going? We don't need to take a cab back to the internet cafe, do we? Fu Zilong shot him an irritated glance, saying, what internet cafe? We're starting to set up the studio right now. I'm taking you to find money. Ren Quan was taken aback, not expecting Fu Zilong to be so eager. With school just around the corner for Fu Zilong, and with his future-oriented mindset, he was determined to implement their plans swiftly. There were many things Fu Zilong had yet to share with Ren Quan, including the lucrative potential of the game Dungeon Fighter in the future, and how Ren Quan's gaming talent could shine on streaming platforms, capitalizing on the burgeoning wave of game streaming. Considering Ren Quan's gaming prowess and his unabashed personality, he could certainly thrive as a game streamer. But those were matters for another day. For now, the priority was to ensure Ren Quan could support himself and not stray onto a misguided path due to financial constraints. However, Fu Zilong was down to just over 5,000 yuan after investing 30,000 yuan in stocks. Even if he withdrew everything, it wouldn't be enough to cover the startup costs. So he planned to borrow some money from Pei Ziofu. He hoped that given their relationship, he could secure the funds. If he failed to do so, it would be quite embarrassing for him. Thus, Ren Quan, looking bewildered, followed Fu Zilong into a Motorola store, having heard that Boss Pei was working there. The salesgirls greeted Fu Zilong warmly, causing Ren Quan to feel a twinge of envy from behind. When Fu Zilong knocked on the glass door of an office, a voice from within responded, "Come in." He pushed the door open, and Ren Quan hastily followed him inside. There, Pei Jiwei, donned in stylish black-framed glasses, was busily typing away at her computer, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon noticing Fu Zilong accompanied by a somewhat clueless boy, she raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, "What brings you here?" "I haven't made a decision on that matter yet." Fu Zilong approached her with an ingratiating smile. "My dear Pei, I'm here today to—" But before he could finish, she raised a hand to silence him. "Get to the point and drop the unnecessary flattery," she said, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Fu Zilong obediently nodded. "All right, dear, I'm here to borrow some money." Pei Jiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, but she maintained her stern demeanor. "Borrow money? How much do you need? Are you short on cash lately? And you'd better tell me what you need it for, or I want to lend it." Fu Zilong held up 5 fingers and stated bluntly, 50,000. He then explained his plan to start an online gaming studio for Ren Quan. Pei Jiwei scrutinized the earnest young man standing behind Fu Zilong, who had been staring at her since they entered, and frowned slightly. However, her eyes brightened with interest as she asked, "Does this gaming studio actually make money?" Seeing her eager expression, Fu Zilong understood she was considering investing. "It's not particularly profitable. It's just to give my childhood friend something to do," he quickly clarified. "The most lucrative ventures have already been shared with you, so don't think about this small amount." Pei Jiwei's face flushed even more, but she feigned a tough exterior. "Who cares about your little business? Oomph. Hand me your bank card." Realizing he had an opportunity, Fu Zilong promptly retrieved his bank card and handed it to Pei Jiwei. She plugged in her bank USB drive and completed a transfer on her computer before returning the card to him. Fu Zilong's phone immediately buzzed with a notification of a 60,000 yuan deposit. Staring at the amount, he was momentarily stunned, then gazed at Pei Jiwei with deep affection. He had borrowed 50,000 yuan, yet she had generously transferred 60,000. His own mother had never treated him this well. At that moment, Fu Zilong felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Pei Jiwei, but he restrained himself and began searching for paper and a pen on her desk. Pei Jiwei frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Without looking up, Fu Zilong replied, "I'm finding paper to write you an IOU. Aren't you worried I want to pay you back?" Pei Jiwei rolled her eyes. "It's fine. No need for that. I trust you won't dare to default on me." Fu Zilong gazed at the proud Pei Jiwei, his mind racing with a singular thought. Did I perhaps underestimate the amount I should have borrowed? I borrowed 180,000. After all, I want to even write an IOU. Just thinking about it brings me immense joy. If Pei Jiwei were to discover his thoughts at that moment, she would undoubtedly deliver a fierce kick with her high heels to put an end to him. After some contemplation, Fu Zilong inscribed the numbers 600519 onto a sheet of blank paper. Pei Jiwei, upon seeing the numbers he had written, furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is this? Your bank card password?" Fu Zilong, with a cap firmly closed on his pen, arrogantly replied, "This is the password to wealth in life. Once you comprehend it, you shall see your assets double in a year, and if you hold on to it for a decade or 8 years." As he spoke, Fu Zilong trailed off, suddenly realizing that if he were to hold onto the Mutai stock at its current price for 18 years, with dividends and compound interest, wouldn't it multiply by several hundred times? Real estate? What a futile pursuit that would be. By then, Pei, the stunning beauty, would hardly have the inclination to share her dividends or play with him. With this thought, Fu Zilong, somewhat disheartened, waved his hand and exited Pei Jiwei's office. Meanwhile, Pei Jiwei sensed something peculiar in his words today. She scrutinized the string of numbers on the paper and correlating it with Fu Zilong's earlier remarks. She operated her computer and discovered the stock that those numbers represented. After Fu Zilong left her office, he glanced at the young ladies in the store who were exchanging knowing looks with him. Seemingly struck by a thought, he approached them and whispered a few words. Soon after, he and Ren Quan emerged from the mobile phone store, each clutching a pile of t-shirts emblazoned with advertisements. Ren Quan, sumawat bolderat, looked at the promotional shirts he held and asked, "What do you need these for?" Fu Zilong retorted, "Of course. They're for you and your employees to wear as uniforms. You lot, the internet-addicted youths, look so disheveled. Having a cohesive uniform would lend the company a more professional appearance." Ren Quan glanced at the white t-shirt with "Hello Moto" printed on it, sinking into contemplation. Chapter 85, on the agenda. Clutching the pile of promotional t-shirts, Ren Quan quickly cast aside other thoughts and eagerly queried Fu Zilong, "What is your relationship with that female boss? Speak honestly. I don't believe you just set up a stall during the holidays." You're clearly out to cozy up to a wealthy woman. How far have you two gone? She lent you 50,000 without much hesitation and didn't even demand an IOU? This is obviously a scandal. Tell me, how did you manage to get close to such a rich heiress? Be honest. Don't make me kneel before you. Zilong glänzt Regenquan, who seemed disinterested in effort but eager for progress, and replied nonchalantly, "It's not that I'm unwilling to help you. It's just that you lack the qualifications. If you had even a fraction of my charm, you wouldn't struggle to handle a mere internet cafe girl." Rin Quan was instantly thrown off balance, tossing the t-shirt aside and grabbing Fu Zilong's collar with reddened eyes, demanding, "Tell me, how far have you two really gone? Why does she listen to you so readily?" Despite being held by the collar, Fu Zilong maintained an air of mystery, stating, "Because I have never allowed her to possess my body. She continues to treat me so well. Understand?" This philosophically rich statement left Rin Quan momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Fu Zilong, or perhaps at what lay behind him. Just as Fu Zilong was about to elevate his bravado with further words, a chilling voice cut through the air from behind him. "Oh, is that so? I am increasingly interested in obtaining your body now." A surge of dread shot through Fu Zilong, and without turning back, he instinctively began to flee. Yet, a black high heel struck his rear end with considerable force, sending him sprawling onto the pavement from the steps of the mobile store. Behind him, an irate Pays Hui huffed, casting a fierce glare at Rin Quan, who stood frozen in place. In a huff, she marched back into the store with her heels clacking assertively. Pays Hui had initially intended to chase after Fu Zilong to inquire about the meaning of his earlier remarks after deducing the significance of the Mutai stock. But upon viewing the surveillance footage, she saw Fu Zilong alongside the unruly boy he had brought, collecting promotional shirts. With a puzzled expression, she followed them outside, only to overhear their conversation at the entrance, resulting in the unfortunate incident that had just transpired. Rin Quan cautiously glanced at the now distant Pays Hui and hurriedly assisted the still-lying Fu Zilong to his feet, rubbing his sore backside. Fu Zilong felt a strong urge to weep. It seemed as if Pays Hui's stiletto had embedded itself within him. Fortunately, he was clad in jeans, sparing him from further humiliation. The bravado he had displayed moments prior had been shattered by that single kick, and Fu Zilong vowed to avenge this indignity in the future. Noticing the curious stares of passers-by, Rin Quan quickly helped Fu Zilong away, their spirits dampened. With his enthusiasm thoroughly extinguished, Fu Zilong handed the promotional shirts to Rin Quan, agreeing to meet the following day to begin searching for a studio space. He urged Rin Quan to deliberate carefully on whom to recruit for the gaming studio, emphasizing the importance of avoiding unreliable individuals. Thus, the establishment of their gaming studio was placed firmly on the agenda. Upon returning home, Fu Zilong felt a tinge of discontentment, idly logging onto QQ to indulge in some flirtation. Suddenly, he noticed a message from Gu Qian, subtly expressing a desire to meet up. Fu Zilong's eyes brightened, momentarily forgetting the pressing matters with Rin Quan. However, after typing a few words, he regained his composure and deleted them after some contemplation. Fu Zilong was aware that Gu Qian had performed commendably in her recent college entrance examinations, securing a place at a second-tier university in neighboring Weishi. Having been classmates from elementary through high school, their relationship had always been amicable. Concerned that his old lecherous tendencies might resurface in the presence of a beautiful girl during this pivotal time before college, Fu Zilong decided to feign ignorance and conveyed a few lines indicating he was currently busy, suggesting they could discuss it later. Thus, the following morning, Fu Zilong once again sauntered to the internet cafe, where Rin Quan awaited him eagerly at the door. The two enjoyed a hearty breakfast at Lazy Street before embarking on their quest for an appropriate studio space. Fu Zilong advised against renting in a residential complex, citing his doubts that someone as indolent as Rin Quan could maintain cleanliness. Given their smoking and instant noodle habits, the place would likely be sullied in no time, leading to landlord disputes. Additionally, the gaming studio would operate around the clock, and their boisterous gaming sessions would disturb the neighbor's peace. Lastly, rental prices in residential complexes were relatively steep at that time, as the real estate boom had yet to take off, rendering housing options quite limited. After a full day of searching, they indeed found a suitable location. It was a public sports facility near Fu Zilong's neighborhood, where several storage-like rooms lay beneath the stands. One of these rooms had previously served as a security office, overseeing the storage of sports equipment. Once the equipment was removed, the room had been left unmonitored and abandoned. Fu Zilong's classmates fathered and managed the facility and the spacious room, around 60 to 70 square meters, boasted a restroom, and was available for a mere 300 yuan monthly rent. Utility costs were included in the facility's management fees, amounting to a fixed 100 yuan monthly. Thus, This hidden gem within the sports complex could be rented for just 400 yuan, as long as it is a non-profit internet cafe or supermarket business. No one cares what venture you embark upon. Fu Zilong frowned as he surveyed the room, which bore a potent, musty odor from prolonged vacancy. He felt that this sunless space was rather unsuitable, yet Renquan found it quite agreeable, primarily due to its reasonable price. Ultimately, Fu Zilong decided to rent the room, paying 3 months' rent in advance. The two young men then planned the layout and their tasks for the following day within the dim confines of the room. Renquan informed Fu Zilong that he had already considered 3 individuals from his circle as the initial employees for their studio, fellow internet addicts who shared similar experiences. They were all young dropouts residing in the nearby community, making them familiar acquaintances. Fu Zilong asserted that he would take charge of personnel selection and management, as he did not intend to involve himself in the studio's operations, lacking the necessary energy for it. He purchased some prepared foods and beer, and the two young men chatted and dined together, envisioning their future. Chapter 86, all set. The following morning, Fu Zilong and Ren Quan reconvened at the entrance of the internet cafe. Noticing Ren Quan's low spirits, Fu Zilong inquired about his apparent concerns. Ren Quan candidly shared with Fu Zilong the news he had just received. This morning he had discussed his resignation with the cafe owner, stating his intention to venture into entrepreneurship. The owner was taken aback, but also revealed a significant piece of information. When Ren Quan first started working at the cafe, his father had approached the owner, explaining their situation and requesting that he take extra care of Ren Quan. Initially, the cafe owner had offered Ren Quan a monthly wage of 800 yuan, with his father contributing an additional 200 yuan, thus ensuring Ren Quan received 1,000 yuan monthly. This arrangement had persisted for years, with the cafe owner often spotting Ren's parents peering through the cafe windows. However, this was never disclosed to Ren Quan, and the father and son had never interacted directly. Ren Quan had once engaged in a brawl with a drunken patron, resulting in severe injuries to the other party. Although the police were called, the matter was eventually left unresolved. Ren Quan believed it was the cafe owner who smoothed things over, unaware that his father had quietly provided 10,000 yuan, matched by the owner, to settle the issue amicably. These details had been kept from Ren Quan, as his father had instructed the cafe owner to remain silent. The owner reassured Ren Quan, saying, "Your parents are not as heartless as you think. What animosity could exist between a father and son that cannot be resolved? Return home, apologize to your father, and you can certainly go back." Fu Zilong was taken aback by this revelation and subsequently asked Ren Quan how he felt about it. Ren Quan, lighting a cigarette, replied in a somber tone, "I do not wish to return. If I go back, I will still be a useless freeloader. I want to make a success of the gaming studio you mentioned. This is our partnership. Having already rented the space, how could I possibly withdraw now?" Fu Zilong patted his shoulder and spoke with the wisdom of experience. "The space is not the issue. Even if you had to back out, it would only cost a few hundred yuan. Matters that can be resolved with money are trivial. The key point is, now you know your father, like me, wants what is best for you." I agree with the cafe owner's words. There is no deep-seated hatred between you. After all, he is your father. Perhaps when you reach a certain age and have children of your own, you will comprehend your father's perspective. Yet, I do not wish for you to return at this time. I hope you can achieve something substantial and return home with pride. Just as you stated, you want to prove you are not a waste. Perhaps by the year's end, you could return home laden with gifts, flaunting 20,000 yuan before your father. That would be the most satisfying scenario. Of course, I hope the 3 friends you recruit can also return home with dignity, proving they can thrive and are not burdens to their families or society. Do you understand my sentiment? Ren Quan cast a sidelong glance at Fu Zilong, aware that he had just been subtly taken advantage of, yet he nodded solemnly, eagerly anticipating a triumphant return home for the new year. Upon learning that his father had not given up on him, it was as if a lock within him had been undone, though he chose not to voice this sentiment. Perhaps both he and his father shared a similar reticence in expressing their emotions. The two then parted ways. Ren Quan went to the construction market to coordinate with electricians and painters. He meticulously examined the water and electrical lines in the room and improved the lighting, repainting the moldy walls to dispel the unpleasant odor. He also enlisted a carpenter to create a partition, separating the rest area from the workspace. These were all arrangements they had planned the previous day. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong ventured to the city's second-hand furniture market, procuring 2 bunk beds for second-hand desks and 4 relatively comfortable second-hand office chairs. The shopkeeper even gifted him a second-hand glass coffee table, which could double as a dining table. These constituted the primary furnishings for the studio, with limited space for more. They agreed on a later delivery time in the afternoon, as they needed to allow the freshly painted walls to dry. He also purchased 4 sets of mattresses, bedding, and cooling mats, along with 2 large fans, as the current conditions did not permit the luxury of air conditioning. However, Fu Zilong did install an electric water heater in the bathroom for their convenience, emphasizing the importance of personal hygiene to maintain a professional atmosphere. Thus, the studio began to take shape, and Ren Quan delightedly spent the night within its confines. The following morning, when Fu Zilong returned to find Ren Quan covered in mosquito bites from a restless night without incense, he noticed the young man still brimming with enthusiasm, unable to conceal the joy of impending entrepreneurship. Today, they intended to procure computers, and Ren Quan mentioned that the cafe owner had recently retired a batch of machines that could be upgraded. He was quite knowledgeable about computers, having often resolved issues for customers when he worked as a network administrator. Seeing Ren Quan's determination, Fu Zilong embraced his suggestion. Upon discussing the matter with the cafe owner, they were pleasantly surprised when he allowed Ren Quan to select 4 discarded machines at no cost as a gesture of support for their venture. Overjoyed by this unexpected generosity, they expressed their gratitude and hurried to the warehouse to sift through the machines. To Ren Quan, these devices were as familiar as his own children. He knew precisely which ones functioned well and which were prone to lag. They chose the 4 best-performing second-hand machines and returned to the studio in high spirits. They then acquired 4 second-hand monitors, along with brand-new sets of headphones and mice. Ren Quan busied himself upgrading the computer hardware, while Fu Zilong provided him with 5,000 yuan to enhance the processors and memory. Fu Zilong also arranged for internet service with the telecom company. During this period, home internet required a landline and was dial-up. To ensure optimal speed, Fu Zilong installed a dedicated broadband line capable of reaching speeds of up to 2 megabits per second. After 3 or 4 days of diligent work, the gaming studio was finally ready for operation. The next day, Ren Quan summoned the 3 individuals he had previously communicated with, clearly stating that Fu Zilong was the principal owner while he assumed the role of co-owner. Fu Zilong could only comply with his intentions and continued the conversation, noticing a resemblance in the 3 to Ren Quan when they first met him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Zilong promptly led the 4 of them out for a team-building outing. They indulged in a meal, got haircuts, showered, and donned new clothes. Chapter 87. The Tail End of the Holiday. Fu Zilong looked at the 4, now clad in identical Hello Moto promotional shirts, with satisfaction. After their grooming, the 4 finally resembled proper company employees. Subsequently, Fu Zilong informed the trio in the studio that Ren Quan would be the absolute supervisor and person in charge here. Ren Quan's message was clear. Since they were holding this job, they must adhere to the company's regulations. The rules themselves were easily fabricated by Fu Zilong. Given his extensive management experience from his previous life, he then began to paint a rosy picture for them, envisioning a bright future for the studio. With his experience of motivating employees, Fu Zilong captivated the group, even igniting a fervor in Ren Quan. However, when Fu Zilong mentioned the studio's aspirations to go public on the A-share market, he suddenly realized he might have oversold it. Yet, seeing the 4 before him with sparkling eyes, as if electrified, he knew his brainwashing had been successful. He assured them that if they worked diligently, the company would not shortchange them, and their efforts would be reflected in their earnings. Of course, he also made it clear that anyone who violated company regulations or exhibited laziness would forfeit the opportunity to grow alongside the company. The other 3 were also dropouts, in a more desperate situation than Ren Quan. At least Ren Quan had a job as a network administrator, while the others had sunk to sleeping in internet cafe chairs, watching others play games. Occasionally, their families would send them some money for food. If not, they would either go hungry or borrow a bowl of instant noodles from the cafe. Therefore, when they encountered this job that allowed them to earn money by playing games, they cherished it immensely. Moreover, it provided meals and accommodation, making it a rare find in their eyes. The vision Fu Zilong painted of returning home for the new year with dignity was also something these young men, who longed for their family's approval, deeply valued. Thus, they were all determined to work hard. Fu Zilong was also concerned about these fellows spending extended periods in a sunless room, detrimental to their health. He instituted a corporate culture of running 2 kilometers every day, which was easily achievable at the sports field. The rest was left to Ren Quan to explain how to Monetize their gaming efforts. After listening for a while, Fu Zilong felt that Ren Quan spoke with great expertise. This lad indeed possessed unparalleled talent in gaming. Seeing the online gaming studio getting on track, Fu Zilong was extremely pleased. Originally thinking he would require 50,000 yuan in startup capital, excluding monthly labor costs, it turned out he only spent about 10,000 to get it off the ground. Watching Ren Quan bring in 10 boxes of instant noodles, along with a pile of sausages and marinated eggs, Fu Zilong pondered that having them cook was impractical. He stipulated that they must buy 2 dishes and rice daily from outside. A balanced diet of meat and vegetables was essential. They shouldn't suffer by eating instant noodles every day. The other 3, upon hearing this, felt even more grateful and recognized Fu Zilong as their boss. After finishing these tasks, Fu Zilong called Rin Quan outside to discuss some management strategies and details. He then informed Rin Quan that he would transfer 10,000 yuan to his bank account as the salary and daily expenses for the group for that month. He instructed Rin Quan to buy a mobile phone. A Nokia 1100 would suffice for easy communication with Fu Zilong. He would not interfere any further, leaving the remaining management to Rin Quan. Fu Zilong was confident in the prospects of the online gaming studio and encouraged Rin Quan not to feel too much pressure. Rin Quan's eyes were filled with excitement and gratitude, knowing that Fu Zilong was doing all this for a reason. Meeting this childhood friend, who was willing to lend a hand during his most challenging times, was the greatest fortune of his life. Fu Zilong calculated that he had less than a week before school started, feeling that this holiday had been fulfilling. He called Pei Zihui to request her bank account. Out of 60,000 yuan, he had only spent 20,000 and planned to repay the beautiful Pei 30,000. However, Pei Zihui brushed it off, saying there was no rush and to keep it for now. Upon hearing this good news, Fu Zilong was determined to buy 3,000 yuan worth of mazi tomorrow. Qin Shui also called to inform him that she was back from her trip, but only 3 days remained before her school started. Fu Zilong contemplated but ultimately decided against flirting with Qin Shui. He intended to spend the next few days at home with his parents. The next day was Saturday, and Fu Zilong's parents were also home from work. Seeing their son unusually keeping his room door closed and sleeping in, they found it quite novel. During this holiday, they had barely seen him during the day, but at least he returned to sleep on time at night. Having done well on the college entrance examination, the couple decided not to intervene, granting him the freedom he desired. Fu Zilong relished the rare opportunity to sleep in. It was overcast, making it quite comfortable for a lazy morning. At that moment, his phone buzzed with several text messages, which he ignored. After a while, the phone rang and, slightly annoyed, he answered it with his eyes still closed. "What are you doing?" "I'm back. Can I come over to play today?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Fu Zilong immediately woke up and glanced at his phone to confirm it was Lin Xiao calling. Without a second thought, he replied, I'm on a business trip." "No, I went on vacation. I'm not home right now. Let's talk later." After saying this, he intended to hang up, but Lin Xiao on the other end, feeling somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "You're lying. Don't hang up. Fu Zilong gefeigned ignorance. Hello? Hello? Speak up. Hello? Hello? The signal is bad. Hello?" After that, he abruptly ended the call, and the phone rang several more times. Yet, Fu Zilong refused to answer, silencing the phone and returning to his slumber. In a daze, he heard someone knocking on the door, followed by his mother, Yang Lan, opening it. Before long, Fu Zilong's door was twisted open by his mother. Startled awake, he found his mother, with a peculiar expression, and Lin Xiao, who looked slightly resentful, sitting up in bed, wrapped in a summer blanket. Fu Zilong stared blankly at Lin Xiao, standing by the bed. How bold of her to find her way to his home. "You're making me lose face." It was all his fault for having invited her and Qin Shui over when he was learning to drive. Seeing his mother leave the room to let them talk, shutting the door behind her, Fu Zilong sighed. "How did you find me? Could you please step outside for a moment? I'm used to sleeping naked." Realizing Fu Zilong's attitude indicated his disapproval of her visit, Lin Xiao felt a tinge of grievance. Pouting, she glanced at Fu Zilong on the bed and then at the closed door. Biting her lip, she seemed to have made a decision, removed one shoe, and placed her foot at the edge of the bed. Slowly, she began to pull up the leg of her jeans. Fu Zilong's eyes widened in shock, his gaze intensifying. The pants were silk. Chapter 88, Empty Eyes. Watching Fu Zilong, whose eyes now sparkled with fervor, Lin Xiao felt a mix of nervousness and delight. Ever since Fu Zilong had told her they should focus on their studies and separate before the college entrance examination, she felt as if he had transformed into a different person. His gaze, once filled with a ravenous intensity, now bore complexity and avoidance. This had led Lin Xiao to secretly cry countless times, unsure of where she had gone wrong. How could it be that Fu Zilong suddenly ceased to harbor affection for her? She had not aged, grown unattractive, nor had her heart wavered. What could have triggered such a profound transformation in Fu Zilong? He had become increasingly remarkable, yet also more enigmatic. Initially, Lin Xiao suspected Qin Shui, as it was evident that Qin Shui harbored feelings for Fu Zilong. Whispers of their rumored romance circulated in the class chat group. Yet she never offered a word of clarification. Typically gentle in demeanor, Qin Shui was reticent, but when in Fu Zilong's company, she was incessantly animated and jovial. However, through her discreet observations during the recent film wrapping period, Lin Xiao noted that Fu Zilong's gaze toward Qin Shui was always rather lecherous, albeit devoid of the affectionate glances typical of a couple in love. Lin Xiao firmly believed that the two had not formally acknowledged their relationship. Perhaps Qin Shui sought to draw closer, but Fu Zilong remained unresponsive. This realization brought Lin Xiao a sense of relief, as she silently encouraged herself to reclaim Fu Zilong. While setting up her stall, Lin Xiao noticed Fu Zilong, the incorrigible lecher, fixated on the alluring black stockings worn by Pei, the manager of the mobile phone shop. Lin Xiao assumed this was his preference. After a brief search online, she discovered that men possess an instinctual attraction to black stockings. Yesterday afternoon, upon returning from her hometown with her mother, Lin Xiao stumbled upon a display of black stockings at the supermarket in her neighborhood. Resolutely, she purchased a pair and concealed them beneath her clothing before returning home. This morning, after being met with Fu Zilong's feigned ignorance over the phone, Lin Xiao contemplated intensifying her approach. With her cheeks flushed, she donned the black stockings at home, yet lacking Pei Jiwei's stylish short skirt. She deemed it inappropriate to venture out in such attire. Moreover, her mother was still at home, and she would surely reprimand her for such an outfit. Thus, Lin Xiao opted for a pair of jeans, slipping the stockings underneath. To her astonishment, the effect was pronounced. Fu Zilong's gaze became fixated, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph. Typically, in the morning, when Fu Zilong was at his most spirited, how could he withstand such a provocative display? His body reacted with unguarded honesty, eliciting a swift response. Fu Zilong was taken aback, summoning immense willpower to avert his gaze while silently reciting his history textbook to maintain his composure, urging Lin Xiao to hasten her shoe wear. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's mood soured. She pouted and playfully extended her foot towards a summer blanket enveloping Fu Zilong. His body shuddered, and he recalled a classic scene from Journey to the West, involving the king of the kingdom of women seducing the monk Tang Sung. You speak of emptiness, yet keep your eyes tightly shut. If you were to open your eyes and gaze upon me, I would not believe your eyes were empty. At that moment, Fu Zilong longed to exclaim, "Fairy, allow me, Fu, to grant you a blow." However, he understood the gravity of the situation and hastily draped the summer blanket over Lin Xiao's head while hastily donning clothing from the bedside. Lin Xiao yanked the blanket off her head. Catching sight of some inappropriate sights, her cheeks instantly flushed, and she instinctively withdrew her outstretched foot. Once dressed, Fu Zilong shot an exasperated glare at Lin Xiao, his body still not entirely composed. Observing Lin Xiao's pitiable demeanor as she stood by the bed, he thought of the enticing black stockings beneath her jeans, and an internal conflict ensued. It felt as if two figures were fervently debating within his mind. One figure, with an insidious voice, urged, "Are you foolish? This opportunity is presented to you on a silver platter. Why not indulge? Why concern yourself? You have no idea who will benefit later." The other figure, with a saintly tone, cautioned, "You must uphold your principles, despite the painful history you share. Should you take advantage of Lin Xiao in the present? Even if love is absent, do not inflict harm." The two figures continued their vehement dispute, leaving Fu Zilong to touzle his disheveled hair, his expression a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained by the bed, resembling a distressed young bride. Ultimately, Fu Zilong could only blurt out a few words. "What exactly do you wish to accomplish?" Lin Xiao fell silent, her gaze cast downward, and after a considerable pause, she quietly declared, "I will be departing for school in Shanghai in 3 days." With that, she fell silent, merely standing there with her head lowered, one foot still unshod. At that moment, the insidious figure in Fu Zilong's mind was vanquished by a sacred sword. He rubbed his forehead and instructed Lin Xiao, "Please wait here for a moment." With that, he leapt from a bed and flung open the door to prepare for his morning routine. To his surprise, his mother, Yang Lan, who had been eavesdropping at the door, nearly stumbled inside. Yang Lan awkwardly regarded the two, feigning calmness as she inquired, "Are you thirsty? Shall I prepare some fruit for you?" Fu Zilong disregarded his mother's poor acting and proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face. Upon finishing, he turned to see that his mother had begun conversing with Lin Xiao, seemingly quite engaged. Fu Zilong's lips twitched involuntarily, and he swiftly pulled Lin Xiao along, suggesting they take a stroll. Yang Lan promptly asked from the doorway, "Will you be back for lunch?" Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively and hurried Lin Xiao downstairs. Once outside the community, Fu Zilong led Lin Xiao to Lazy Man Street, first ensuring his hunger was satiated. As they ate, he glanced at Lin Xiao and inquired, What did my mother discuss with you just now? Lin Xiao, her gaze fixed on Fu Zilong as he ate, blushed and replied shyly. We were just chatting casually. Your mother has seen me before. She mentioned once seeing you holding my hand outside the community, though she didn't call for you at the time. Fu Zilong paused at this revelation, recalling how he often dated young girls in public, which his mother had witnessed. Initially, she had voiced her concerns, but eventually, she ceased to intervene, having established clear boundaries with Fu Zilong. First, he must not allow any girl's parents to confront him. If a girl's family disapproved, he must immediately end the relationship. Second, he must not allow her to assume the role of a grandmother prematurely, or he would face dire consequences. As long as these two boundaries were respected, Fu Zilong was free to pursue his whims. Naturally, he could not divulge these stipulations to Lin Xiao, lest they tarnish his relatively positive image before her. After finishing breakfast, the two shared a long, silent gaze. At last, Fu Zilong broke the silence. So what shall we do next? I will follow your lead. Lin Xiao first shook her head, then bit her lip and suggested, how about we set up a stall? Fu Zilong was taken aback by this unconventional dating proposal. His mouth agape in astonishment. Noticing Lin Xiao seemed earnest, he fell at a loss for words, glancing up at the scorching sun overhead. He lacked the enthusiasm to engage in selling phone films. He then turned to Lin Xiao and said, for the next couple of days, I will acquiesce to your requests, provided they are not excessive. On the final day, you should remain at home and prepare for your studies. How does that sound? Lin Xiao, despite his words, felt unable to summon joy, ultimately lowering her head and softly responding with an affirmative hum. Consequently, Fu Zilong took Lin Xiao out for a day of shopping in the city, but aside from indulging in food and drink, he refrained from purchasing anything for her. It was not that Fu Zilong was miserly. Rather, he sought to avoid deepening their emotional entanglements through material gifts. The notion of associating objects with memories was not what Fu Zilong desired. Conversely, Lin Xiao consistently expressed a desire to buy him this and that. During their time at the stall, Fu Zilong had already provided her with a salary of 6,000 yuan. He wished for her to thrive in the high-cost environment of Shanghai. With money in her pocket, her social opportunities would increase, enhancing her chances of encountering exceptional young men, thereby allowing them to drift apart naturally. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao seemed intent on spending all 6,000 yuan on Fu Zilong. She tugged at him, eager to purchase a full ensemble of branded sportswear. The sales girl at the store, evidently recognizing Fu Zilong, was aflame with curiosity. Just days ago, he had been seen shopping with a stunning girl sporting a chic bob, treating her to a pair of athletic shoes. Today, he was again accompanied by another beautiful girl, who seemed determined to buy him clothes. The salesgirl's inquisitive gaze flitted back and forth, her mind racing with speculation about what merits Fu Zilong possessed that could captivate such young women. Yet, Fu Zilong merely wished to deter Lin Xiao from buying him clothing, insisting he disliked it, and he gently pulled her away. Lunch was once again Lin Xiao's favorite, the delightful crossbridge rice noodles, and this time she resolutely insisted on paying, leaving Fu Zilong with no choice but to acquiesce. In the afternoon, they watched a film together, still the blockbuster Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. Yet, this time, Fu Zilong, despite the exuberance of his 18-year-old body akin to a powder keg, managed to keep his hands to himself. However, while bending down to tie his shoelaces, he couldn't resist the temptation to sneak a hand up Lin Xiao's pant leg, causing her to look at him with a face full of sorrow, as if to ask, "Are you incapable?" After the film, the two strolled and chatted near Lin Xiao's home until dusk, when she finally agreed to return. The next morning, Lin Xiao once again arrived at Fu Zilong's house, calling him to rise, still clad in her alluring attire. Meanwhile, her mother, young Lan, became increasingly amiable upon learning of Lin Xiao's college entrance examination results and her admission to Shanghai's Transportation University. This time, Fu Zilong took Lin Xiao to the amusement park in the city, where she fervently insisted he take photographs of her. He dutifully complied, capturing several images, including a few selfies of the two together. On their return journey, they occupied the back row of an almost empty bus. Lin Xiao naturally rested her head on Fu Zilong's shoulder, perusing the photos he had taken that day. However, as she kept looking, her eyes grew redder. Noticing her distress, Fu Zilong asked with mild concern, "What's wrong? Were the photos unsatisfactory?" "My phone is almost out of memory." Lin Xiao gazed up at him, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "They're just not as lovely as the one we took at school." She then revealed her phone, showing him the picture that served as her screensaver. Fu Zilong couldn't help but smirk at his own goofy expression in the photo. Yet, Lin Xiao seemed particularly fond of that screensaver, staring at it longingly before she softly lamented, "Whenever I'm feeling down, I look at this photo. But now, It makes me feel even worse. With that, she lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening as they met Fu Zilong's. However, he, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze and awkwardly suggested, then perhaps you should delete the photo to avoid feeling upset. But Lin Xiao's tears streamed silently down her cheeks as she resolutely declared, "No, I want to delete it. You can't delete it either. Not a single photo of yours can be erased. I want your phone to hold no pictures of other girls. I'll return during the holidays to check your phone, and if you delete them, then I..." As Lin Xiao's agitation grew, Fu Zilong quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I want to delete them. After a moment's thought, he added, "But if you change your phone's screensaver, do let me know." His words were laden with unspoken implications, yet he met Lin Xiao's eyes with calm resolve. This time, she merely wept silently, her gaze fixed on him without uttering a word. They disembarked from the bus in silence, walking slowly under the setting sun towards Lin Xiao's home. Fu Zilong, observing her red-rimmed eyes, felt a pang of frustration and softly urged, "You should go inside now. Focus on your studies at university. If anything comes up, reach out to your brother. Isn't he in Shanghai too?" Lin Xiao pouted. "Can't I come to you if I have something to discuss? Are you abandoning me?" Fu Zilong responded with exasperation. "Do you understand the phrase too far to reach?" Lin Xiao, undeterred, pressed, "What if a boy pursues me?" Fu Zilong felt a slight tightening in his chest, but managed to raise an eyebrow. "Then perhaps you should lower your standards a bit. Adhering to mine might prove challenging." No sooner had he said this than Lin Xiao lunged at him, biting his shoulder. Though he winced in pain, he dared not push her away for fear of hurting her. After enduring several seconds, she finally released him, gazing at Fu Zilong for a long moment before biting her lip and stating, "I have a flight at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I need to leave at 5 to catch the bus to Jishi Airport. Can you take me to the bus stop at 5 in the morning, please?" Seeing the pleading in her eyes, Fu Zilong, still miffed from being bitten, found it impossible to deny her. Taking a deep breath, he nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao, unable to contain her emotions any longer, turned and sprinted up the stairs. Back at home, Fu Zilong felt restless and lit a cigarette for the first time. Just then, his phone buzzed, revealing a text from Qin Shui. "Fu Zilong, I'll be heading to Jishi University day after tomorrow. Can you come send me off in the morning?" Fu Zilong. Chapter 90. Breaking up is hard to do. Time slipped by quietly, and as dawn broke on the day after tomorrow, Lin Xiao, unable to contain her excitement, stepped out of her house with her packed luggage before 5 o'clock, repeatedly declining her parents' offer to accompany her to the airport bus. With her backpack slung over her shoulder and dragging her heavy suitcase, she hurried to the foot of Fu Zilong's building. Yet, she found no sign of the figure she had thought about all night. Standing at the entrance, she stared blankly at the dark doorway, her fingers gripping the suitcase tightly. Turning pale, just as tears threatened to spill, a gentle honk from a car behind her broke her reverie. Turning around, she spotted Fu Zilong leaning against a BMW 5 Series, looking as though he had just awakened from sleep, unable to suppress her emotions. She dropped her suitcase and leapt into his arms. Fu Zilong, taken aback by the sudden impact, winced and quickly urged, All right, get in the car. We can't let the neighbors see us. Otherwise, who would introduce me to potential partners in the future?" Lin Xiao shot him a glare, but couldn't hide the smile tugging at her lips. With that, Fu Zilong loaded her luggage into the borrowed BMW and set off for Jishi Airport. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiao remained unusually quiet, casting sidelong glances at Fu Zilong as if trying to imprint his image in her mind. Fu Zilong, feeling her gaze, grew somewhat anxious but maintained his composure as he drove for over 2 hours to reach the airport. Upon arriving at the check-in counter, Lin Xiao was particularly subdued, and Fu Zilong's unease grew. The unusual silence hinted at something amiss. Girls' thoughts can often be inscrutable. Yet, Lin Xiao's feelings were quite simple. Actions often speak louder than words. As the check-in time approached, Fu Zilong took a deep breath and said, "It's about time. It's going to be a bumpy ride." Lin Xiao, hearing this for the first time, tilted her head slightly, seemingly displeased. Fu Zilong hastily clarified, "I am not cursing you. It is only during takeoff and landing against the wind that flights are the safest and most efficient. Please do not misunderstand me." Just as he was about to elaborate further, Lin Xiao suddenly threw herself into his embrace once more. Bewildered, Fu Zilong wondered what she was up to this time. He then noticed Lin Xiao gently caressing his head with her right hand, whispering, "You know so much. What should I do if I find myself liking you more and more?" Fu Zilong's eyes widened in astonishment, and he was about to respond when Lin Xiao leaned in, planting a fleeting kiss on his right cheek, while her left hand seemingly slipped something into the pocket of his trousers. At that moment, Fu Zilong was utterly bewildered. Had he just been forcefully kissed by a girl? He was accustomed to being the one taking advantage of girls. When had he ever been on the receiving end? With a sweet smile, Lin Xiao looked at the dazed Fu Zilong and said, I'm leaving now. Inside your pocket is a gift from me. Make sure to look at it after I'm gone. Remember to think of me. You must not forget me. You have to remember our promise. After casting a lingering glance at Fu Zilong, Lin Xiao swayed her twin ponytails and proceeded to the check-in area. Dragging her luggage behind her, Fu Zilong, still in a daze, touched his slightly warm cheek and glanced at Lin Xiao's already vanished figure. With a resigned sigh, he felt as though certain matters had strayed far from his expectations. Why is it so difficult to break up? Have I truly broken up or not? With a sense of helplessness, Fu Zilong turned and walked towards the airport exit, reaching for his pocket to pull out a cigarette. However, his left hand brushed against something in his trousers, reminding him of the gift Lin Xiao had mentioned, instructing him to wait until she left to inspect it. Curiosity piqued. Fu Zilong's hand instinctively delved into his pocket to retrieve the object, pondering what it could be. The item felt incredibly soft and smooth. Could it be? In disbelief, Fu Zilong stared at what he had pulled out, a pair of black women's stockings, unmistakably worn. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly shoved the item back into his pocket. Yet, in the bustling airport hall, a few passersby had already witnessed his previous action. Several pairs of eyes scrutinized him with disdainful looks, prompting Fu Zilong to lower his head and hastily exit. Once he reached his car, he breathed a sigh of relief. He could hardly fathom that Lin Xiao, typically gentle and demure, would bestow upon him such an audacious gift. Did she not view him as an outsider? Or did she consider him a pervert? The more he pondered, the less pleased he became, unable to resist pulling the stockings out of his pocket once more. Ensuring no one was in sight around his BMW, he brought the item closer to his nose and inhaled deeply. Yes, it was indeed the pair Lin Xiao had worn before. Suppressing the strange impulses rising within him, he returned the stockings to his pocket, glanced at the time on his phone, and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Meanwhile, the Qin family was bustling about early that morning, as Qin's parents had taken time off work to drive their daughter to report to Ludong University in Jishi. With the car loaded with their belongings, their daughter, Qin Shui, lingered, absorbed in her phone, reluctant to depart. Qin's father, discerning his daughter's hesitation, noticed the absence of the boy she had been chatting with, and a cold snort escaped his lips, thinking that the boy had some self-awareness. After several urgings from her parents, Qin Shui reluctantly climbed into the family car. As her father drove, her mother chattered incessantly about what to pay attention to at school, what supplies to buy, and how to foster good relationships with classmates. Yet, Qin Shui absorbed none of it, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window, preoccupied with thoughts of, why hadn't he shown up? Why would he even reply to my messages? Why was he treating me so coldly? How could he do this to me? Qin's father, glancing at his beloved daughter through the rearview mirror, silently added another mark against that boy in his mind. Thus, the Qin family arrived at the grand entrance of Ludong University in Jishi. Despite the magnificent sight before her, Qin Shui wore no hint of joy on her face as she silently followed her parents in retrieving their luggage from the trunk. Given that Qin Shui's university was relatively close to home, her parents had brought a plethora of bags, with her father carrying a large roll of bedding and her mother clutching various miscellaneous items. Meanwhile, Qin Shui carried her backpack and dragged a large suitcase, making her way into the university campus for registration. From a distance, a male senior from the student council had fixed his eyes on the campus beauty, Qin Shui, rushing over, eager to offer his assistance with her luggage. Thankfully, he had made himself somewhat familiar in front of the junior, directly asking for her phone number. Just then, a large hand reached from behind to take hold of Qin Shui's suitcase handle. Startled from her thoughts, she turned swiftly, only to be met with the sight of the very boy she had been silently resenting since yesterday, standing in the glaring sunlight, flashing her a cheeky grin. Qin Shui stood there, momentarily stunned, as Fu Zilong took hold of her suitcase. The other eager student council members, witnessing his swift action, cursed under their breaths, questioning which department he belonged to, lamenting that he shouldn't monopolize the situation and that he had acted too quickly. A few of the seniors halted in their tracks upon observing a tall girl with long hair suddenly throw herself into the boy's arms. They exchanged glances, muttering curses, before most turned back to search the crowd for other targets, while few remained, watching Qin Shui's every move from a distance. Fu Zilong, equally taken aback by Qin Shui's sudden embrace, sensed a palpable aura of hostility emanating from her. He quickly averted his gaze and refrained from making any sudden movements. Qin Shui, regaining her composure from the earlier excitement, remembered her parents were present and shyly extricated herself from Fu Zilong's embrace, chiding, "You're so annoying. Why are you here?" Fu Zilong, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him, replied, "Please, it was you who texted me to come escort you to school." Qin Shui, her cheeks reddening, retorted. Then why didn't you reply to my messages? Why didn't you come pick me up at home? Why are you at Jishi? Fu Zilong thought to himself. After dropping off Lin Xiao, I barely made it here in time. I just happened to arrive at Jishi's airport and came to wait for you. Yet he jokingly replied, I was afraid your father Wen Ti let me in the car. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them as he sensed the intensity of her glare intensify. With a playful smile, Qin Shui lightly punched him in the chest, shyly exclaiming, You're so annoying. Suddenly recalling her parents were nearby, she turned away, her cheeks flushed. Qin's mother, delighted to see Fu Zilong, expressed her surprise that he had come to Jishi to help her daughter with registration, enthusiastically grasping his hand and asking numerous questions, chiding him for not riding with them. Meanwhile, Qin's father, carrying Qin Shui's luggage, regarded Fu Zilong with a cool demeanor, his large sunglasses shielding his piercing eyes, which bore a fierce expression beneath. Still, Fu Zilong politely greeted Qin's father, who responded with a curt, You're here? Ignoring her father's attitude. Qin Shui took Fu Zilong's hand and led him towards the campus. At that moment, a rather handsome senior intercepted the path of the two, revealing a warm smile as he said, Hello, this young lady must be a freshman, correct? I am Lu Zhigang, the vice president of the student union. Welcome to Lu University. Our student union is responsible for welcoming newcomers and assisting them with their registration process. Allow me to guide you through the enrollment procedures. With that, Lu Zhigang extended his right hand forward. Before Qin Shui could respond, Fu Zilong eagerly grabbed Lu Zhigang's outstretched hand, shaking it enthusiastically as he exclaimed, How wonderful. It's so considerate of the school. Lu Zhigang, right? You are quite a nice person. Initially taken aback by the sudden grip, Lu Zhigang's face flickered with a hint of irritation, but he quickly masked it with a smile, replying, This is all part of our duties in the student union. May I inquire about your name, fellow student? Feigning bashfulness, Fu Zilong replied, I'm just a family member, accompanying her to have a look around. At this, Qin Shui blushed and gently pinched his arm. Fu Zilong continued to ask, Lu Senior, could you enlighten me on how the student union assists freshmen? Lu Zhigang's gaze remained fixated on Qin Shui as he casually responded, Oh, we help newcomers with their luggage and guide them to their respective colleges for registration. Before Lu Zhigang could finish, Fu Zilong interjected with an exclamation of awe. Wow. You members of the student union are truly kind-hearted, helping freshmen with their luggage. How considerate. He then turned and lifted Qin Shui's suitcase from her father's shoulder, ignoring Lu Zhigang's reaction as he placed it squarely on the vice president's shoulder. Lu Zhigang, taken aback by the sudden weight on his shoulder, shot a glare at the grinning Fu Zilong, feeling a surge of annoyance. As a third-year student and vice president of the student union, he was accustomed to directing others rather than engaging in the laborious task of carrying luggage for newcomers. His presence at the entrance was primarily to collect contact information from attractive freshmen, and he had already garnered several phone numbers using his senior status and good looks. Typically, he would assist by merely pulling a suitcase or escorting a girl to her college for registration, after which he would leave the heavy lifting to others in the student union, while he continued his search for fresh prospects. Today, however, Qin Shui had captivated him as the most striking newcomer he had encountered, and despite the boy's close demeanor with her, he felt compelled to approach. He was confident that with the right approach, no obstacle was insurmountable. Yet he found himself unexpectedly burdened with an overwhelming load. Qin Shui's mother, doting on her daughter, had packed several thick layers of bedding, while Qin Shui's father, a sturdy ex-soldier, found it manageable to shoulder the luggage. Lu Zhigang felt his legs weaken at the thought of the 2-mile trek from the school gate to the registration office. However, he could not admit his inability to carry the weight. After casting a disapproving glance at Fu Zilong, he forced a smile at Qin Shui, about to speak when she spontaneously took Fu Zilong's hand and joyfully skipped through the university gates, leaving Lu Zhigang trailing behind, burdened like a laborer. He found himself gasping for breath, struggling to interject as he followed the two. Qin Shui's parents, amused by the spectacle, observed with faint smiles, a rare grin appearing on Qin Shui's father's face. Qin Shui, majoring in business administration, arrived at the management college to submit her acceptance letter and pay her tuition. Afterward, she collected her bedding and other essentials from the side. Lu Zhigang, craning his neck, caught sight of Qin Shui's name and was about to request her contact information to express his desire to look after her when Fu Zilong dramatically lifted the bedding Qin Shui had just received, preparing to place it on his other shoulder. Lu Zhigang, overwhelmed, quickly abandoned his thoughts, placing the luggage he was carrying onto a nearby table. He excused himself, claiming urgent business awaited him in the student union, and rushed off, eager to escape. Fu Zilong couldn't help but chuckle at his retreating figure. But Qin Shui's father's shadow crossed by, delivering a bemused remark. What are you grinning about? Carry the luggage. Fu Zilong's smile instantly froze on his face. Chapter 92. A sudden confession with a rueful expression. Fu Zilong struggled under the weight of 2 large bundles of luggage for only a few steps when Qin Shui, feeling sympathy for him, relieved him of one, placing it back on her father's shoulder. Qin Shui's father's frustration visibly escalated. But Fu Zilong was too preoccupied with his own predicament to care. None of the other seniors from the student union offered assistance, assuming Fu Zilong was one of their own. Upon reaching the second-floor dormitory designated for female freshmen, they found 2 of the rooms already occupied. The parents accompanying their children were busy arranging their beds. The layout featured study desks below and bunk beds above, complemented by a washroom and a small balcony. Without hesitation, Qin Shui's mother began to prepare her daughter's bed, adhering to the military training requirements that mandated the use of school-issued bedding for this period. She laid the bedding she had brought from home beneath the mattress as padding, observing the thickness of the bedding beneath the top bunk, which nearly exceeded the guardrails. Fu Zilong couldn't help but smirk subtly. Qin Shui's mother seemed unperturbed by the risk of her daughter falling from the upper bunk, oblivious to whether Qin Shui was a restless sleeper. Fu Zilong, with nothing else to occupy his time, surveyed the dormitory, marveling at the sweetness of the air, which seemed to hold a faint, pleasant fragrance. Noticing the 2 girls who had arrived earlier casting curious glances in his direction, Fu Zilong replied with a radiant smile. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pinch at his waist. Qin Shui shot him a knowing glance, discreetly retracting her hand. She then approached her roommates, engaging them in conversation. Meanwhile, Qin Shui's mother, satisfied with her handiwork, glanced around the room, convinced that she had equipped her daughter sufficiently for dormitory life. Any additional necessities could be purchased later. After imparting a few parting words to her daughter, she intended to leave with Qin Shui's father, who had remained idle. However, Qin Shui's father, observing Fu Zilong's wandering gaze, asked, "Do you have something to do?" Fu Zilong, responding politely, stood up and said, "I'm in no rush. I'll be leaving shortly. Uncle and Auntie, please travel safely." Unmoved, Qin Shui's father replied coolly, "If you want me to feel at ease, you should return with me now. I want to feel comfortable leaving you here." Taken aback, Fu Zilong fell silent, while Qin Shui's mother pinched her husband, her eyes sharp with disapproval for his lack of understanding. Observing this, Fu Zilong realized that Qin Shui had inherited her mother's sharpness. Yet, with her parents' disapproval evident, his hopes of lingering in the girls' dormitory were dashed, and he resigned himself to leave. Suddenly, Qin Shui grabbed his arm and said, "I need to talk to you about something. Come outside." She then pulled Fu Zilong out of the dormitory and down the stairs. Once outside, they stopped in a shaded area of grass not far from the dormitory, surrounded by dense trees and devoid of passersby. With a bright smile, Qin Shui stood facing Fu Zilong, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing intently at him. Fu Zilong, unsure of her intentions, awkwardly mustered a smile. Qin Shui suddenly unfastened a hair tie from her wrist and proceeded to gather her hair in front of Fu Zilong. The moment Fu Zilong beheld this scene, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Countless videos from the future, both colorful and monochrome, captured this very moment. A girl gathering her hair in front of a boy. Gradually, could it be? Is she really that bold? Surely, this isn't the right place for such a display. How should I delicately express my desire for her to relocate? As Fu Zilong's thoughts spiraled with excitement, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "Do you like high ponytails?" Qin Shui's question abruptly interrupted his train of thought. "Huh? What?" Fu Zilong was clearly taken aback by this unexpected query. "I asked if you like girls with high ponytails. I noticed Lin Xiao always wears hers that way. I saw you particularly enjoying touching her high ponytail before." Qin Shui inquired with a serious expression. Fu Zilong stared at her in bewilderment, puzzled as to why she would ask such a thing. However, Qin Shui continued, "I used to never tie my hair up, but during the time we spent at the market, I grew fond of pulling it up high. It seems to keep me cooler outdoors. Honestly, I hoped that tying it up would make you glance at me more often." After a brief pause, Qin Shui, gathering her courage, declared, "Fu Zilong, I like you." Fu Zilong was caught off guard by this sudden confession, intending to say something to ease the tension. But before he could, Qin Shui leaned forward and planted a kiss on his left cheek. The crisp sound of the peck left Fu Zilong utterly flabbergasted. Her playful little moves had completely disarmed him. As Qin Shui, her cheeks flushed, observed his dazed expression, she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Then, as if struck by a thought, she pulled out her phone and snapped a picture of the two of them. The flash went off, and Fu Zilong instinctively smiled. However, in the photograph, he appeared rather foolish, while Qin Shui radiated a bright and enchanting smile. Upon glancing at the photo, Qin Shui seemed quite pleased, yet Fu Zilong frowned. ready to ask her to retake it, only to see her set the picture as her phone's wallpaper. She then remarked, slightly disappointed, "The last time I helped Lin Xiao with her phone case, I noticed her wallpaper was a photo of you two together." Fu Zilong found himself at a loss for words, as if something had lodged in his throat. He struggled to keep pace with Qin Shui's rapid-fire conversation. Observing her phone screen, Qin Shui expressed her satisfaction. "Now, I have one too. Hee." She then cheerfully reminded Fu Zilong, "Be careful on your way home, and give me a call when you arrive." With a playful wave, she skipped off towards the dormitory, her high ponytail bobbing behind her. Fu Zilong pondered. Had he really only managed to utter 3 words throughout this entire exchange? What? He felt slightly embarrassed by his own reaction, completely unprepared for Qin Shui's boldness at that moment. Nevertheless, receiving a confession of affection from such a lovely girl was undeniably a source of joy. Rubbing his left cheek, Fu Zilong hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way out of the small grove. Suddenly, he felt a forceful kick to his backside, sending him sprawling onto the grass. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. When had he ever endured such indignity? Spitting out a mouthful of grass, Fu Zilong sprang to his feet, ready to confront the assailant. He caught sight of a burly middle-aged man walking away from him, his back turned. The man, wearing sunglasses, took a deep drag from a cigarette, exhaling a heavy cloud of smoke, as if releasing long-bottled frustrations with every puff. Chapter 93. How exceptional he is. Fu Zilong glared at Qin Shui's father's retreating figure for what felt like an eternity. Despite mentally reviewing every fighting technique he knew, he dared not take a single step forward, setting aside the grave consequences of engaging with the deputy chief of the police, even as a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. The odds of receiving a thorough beating were overwhelmingly high. Fu Zilong believed that even if he landed the first punch, he would undoubtedly find himself on the ground as Qin Shui's father unleashed a full barrage of military-style punches upon him. Given Qin Shui's father's demeanor, it was clear he had witnessed the entire interaction between Fu Zilong and his daughter. Thankfully, it was Qin Shui who had taken the initiative to kiss him. Had he been the one to initiate, he might have received a kick to the face instead, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Fu Zilong realized that the kick to his backside hadn't really hurt. He empathized with Qin Shui's father's current emotional state. During a later period when he was running a construction company, a close associate had once invited him for drinks under mysterious circumstances. Confused, he accompanied his somber friend to a restaurant, where they downed a bottle of liquor together. Only after did his friend lament about returning early from a business trip. Initially excited to pick up his daughter from school, only to witness her walking home in close proximity to a scruffy-haired boy. His friend's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he had confronted the boy, demanding he leave immediately. To his shock, his precious daughter had argued with her father right there on the street. Heartbroken, the man had driven away without returning home, opting instead to drown his sorrows in drink with Fu Zilong. Fu Zilong could never forget the sorrowful sight of his wealthy friend in tears. He believed that even if this friend lost everything in a business collapse, he wouldn't shed a single tear. However, an argument over a scruffy-haired boy had shattered his psychological defenses. In that moment, Fu Zilong realized he might very well be viewed as that very scruffy-haired boy in Qin Shui's father's eyes. After nurturing his delicate daughter for 18 years, how could he bear the thought of her being swept away by a boy like him? From this perspective, Fu Zilong could understand the emotional turmoil of a father. Watching Qin Shui's father disappear from view, Fu Zilong suddenly felt compelled to smoke a cigarette to alleviate his own frustration. However, upon checking his pockets, he discovered his cigarette pack had been left in the car, yet his hand brushed against something smooth and soft, and instinctively, he reached to pull it out for a deep inhalation. Suddenly realizing that if someone caught him, he would be labeled a pervert, Fu Zilong hastily suppressed his impulsive desire, chastising himself for developing such a peculiar habit. All of this was Lin Xiao's fault for giving him such strange items. Speaking of which, why hadn't Qin Shui given him something similar? Lost in thought, Fu Zilong wandered out of the university and drove home, feeling a significant sense of relief after seeing off his 2 great aunts. He knew he needed to prepare, as in 2 days, it would be time for his own university to commence. At that moment, his phone chimed with a new message. Picking it up, he saw it was from Lin Xiao, inquiring whether he had returned yet. She informed him she had arrived in the city and had already completed her school enrollment with the help of his brother. After reading this, Fu Zilong immediately asked Lin Xiao why she had put such strange items in his pocket. After a considerable delay, Lin Xiao finally replied, "Don't you like them? I asked on a forum how a boyfriend should react when he enjoys seeing other women in stockings. The first reply suggested, I wear stockings for my boyfriend. Once I wear them, I should give them to him, and he will fall in love with me. Fu Zilong felt utterly speechless upon reading her responses. He could easily envision Lin Xiao naively carrying out such antics. Yet, he was also quite irked and felt compelled to defend himself, asserting that he did not appreciate such peculiar gifts. How could such an upright and virtuous young man be enamored with such peculiar things? Yet, as her fingers hovered over the message she was composing, a sense of inexplicable guilt washed over her, prompting her to delete the unsubmit text of defense. Lying on her bed, she began to question whether she might be a deviant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Shui sat at her desk, cradling her phone, giggling at her screensaver while eagerly awaiting a message from someone to confirm their safe arrival home. At this moment, all 4 girls in the dormitory had gathered. A short-haired girl passed by Qin Shui and glanced at the illuminated screen of her phone. She then teased, "Oh dear, you've been grinning like a fool for over 2 hours. Which young lady is pining for her beloved?" Embarrassed by her roommate's jest, Qin Shui felt a sudden urge to retreat to her bed, to continue waiting for the message. However, the other 3 roommates blocked her path, with 2 of them playfully inquiring, "Is the person who came to see you today your boyfriend? Do your parents know about your relationship? I noticed your mother seemed quite fond of him, and even wanted to bring him home." One added, "But I heard him say he drove here. Is he really that young, and already has a car? Is he a rich second generation?" As Qin Shui listened to her newly acquainted roommates chatter on with their questions, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She wanted to escape to her bed, but felt it inappropriate to ignore them. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly replied, "He's my classmate from the same year. We haven't confirmed our relationship yet. He's at dinner at my house, so my parents know him. As for the car, I think he borrowed it. I'm not sure. We got our driver's licenses together during the holidays." The short-haired girl exclaimed, "Oh my gosh. Don't tell me you're the one pursuing him? With your beauty, how could he possibly refuse you? Is there no justice in the world? Is he also a university student? Which university does he attend? Tell me, what makes him so special that a stunning girl like you would pursue him?" Qin Shui's expression dimmed, yet she did not deny her pursuit of Fu Zilong. Instead, she stated matter-of-factly, "He got into the Ocean University of Qing City, which is a very reputable institution. He possesses 2 remarkable qualities. First, he is extraordinarily intelligent, to the point of being almost unnaturally so. Nothing seems to challenge him. Second, being with him is never boring. He doesn't make a special effort to please you or to find topics for conversation. Yet even when he annoys you, he remains engaging and never dull." After her words, the 3 girls, all inexperienced in romance, exchanged glances, clearly having never experienced such feelings. Another roommate asked, "You say he's smart? Just how smart is he? Did he score better than you on the college entrance exam?" Qin Shui managed a wry smile as she replied, "You know what? In the first mock exam, he scored just over 200. He only started studying after that first mock exam, and it was barely 100 days. Yet he managed to score 622 on the actual exam. Would you say that that's not smart?" The 3 girls were utterly bewildered, feeling as if their own intelligence had been insulted. To leap from a vocational school to a prestigious university in less than 100 days? A 985 institution, no less? They felt that if they believed Qin Shui's words, it would be a desecration of their years of hard study. The roommate who had arrived last and had never met Fu Zilong remarked, "Qin Shui, we know you must really like that guy, but you can't exaggerate too much. What you're saying sounds like something out of a novel." Noticing their skepticism, Qin Shui simply smiled and refrained from further explanations. "If you want to hear it, I'll tell you the truth, but if you don't believe me, then forget I said anything." At that moment, Qin Shui suddenly understood the meaning behind Fu Zilong's usual nonchalant demeanor. It was akin to looking at a group of self-important little darlings, as if he were on a different plane of existence altogether. Seeing that Qin Shui merely smiled without countering their doubts, her roommates seemed to lose interest in the conversation. The atmosphere grew awkward, as the 4 of them were still not well acquainted, and they had just found a topic only to have it end in such an uncomfortable manner. Nevertheless, the 3 roommates continued to doubt Qin Shui's claims, suspecting she was intentionally exaggerating the qualities of that young man, or that he was a scheming individual who, while pretending to be mediocre, only revealed his true abilities before the college entrance exam to astonish teachers and classmates, thereby garnering the attention of a beauty like Qin Shui. Each girl harbored her own suspicions, secretly vowing to avoid such manipulative men in their future romantic pursuits. Finally, unable to contain her impatience, Qin Shui pouted and sent Fu Zilong a message asking if he had arrived home. When she saw his reply, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. It read, "I'm home. Did you know your dad kicked me after you left?" Qin Shui immediately guessed that her father had likely witnessed their interaction, and she felt a rush of embarrassment. Summoning her courage, she responded, that's just how my dad is. Don't take it to heart. He really values you. The cigarettes you gave him, he usually doesn't even dare to smoke. Fu Zilong rolled his eyes at the reply and retorted, he may not want to smoke, but he certainly doesn't mind kicking me. Qin Shui found this even more amusing, and after finally calming down, she replied, all right, I already know about your little report. I'll go and lecture old Qin later. Will that suffice? Fu Zilong thought to himself, you lecture your dad, and he just place the blame on me. When will this cycle of vengeance end? Thus, he could only reply helplessly, forget it. Old comrade has it tough. Let us give him another chance to reform. Just be more cautious next time. With that, Qin Shui smiled and put away her phone, only to find her 3 roommates staring intently at her. Blushing, she said, I'm sorry, I laughed too loudly. I hope I didn't disturb you. The 3 girls had no choice but to express their curiosity about her message, wondering what that young man had said to her. However, their camaraderie had yet to reach that level. The 4 of them then headed to the cafeteria for dinner, where several boys approached Qin Shui to ask for her contact information, all of whom she flatly rejected, finding them all rather immature. Even the 2nd and 3rd year seniors, who appeared courteous, would frivolously call out, hey beautiful, can I get her contact info? Yet, Qin Shui recalled the time she, Fu Zilong, and Lin Xiao set up a stall together, chatting on the steps of a mobile phone shop when there were few customers. They discussed their future college lives, with Fu Zilong confidently asserting that 2nd and 3rd year seniors would definitely approach them for their contact information. He remarked that these seniors were either playboys or leftover rejects, having failed to win over students in their own year and thus resorting to vying for younger students' attention, relying on their status as seniors. Of course, this did not apply to fields like civil engineering or chemical engineering, where the male-to-female ratio was heavily skewed, as there might only be 3 or 4 girls in an entire class. To pursue someone in such a scenario, one would have to outshine 7 or 8 boys. Reflecting on this, Qin Shui looked at the seniors approaching her and simply smiled, saying, sorry, not convenient. She then turned away, while her dorm mates occasionally chimed in. She has a boyfriend. A similar scenario played out for Lin Xiao at Hu City University of Transportation, though her rejections were even more straightforward. Moreover, Lin Xiao had a beautiful roommate, Zhang Han, who faced the same predicament, encountering several groups of boys asking for her number while dining. Some boys even attempted to ask for Lin Xiao's number, and upon failing, turned to Zhang Han instead. Both individuals appeared to be utterly perplexed and exasperated. In truth, this was a tactic employed by those 2nd and 3rd year seniors, who seized the opportunity to approach the freshers while they were still naive and uninformed. As time progressed, the number of requests for contact information dwindled, for the seniors were acutely aware that the longer they waited, the harder it would become to deceive the junior students. Lin Xiao reminisced about the scene when she had conversed with Fu Zilong and his companions, recalling her inquiry to Fu Zilong about how he would request contact information from attractive girls. Fu Zilong had arrogantly replied, do I really need to ask beautiful girls for their phone numbers? It's the beautiful girls who come to me for my number. Even if I wanted to be AC King, collecting the contact information of lovely girls, I would never resort to such a clumsy approach. I could simply spend a day at the mobile service center in school, watching as beautiful girls come in to recharge their phones. They have to provide their numbers for that, and I can just jot them down discreetly. There's no need to grovel for their numbers. As this thought crossed her mind, a sweet smile graced Lin Xiao's face during lunch, momentarily captivating the attention of those around her. Zhang Han, sitting across the table, curiously asked, what are you so happy about? Share it with me, and let me partake in your joy. If it's about sweet nothings from your significant other, then let us pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Xiao playfully shot a glare at her roommate Zhang Han, who, like her, was a beauty, sharing a sense of camaraderie. In contrast, the other 2 roommates, whose heights and appearances diverged significantly from the 2, were not particularly close to them and did not join in the meal. Zhang Han hailed from Liaoning province, exuding a cool, elegant demeanor, standing in an impressive 174 meters, with a straightforward and candid personality. Both her parents were high school teachers, and her mother even served as her homeroom teacher. Upon entering the dormitory, she instantly felt a connection with Lin Xiao, who slept opposite her, leading to nearly a day of engaging conversation. During this time, Lin Xiao had exchanged messages with Fu Zilong, and seeing her smile at her phone screen, Zhang Han concluded that Lin Xiao must have fallen in love. Lin Xiao hesitated but neither confirmed nor denied it, leading Zhang Han to assume she was indeed in a relationship. At that moment, witnessing Lin Xiao's radiant smile again, Zhang Han was convinced that she was reminiscing about her significant other. Having attended school under her parents' watchful eyes throughout high school, Zhang Han had never experienced a romance herself, nor did she find any boy worthy of her attention. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao decided to share Fu Zilong's outlandish reasoning and his unconventional method for acquiring contact numbers with Zhang Han. Initially taken aback, Zhang Han soon erupted into laughter alongside Lin Xiao, their mirth resonating through the room. The following day, Fu Zilong rose at 9, groggily completing his morning routine before stepping out. He drove the new BMW 5 Series lent to him by Pays Hui to Lazy Man Street for a meal. In 2006, the BMW 5 Series was undoubtedly a luxurious vehicle, attracting the gaze of passers-by. The tall young man driving the BMW 5 Series at this hour was the epitome of attention, paying no heed to the stares. Fu Zilong ordered 12 large meat buns and 2 bowls of tofu pudding, indulging heartily. Afterward, he made a stop at a car wash to ensure the BMW was spotless. Recognizing the courtesy of borrowing someone else's vehicle, he then parked the car in front of a mobile store on the bustling commercial street downtown. Entering the Nokia store, he exuded an air of triumph, greeting the surrounding saleswomen with enthusiasm. Pei Zui, stationed near the cash register, could not help but roll her eyes at Fu Zilong's inflated self-importance. To an outsider, he might have appeared to be the owner of the store. However, seeing him arrive brought a smile to her face. Fu Zilong placed the car keys on Pei Zui's counter, saying, "Thanks. I've cleaned the car and parked out front. I'll take you out for a meal another day." Just as he turned to leave, Pei Zui directly inquired, "When is another day?" The moment Fu Zilong froze, he realized he had merely been polite. Yet this young woman had taken him seriously. Observing his shifting gaze, Pei Zui declared, "Come on, you're coming with me to the office." With that, she confidently strode into a small adjoining office, her high heels clicking assertively on the floor. Pondering if this was her way of initiating an unspoken agreement. With her qualifications, it was not entirely implausible. Thus, amidst the curious stares of the saleswomen, Fu Zilong strode into the office with an air of confidence. As the door closed, he contemplated whether he should disrobe first to present himself to the formidable Pei Zui. Yet, he soon heard her softly say, "Please have a seat. I've mostly made my decision regarding the real estate project you mentioned earlier." Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong felt a twinge of disappointment as he plopped down casually on the chair opposite her. Pei Zui, noticing his somewhat lackadaisical demeanor, frowned slightly, but continued, "I have conducted extensive market research and data assessments, and consulted with many professionals in this field. They are optimistic about the future of the domestic real estate market. But it's not as exaggerated as you predicted. You mentioned that in a decade, the housing prices in our small county-level city would exceed 10,000 per square meter? That seems implausible. The average salary for adults is barely over 1,000. Even if incomes were to multiply tenfold in 10 years, one would need to save for a decade without spending a dime just to afford a house. Moreover, I don't believe that wages will increase tenfold in 10 years, barring hyperinflation. Nevertheless, the real estate sector possesses significant potential, and the profit margins are quite substantial. I am genuinely interested in entering this industry. However, I have not disclosed this to my family, as I wish to manage this venture independently. Do you have any valuable recommendations?" Fu Zilong, after listening to Pei Zui's earnestness, crossed his legs and inquired, "If you were to do this on your own, how much startup capital do you have?" Pei Zui shyly confessed, I just graduated and returned to the country. Having saved a bit of pocket money in New Year's gifts, I have around 7 to 800,000. My mobile communication business generates a profit of about 2 to 3 million annually based on the family's agreed share. However, I've only taken over for a few months, and I won't see any dividends until the end of the year. By the way, I invested 50,000 of my pocket money in Mutai stocks based on your advice. Is that stock reliable? That's my savings for my dowry." Upon hearing that Pei Zui had saved 7 to 800,000, Fu Zilong waved dismissively, "Don't worry. Leave it for a year or two. The profits will be enough for you to marry 2 or 3 times. This time, it was Pei Zui who felt displeased, and the two quickly engaged in playful banter. The sounds of their lively exchange echoed through the office, prompting the saleswomen in the mobile store to exchange glances. One concerned cashier knocked on the office door, asking, "Manager Pei, is everything all right?" The commotion inside ceased abruptly. Pei Zui's calm voice then emerged, "Everything's fine. You all continue with your work." As the cashier's footsteps faded away, the two inside maintained a tense standoff. Fu Zilong grasped Pei Zui's wrist with one hand while the other held her chin, as she pressed her knee against his lap. One aside from the slight relaxation he experienced during his conversation with the cashier, speaking had become quite laborious at this moment. He could only respond with a tacit nod. Upon noticing her agreement, Fu Zilong felt a wave of relief wash over him and exclaimed, 1, 2, 3. He was the first to release his grip. However, the moment Pei Zui regained her freedom, She immediately wiped the drool from her mouth and bit down on Fu Zilong's shoulder. A piercing scream echoed throughout the room, startling the customers within the store. The cashiers exchanged glances, but none dared to knock on the office door again. Fu Zilong winced in pain from her bite, but refrained from tugging on her hair too forcefully, and Pei Zhihui stubbornly held on. In desperation, he resorted to his self-taught technique, the dragon claw hand, and with a swift motion, Pei Zhihui let out a whimper and finally released her grip. Retreating to a corner of the wall, both embarrassed and furious, pointing at Fu Zilong, at a loss for words to scold him. Fu Zilong, somevat astonished, glanced at Pei Zhihui and then at his right hand, inwardly reflecting. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. As my hand shrunk, Pei Zhihui, seeing him lost in thought over the hand that had just bullied her, was incensed enough to consider lifting the printer from the office desk to exact her vengeance. Fortunately, Fu Zilong was not entirely distracted. He quickly wrapped his arms around Pei Zhihui's and pressed her against the desk, exclaiming, "Calm down. Just calm down. You were the one who bit me first. Are you experiencing your menstrual cycle coinciding with menopause?" Chapter 96. Enjoying the process. As Pei Zhihui stormed out of the office, she suddenly became aware that all her employees' eyes were fixed upon her. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, she hastily tidied her slightly disheveled hair, intending to admonish them to focus on their work. However, she soon realized that the heel of her left high-heeled shoe had broken. Cursing Fu Zilong inwardly for being such a scoundrel, she then turned back to the office to change her shoes. To the cashier's eyes, the disarray of Pei Zhihui's hair, her torn stockings, and the broken heel clearly indicated that she had just undergone a vigorous ordeal. Shortly after, Fu Zilong emerged, one hand massaging his shoulder and the other his lower back, grinning in pain. Noticing the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, he straightened his posture, adjusted his slightly misshapen collar, and strutted out of the mobile phone store with the air of a victorious warrior. Following closely behind him, Pei Zhihui, now in new pair of high heels, hastened to catch up. Observing the two departing in tandem, an older, married cashier remarked, "Tisk, tisk, young men truly possess vigor. They exert their strength wholeheartedly." Once outside the store, the two walked side by side, both in a huff, with Pei Zhihui occasionally pinching Fu Zilong's lower back. Remembering her earlier humiliation in the office, her face flushed with anger. Ultimately, it was Fu Zilong who conceded defeat, agreeing to treat her to lunch, which quelled the tension. Upon exiting, Fu Zilong noted that there were already 6 stalls set up outside, all offering mobile phone screen protectors. Unfortunately, business was rather sparse. The number of customers buying phones had dwindled, and with an abundance of screen protectors available, it was only natural that each vendor's business suffered. Furthermore, no one was available to buy lunch for the cashiers, leaving them reluctant to promote the screen protectors. When Pan Chong spotted Fu Zilong passing by, he initially intended to stand and greet him with a cigarette. However, upon noticing Pei Zhihui's menacing expression, he begrudgingly returned to his stool, merely nodding at Fu Zilong. Fu Zilong instinctively shrank his neck, attempting to conceal the marks left by her grip, awkwardly smiling as he hurriedly pulled Pei Zhihui along by the arm. Ultimately, Fu Zilong took Pei Zhihui to enjoy some cross-bridge rice noodles. It wasn't that he was stingy. He simply wished to dine in a crowded place where Pei Zhihui would behave more properly. Pei Zhihui said little about the rice noodles, still fuming as she followed Fu Zilong inside. They settled at a small table, facing each other, and Fu Zilong observed Pei Zhihui's icy glare directed at him. He recalled that he still owed her 60,000 yuan and resolved to show his creditor a bit more kindness. Thus, he quickly donned a friendly smile and uttered a few kind words, causing her crossed arms to finally unfold. Noticing her anger had significantly dissipated, Fu Zilong swiftly redirected the conversation to business matters. As they dined, they discussed the initial capital accumulation needed, planning to launch a real estate project by the same time next year. Of course, they were not looking to directly purchase land and construct buildings. Fu Zilong shared insights on how real estate developers in later years acquired bank loans, but Pei Zhihui believed their understanding of the industry remained limited, particularly concerning cost accounting, and resolved to continue her studies. She planned to delve deeply into real estate knowledge over the next year. By this time next year, she and Fu Zilong might privately establish a company. Even if Fu Zilong didn't invest a single penny, she would still grant him a 10% stake. If Fu Zilong participated with capital, they would distribute shares according to their investment ratios. In their initial stages, they would likely focus on acquiring land and purchasing properties in first and second-tier cities as preliminary projects. The development of real estate projects would likely be postponed until after Fu Zilong graduated, when they could further discuss their plans. Fu Zilong had also asked Pei Zhihui, if presented with two paths, one requiring immense effort and time to achieve success and wealth, and another necessitating only a small investment to enjoy a life of leisure while accumulating wealth, which would she choose? Pei Zhihui pondered seriously before responding. I look forward more to the process of striving for something. I want to prove to everyone that I am not merely a decorative vase. I wish to showcase the knowledge I have gained from school and books. I do not want to rely on my family for a leisurely life. Hence, I want to give it a try and see if I have the capability to build a successful career. If I truly lack the talent for business, I can always return home and enjoy a quiet life, marrying a good man and raising a family. Fu Zilong nodded in understanding. The children of wealthy families were more ambitious and accomplished than he had anticipated. The two seemed to have forgotten their earlier unpleasantness. Discussing plans for a billion-yuan company project in the noodle shop, after finishing their meal, they found a cafe and continued their conversation until dusk. Both astonished by how swiftly time had passed, Pei Zhihui did not expect to engage in such prolonged discourse with Fu Zilong, as if they had an endless array of topics to explore. Fu Zilong suggested that Pei Zhihui drive him home, to which she did not refuse. However, she promptly took the passenger seat, clearly indicating that Fu Zilong was to be the driver. Fu Zilong, not one to fuss, drove while they chatted on their way home. Upon arriving and parking downstairs, Pei Zhihui unexpectedly suggested, "Why don't you take this BMW, and I'll drive the Audi A4? Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Driving this car while in college would be a bit ostentatious. Paired with my looks, would the university's beauties have any chance?" Pei Zhihui rolled her eyes dramatically, internally resolving not to enable such arrogance. Yet she still asked, "Do you need me to drive you to school?" Fu Zilong sensed her intentions and wondered if she aimed to assume a parental role over him, recalling how Qin Shui's mother had fussed over her during her enrollment. Fu Zilong couldn't help but ask, "Can you make a bed?" Pei Zhihui paused, contemplating before shaking her head. Fu Zilong then inquired, "Can you warm a bed?" Pei Zhihui narrowed her eyes, and Fu Zilong instantly sensed a threatening aura. He hurriedly chuckled, just joking. No need to send me off. I plan to go by myself." With that, he dashed back to his own apartment corridor. Pei Zhihui watched as his figure vanished from view, finally exhaling a sigh of frustration. For reasons unbeknownst to her, merely a couple of exchanges with him could stir her emotions. Her refined image had been utterly tarnished by his presence. The BMW roared away from the residential complex, its engine growling like a beast. 2 days later, Fu Zilong had everything in order, ready to report to his university. Chapter 97, The Lowly Girl. Early in the morning, Fu Zilong was roused by his parents. The summer heat made him feel dazed each time he awoke. His originally planned exercise regimen during the vacation had gone unfulfilled. Fortunately, his physical condition remained commendable. In this life, his physical capabilities had vastly improved, with his height reaching 180 centimeters and other attributes surpassing 18 centimeters. His parents had risen early to prepare for him. Today was not a weekend, and they intended to accompany Fu Zilong to school. However, he insisted that given the close proximity to Qing City, it was unnecessary for both of them to take time off to escort him. As a young adult, such trivial matters did not require parental accompaniment. Fu Zilong simply slung a backpack over his shoulders and dragged a suitcase, leaving behind the haphazard assortment of items his parents had prepared. The school would provide bedding. Anything else he needed, he could purchase himself. Initially, Fu Zilong had no intention of asking for living expenses, yet fearing his parents' worry, he decided to take a month or 2's worth of funds. His mother, Yang Lan, inquired, "I can give you 2,000 yuan for living expenses this month. Will that suffice?" Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively. "Just 1,000 will do. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more." To his surprise, after a moment of contemplation, his mother handed him 2,000 yuan, stating, "Never mind, let us stick with this 2,000. If you run out of money and come asking us, I estimate it won't last long. This month it's 2,000, so budget wisely." Fu Zilong could only roll his eyes in silent exasperation, but he dared not contradict the head of the household. After stuffing the cash into his jeans pocket and tidying his hair, he found no perfume at home, so he spritzed a bit of floral water on himself for a touch of ritualistic flair. With a sense of pride, he boldly rolled his suitcase out the door. However, just as he stepped outside, his mother called out, reminding him that he had forgotten his backpack. Embarrassed, Fu Zilong returned home to grab it, and after enduring a bit of parental lecturing, he finally exited the house again. At the entrance of the community, he hailed a taxi that took him to the train station. The passenger trains of that era were still the old green models, with seats as hard as rock. Thankfully, The journey was within the province, so it wasn't too far. On the train, he observed numerous university students with luggage. Typically, those accompanied by parents were freshmen. For Zilong, traveling alone was indeed a rarity. Once on board, he took his seat near the aisle and idly surveyed the other passengers. Next to him sat a fellow female student, dressed in a light-colored Adidas athletic outfit, seemingly dozing against the backrest, her head bobbing slightly. Her cap was pulled low, obscuring her features. Nonetheless, with Fu Zilong's keen eye, he noted her commendable figure, estimating her attractiveness to be above 80 points. Across from him was a family of 3, clearly accompanying a child to school. In the middle sat a petite girl with a sweet appearance and short hair, curiously observing Fu Zilong. She wore a denim skirt and a white t-shirt, revealing her fair and smooth calves, resembling a younger version of Han Hyo-ju. Fu Zilong responded with what he deemed a charming smile, yet the girl, startled, quickly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. His smile froze on his face as he reassured himself that the little lowly simply didn't appreciate his extraordinary looks. Meanwhile, the girl's parents, distinctly dressed as intellectuals, seemed to be educators or government officials. The father fanned the girl with a handkerchief while the mother peeled an apple for her. She chided, "Nana, it's not that I'm scolding you, but you refused to let your father drive you here. You didn't want to fly either. You insisted on experiencing the train ride, claiming you'd return home alone during the holidays. How can your father and I feel at ease?" The little girl wanted to retort, but, upon catching Fu Zilong's gaze once more, shyly lowered her head again. Hearing the mother speak, Fu Zilong deduced that this family hailed from Hu City. The train journey from Hu City to Lu Province would take about 10 hours, so the 3 must be exhausted. He felt it somewhat intrusive to continue staring, so he shifted his attention to the aisle. The father, dressed in a white shirt tucked into his waist, noticed the girl's unusual behavior and cheerfully inquired, "Young man, are you heading to school or on vacation?" Fu Zilong, recognizing the opportunity for polite conversation, smiled back. "I'm off to university. Today is my first day of registration." The short-haired girl raised her head, intrigued by her father's conversation with Fu Zilong. The middle-aged man, noticing this, praised, "Young lad, you're going to university all on your own? That's quite impressive. It's commendable for a young person to venture out like this." Fu Zilong was taken aback by the unexpected compliment, his face flushing slightly. Nonetheless, he replied with a smile, "Uncle, you flatter me. I'm only from within the province. Qing City isn't too far, so I often go there. Hence, I don't require parental accompaniment. Besides, as a young man, the worst that could happen is losing something or making a fool of myself. My parents can rest easier this way." The middle-aged woman was left speechless, unsure how to respond, while the little girl couldn't help but giggle. Realizing her laughter might be inappropriate, she blushed and quickly lowered her head again. The father appeared somewhat taken aback by Fu Zilong's offbeat remarks, awkwardly chuckling without knowing how to continue the conversation. Yet the middle-aged woman interjected, "Young man, which university did you get into?" Fu Zilong replied nonchalantly, Annie, don't mention it. I didn't perform well on the college entrance exam. I could have gotten into Tsinghua or Baida, but I only managed to enroll in Ocean University." Upon hearing the first part of his response, the woman felt she had perhaps been too direct, but the latter part left her momentarily stunned. Then, to her surprise, she exclaimed, "Oh, you're also a freshman at Ocean University? Just like our Nana." The little girl raised her head again, her expression one of delight as she gazed at the mischievous-looking boy across from her. The couple immediately became more warm and welcoming towards Fu Zilong, with the woman hastily offering him a peeled apple as well. During their conversation, Fu Zilong learned that the little girl's name was He Xiao, and her major was finance. Given the couple's enthusiastic demeanor, Fu Zilong surmised they had ulterior motives. After exchanging glances, the mother smiled and said, "Young Fu, our little Nana is going to school for the first time, and my husband and I are quite worried that she won't eat or sleep well. Since you two are classmates and you're from Lu Province, we would like to ask you to look out for her from time to time. Of course, Nana won't trouble you with everything. She's very well behaved." Fu Zilong glanced once more at the shy girl with her head bowed. Although he held the belief that cuteness paled in comparison to allure, who could resist the charm of an adorable little lowly? Thus, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Chapter 98. Caring for a classmate. Upon hearing Fu Zilong's affirmative response, the couple opposite him instantly brimmed with joy and hope. Fortunately, Pei Zhui was not nearby, lest she would have earnestly admonished these parents for recklessly placing their daughter in harm's way. He Xiao's father took out his phone, eager to record Fu Zilong's number. Out of courtesy, Fu Zilong promptly retrieved his own phone and was the first to dial his number. Noticing that he used the same model of phone, Fu Zilong surmised that He Xiao's family was well off. Likewise, his father observed Fu Zilong's phone and number. deducing that the young man likely hailed from an equally respectable background. His refined manner of speech and seemingly comfortable material conditions suggested as much. Moreover, Fu Zilong's modest and witty demeanor reassured his father, allowing him to feel somewhat at ease. His mother urged He Xiao to exchange numbers with Fu Zilong promptly. The girl shyly produced her N73 phone, her voice trembling slightly as she asked for his number so she could save it. Fu Zilong readily divulged his digits, which He Xiao quickly stored in her phone. Pressed by her mother, she fumbled nervously as she dialed Fu Zilong's number. Fu Zilong merely smiled and saved the local Shanghai number, explaining, "Once I arrive at school, I'll likely switch to a local number. I'll be sure to inform you then. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me. We're peers. After all, there's no need to be shy." He Xiao murmured a timid thank you. At that moment, the girl wearing a baseball cap beside Fu Zilong suddenly tilted her head, resting it on his shoulder as she dozed off. An awkward silence fell. Fu Zilong gently attempted to nudge his shoulder to rouse her, but she seemed more comfortable leaning on him, shifting her head slightly to find a cozier position. Fu Zilong was at a loss for words. The family before him responded with kindly smiles, whispering quietly to him. Their surprise at Fu Zilong's familiarity with Shanghai, and even his ability to speak a few authentic Shanghainese phrases, was evident, yet this only drew them closer. His mother offered several Shanghai snacks, such as Qing Tuan, which Fu Zilong, a hearty eater, accepted gratefully while stuffing them into his mouth. The once shy He Xiao gradually grew more at ease, occasionally interjecting with questions. Thus, the 3-hour train journey passed in amiable conversation before they finally arrived at Qingdao Station. Seeing the imminent arrival, Fu Zilong gently tapped the baseball-capped girl's hat. She rubbed her eyes and murmured sleepily, "Are we there?" Sitting upright, she realized her earlier embarrassment and quickly glanced at Fu Zilong, whose brows furrowed in mild displeasure. He intended to massage his now-numb shoulder, but noticed a large wet stain, saliva, on his black t-shirt, leaving him uncertain whether to rub it or not. The girl blushed deeply upon seeing the stain and hurriedly apologized. Though initially annoyed, Fu Zilong's irritation dissipated upon glimpsing the girl's delicate features beneath the cap, her half-awake yet exquisitely sculpted face, especially her expressive eyes, framed by flowing shoulder-length hair, evoked a youthful resemblance to the famed actress Joey Wong. Secretly, Fu Zilong rated her 92 on the beauty scale. Perhaps allowing such a charming lady to use him as a pillow all along was not so objectionable after all. Despite this thought, his expression remained one of exaggerated indignation. The girl quickly retrieved tissues from her bag and began wiping the saliva mark while apologizing profusely. She explained that she hadn't secured a direct train ticket and had to transfer in Jishi overnight, leaving her almost sleepless. She admitted to feeling overwhelmed upon boarding the train and sincerely apologized. Fu Zilong feigned exasperation, remarking that she had dozed on his arm for 3 hours without waking. Clearly exhausted, the girl blushed further and gave him a symbolic shoulder massage, which he appreciated, stretching lazily in response. As the train neared the station, his father suggested they proceed together to register at the university, to which Fu Zilong gladly agreed. Standing, he retrieved his luggage from the rack and noticed a large pink suitcase beside his own. He asked He Xiao if it belonged to her. His father moved to assist, but Fu Zilong cheerfully lifted the hefty suitcase himself, surprised by its weight. Both parents praised Fu Zilong's robust physique. Fu Zilong then spotted a white suitcase and inquired if it belonged to the baseball-capped girl, who nodded shyly, still mortified by her earlier mishap. As a third-year student and member of the student council, she was not required to return this early, but her responsibilities to welcome new students compelled her to. A travel enthusiast, she had forgotten this duty until seeing classmates' messages. Unable to secure direct tickets, she endured a grueling night of transfers and little rest. Feeling somewhat unsuitable for student council work, she intended to resign after the semester began. Fu Zilong also lifted her white suitcase from the rack. Other passengers rose to collect their belongings, with some elderly travelers requesting Fu Zilong's assistance to retrieve their luggage. He happily obliged, losing himself amid their compliments of handsome young man and good-looking guy. Although He Xiao lacked a luggage tag, she carried quite a burden, several bags, a suitcase nearly as tall as her 1.6-meter frame, and a large brown teddy bear. Fu Zilong offered to help with 2 items, but was politely declined by his father. After exiting the train station, the quartet spotted the university's shuttle bus awaiting new students. They loaded their suitcases into the bus's undercarriage storage. Boarding, they found the bus nearly full, with only 5 seats available in the rear row. After settling their luggage and taking their seats, Only the window seat beside Fu Zilong remained unoccupied. As he sat down, he noticed a baseball cap emerging from the front door. The girl beneath it scanned the bus before heading directly to the last row. The male freshman's gazes followed the cap. When her eyes met Fu Zilong's, both were momentarily stunned. Chapter 99, Registration Day. Fu Zilong and the baseball cap girl exchanged brief moments of surprise before smiling at each other. Ever the gentleman, Fu Zilong rose to offer her the corner seat. She smiled in gratitude, her voice neither delicate nor syrupy, but radiating a sunny, cheerful aura. Sitting down, Fu Zilong extended his right hand and said, "Fair lady, such serendipity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fu Zilong, a freshman." Upon witnessing the outstretched hand of Fu Zilong, the girl in the duckbill cap gracefully extended her hand to gently shake his, saying, "What a delightful coincidence, Junior. I am Jiang Lai, your senior the third year. It is a pleasure to meet you." Fu Zilong, taken aback for a moment, did not immediately release Jiang Lai's hand and inquired, "Oh, so you also reported at the same time as us in the third year?" Jiang Lai, with a slight blush, replied, "I am from the cultural department of our college's student union, responsible for welcoming the freshmen today. I tend to be quite laid back, and I forgot that I needed to arrive early. It's quite challenging to secure a ticket for flights or trains these days. I suppose I'm a bit late." Fu Zilong nodded knowingly and then relinquished her delicate hand. Yet he remarked, "No worries. You have essentially welcomed me as a new student, escorting me from the train directly to the campus. If the student union gives you any trouble, I shall gladly vouch for you." Yang Lei Laoget, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Thank you, Junior." Seizing the moment, Fu Zilong continued, "Then, Senior Jiang Lai, I hope you will take good care of me in school. May I have your phone number? I might need to consult you about certain matters, and I could consider myself connected within the student union now." Jiang Lai hesitated momentarily, but ultimately provided her phone number to Fu Zilong without reservation. He promptly called her back, satisfied as he saved her number into his phone. At that moment, the bus designated for welcoming freshmen began to depart, yet several boys turned to sneak glances at the charming figure in the corner of the bus. Yi Xiao, seated nearby, secretly observed the two engaging in lively conversation, her face brimming with envy. She admired Fu Zilong in her heart. Despite being a freshman herself, he could converse so effortlessly with a third-year senior. She felt at a loss for words, unsure of how to interject into their exchange. Meanwhile, his father watched Fu Zilong with astonishment glimmering behind his glasses. Having spent years in politics, he considered himself well-versed in human nature. This young man exhibited a cleverness and social adeptness that surpassed his expectations, not only securing the girl's phone number with mere casual banter, but also managing to glean personal details about her without asking directly. He could not help but admire this boy's astuteness. Such emotional intelligence was far beyond that of an ordinary university student. In contrast, he worried that his precious daughter had been overly sheltered by him and his wife, rendering her somewhat naive. He now felt a twinge of concern about whether he had chosen the right person to entrust her to. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong and Jiang Lai continued to enjoy their conversation, discovering that she was a third-year English major from the Zikan district of Kyoto, with a penchant for music, travel, and sports. She served as the deputy minister of the cultural department of the Foreign Languages College and was currently single. Jiang Lai shared that her younger brother had also been accepted into Ocean University and had arrived early with his flight ticket. She had forgotten to come to campus early to welcome the new students after having a blast visiting her uncle in Chongqing during the holidays. Typically, her role in the student union was minimal, merely serving as a mascot. Apart from performing at the college's evening events or making an appearance during recruitment to boost popularity, she had little actual responsibility. She contemplated resigning from her position as deputy minister. As they chatted leisurely, it felt as though they were on a casual outing rather than just arriving at university. Before long, the bus arrived at the main campus of Ocean University, and the excited crowd could no longer contain their enthusiasm, eager to embrace campus life. Those seated in the back, including Fu Zilong, were among the last to disembark. Each grabbed their luggage, and Fu Zilong noticed that Jiang Lai appeared somewhat flustered. He promptly suggested she attend to her duties first, at least to drop her belongings off in her dormitory. They could sit down together later to chat, especially since they had exchanged contact information. Jiang Lai regarded the articulate junior with a favorable glance and promised to treat him to a meal sometime. She then pointed him in the direction of the new student registration area before hastily departing with her suitcase in tow. As she passed, the boys around them turned their heads, admiring her figure. Fu Zilong was no exception. He licked his lips, feeling the initial thrill of university life. Turning to retrieve his luggage, he noticed a family of 3 looking at him with amused expressions. Fu Zilong quickly adjusted his demeanor and joined them as they made their way to the registration area for their respective colleges. The orientation process was well organized, with clear signage and assistance from student union members. If one happened to be particularly attractive, male seniors would eagerly carry their luggage for them. Fu Zilong was part of the School of Management, while he Xiao Xiao belonged to the School of Economics. Since they were reporting in different locations, their dormitories were unlikely to be in the same building. Thus, the two groups began to diverge. He-S father repeatedly invited Fu Zilong to join them for a meal after settling into his dorm, and unable to decline, he accepted the opportunity for a complimentary meal. Afterward, he made his way to the new student registration area for the School of Management, retrieving his admission notice, identification card, and proof of tuition payment. After completing the necessary processes, he was assigned to dormitory 318, and it was quite considerate that bedding could be collected nearby. At that moment, the student union personnel present were all female, while the male students presumably were busy assisting their attractive classmates. Upon seeing that Fu Zilong had minimal luggage, the senior girls merely pointed him in the direction of his dormitory without offering to help carry his belongings, which left him slightly disappointed. None of the student union girls appeared particularly approachable for conversation. Thus, Fu Zilong wandered around the campus, admiring the university's red roof tiles and light-colored walls. His spirits soared, and he quickly lit a cigarette to savor the beauty around him, including the stunning girls on campus. Once he finished his smoke, he arrived at the entrance of his dormitory, where he noticed numerous air conditioning units adorning the exterior walls. Fu Zilong couldn't help but commend his university in his heart as he dragged his suitcase into the dormitory. As he sauntered into the building, he realized it was filled with freshmen. The atmosphere was chaotic and noisy, with the sounds of luggage being moved, parents conversing, and dormitory staff calling out instructions. Dialect from all corners of the country merged, making it difficult for many to understand one another in face-to-face conversations. Fu Zilong found the scene amusing as he collected his mattress and bedding from the hall on the first floor. He carried them up to the third floor, where he noticed the door to his dormitory, 318, slightly ajar. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. However, as soon as he entered, a shadow seemed to leap down from the upper bunk, startling Fu Zilong, standing at just over 180 centimeters. He could only see a prominent Adam's apple and a red tank top. Taken aback, he exclaimed, "What the?" and stumbled back a step, finally looking up to see the face of the towering figure before him. The person grinning at him stood an impressive 196 to 198 centimeters tall, with a well-built physique and long arms, clad in a red Houston Rockets basketball jersey. He sported a round head with a short crew cut, each hair standing upright like steel needles. His face was strikingly long, and as he smiled widely at Fu Zilong, the young man could see straight down his throat. Just like Akage Goha from Slam Dunk, Fu Zilong gazed up at the man grinning foolishly at him, silently uttering 3 words in his heart. "What the hell?" This robust figure, resembling Akage, enthusiastically declared, "Hey bro, you must be the last one to arrive at our dormitory, right? Welcome. Now, our dormitory is finally complete." Saying this, he effortlessly grabbed Fu Zilong's bedding and luggage from his shoulders and placed them on an unoccupied bed near the left side of the balcony. Fu Zilong surmised that this must be his designated bed, arranged with a desk below and a bunk above. Rather than responding immediately, Fu Zilong took a moment to observe the other 2 occupants of the dormitory. He noticed that all 3 had now gathered, their beds already made. The 2 others were also scrutinizing him. One of them, directly facing Fu Zilong's bed, donned a pristine white tracksuit adorned with 3 stripes, complemented by matching white sneakers. With delicate features and a face as smooth as jade, he sported a slightly tousled hairstyle and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He exuded an air of refined sophistication, smiling at Fu Zilong, yet his slightly raised chin and tilted head betrayed an unmistakable sense of arrogance. The other individual, seated near the door, suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Fu Zilong with his spiky hairstyle. A slender young man, approximately 165 centimeters tall, his hair made him appear around 172 centimeters. The floral shirt he wore was buttoned up to the last notch, accentuating his slight frame. He fiddled with the latest Sony Ericsson phone in his hand, and around his neck hung a pair of headphones alongside a small gold chain, giving him the appearance of a nouveau riche. His sharp features reminded Fu Zilong of the character Kangfu from the Doraemon comics. This spiky-haired fellow exclaimed in a thick Cantonese accent, "Bro, nice to meet you. Do you smoke?" He then produced a pack of cigarettes from his desk and thrust it into Fu Zilong's hands. Glancing down, Fu Zilong noticed it was Furong Wan diamond, a brand even pricier than his usual soft Zonghua. Instantly, he realized this young man was quite affluent. Acknowledging the gesture, Fu Zilong smiled and replied in Cantonese, "Bro, it's a pleasure. Let's look out for each other." Upon hearing Fu Zilong's fluent Cantonese, the spiky-haired boy's eyes lit up. He eagerly asked, "Bro, are you from Guangdong too?" Fu Zilong chuckled and waved his hand, responding, "I'm from Shandong, but I can speak Cantonese. Where you're from doesn't matter. We are all brothers in this dorm now. Allow me to introduce myself, Fu Zilong from Shandong." Though the spiky-haired boy seemed a bit disappointed, he politely shook Fu Zilong's extended hand and said, "I'm Yi Chu-sung from Guangdong. Just call me Yi." At that moment, an uncontrollable chuckle erupted from the corner, and Yi Chu-sung, still shaking hands with Fu Zilong, suddenly exploded in anger. "You big gorilla, is this never-ending?" Fu Zilong was bewildered by their immediate banter. Hadn't they just met? As the two exchanged insults, he grasped the situation. The big guy had greeted Yi Chu-sung in a similar manner upon entering, and their rivalry had ignited from there. The big guy, perhaps too candid or lacking in social finesse, had scratched his head and remarked, "Calling you you sound like calling an auntie." To which Yi Chu-sung retorted, "Better than calling you Chu-sung, which sounds like a beast." It was a wonder that the arrival of the gentleman in white had prevented a full-blown altercation. Amused yet slightly exasperated, Fu Zilong interjected, urging them to temper their exchanges. Then, the Akaga lookalike clapped a hand on Fu Zilong's shoulder, saying, "Hey bro, I'm Meng Nan. From Jilin. We're brothers from now on, so feel free to reach out." Fu Zilong felt a handprint would surely be left on his shoulder, but managed a resigned smile, responding, "Absolutely, we're brothers now." Yet, it was clear that Yi Chu-sung disagreed, turning his head away with a haughty expression. Finally, the refined young man smiled at Fu Zilong, extending his hand. "Jiang Hao from Kyoto. A pleasure." Fu Zilong reciprocated the handshake with a smile, saying, "A pleasure." Fu Zilong, kin li observan, noted that although Jiang Hao was smiling during the handshake, there was a palpable air of distance in his demeanor. His slightly tilted head and sidelong glances conveyed an aura of aloofness. Having acquainted himself with these three peculiar roommates, Fu Zilong scratched his head in bemusement. However, adapting to his surroundings was essential, so he proceeded to arrange his bed and unpack his belongings. After changing into a clean t-shirt, he felt somewhat settled in his new university life. After making a reassuring phone call home, he turned to find the three roommates engrossed in their own activities, seemingly uninterested in engaging in conversation. Realizing the situation would not suffice, Fu Zilong lit a cigarette from the pack Yi Chu-sung had given him. Taking a deep drag, he found it quite agreeable. After all, expensive cigarettes had their merits. Yi Chu-sung observed Fu Zilong smoking and couldn't help but grin, as if this elevated his social standing in some way. Though each of them was engaged in their own pursuits, they stole glances at one another. After exhaling a large, round smoke ring, Fu Zilong initiated a lively discussion. What could be more engaging in a male dormitory than discussing women? Chapter 101, Common Topics. Seated at the chair of his desk, Fu Zilong began to set the rhythm. Through their conversation, he learned that the three of them had flown to Qing City the previous day and reported to school early that morning. Jiang Hao, like him, had come alone to check in. Meng Nan had a maternal uncle doing business in Qing City, who had dropped him off before departing. Yi Chushin's parents had accompanied him, making him the earliest to arrive in the dormitory. Noting that Meng Nan hadn't brought his parents, he had also sent his off early, as their family business kept them busy and they had to return to manage it. Thus, the three had arrived relatively early and had yet to venture outside. Unlike Fu Zilong, who had strolled leisurely around campus during the peak reporting period, he began embellishing tales of the many beautiful girls he had encountered, mentioning a stunning student council member who had escorted him to the dormitory. Indeed, Yi Chu-sung and Meng Nan quickly leapt from their beds, surrounding Fu Zilong with eager anticipation burning in their eyes. Even Jiang Hao, who had been reading a literary masterpiece, perked up, not having turned a page in quite a while. Fu Zilong's tall tales truly captivated his audience. Half an hour of exuberant storytelling significantly improved the atmosphere in the dormitory, fostering a semblance of camaraderie. However, it seemed the temperature in the room was rising, as the air conditioning could not quell the youthful exuberance radiating from the four young men. Fu Zilong, feeling parched from all the talking, sought a drink. Immediately, Yi Chu-sung handed him a can of cola, and Fu Zilong nodded in appreciation. Yet, Meng Nan, ever lacking in social tact, remarked, "You're so passionate in your storytelling. Yet you haven't even managed to charm any girls. You've merely caught a glimpse." After gulping down a couple of sips of cola, Fu Zilong belched and shot a sidelong glance at Meng Nan, regarding him with a look of bemused affection. "Ah, youth, you're too young. I haven't fully unleashed my charm yet. During this journey on the train, I had the pleasure of meeting a junior from our university, and I managed to acquire her phone number. She has graciously invited me out to dinner another day. Additionally, I encountered an adorable little girl who is also a freshman at our school. Her parents hold me in high regard and have requested that I look after her during our time at university, even offering to treat me to lunch. Just as Fu Zilong was basking in this delightful encounter, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Mr. He, presumably inviting him out for a meal. Thus, Fu Zilong theatrically activated the speakerphone, when a middle-aged voice indeed extended an invitation to dine outside the campus. The glances exchanged among the three roommates shifted significantly. Fu Zilong realized he had successfully played the part he intended to portray. Ichusung seized Fu Zilong's hand and exclaimed, "Brother Long, take me along. I am eager to see what this little girl looks like. How tall do you think she is? Would I be a suitable match? I can even pick up the tab. It would be a chance to meet my future in-laws." Fu Zilong gently pried Ichusung's hand away, softly admonishing, "You're being too eager. Rushing into things will not endear you to a girl. Patience is key. One must take it slow, unexpectedly." Ichusung shouted with fervor, "I can't wait any longer. I'm absolutely restless. My parents have forbidden me from dating, and I've concealed my talents and charms throughout high school. I came to university specifically to find a romantic partner. My parents are now supportive of my search for a girlfriend, and I have been longing for the start of the semester all summer. Every cell in my body is prepared. Everything is in place, just waiting for the right moment. Brother Long, do you understand what I mean?" Before Fu Zilong could respond, Mengnan interjected with irritation, "You should focus on eating more to grow taller. With your underdeveloped stature, what girl would find you appealing?" Ichusung, resembling an agitated toothbrush, leaped up, pointing at Mengnan's nose and retorting, "What is your problem? Just because I haven't dated, you think you can mock me? Did a female gorilla set you up with a match?" Mengnan glared back, ready to retaliate. But Fu Zilong stepped in, pushing him away, and said, "Both of you should tone it down. We all live in the same dormitory. We don't want outsiders to laugh at us. I propose that no matter how much you argue or insult each other, you must not resort to violence. If it escalates to that, the dynamic will change, and we still have 4 years to coexist under the same roof. How can we get along if fighting ensues? Do you agree with what I'm saying? If you're dissatisfied, you can always speak to the authorities about changing dorms." Upon hearing this, both fell silent. However, Ichusung shot Fu Zilong a grateful wink, aware that Fu Zilong was defending him. If a fight were to break out, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Yet, he was not afraid to spar verbally with this clumsy giant. He could always resort to cursing him in Cantonese. Mengnan, feeling slightly disgruntled, glared at Fu Zilong, suspecting that he and Ichusung were in cahoots. But Fu Zilong did not relent, stating, "What are you staring at? If you have something to say, say it. Who could possibly bully you, a grown man? Think critically when you speak and act. Don't give me excuses about being straightforward. If you don't temper your temperament, you'll regret it in the future. And tell me, which girl would tolerate your foul mood?" Mengnan defiantly retorted, "Who says no girl likes me? A girl from my high school track team once confessed to me." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three roommates froze for a moment, and Fu Zilong pondered before asking, "What event did that girl compete in? Don't tell me she was a shot putter. You can't be serious that she is bigger than you." Mengnan hesitated, stammering, "She was a discus thrower." After a brief silence, the three burst into laughter, leaving Mengnan's face flushed with embarrassment. Fu Zilong, chuckling, patted Mengnan on the shoulder and said, "All right, I meant no harm. Reflect on what I said. If you find it useless, just consider it a passing wind. You all continue your conversation. I'm off to dine with the little girl's family." With that, Fu Zilong sauntered out of the dormitory. The three roommates watched Fu Zilong's swaggering figure disappear through the door, and soon they began to exchange glances once more. Ultimately, they seemed to lose interest in their conversation and resumed their own activities. Jiang Hao lifted his head, closing the world literature tome in his hands, a glimmer of insight gleaming in his glasses. Finally, there was a relatively normal person in the dormitory. Moreover, a worthy rival. Being overly exceptional can indeed be rather tedious. Chapter 102, A Bite of Humility. As Fu Zilong walked, he savored the scenery of the campus, taking quite some time to reach the entrance. He contemplated the necessity of acquiring a means of transportation in the near future. Approaching the school gate, Fu Zilong hurriedly took a few steps, feigning a breathless demeanor. The He family was indeed waiting there early, and He Xiao appeared to have changed into a clean outfit, still exuding an adorable charm. However, her chest was noticeably fuller, which explained why this little girl often hunches her back. She conceals her strengths with great care. Fu Zilong approached, a hint of apology in his tone as he said, "I'm sorry, uncle and aunt, did you wait long? My roommate had a few things to discuss, which delayed me a bit." Mr. He waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all, not at all. Have you settled in comfortably, Zilong?" Fu Zilong affirmed that all was well and inquired if He Xiao had become acquainted with her roommates. He Xiao shyly nodded, then shook her head. Fu Zilong chose not to press further as they boarded a taxi together. Mr. He sat in the front while Fu Zilong, Mrs. He, and He Xiaoxiao occupied the back seat. He Xiaoxiao sat in the middle, inevitably pressing against Fu Zilong. He could sense her nervousness. Her youthful skin felt soft and cool. However, he refrained from making any unnecessary movements, given that her parents were watching closely. Mr. He selected a rather upscale seafood restaurant and inquired if Fu Zilong had any particular preferences or dislikes. Fu Zilong replied that he enjoyed all kinds of food and that they need not worry about his tastes. Mr. He then proceeded to order with an air of authority, quickly selecting 8 signature dishes from a menu. Fu Zilong noted that Mr. He didn't even glance at the prices while ordering. He simply focused on the quality of the dishes. It seemed that the He family was not of ordinary means. When would he be able to order so freely? The four of them settled around a long table, with Mrs. He and He Xiaoxiao on one side and Fu Zilong and Mr. He on the other. They began to chat and eat, and the dishes Mr. He ordered were exceedingly sumptuous. The 8 seafood dishes nearly filled the table. Fortunately, Fu Zilong had a thick skin, relishing the meal and finishing several dishes. While eating, he provided emotional support, eloquently sharing his knowledge of seafood preparations from Lu Province, as if he were a chef rather than a student. His insights captivated the He family, and Mr. He's admiration for Fu Zilong grew deeper. He surmised that Fu Zilong must come from a wealthy family, as it was improbable for someone to possess such extensive culinary knowledge without it. He Xiaoxiao discreetly observed Fu Zilong as he spoke animatedly while eating, feeling both astonished and impressed by his depth of knowledge. How could he engage in such stimulating conversation with her parents when she often struggled to find topics to discuss with them? By the end of the meal, Fu Zilong had polished off all 8 dishes, leaving the He family, who had long since filled their stomachs, staring in astonishment at his satisfied demeanor. In Shandong Province, the portions served were considerably larger than those in Shanghai, leading Father He to believe they had ordered too much. To his astonishment, Fu Zilong managed to consume even more than the 3 of them combined. Upon witnessing the He family's expressions, Fu Zilong felt a flush of embarrassment. Having arrived at school early for registration, he was quite famished by noon. The seafood at this hotel was quite delectable and adhering to the principle of minimizing waste. He indulged a bit more than usual. With a sheepish grin, Fu Zilong remarked, "You see, the boys from Shandong typically have hearty appetites. The quantity of dishes here is a testament to that. I hope it amuses you." However, Mother He waved her hands dismissively, asking Zilong, "Are you full? If not, I can ask your uncle to order a couple more dishes." Fu Zilong quickly interjected, "I'm full, truly. I've been busy all morning and worked up quite an appetite. As the host, I should have treated your family to some authentic Shandong cuisine. Instead, you've ended up treating me. Please give me some time to discover the best restaurants here, and the next time you visit, I'll take you all to savor the true flavors of our local dishes." His words flowed with grace, reflecting a maturity beyond that expected of a university student. The meal concluded with a delightful atmosphere for all. As father and mother He prepared to catch their flight back to Shanghai that afternoon, they engaged in a brief conversation, entrusting Fu Zilong with the care of their daughter. Feeling a sense of obligation from the lavish seafood feast costing over 1,000 yuan, Fu Zilong promptly agreed. After bidding farewell to the He family, with Mother He tearfully reluctant to part, he stretched and planned to hail a taxi back to campus. As he took a few steps, he felt a tug on his clothing from behind and turned to find He Xiaoxiao, the little girl he had almost forgotten. The quiet demeanor of this young girl had nearly caused her to slip from his memory. After scratching his head, he inquired, "Have your roommates arrived? How are you getting along with them?" With her parents gone, He Xiaoxiao appeared even more timid, responding hesitantly, "2 of them have come. I'm the 3rd. After greeting them, she added, But what?" Fu Zilong prompted, noticing her sudden silence. "But they seem to be laughing at me for hugging Annie." He Xiaoxiao expressed her discontent. Fu Zilong, perplexed, asked, "Annie?" With utmost seriousness, He Xiaoxiao replied, "Annie is my teddy bear. I need to hug it every night to fall asleep. It has been with me for years. Why would they laugh at me?" Hearing this, Fu Zilong felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He Xiaoxiao was still very much a child at heart. He looked at the adorable girl before him, dressed in a denim skirt and a cartoon t-shirt, complemented by lace-trimmed white socks and little black shoes. Such an innocent appearance evoked a protective instinct in boys and a desire to pinch her cheeks in girls. This look, however, made her seem overly vulnerable. Fu Zilong asked earnestly, "Are you over 18? He Xiaoxiao, taken aback, glanced up at Fu Zilong, seemingly perplexed by his question. Nevertheless, she shyly shook her head, murmuring, "I won't turn 18 until November 11th. Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong noted her birth coincided with Singles' Day. He then asked, "Will you listen to me?" Understanding that young girls often display rebellious tendencies, he thought it unnecessary to press if she was unwilling to heed his advice. If needed, he could always call her father to express his inability to assist, advocating for respect of her autonomy. However, to his surprise, he Xiao nodded without hesitation, quietly stating, "My mom and dad said to listen to you." With this, Fu Zilong recognized his role as her caretaker was firmly established. But since he had promised her parents, he resolved to do what he could. He hailed a taxi, and they both climbed in. In the taxi, he Xiao sat quietly beside him, and Fu Zilong found her demeanor amusing. Seizing a moment when the driver made a sharp turn, he playfully exclaimed, "Oops," and leaned toward her, causing her to be momentarily pinned in place, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of red. "Apologies. The turn was too swift," he said, his thoughts wandering to how soft and fragrant the little girl was. The driver, catching sight of this playful interaction in the rearview mirror, smiled knowingly, reminiscing about his own youthful days, wishing he had possessed such boldness back then. Before long, they arrived at a shopping mall near the school. Fu Zilong turned to He Xiao and asked, "Is there anything you need in terms of daily necessities? Let's get everything in one go." He Xiao tilted her head in contemplation, then shook it, unsure of what she might still require. Fu Zilong, realizing she had never lived independently, pressed on, "Do you have any money with you?" This time, He Xiao nodded vigorously, patting her bulging pocket. Fu Zilong grinned and instructed, "Stay close to me. Don't wander off." They ventured into the mall, where he helped her select several moderately priced outfits and shoes, aiming to help her adopt a slightly more mature appearance and shed the overly cute attire that made her seem easily bullied. He Xiao appeared less than thrilled with the new clothes, pouting slightly, but Fu Zilong firmly insisted, "You need to stop thinking of yourself as a child. With your gentle nature, if you continue to dress so adorably, you'll attract unwanted attention and isolation." Reluctantly, He Xiao nodded, though it was unclear whether she truly absorbed his words. Additionally, Fu Zilong took her to a supermarket to buy some snacks and fruits, dividing the contents into 2 bags. He advised her, "Keep the items in this small bag by your bedside or in your drawer for when you want a snack. This other bag is for you to share with your roommates. Use it as a means to bond over snacks while chatting. But remember 2 important points. First, don't buy snacks endlessly for your roommates. If they frequently expect you to treat them, you must be firm in your refusal. Limit yourself to sharing snacks once a week, purchasing only a modest amount like bananas or sunflower seeds. Second, strive to become friends with your roommates. If you can't connect with all 3, at least form a friendship with 1 or 2. Don't isolate yourself in the group. But be cautious. Friendship shouldn't mean you give without bounds, nor should you divulge everything. Girls often have their own cliques, and it's vital to protect yourself. How you navigate this is something you'll learn over time. But sharing snacks today is a great start. Do you understand?" He Xiao clutched the bag of snacks tightly, hesitantly nodding her head, her expression on the verge of tears. This marked her first experience living away from home, and during high school, she had been the one left out. Though her teachers were considerate and shielded her from bullying, she had few friends, leaving her with a profound sense of insecurity. Each night, she could only fall asleep while hugging her teddy bear. It seemed Fu Zilong was pushing her to grow, nudging her to take steps forward. Noticing her distress, Fu Zilong frowned but softened his tone to comfort her, saying, "It's not a big deal. Just do your best. If they don't want to be friends, you still have me. I'm at least your friend." With tears glistening in her eyes, He Xiao looked at Fu Zilong, clearly moved by his words, which infused her with the courage and strength to face the challenges of university life. Upon noticing a newfound resolve in her eyes, Fu Zilong gently ruffled her hair and said, "If your roommate asks where you've been, just tell her you went out with a friend for dinner and shopping. Your parents entrusted me with your care. Let your roommate know you have a male guardian to rely on. Also, if you encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to call or text me. There's no need to feel embarrassed. After all, I promised your parents to look after you. Understand?" This time, He Xiao obediently nodded, and Fu Zilong tousled her hair once more. Then, carrying the numerous bags in his hands, he hailed a taxi to head toward the school. Fu Zilong was not one to carry a girl's belongings, partly because he wanted to encourage He Xiao to be self-reliant and appreciate that many things require personal effort. However, upon seeing her struggle to carry a shopping bag in one hand and a snack bag in the other, barely keeping pace with his stride, he helplessly took the snack bag from her, determined to escort her back to the dormitory. Along the way, he reiterated a few reminders before finally arriving at the entrance of the dormitory building. Watching He Xiao, still somewhat lacking in confidence, ascend the stairs of the female dormitory, Fu Zilong realized that the girls' dormitory was directly opposite the boys'. A pleasant scent of laundry detergent wafted from the corridor of the girls' dorm, prompting him to inhale deeply and squint his eyes in appreciation. The aroma was far more agreeable than that of the boys' dormitory, which was presently tainted by an unpleasant odor of sweaty feet. As Fu Zilong leisurely returned to his own dorm and opened the door, he was suddenly seized by two figures, one tall and one short, who restrained his arms and forced him into a chair. Meng Nan and Yi Chu-song sat before him, their cold gazes as if interrogating a heinous criminal. Confused by their sudden aggression, Fu Zilong reached for a cigarette, only for Yi Chu-song to snatch the pack and sternly admonish him, "Be serious. It's time for your interrogation. We saw everything from the window. You actually escorted a sweet-looking girl back to her dorm? Tell us honestly, what is your relationship? What did you do together just now?" Fu Zilong glanced toward the dormitory balcony and realized these two had been spying on the girls' dormitory from there. Shaking his head with a smile, he replied, "Nothing much, just had dinner with her parents and accompanied her to buy some daily necessities. Don't tarnish my reputation. I'm still undecided between the senior beauty and the little cutie. Who knows if there might be better girls in our class or college. Don't ruin my reputation or my prospects." Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Even Meng Nan clenched his fists audibly and coldly declared, "Humph, now we must criticize your greedy and selfish behavior, to uphold fairness in choosing partners and to prevent the world from falling apart." Suddenly, Fu Zilong's phone chimed, interrupting Meng Nan's speech. Embarrassed, Fu Zilong pulled out his phone and gestured that he needed to take the call. Seeing it was Lin Xiao, he adjusted his tone and answered briefly. Lin Xiao, aware that he had just arrived at school, inquired about his registration, whether he had settled in, how the campus was, and if he missed her. She was already undergoing military training, but took a break to call and check on him. Fu Zilong responded politely, but noticed the increasingly hostile expressions of the two interrogators. Hastily, he said, "I'm still being grilled here. Can't talk now. Gotta go." He hung up and sheepishly smiled at the two before sitting upright, bracing himself for more criticism. At that moment, a book snapped shut behind him, and Jiang Hao, arms folded and expressionless, stood before Fu Zilong. He asked coolly, "The girl?" Fu Zilong, sensing the coldness of the trio, nodded and explained, "Don't misunderstand. She's not from our school. She's a high school classmate of mine." Yi Chu-song ground his teeth and spat. "So you've been greedy since high school? This behavior undermines the harmony of our dorm. I propose you give up both the senior and the little one, or else." Once again, Fu Zilong's phone rang. Seeing it was Qin Shui, he apologized with a smile. "Sorry, give me 2 more minutes." Upon hearing the sweet female voice on the other end, the three men's defenses crumbled instantly. Judging by her charming tone, she must be stunningly attractive. Flames of envy and resentment flickered in their eyes, especially Jiang Hao's. Though many girls had pursued him in high school, he always found them lacking and avoided close contact, striving to maintain his aloof, handsome image. He believed this only made girls more infatuated with him. How could Fu Zilong, whom he deemed less handsome, attract such admiration? Why him? The other two, lifelong bachelors, glared malevolently at Fu Zilong as if nursing a deep grudge. After Fu Zilong leisurely ended the call, he looked up and asked the three who surrounded him, "Where were we?" They shot him icy glances but collectively ignored him, silently returning to their beds without another word. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao returned to the dormitory laden with bags. The once boisterous room fell silent as 3 roommates stared at her, evidently surprised by her changed demeanor. Recalling Fu Zilong's advice, she smiled and greeted them, especially the new roommate. She then opened her locker, stowing away the newly purchased clothes and snacks. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved the snack bag Fu Zilong had entrusted to her and placed it on the communal table. "I bought some snacks. You all can try some," she said, trying to suppress her nervousness. The 3 roommates' eyes brightened instantly. Who could resist snacks? They thanked her and invited her to fetch a stool so they could chat while enjoying the treats. Yi Xiao eagerly joined their conversation, silently relieved. They chatted idly for quite a while until one girl asked where Yi Xiao had been earlier. Following Fu Zilong's instructions, she recounted her story. The girl teased. "Was a male friend or a boyfriend? Is he handsome? Bring him out for us to see sometime." Yi Xiao blushed deeply, unable to respond, her face nearly buried in her chest. Seeing her embarrassment, the others smiled kindly. Another roommate remarked, Xiao, "When you first arrived, you didn't say much. We all thought you were the difficult Shanghai heiress type. But you're not so hard to get along with after all. We misjudged you." Yi Xiao clenched her pants under the table and replied, "No, I'm just a bit shy and not used to being away from home for the first time." "Don't be nervous," the roommate reassured her. "From now on, we're all sisters sharing the same dorm." The others nodded in agreement, and the 4 grew acquainted. That evening, they dined together in the cafeteria and later returned to their dorm, chatting and laughing. While the boys' dorm enjoyed conversations about girls, The girls' dorm was equally animated, discussing the boys they saw in the cafeteria. The youthful hormones were undeniably stirring. Though He Xiao remained the most reticent among the four. She had thoroughly integrated into the small community of their dormitory. That evening, He Xiao stepped into the corridor outside the dorm to make a phone call to her parents, recounting how Fu Zilong had taken care of her and guided her throughout the afternoon. He father praised Fu Zilong profusely, expressing his surprise at how considerate he was in attending to her needs. He urged He Xiao to seek Fu Zilong's counsel whenever necessary, which put the couple at ease as they concluded the call. After conversing for quite some time, the girls gradually drifted off to sleep. It was already around midnight. Yet He Xiao felt wide awake, her mind racing with thoughts of the day's events. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the large stuffed bear, Annie, resting in her arms, and she felt as though she were gazing at Fu Zilong's mischievous smile. However, it also provided her with a sense of security, as if she could truly stand independent of her stuffed companion. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong, noticing that the other three in the dorm were ignoring him, contemplated wandering the campus. Just then, Jiang Hao's phone rang, and Fu Zilong noticed it was the same model as his own. Ichu-sung and Meng Nan immediately shot him a fierce glare. Innocently, Fu Zilong pointed at Jiang Hao, who was frowning at his phone. With an air of impatience, Jiang Hao answered, "I arrived early and took care of everything." Yes. I know, you're so demanding. Don't call me again. Mind your own business." Upon witnessing Jiang Hao's evident annoyance as he hung up, Ichu-sung cautiously inquired, "Jiang Hao, was it your mom calling?" Jiang Hao retorted, "What do you mean my mom? It's my sister. She's studying at this school too. But we've been bickering since childhood. Our relationship is quite tumultuous. She always tries to meddle in my affairs, even more so than my mom." The three in the dorm shook their heads in response, as they were all only children and could not comprehend the love-hate dynamic of sibling rivalry. Before long, Fu Zilong's phone rang again. Chapter 105, A Rare Moment of Leisure. Glancing at the caller ID, Fu Zilong's excitement surged, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Senior, I thought you had forgotten about me." On the other end, Jiang Lai responded somewhat bashfully, "Fu, have you settled in all right? Is everything going smoothly?" Fu Zilong replied with a smile, "Everything is going splendidly, Senior. You needn't worry." Jiang Lai chuckled, "Fu, I'm quite busy these days with the new students arriving, so our dinner plans will have to be postponed. Let's reschedule, all right?" Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong was so elated he jumped to his feet, eagerly saying, "All right, let us do it another day." The jubilant expression on Fu Zilong's face made the others exchange glances. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Zilong hung up, feeling immensely satisfied. A mere mention of rescheduling had thrilled him. Just as he stood up to leave the dorm, Meng Nan called out to him, asking where he was headed. Fu Zilong replied that he was going for a stroll and then to the cafeteria, prompting Meng Nan and Ichu-sung to leap from their beds and eagerly join him. Jiang Hao, too, was tempted to join the outing. In truth, they were all worried that Fu Zilong might sneak off to indulge in a meal alone, returning later with tales of new acquaintances. Thus, the four of them began to meander through the campus. Jiang Hao and Fu Zilong, both of similar stature, presented a striking contrast, one exuding an air of refined elegance, while the other radiated a sunlit, confident charm. The other two, however, were quite an eccentric pair, one tall and the other short, one robust and the other slender. Meng Nan particularly enjoyed walking alongside Ichu-sung, often playfully wedging Ichushin's head under his arm. Ichu-sung could hardly tolerate the assault of body odor, and thus they engaged in playful banter. Embodying the essence of a comedic duo, Fu Zilong, observing their charmingly mismatched silhouettes, was reminded of the Urameshi brothers from the anime, Yu Yu Hakusho. Jiang Hao maintained a lofty demeanor, distancing himself slightly whenever Fu Zilong lit a cigarette, as if the smoke would tarnish his handsome visage. Fu Zilong had assumed Jiang Hao would perpetually uphold this aloof facade, yet he was surprisingly vocal when commenting on the attractive women passing by. Fu Zilong sincerely suggested that he should don a pair of sunglasses, which would not only solidify his upright persona, but also allow him to discreetly admire the ladies without being detected. To Fu Zilong's astonishment, Jiang Hao nodded in agreement, seemingly quite taken with the idea. In the evening, the four dined at the school cafeteria, sampling the culinary offerings. While the cafeteria's prices were indeed modest, the food was far from delectable. Nonetheless, Fu Zilong and Meng Nan engaged in a friendly competition, each devouring 3 bowls of noodles, leaving Jiang Hao and Ichu-sung aghast. Ichu-sung exclaimed, "Were you two starved in your past lives? I can't manage 3 bowls in a day." After finishing, Meng Nan wiped his mouth with his hand and patted Ichushin's shoulder, subtly cleaning his hands as he quipped, "That is why you need to eat more to grow taller. A man must eat heartily." Chu Sung, noticing the grease on his floral shirt, felt a surge of irritation towards Meng Nan. Yet, he dared not confront him, as Meng Nan's arms were nearly as thick as his legs. He could only mutter a few words under his breath, silently vowing to make Meng Nan regret this encounter. Upon returning to the dorm, the four lay in their beds, engaging in casual conversation while Fu Zilong responded to text messages from Lin Xiaoqin, Shui, Zhao Zining, Gu Qian, and Su Jie. In this era devoid of voice messages, Fu Zilong stared at the small screen, his fingers growing sore as he typed away. To his surprise, it was not yet midnight, and he had sent nearly 200 texts. Realizing he was rapidly depleting his monthly quota of 500 texts, Fu Zilong hastily ceased his messaging. Stretching, he glanced up to find 3 pairs of reproachful eyes fixed on him, startling him. He quickly inquired, "Why aren't you all asleep?" Jiang Hao retorted with annoyance. "Isn't it because you're grinning lewdly while texting, keeping us awake?" Fu Zilong was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he truly had a lewd grin. Chu Sung chimed in. "Fu Zilong, are you chatting with a senior or with some little girl? You're laughing so lewdly. Have you succeeded in something?" Fu Zilong nonchalantly stretched again and replied, "No, just chatting with a few female classmates from high school. My male classmates from high school, despite my past kindness in treating them to computer games and iced tea, haven't bothered to call or text me." Chu Sung coldly remarked, "At this rate, your male classmates in college will ignore you as well. You're infuriating. Can't you spare a thought for us, poor souls without girlfriends? Did you neglect your studies in high school to pursue romance?" Fu Zilong was about to retort, but refrained, fearing it might dent their confidence. Instead, he simply smiled and wished them a good night. They had hoped to hear Fu Zilong defend himself further, but he brushed it off effortlessly. Feeling somewhat dejected, the 3 lay down, pondering what Fu Zilong could have been discussing with the girls. His lewd laughter surely indicated he wasn't up to anything wholesome. They couldn't help but feel envious, wishing they too could engage in such conversations. The following day marked the new students' registration, and the 4 in the dorm indulged in a leisurely sleep, waking only when the sun was high in the sky. To Fu Zilong's surprise, Chu Sung had stealthily darted out early that morning. He had ventured to the mall to purchase 2 items: the sunglasses Fu Zilong had mentioned and a high-powered telescope. Ignoring the sweltering heat on the balcony, he perched at the window, peering at the female dormitory across the way, intent on observing for the entire day. Accompanied by the burly Meng Nan, who was vying for control of the telescope, the two spent the entire day engrossed in their antics. Upon encountering the situation, Fu Zilong couldn't help but marvel at the boundless opportunities that lay before him. Should he consider setting up a stall at the school gate to sell telescopes? Having enjoyed a rare day of leisure, he strolled to the neighboring dormitory with a cigarette in hand, engaging in light-hearted banter with the new students from other dorms, thereby making several acquaintances. The only significant task he accomplished today was obtaining a dynamic campus card, which granted him 1,000 free minutes for calls within the campus network. He also opted for the premium SMS package, allowing for 3,000 text messages, and received a complimentary set of toiletries. Fu Zilong carefully stored away his hometown phone number, either a 6 or an 8, preloaded with several hundred yuan in credit. He promptly informed all his contacts of his new number, particularly taking the time to call his parents. When sending a message to He Xiao to share his new number, Fu Zilong thoughtfully added a note to ensure the curtains were drawn while changing in the dormitory. Chapter 106, When You Become the Brother-in-Law. At dinner time, Fu Zilong, along with his 3 dorm mates, ambled toward the school cafeteria. Chu Sung and Meng Nan animatedly recounted their experiences of the day, although the truth was that they hadn't accomplished much during their busy hours. From outside, the dormitory appeared as a dark, indistinct mass, while inside, the lights only flickered on in the evening, prompting the girls to instinctively draw their curtains shut. The 2 boys even noticed some girls from their dorm peering through telescopes toward the boys' quarters. Jiang Hao, upon hearing this, frowned and inquired, "Should we also draw our curtains?" Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively, suggesting, "Let us give our senior sisters some visual benefits. As long as those girls don't remember these 2 fools, it's fine if rumors spread about the boys' dorm being filled with peeping toms." Just as the 4 of them entered the dining hall, they were greeted by 2 beautiful young women exiting after their meal. "One, a stunning beauty," exclaimed Jiang Hao. "Oh, Junior?" Jiang Hao, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend how he had stumbled upon his sister here. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong swiftly dashed forward, arms outstretched, eager to embrace his sister. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Jiang Hao. His senior sister was in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, pulling Fu Zilong back from his impending embrace. Fu Zilong turned, visibly displeased, to give Jiang Hao a reproachful look before glancing at the slightly embarrassed Jiang Lai. In an instant, understanding dawned upon him, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, Meng Nan and Yi Chu-sung were utterly captivated by the beauty of the two seniors. It was Jiang Lai who first broke the awkward silence, asking, "Junior Jiang Hao, what is going on between you two?" Jiang Hao scowled, unwilling to speak, while Fu Zilong, wearing a broad smile, replied, "What a coincidence, senior. Truly we are fated. I share a dormitory with your brother, Jiang Hao. Over the past couple of days, we've grown as close as brothers. Jiang Hao constantly praises your beauty, saying he wants to introduce you to me as a potential girlfriend. I never imagined it would be you, senior. Such fate." Fu Zilong, eager to continue, was once again interrupted by Jiang Hao tugging at his arm, giving him a fierce glare that seemed to say, "Don't spout nonsense." Jiang Lai, upon witnessing this, felt her cheeks flush slightly and remarked, "If he can say something nice about me, I'll consider it a blessing. Ever since he received a love letter in his first year that I discovered and told Mom about, he hasn't called me sister in over 2 years." Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong quickly interjected, "Senior, please don't be upset. He's just a child who doesn't know better. I'll have a word with him. With such a wonderful sister, how could he not be grateful?" Jiang Hao retaliated with a swift punch to Fu Zilong's back, but Fu Zilong brushed it off, still intent on saying more. The other senior, equally charming, couldn't help but giggle at the unfolding scene. Jiang Lai, feeling a bit shy, pinched her friend's waist and said, "Junior, this is my roommate, Zhou Qi. We just finished dinner, so we won't disturb you any longer. About that meal invitation, I suppose it'll have to wait until after military training. Let's reschedule." Fu Zilong, with a cheeky grin, replied, "Reschedule it is. Until then." Jiang Lai shot a glare at her brother, Jiang Hao, before walking away, chatting and laughing with Zhou Qi. Fu Zilong distinctly noticed Zhou Qi winking at him, igniting a flurry of excitement within him. At that moment, he sensed a cold gaze fixated on him and turned to see Jiang Hao, clearly struggling to suppress his anger. Fu Zilong promptly draped an arm around Jiang Hao's shoulder, adopting a friendly demeanor. "Jiang Hao, didn't you say your relationship with your sister was strained? Call me brother-in-law. I'll take revenge for you. Trust me, I'll make sure she never dares to oppose you again. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's forehead twitched with annoyance. He shrugged off Fu Zilong's arm and began scanning the area for something. Fu Zilong, noticing this, exclaimed, "What are you looking for, Jiang Hao? Your brother-in-law will help you find it." In an instant, Jiang Hao grabbed a mop from the entrance of the cafeteria, brandishing it as if ready to duel Fu Zilong. The two circled the cafeteria in a frenzy until the cafeteria staff intervened, along with Meng Nan and Yi Chu-sung, to separate them. Panting heavily, the two leaned against their knees, exchanging heated insults. Jiang Hao pointed at Fu Zilong, "You scoundrel. I considered you a brother. And now you want to be my brother-in-law? Are you even human? Is this something a person would do?" Fu Zilong, also out of breath, retorted, "What do you mean? Your brother-in-law must not be human? Knowing your poor relationship with your sister, you can't be that heartless. Your sister will eventually have a boyfriend. So why shouldn't it be me? Given our connections, wouldn't that bring us closer?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao lunged for the mop on the ground. But Meng Nan stopped him, and he muttered in displeasure, "Fu Zilong, it's precisely because I know you so well that I won't allow my sister to be with you. You might as well give up on this notion. As long as I'm around, it will never happen." Their quarrel attracted a crowd of onlookers, prompting Fu Zilong to pull out a cigarette and calmly light it. Yi Chu-sung interjected, "You two should stop arguing. You're just giving everyone something to laugh about." Fu Zilong smirked, "It's fine. He just can't come to terms with the fact that I'm about to become his brother-in-law. Give him some time, and he'll come around." Jiang Hao, ignoring Fu Zilong, began bombarding his sister with text messages, exposing Fu Zilong's true colors while vehemently opposing this potential union. When Jiang Lai received her brother's chaotic messages upon returning to her dorm, she was utterly bewildered, struggling to piece together the nonsensical accusations against her. Upset by her brother's impolite messages, she called to inquire about the situation. Before long, the siblings were once again embroiled in an argument, with Fu Zilong listening in while puffing away on his cigarette. Jiang Hao soon hung up on Jiang Lai. His eyes reddened as he glared at Fu Zilong from across the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Meng Nan and Yi Chu-sung sat nearby, at a loss for how to mediate between the two. Before long, Fu Zilong's phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Jiang Lai calling. In front of Jiang Hao, Fu Zilong answered the call and even activated the speakerphone feature, signaling Jiang Hao to be quiet. Thus, under Jiang Lai's inquiries, Fu Zilong recounted the events in full, without any embellishments or omissions. "Senior, it's quite the coincidence that I've become dorm mates with your brother. He seems rather skeptical about my potential as his brother-in-law. Fu Zilong concluded with a grin. On the other end, Jiang Lai was both exasperated and amused, somewhat helplessly remarking, "All right, I understand my brother's temperament. It's all a misunderstanding. He just needs to cool off for a couple of days." Fu Zilong, however, chuckled and interjected, "It's not entirely a misunderstanding, as I genuinely wish to be his brother-in-law." Chapter 107. The Gentleman's Agreement. Fu Zilong's words left Jiang Lai on the other end of the line momentarily speechless, her face flushed as she opened her mouth. Yet no words came forth. The atmosphere fell into a silence that lingered for several seconds, prompting Jiang Lai to hurriedly end the call. Gripping her phone tightly, she took a few deep breaths to steady her emotions. Jiang Lai was no stranger to confessions from boys. On the contrary, she received a variety of declarations of affection every week. Occasionally, she would even receive flowers accompanied by love letters, which she had unceremoniously discarded into the most conspicuous trash bin outside her dormitory. Some of these confessions were from individuals she had never even met, professing their inexplicable fondness for her and declaring their love. However, this was the first time someone expressed a desire to be her brother's brother-in-law. This revelation left her mind utterly blank, unsure of how to respond. Her feelings toward Fu Zilong could only be described as a slight fondness, far from the realm of love. Yet, she found him to be quite intriguing. At the very least, they shared common ground for conversation, and their interactions felt effortlessly enjoyable rather than burdensome. Beyond that, her knowledge of Fu Zilong was rather limited. Moreover, her brother had recently disparaged Fu Zilong, seemingly unwilling to watch his sister plunge into a perilous situation. It was, after all, the first time in years that he had shown concern for her well-being. Jiang Lai had always yearned for a romantic relationship during her university years. What girl does not dream of a beautiful love story? In her freshman year, a senior from the student council had pursued her with fervor. Naively, Jiang Lai found herself gradually admiring this senior, who had become the student council president by his third year. Just as she was about to agree to his advances, her roommate, Zhou Qi, discovered her intentions and promptly pulled out her phone. To Jiang Lai's astonishment, the seemingly serious senior had also sent messages to Zhou Qi, expressing interest in her. Naturally, Zhou Qi dismissed the fellow, harboring no affection for those in the student council. Concerned for her roommate, Zhou Qi risked their friendship to reveal this matter, and Jiang Lai held no resentment. In fact, she was grateful to Zhou Qi for unveiling the senior's hypocritical nature. This incident only strengthened their bond, even leading to rumors that the two remained single due to their supposed romantic inclinations toward each other. In truth, it was merely a matter of Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi holding higher standards. The exceptional boys had already been claimed by other girls, leaving them unimpressed by the average ones, thus creating a subtly vicious cycle. Jiang Lai even considered giving up on finding a partner during her university years, opting instead to seek her Prince Charming after graduating. While she blushed, lost in her thoughts, she felt a tap on her shoulder from behind. Zhou Qi, clad in silk pajamas, stood there with a curious expression, inquiring, "What are you doing? Hiding here for so long? You're not experiencing a crush, are you?" Jiang Lai shot her best friend an exasperated glance and proceeded to recount her recent encounter. Initially hoping to seek her friend's advice on how to decline the younger student's desire to be her brother's brother-in-law, she was taken aback when Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. "Are you referring to that charming lad from the canteen? The one with the slightly roguish smile? I found him incredibly amusing. If you're not interested, let me have him. I feel like he could be my type. I can't bear to waste my prime years like this." Jiang Lai, accustomed to her friend's candid remarks, mused that Zhou Qi's playful demeanor might indeed complement Fu Zilong's cheeky charm. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, she retorted, "I'm trying to be serious here. Don't be ridiculous. If you genuinely want to find someone, I could introduce you to my brother. How would you like to be my sister-in-law?" Zhou Qi frowned, asking your brother? "That Jiang Hao, the one who looks like a pretty boy at the canteen? Forget it. Just look at him, acting all serious like a student council president. He is so fair and delicate. I'd feel inferior without my clothes on. No way." Irritated, Jiang Lai reached out and playfully tugged at the high neckline of Zhou Qi's silk pajamas, and soon they were laughing and playfully tussling, momentarily forgetting about Fu Zilong's ambition to be her brother-in-law. Meanwhile, at the canteen, Fu Zilong, having just hung up the phone, was met with the glare of Jiang Hao across the table. Nonchalantly shrugging, he remarked, "See, I've laid everything out honestly. I trust you've done your fair share of disparaging me to your sister. If she ultimately chooses me as her brother-in-law, you can't back out of this deal. After all, it's your sister's choice. You can't interfere, can you?" Jiang Hao's expression softened considerably, recognizing that Fu Zilong had indeed been forthright with his sister. He simply hadn't mentioned his daily phone calls and messages with various girls, although he had already hinted to his sister about that. Given his sister's discerning standards, he doubted she would take a liking to Fu Zilong. With a sarcastic tone, Jiang Hao retorted, "You think you could be my brother-in-law? Don't worry, my sister would never be interested in someone like you." Fu Zilong raised an eyebrow and replied, "No need for you to fret about that, but you can't keep holding a grudge against me. Pursuing your sister doesn't violate any rules. You need to broaden your perspective. You should feel proud of your impressive roommate. You ought to introduce your sister to me. Seeing how exceptional you are, I'm tempted to introduce my sister to you." Jiang Hao shot Fu Zilong a sidelong glance and coolly remarked, "All right then, what does your sister look like? Send me a picture." Fu Zilong leaned back in his chair, leisurely responding, "Well, I'm an only child, so I don't have a sister." After a brief pause in the air, Jiang Hao looked down, searching for a mop. Ichu Sung and Meng Nin quickly intervened to mediate, leading to a round of bargaining between the two. Eventually, Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao reached a gentleman's agreement. Fu Zilong had confessed to Jiang Lai today and would not pursue her again proactively. Should Jiang Lai reject him, he would cease any purposeful harassment. However, if Jiang Lai accepted Fu Zilong's confession or pursued him, as the future brother-in-law, Jiang Hao could not obstruct nor defame Fu Zilong. He had to support Fu Zilong and refrain from reporting him to his sister. In Jiang Lai's presence, Jiang Hao would refer to Fu Zilong as brother-in-law, while in public, he would call him brother. Should either party breach this agreement, dire consequences would ensue. Chapter 108, A Word to Awaken the Dreamer. Thus, the first friendship crisis in Dormitory 318 was resolved with a fist bump. Fu Zilong was not overly concerned. He did not require the title of brother-in-law from Jiang Hao. He was merely drawn to Jiang Lai's beauty, compelling him to seek her company. After all, in the 2 days since arriving at school, he had yet to encounter anyone more beautiful than Jiang Lai. Even Zhou Qi, with her more voluptuous figure, could not compare. After signing the gentleman's agreement, Jiang Hao ceased his previous frosty demeanor, although he remained puzzled as to why his sister did not immediately reject Fu Zilong. He surmised it was likely to avoid jeopardizing their relationship. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical that Fu Zilong could ever capture his sister's attention, primarily because he was reluctant to address Fu Zilong as brother-in-law. The mere thought of his dormitory brother taking advantage of his sister made Jiang Hao feel utterly uncomfortable. Thus, he vehemently opposed the matter. As the two appeared to reconcile, Yi Chu-sung hastily rushed to the cafeteria window and ordered a heaping plate of meat and vegetables. He placed it directly in front of Jiang Hao, wearing a sycophantic smile, and inquired, "Jiang Hao, I too believe Fu Zilong is unworthy of your sister. What do you think of me? Wouldn't it be acceptable for me to consider you my brother-in-law?" Jiang Hao's cool demeanor began to falter as he pushed the plate back with a dismissive gesture, retorting, "You aren't even taller than my sister. How dare you even suggest that?" Yi Chu-sung, struck at his vulnerable spot, immediately shot back, "Who says? I'm 172 centimeters tall. I've seen your sister, and she is only about 170. How could I possibly be shorter than her? If it comes to it, I can always wear elevator shoes." Jiang Hao, now visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Haven't you used up a bottle of mousse on that hair of yours in the past few days? My sister doesn't fancy southern boys, all right? My parents wouldn't allow her to marry far away." Before Yi Chu-sung could muster a response, Meng Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He instinctively moved closer to Jiang Hao, displaying an adorably earnest smile. Just as he was about to inquire if he stood a chance, Jiang Hao impatiently interjected, "My sister also doesn't like muscle-bound types. If you dare to bring up the idea of being my sister's husband again, I will set the dormitory ablaze tonight, taking you all down with me." Yi Chu-sung and Meng Nan could only sit in awkward silence, clearly displeased with Jiang Hao's dismissive attitude towards their aspirations of being brother-in-law. Yet Fu Zilong chuckled. "You all simply lack vision. Your narrow perspective is glaringly obvious. Why fight over the scraps on my plate? Have you not noticed the stunning beauty named Zhou Qi, who was just beside Jiang Lai? Why not let Jiang Hao have a word with his sister Jiang Lai to get an introduction, or perhaps a phone number to pursue that gorgeous Zhou Qi? Wouldn't that be more delightful?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three boys instantly brightened. Even Jiang Hao's eyes sparkled with newfound realization. How had he not thought of it earlier? That stunning beauty beside his sister was indeed remarkable. It wouldn't be unreasonable for his sister to help him out by making an introduction, right? He must have spoken too loudly to his sister earlier and should seek an opportunity to mend their relationship. Jiang Hao noticed that Fu Zilong's previously hostile gaze had softened. This guy had truly awakened him from his stupor. Fu Zilong also interpreted Jiang Hao's desire to keep all the good fortune to himself and disregarded the two who were trying to cozy up to Jiang Hao. He fetched 2 plates of food from the cafeteria window and settled nearby, observing the three as they enjoyed their meal. That evening, he continued typing away at text messages, wishing he could ignore the incessant notifications. However, if he didn't reply within half an hour, the phone calls would inevitably start coming in. To his surprise, he received a call from Pei Zhihui, simply inquiring about his recent well-being. The boss lady expressed that her days had grown somewhat mundane without Fu Zilong's presence at her storefront. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the freshmen gathered for their first class meeting. Fu Zilong and his 3 dorm mates were all enrolled in the marketing and e-commerce program, and they made their way to a lecture hall in the School of Management as per the received information. At this point, Yi Chu-sung led the group, having risen at 7 to groom himself meticulously. Fu Zilong was awakened by the scent of mousse. Clad in a floral shirt, shorts, and sneakers, adorned with a large gold chain and sunglasses, he held his phone with wired earphones, nodding his head to the music, his attire reminiscent of a popular foreign singer known as Bruno Mars in later years. However, Fu Zilong was certain that aside from gold diggers, no contemporary girl would appreciate such an ensemble. Mengnan had swapped out his basketball jersey for a fitted black t-shirt and pants. His towering height made him resemble a bodyguard next to Yi Chu-sung, which was rather amusing. Jiang Hao remained in all white, his expression cool and aloof, reminiscent of a prince. Fu Zilong, in contrast, opted for a simpler outfit. Light blue jeans paired with sports shoes and a black athletic polo shirt. Coupled with his carefree smile, he exuded an aura of confidence and sunshine. Eager to reach the classroom first, Yi Chu-sung and Meng Nan were ready to go. But Fu Zilong suggested they wait a moment longer. The big names always make their entrance last. That is how you capture attention. The two readily agreed to Fu Zilong's proposal, while Jiang Hao simply nodded, maintaining his cool demeanor. As the 4 approached the classroom door, they could hear a buzz of chatter from inside. Just as Fu Zilong was about to step in, Yi Chu-sung suddenly tugged at his arm. He then puffed out his chest and strode confidently into the classroom. The room fell silent in an instant, as if the students inside were momentarily stunned. Fu Zilong shook his head with a wry smile, just as he intended to enter the classroom. But Meng Nan quickly flashed him a goofy smile and stepped ahead into the room. The previously quiet classroom erupted with murmurs of astonishment. Outside the door, Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao exchanged glances, steadying themselves. Fu Zilong suggested, "Why don't you go first?" But Jiang Hao, still maintaining his cool facade, replied, "You should take the lead." Fu Zilong, with a slight grimace, decided not to press the matter with his future brother-in-law and stepped into the classroom first. Upon entering, he discovered approximately 30 students inside, most of whom were gazing toward the back. Their attention was fixed on 2 contrasting figures, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, so much so that few noticed his entrance. Only a few girls in the front row brightened at the sight of him, while some familiar faces began to whisper amongst themselves. Fu Zilong wisely chose not to sit too close to his eccentric roommates, opting instead for a seat a row back from them. He then began to scan the classroom, his eyes searching for the presence of beautiful women. As Fu Zilong was still surveying the classroom, a low gasp emerged from the front. Assuming it was Jiang Hao entering, he glanced up only to be taken aback. Striding in was a fashionable beauty with long, flowing hair. She stood around 1.67 meters, with fair skin and delicate features, clad in denim shorts that many girls today would shy away from. Her long, fair legs were exposed, prompting Yi Chu-sung to instinctively push his sunglasses up, his eyes fixating on her like a telephoto lens. She wore a tank top paired with an off-shoulder t-shirt that revealed her exquisitely delicate collarbone. Fu Zilong immediately rated this beauty an impressive 85 points, deeming her a top-class beauty. However, he found her light makeup somewhat unappealing. In this era, few freshman girls were adept at applying makeup, while older students might have honed that skill. Fu Zilong preferred university girls who embraced their natural beauty, for their youthful vitality was evident without the need for cosmetics. The few girls seated near him greeted the newly arrived beauty, indicating she was likely their roommate. The beauty walked directly over to Fu Zilong's seat. As she sat down, she glanced back at him, and Fu Zilong flashed her a grin. Alas, he received no response. After taking her seat, she absent-mindedly tossed her long hair, releasing a delightful fragrance of shampoo. Fu Zilong discreetly inhaled deeply, while Yi Chu-sung, seated across the aisle, also attempted to catch a whiff. Before her, another girl inquired, "Xian, why are you so late?" The beautiful girl, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh dear, I woke up late, and after dressing up, I ended up coming here later than expected." Just as they were conversing, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Entering with an air of coolness in his pristine white attire was Jiang Hao, prompting a chorus of hushed gasps and squeals from the girls at the entrance upon laying eyes on the handsome figure. "Jiang Hao, evidently pleased with the effect of his entrance, seemed to walk as if a gust of wind trailed behind him, accompanied by an imaginary soundtrack of Can You Feel It? However, at that moment, a boy's sarcastic remark broke the atmosphere. With such a fair complexion, is that a boy or a girl? The classroom fell into an abrupt silence. This was soon followed by a wave of suppressed giggles. Jiang Hao's face flushed a deeper shade of white in indignation, his gaze scanning for the miscreant who dared to tarnish his reputation. Yet, having entered with an aloof demeanor, he was oblivious to the identity of his mocker. As laughter escalated, Jiang Hao, feeling a mix of embarrassment and fury, swiftly made his way to the back of the classroom, taking a seat beside Fu Zilong. His expression akin to that of someone who had just heard Fu Zilong intended to become his brother-in-law. The classmates continued to glance back at Jiang Hao, who was now seated in the rear. Many girls quietly assessed the duo of the class as most handsome boys sitting together. Even the long-haired beauty, named Xian, turned her head with a delightful smile to glance at Jiang Hao. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong nudged Jiang Hao with his elbow and whispered, "The second one from the left in the fourth row." Jiang Hao immediately followed Fu Zilong's direction to a boy with a small black mustache and glasses sitting in that spot. Upon noticing Jiang Hao's gaze upon him, the boy swiftly turned away, his previously cheerful demeanor fading. Jiang Hao squinted beneath his gold-rimmed glasses and muttered, "Thanks." Fu Zilong laughed, replying, "We're all family here. No need to be so formal with your brother-in-law." In retaliation, Jiang Hao delivered a playful punch to Fu Zilong's stomach, causing him to quiet down. Rubbing his abdomen, Fu Zilong discreetly observed their classmates. Their marketing and e-commerce class had a modest roster of about 35 students, with approximately 23 girls and only 12 boys. This was rather favorable news for the boys, as a class with more girls than boys significantly increased their chances of finding a partner. However, the unfortunate truth was that aside from the stunning Xian, the remaining girls were average in appearance, hardly breathtaking. This realization left Fu Zilong somewhat disheartened, pondering whether he had chosen the right major. He glanced at Jiang Hao, who was now glaring fiercely at the small black-mustached boy in front of him. Fu Zilong mused to himself that this pretty boy certainly held a grudge. Turning to observe his two dorm mates, he noticed them fixated on the long-haired beauty in front of him, their eyes gleaming with desire, nearly drooling. When Fu Zilong caught their gaze, Ichu Sung quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes darting. He then sent Fu Zilong a text message. Upon checking his phone, Fu Zilong found a message filled with humility. "Brother Long, could you please switch seats with me?" Initially taken aback, Fu Zilong then mischievously gestured with a single finger towards Ichu Sung. Ichu Sung, momentarily stunned, hesitated before producing a 100 yuan note and handing it over. Fu Zilong merely glanced at the cash without taking it, instead extending a finger again to mimic a gesture of smoking. Understanding immediately, Ichu Sung handed over an unopened box of Furong Wong cigarettes. Only then did Fu Zilong happily exchange seats with Ichu Sung, who found himself now positioned behind the beauty. Seeing this, Meng Nan promptly approached, joining his hands in a pleading gesture towards Jiang Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao's thoughts were solely occupied by the small black-mustached boy, leaving no room for any thoughts of beauty. Thus, he readily stood up to switch seats with Meng Nan, returning to sit beside Fu Zilong. Ichu Sung, thrilled to have the beauty's back in front of him, felt a surge of excitement. Pulling out a small mirror from his pocket, he checked his hairstyle, ensuring it remained intact. Clearing his throat, he confidently tapped the shoulder of the girl in front of him and said, "Hello, classmate. I'm Ichu Sung from Guangdong Province." Beside him, Meng Nan leaned in closer, eager to introduce himself as well. At this moment, the beautiful Zhao Xian turned puzzled to see who was tapping her shoulder. Startled by the sight of two rather eccentric faces, she let out a shriek, recalling that she had expected to see two handsome boys behind her. Her roommate, noticing her alarm, also turned back, instinctively leaning forward protectively. Observing her reaction, Ichu Sung halted his outstretched hand, momentarily frozen in the air. Irritated, he shot an accusing glare at Meng Nan, convinced that it was his fault for scaring the girl. After gathering her composure, the beauty hesitantly nodded and softly introduced herself. "Hello, classmate, em Zhao Xuan." Her voice was sweet and gentle, unmistakably reminiscent of the soft tones of girls from the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region. Although they did not shake hands, Ichu Sung felt a rush of excitement at having learned her name. Beside him, Meng Nan eagerly chimed in, "I'm Meng Nan, from Jilin Province." He Zhao Xian politely nodded before turning back around. Chapter 110, Beauty is Justice. The girl beside Zhao Xian leaned in closer, whispering to her, occasionally erupting into a fit of melodic laughter. Fu Zilong watched this scene with amusement, fully aware that they would soon be attending classes without fixed classrooms or seats. This box of cigarettes would only secure today a seating arrangement, and it was likely that in the future, the beauty would be surrounded by boys. It would soon become difficult for Yi Chu-sung to inch closer. Just then, a middle-aged male teacher, around 40 years of age, entered the classroom. After surveying the students, he spoke in a loud voice. "Welcome to the Ocean University Management College, majoring in e-commerce. I am your class advisor, Tang Kitchen. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Feel free to reach out to me regarding any academic or life issues you may encounter. Now, let us proceed with self-introductions so we can get to know each other. You will be classmates for the next 4 years." He gestured to the girl in the front row on the left to begin. The girl, caught off guard by the introduction segment, stood up shyly and stammered through her introduction. Fu Zilong barely caught her name, only hearing that she was from Huangshan in Anhui Province. Following this, the students took turns introducing themselves, and Jiang Hao discovered that the small, black-mustached boy was Lu Lei from Henan Province. To Fu Zilong's surprise, a modestly dressed girl with a score of 78 in appearance revealed that she was from the same county-level city as him. However, they were undoubtedly from different high schools, having graduated from separate institutions. The girl, named Zhang Yaping, was tall and slender. Thus, one by one, the students continued their introductions, with the beauty Zhao Xianxian receiving thunderous applause from the boys in the class. The most anticipated moment was the introductions of the last 4 boys in the back row. Meng Nan was the first to stand up, scratching his head as he said, "Hello everyone, I'm Meng Nan, Minzi S. Meng, and Namu S. Nan. Please don't call me Mighty Man. I am." From before he could finish, the classroom erupted in laughter. Meng Nan, blushing for the first time, quickly sat back down. Subsequently, Yi Chu-sung rose with an air of flamboyance, first gesturing with his hand to quiet the still chuckling classmates. Then, he casually smoothed his impeccably styled mop top with a deft palm and addressed the room in his somewhat imperfect Mandarin. "Greetings, everyone. I am Yi Chu-sung, hailing from Guangdong Province. My phone number is 159XXXXXXXX. Feel free to call me anytime." Upon finishing, he cast a playful sidelong glance at Zhao Xinyuan, who, startled, quickly averted her eyes, a shiver of goosebumps running down her spine. In contrast, Fu Zilong stood more simply, smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Fu Zilong, a native of Shandong Province, from the same city as Zhang Yaping." After speaking, he promptly took his seat, much to Zhang Yaping's evident surprise. Her dormitory roommates eagerly whispered among themselves, curious if she knew the handsome young man. The final introduction came from Jiang Hao, who succinctly stated, "My name is Jiang Hao, and I come from Beijing." He then coolly took his seat, his gaze casually fixed on Lu Lei sitting in the front row, observing the somewhat noisy classroom after all the introductions. Teacher Tang raised his hand to restore order and continued, "There will be ample time for you to deepen your camaraderie later. For now, I must assign today's tasks. First, we shall elect temporary class officers to assist me in managing and serving the class. Of course, if their performance proves unsatisfactory, we will hold another election once the formal semester begins. Second, the class monitor will lead a group to collect new textbooks and military training uniforms. This task will likely fall to the boys. As you can see, our class has a female majority. In fact, the entire School of Management has far more girls than boys, roughly a ratio of 22 to 1. So, male students, seize this opportunity to distinguish yourselves. Such favorable conditions must not be squandered." The light-hearted remark from Teacher Tang invigorated the atmosphere further. Some boys were eager to dash out immediately and haul textbooks, while the girls, sensing fierce competition, cast glances around, ready to pursue their favored candidates. Teacher Tang cleared his throat and proceeded. "Thirdly, starting tomorrow, we will commence a 2-week military training. I expect everyone to take this seriously. Those with health issues preventing participation should present medical documentation in advance for discussion." The announcement of military training elicited a chorus of groans from the students, a reaction Teacher Tang accepted without surprise. After a brief pause, he declared, "Now, let's begin the election for class officers, starting with the class monitor. Those confident in their suitability may come forward and deliver their campaign speeches." Upon hearing this, several students, evidently well prepared, eagerly rose. Fu Zilong, however, showed no interest in any student council roles, intent instead on focusing on entrepreneurial pursuits and possibly skipping classes occasionally. After all, it would be a farce if the class monitor were the first to be missing when the teacher called attendance. The first to ascend the stage as a candidate was Lu Lei, sporting a small black beard. He launched into a lengthy and impassioned speech, clearly having prepared extensively. Jiang Hao scoffed, and promptly stood to challenge for the position himself. Though unprepared, Jiang Hao's impromptu address was well received, earning applause from several female classmates. Upon their return, Fu Zilong gave Jiang Hao a thumbs up and whispered, "Compared to Lu Lei, your chances are quite promising." Jiang Hao, rarely receiving praise from Fu Zilong, leaned closer and inquired softly, "On what grounds?" "I was unprepared. I simply don't want that fellow to succeed." Fu Zilong replied solemnly, "Because beauty is justice. Haven't you noticed how much brighter the girls' eyes shine when they look at you? As long as I don't run for class monitor, your election is practically guaranteed." Jiang Hao regretted engaging Fu Zilong, about to retort, when a graceful figure confidently strode to the podium. Fu Zilong glanced up and, with a hint of concern, muttered, "Oh, your position as class monitor might be at risk." "Why?" Jiang Hao frowned. "Didn't I say? Beauty is justice. Look at our two dorm mates over there, those sycophants. They're not going to vote for you," Fu Zilong indicated. Jiang Hao scanned the excited expressions of the male students and felt a twinge of irritation, but maintained his pride. "It doesn't matter. As long as Lu Lei doesn't become class monitor, I'm fine with whoever takes the role." True to Fu Zilong's prediction, 4 candidates vied for the class monitor post. Following an anonymous class vote, Zhao Xianyuan secured first place, Jiang Hao second, and Lu Lei came in fourth. Counselor Tang promptly appointed Zhao Xianyuan as the temporary class monitor and Jiang Hao as the vice monitor. Next came elections for other class officer positions. Fu Zilong, Ais Darting, texted Yi Chu-sung and Meng Nan, encouraging them to run for other officer roles to increase their interaction with the class monitor. Energized by this, Yi Chu-sung was elected as the Life Committee member, while Meng Nan, leveraging his physique, was unanimously chosen as the Sports Committee member. Fu Zilong abstained from any candidacy, leisurely observing the spirited competition on stage. He reasoned that the more classmates held official positions, the smoother his own university life would be. Liu Lei, despite having antagonized Jiang Hao, was elected as the Youth League secretary, but seemed somewhat displeased. After the elections, Counselor Tang instructed class monitor Zhao Xianyuan to organize the boys to collect textbooks and military training uniforms. Before she could speak, a swarm of boys clustered around her, as if preparing for battle, escorting her out of the classroom. Fu Zilong remained comfortably seated in the back row, legs crossed, watching the scene unfold. Jiang Hao hesitated briefly before following the group. Counselor Tang distributed the semester's course schedules and classroom assignments to those remaining. The boys returned shortly after collecting the materials, which were then handed out in order. Tang announced that military training would officially commence the next day and that their class, combined with Accounting Class 1, would form a 70-person formation for training. He urged everyone to try on their uniforms and report any size issues promptly to avoid delays. During training, 2 senior student council members would assist the instructors. Any concerns could be addressed to them. Each dormitory was to select a leader to report to the class monitor and life committee member. With no further matters, the class was dismissed. As the boys gathered around, Zhao Xianyuan seeking her contact information under the pretense of dorm leader duties. Jiang Hao intended to leave with Fu Zilong, but was called back by Zhao Xianyuan for a class officers meeting. The 2 dorm mates, those sycophants, also remained behind, prompting Fu Zilong to swiftly retreat to the dormitory. He stowed his textbooks and uniform before hastening to the school cafeteria, ravenous from skipping breakfast. Realizing that sleeping in would no longer be an option with military training ahead, Fu Zilong ordered 3 large bowls of ramen and settled into a quiet corner to indulge, savoring the carefree vigor of youth that allowed him to consume such hearty meals without worry. Engrossed in the steaming bowl of noodles before him, Fu Zilong found solace in the university cafeteria, which offered generous portions. The slices of beef in his beef ramen were notably thick. Wary of drawing too much attention by consuming 3 bowls of ramen, he discreetly pushed the other 2 bowls across the table, crafting the illusion that they were ordered for someone else. He intended to finish the bowl in front of him before claiming the others for himself. As he dined in silence, a gentle tap on his shoulder startled him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was greeted by the sight of 2 charming figures standing before him. Zhou Qi, her face beaming with delight, and Jiang Lai, whose expression appeared somewhat strained. Fu Zilong hastily wiped the broth from the corner of his mouth, swirled his tongue around to ensure no cilantro was stuck in his teeth, and then flashed a radiant smile. "Hello, senior sisters. Have you eaten yet? If not, join me." Before Jiang Lai could respond, Zhou Qi glanced at the 2 untouched bowls of ramen and inquired, "Are you waiting for someone?" With unwavering sincerity, Fu Zilong replied, "I anticipated your arrival, so I ordered these specially for you. Please, sit and enjoy. There's no need to be polite." Zhou Qi chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Come now, don't be so smooth-tongued. We just arrived at the cafeteria. How could these be for us? Honestly, who are they for? Are you waiting for someone? Fu Zilong shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. I'm not waiting for anyone. My roommates have just been appointed class officers and are busy with a meeting on how to manage the class. So, I came here to eat alone. If you two don't want these bowls, I'll finish them myself. Zhou Qi expressed her astonishment. Are you suggesting you're going to eat 3 bowls of ramen all by yourself? The large ones with extra meat? My goodness, how on earth can you consume that much? With a hint of exasperation, Fu Zilong replied, Senior sister, I'm still growing. Isn't it perfectly normal to eat a bit more? This statement provoked a fit of laughter from Zhou Qi, who playfully nudged Jiang Lai with her elbow. As if to say, did you hear that? He's still growing. Aren't you excited? Jiang Lai shot her friend an annoyed glance. Fu Zilong then interjected. Since we VE crossed paths, let us eat together. What would you like? I can order something for you. Jiang Lai was about to decline, wishing to pull Zhou Qi away, but Zhou Qi plopped down on the bench opposite Fu Zilong, her smile unwavering. All right then, we'll just have ramen. I see these 2 bowls are untouched, so we want to hold back. With Zhou Qi's insistence, Jiang Lai reluctantly settled down, feeling a bit bashful. She softly began, Junior, I was actually going to treat you to a meal, but Fu Zilong waved his hand with a grin, Senior sister. There's no need to worry about such things. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. With your beauty, I can assure you that I am not the only one vying for your affection. So, there is no need for tension. I have the right to like you. And you have every right to reject me. Please, don't feel burdened. If you're not interested, just let me know. I can become invisible if my presence makes you uncomfortable. Jiang Lai paused for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. Her beautiful eyes flickered towards Fu Zilong. Yet she refrained from responding. Instead, she glanced at the large bowl of beef noodles before her and playfully remarked, I can't possibly eat this big bowl of ramen. With a grin, Fu Zilong replied, If you can't finish it, just give it to me. He then slid his bowl towards Jiang Lai, who cheerfully picked up a strand of noodles and placed it into his bowl. Not far away, Jiang Hao, who had just entered the cafeteria, witnessed this scene, and his book fell to the ground with a loud thud. Chapter 112. The Incipient Canine Affectionate Body. Jiang Hao was utterly distraught. He had only parted ways with Fu Zilong for about half an hour, and now he found this guy feeding noodles to his own sister, ignoring the scattered pages. He was about to confront the pair when he noticed Zhou Qi was also adding noodles to Fu Zilong's bowl. His steps halted involuntarily, as if the sky had crumbled around him. Behind him, Yichusong and Meng then exchanged sympathetic pats on Jiang Hao's shoulder, seemingly conveying, just accept that you'll be the little brother-in-law to Fu Zilong. The two had shifted their focus to Zhao Xinxian, believing that their chances were better with a classmate than with senior Zhou Qi. Fu Zilong noticed the trio behind Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi, but chose to remain silent, continuing to enjoy the conversation with the 2 girls. Jiang Hao ultimately refrained from greeting his sister, having grown weary of the situation. He had made a gentleman's agreement with Fu Zilong and didn't want to disrupt his relationship with Zhou Qi. His presence before her would only feel awkward, prompting him and his companions to find a spot at the other end of the cafeteria. Fu Zilong was elated that Jiang Lai was still willing to engage with him, as these 2 senior sisters were undoubtedly the most enchanting beauties he had encountered at the university. The trio chatted amiably about amusing anecdotes from school, entirely sidestepping any mention of the brother-in-law topic. Yet, Fu Zilong felt that his rapport with Jiang Lai had deepened. Jiang Lai wished to resign from her position as the vice minister of the literature department in the student council. But the student council president and the grade director opposed her decision. Consequently, she needed to guide the new students during military training, leaving little time to spend with Fu Zilong. They agreed she would treat him to a meal once the military training concluded. Nearby, Zhou Qi teased, Junior, military training can be quite grueling. Should I bring you some cold drinks? Fu Zilong chuckled. Perhaps not. I fear your admirers might come after me. Zhou Qi pouted in discontent. Why aren't you worried about Jiang Lai's admirers causing you trouble? She has just as many suitors as I do. With a broad grin, Fu Zilong replied, I'll just say I'm the chosen brother-in-law of my little brother-in-law, and they won't dare approach me. Zhou Qi stifled a laugh, while Jiang Lai shot Fu Zilong a disapproving look, seemingly less impressed by his flippant remarks. After a lively exchange, the 3 parted ways to return to their dorms. As Fu Zilong hummed a cheerful tune, he kicked open the door to his dormitory, only to find his roommates already back. Jiang Hao lay sprawled on his bed, completely motionless, while Yichusong and Meng Nan were engrossed in their phones, fingers flying over the screens, their expressions lewdly amused. Upon noticing Fu Zilong's return, Yichusong eagerly boasted, Fu Zilong, do you know who I'm chatting with? I'm talking to our class monitor. Impressive, right? Fu Zilong was about to ask what they had been discussing when Meng Nan scoffed. As if no one else has talked to the class monitor. Don't act like you're so special. You might as well give up. I doubt the class monitor is even interested in you. Ichu-sung disdainfully spat, seemingly uninterested in Meng Nan's retorts. He continued, Fu Zilong, you know what? Meng Nan and I have made a gentleman's agreement. Whoever wins the heart of the class monitor first, the loser has to call the winner brother-in-law. How thrilling is that? Before Fu Zilong could respond, Jiang Hao, who had been lying motionless, shot up from his bed, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the two. Ichu-sung gulped nervously, suddenly hesitant to say more, and resumed frantically texting the class monitor, Zhang Xianxian. Fu Zilong first peeked at the chat between Ichu-sung and Zhang Xianyuan, noticing that Ichu-sung had already sent over 10 messages without a single reply from Zhang Xianyuan. Then, glancing at Meng Nan's phone, he saw the same scenario. Meng Nan was diligently typing an essay, with no incoming messages for quite some time. Fu Zilong shook his head in disbelief. These two were truly born to be hopelessly devoted sycophants, pitiful to the end, giving everything and receiving nothing in return. Fu Zilong mused that with Zhang Xianyuan's discerning eye, if it were Jiang Hao who pursued her, there might still be hope. But as for these two clumsy fellows in the dorm, their efforts only served to dampen the atmosphere. Approaching Jiang Hao, who was lying on the bed in a state of near-death repose, Fu Zilong grinned broadly and said, Don't worry. There is nothing going on between me and your sister. Please don't overthink it. Having uttered these words, he turned to try on his military training uniform. Jiang Hao, who had expected Fu Zilong to argue in his presence, was left dumbfounded on the bed. Don't overthink? How could he not? Frowning, he watched Fu Zilong remove his shirt, revealing well-defined muscular contours, and thought this guy was far too clever and cunning. Though he appeared principled on the surface, his methods were anything but conventional. Jiang Hao had often lamented the immaturity of his peers, but now he felt Fu Zilong regarded him as if he were a mere subordinate. From now on, he resolved to tread carefully in dealings with Fu Zilong, lest he be betrayed and yet remain indebted. Still, Jiang Hao couldn't imagine going through university without any friends. At least Fu Zilong was better company than the other two idiots at the door. He hadn't seen Fu Zilong incessantly texting or calling his sister. In fact, it was often the girls who reached out to him. Was this fellow particularly adept at interacting with women? Perhaps Jiang Hao should learn a few tricks from him. If Fu Zilong were willing to teach, sacrificing his sister might not be out of the question. Lost in these thoughts, Jiang Hao lay on the bed, brainstorming. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong donned his military training uniform and examined himself in the mirror on the door, exhaling deeply. There truly existed in this world something capable of overshadowing even his handsome visage. The three roommates couldn't help but chuckle at Fu Zilong's attire. But when they changed into their own uniforms, their laughter faded. Particularly Meng Nan, whose larger-sized pants were still too short, revealing a strip of yellowed white socks. Ichu-sung refused to wear the hat, unwilling to flatten his carefully styled hair, the result of half a bottle of mousse applied each morning. The hat perched atop his head, failing to touch his forehead, looked utterly ridiculous. Fu Zilong remarked sincerely, If the instructor sees you like this, you're sure to be singled out. They'll definitely force you to wear the hat properly. Otherwise, you might as well defy the instructor and accept the punishment. Ichu-sung sighed, torn between preserving his height and safeguarding his life. Jiang Hao, upon changing, was similarly speechless. The uniform did little to flatter his striking appearance. Yet as Fu Zilong saw his pale skin, he clicked his tongue in amazement. How could a man be so fair-skinned? Whiter even than Qin Shui. He longed to see just how pale Jiang Hao's sister was. Chapter 113. The commencement of military training thus, at 7:30 the next morning. Fu Zilong's class assembled at the designated spot on the school basketball court. Each student rubbed their sleepy eyes, reluctantly gathering. Fu Zilong observed that everyone's looks were subdued, which amused him greatly. Zhao Xianyuan still wore light makeup. Her face taught with effort to project authority as the class monitor. Their class was to form a company phalanx alongside Accounting Class 1. Notably, among the 30-plus students in accounting, only 6 bespectacled, frail-looking boys stood out. The beasts in Fu Zilong's class brightened, scanning the crowd eagerly. Fu Zilong himself was captivated by a girl with an oval face tied in a ponytail, standing about 172 centimeters tall. Her long hair reached her waist, and though slender, her figure was well-proportioned. Her military uniform could not conceal her exquisite silhouette. She possessed a somewhat cute visage, reminding Fu Zilong of the future celebrity Wiang Nana. For the first time, Fu Zilong discovered a freshman whose looks could rival those of senior students Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi. He licked his lips, murmuring, "My company needs to start soon. I'm just missing a cute little accountant with waist-length hair." He imagined her clad in a work outfit with black stockings and polished shoes. Charming indeed. As Fu Zilong lost himself in these thoughts, Jiang Hao's displeased face suddenly appeared before him. Frowning, Fu Zilong nudged him aside. Say, move. You're blocking my view of the scenery. Jiang Hao, unfazed, draped an arm over Fu Zilong's shoulder and locked him in a choke hold, exasperatedly demanding, what schemes are you plotting now? What company? What accountant? You just had dinner with my sister yesterday. Don't you have any moral boundaries? Fu Zilong hastily broke free, scowling. She just ate a bowl of my noodles, and suddenly she's the boss of my freedom? She hasn't promised me anything. I told you, don't overthink. You're too young to understand these complicated adult affairs. He resumed, scanning accounting class 1 for the girl's figure. But Jiang Hao was relentless. Fu Zilong. I spotted her first. I noticed her as soon as I arrived. Don't mess things up for me. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Only then did Fu Zilong realize Jiang Hao had taken a fancy to the girl. Evidently, she was quite charming. The previous day, even with many girls in the classroom, Zhao Xinyuan scoring an 85, Jiang Hao had shown no interest. Yet one glance today, and he was protective. Fu Zilong smirked. One look, and it's yours? I've looked at your sister several times, but she's not mine. Besides, I'm not the only one who noticed her. Look how many eyes are glued to her. Our dorm mates probably forgot who Zhao Xinyuan is. If you call me brother-in-law, I'll gracefully step aside. But if she throws herself at me, I'm afraid I can't help myself. Jiang Hao sneered. Who do you think you are? Throwing yourself at you? You are just thick-skinned and silver-tongued. I can't find any other merits. Want to be my sister's husband? Dream on. Fu Zilong was about to retort when the assembly call sounded. 2 senior students, a male and a female, both not in military uniforms, approached. They appeared to be student council leaders assigned to oversee the training for the 2 classes. The male, around 175 centimeters tall and well-featured, was Lu Wenxin, the vice president of the student council, known for his strict and methodical approach. The female, about 167 centimeters with a braided ponytail, named Lu Lu, was fairly attractive, scoring about 80 points, but her expression was cold and unsmiling, perhaps to maintain her aloof senior persona. After self-introductions and sharing their campus contact numbers, they instructed that boys should reach out to Lu Wenxin, girls to Lu Lu. They then dispersed the 2 classes, rearranging students by height to form the phalanx. Yi Zhuxing, standing 165 meters tall, was placed among the girls' row. Initially displeased, he even quarreled briefly with Lu Wenxin, debating whether to preserve his height or his survival. As a result, Fu Zilong pulled him aside, whispered a couple of words, and then immediately walked back into the line with a beaming smile. Fu Zilong had conveyed 2 key points. First, he was not the only boy standing among the girls. Second, how delightful it was to be surrounded by girls on all sides, front, back, left, and right. When had he ever been encircled by so many girls? What was there to be dissatisfied about? Senior Lu Wenxin couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Fu Zilong, wondering how he had managed to influence the boy's mindset so effortlessly. The most challenging situation, however, was Meng Nan, whose towering height made it difficult to place him anywhere without attracting attention. If positioned at the edge of the line, his white socks would be visible, undermining the overall appearance of the formation. Noticing Senior Lu Lu frowning in concern not far ahead, Fu Zilong approached her quietly and suggested, Senior, why don't you allow him to train within the line for now? When a military training parade comes, perhaps you could speak with the grade director about making him our college's flag bearer. With his stature, he would certainly look quite imposing holding our college flag. Lulu, taken aback by the impish yet handsome boy's suggestion, refrained from pushing him away. Upon hearing Fu Zilong's proposal, her eyes brightened, and she nodded in agreement. She then hurried to Lu Wenxin's side, where they whispered to each other while gesturing towards Fu Zilong. Lu Wenxin, maintaining his composure, approached Fu Zilong and patted his shoulder in encouragement and approval. Fu Zilong's actions were entirely aimed at fostering a good relationship with the student council, ensuring that, in the future, matters could be handled more smoothly. Moreover, these 2 held significant power during military training. Any request for leave would require their approval. By leaving a favorable impression now, he was paving the way for future negotiations. Whether it was due to Fu Zilong's subtle machinations or not, Lu Wenxin assigned him to the front of one of the boys' lines, right before a stunning beauty from the accounting class, who bore a striking resemblance to Wiang Nana. Chapter 114. The Importance of Dining. Gazing at the graceful figure of the beauty before him, Fu Zilong felt a surge of excitement, his smile taking on a mischievous quality. The only drawback was that Jiang Hao was right beside him, equally entranced by the girl's silhouette. The boys' formation was limited, consisting of only 2 rows, with Meng Nan towering behind Fu Zilong, also able to catch a glimpse of the enchanting accounting class beauty over Fu Zilong's head. Little did they know, he had already been sold out by Fu Zilong. Now, Fu Zilong was contemplating how to sell Jiang Hao out as well. He surveyed the formation, noting that not only was it arranged by height, but the outermost row was also composed of the most attractive individuals at the front. This was the side facing the podium. Much to Fu Zilong's satisfaction, his seniors had a keen eye. They had made him the representative of good looks among the boys, overshadowing the pretty boy Jiang Hao. As the formations were finalized, the two seniors reiterated the discipline of military training, emphasizing the necessity of obeying the instructors and the school's authority. Failure to comply would result in appropriate penalties, even demerits. The students responded with a collective sense of dismay. No one wished to stand in the sweltering sun under such scorching weather. Fu Zilong, having lost interest in the view of the long-haired beauty in front of him, began to scan the other formations for high-scoring beauties. At that moment, a synchronized sound of running approached from afar. As a large group of instructors marched in, each formation had one instructor step forward, presumably the one in charge of that group. Standing before Fu Zilong's formation was a capable-looking instructor, around 168 centimeters tall. Though not particularly tall, her commanding presence indicated she was no novice. Fu Zilong recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly averted his gaze from wandering. The instructor surveyed the somewhat disorganized formation, as well as the whispers emanating from the ranks. Without uttering a word, she simply smiled and stood there in silence. After a moment, the new students realized the unusual atmosphere and quickly fell silent. Observing the sudden quiet, the instructor finally spoke. "Feel free to continue chatting. I have all the time in the world to accompany you. Let us enjoy this warm sunshine together. Share any delightful news to brighten our spirits." The formation fell utterly silent, fully aware that the instructor was preparing to discipline them, and each one attempted to appear as the model student. After another 10 minutes of silence, the instructor finally introduced herself. "I'm Instructor Zhou. You may call me Instructor Zhou or Zhou Baby. I've trained several batches of new recruits, and they've all affectionately dubbed me that. Unfortunately, your squad has been assigned to me, as I happen to be the most temperamental instructor among them. If you wish to avoid witnessing my wrath, I suggest you train diligently and complete your daily tasks with quality and efficiency. Of course, if you desire to see me lose my temper, I'm more than happy to oblige. Meeting you all is a stroke of fate, and I sincerely hope we can coexist peacefully during these next 2 weeks. Now, let us get on with today's training schedule. Remember my words. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. During this military training period, you are my recruits, and I expect you to function as a cohesive unit, following my commands to fulfill your training tasks with excellence. Do you understand?" The students responded in unison, understood. As a reply to the instructor, Jiang Hao murmured to himself, "How unfortunate to have been assigned the most temperamental one." Fu Zilong whispered back, "Shut up. If you want to be the clown for the monkeys, don't drag me into it." Fu Zilong noticed the long-haired beauty in front of him visibly quivering, evidently amused by their exchange. Fortunately, the first row of students was loudly reporting their numbers, so the instructor did not catch their conversation. Thus commenced a monotonous morning of military training, primarily focusing on the basic stances of standing at ease, attention, counting off, and turning in various directions. During this time, the petite beauty in front of Fu Zilong misjudged her turn, momentarily locking eyes with him. Blushing, she quickly turned away, igniting a spark of mischief in Fu Zilong. Students who turned incorrectly faced a special penalty from Instructor Zhou: 10 push-ups for boys and 10 squats for girls. Consequently, some who struggled with their left from right, like Yi Chu-sung, found themselves questioning their very existence after countless push-ups. Eventually, he collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. Even Fu Zilong inadvertently turned the wrong way once and was punished with 10 push-ups. This was due to Instructor Zhou's slight accent, making it difficult to distinguish between turning back and turning right. Cunningly, Fu Zilong remained silent, while Jiang Hao ruthlessly pointed out the instructor's flaw. Upon hearing this, Instructor Zhou nodded, ensuring her commands would be clearer next time. Nevertheless, she still rewarded Jiang Hao with 20 push-ups for failing to report. Thus, they endured an entire morning of torment under the blazing sun, and when noon arrived, the new students surged towards the school cafeteria like a swarm of locusts. Fu Zilong had eaten 2 large loaves of bread for breakfast the previous night, while the other 3 in the dormitory had not eaten at all, now hungrily bending over, especially Meng Nan, whose eyes were practically green with hunger. As they complained about the instructor's lack of compassion, they rushed to the dining hall for their meals. Since the upperclassmen had not yet fully returned to campus for classes, only one cafeteria was open for the new students. Fu Zilong, demonstrating teamwork, dashed ayad. leading the charge to the cafeteria. However, the new students who have training locations close to the cafeteria have already begun to queue up. Fu Zilong directly approached the ramen window, where fewer people were gathered, and promptly ordered 10 bowls of ramen. When Jiang Hao, Meng Nan, and Yi Chusong arrived, Fu Zilong eagerly beckoned them over to the window to collect the ramen. At that moment, all the windows had formed long lines, as the sheer number of new students arriving for meals had overwhelmed the cafeteria's capacity. The three of them were deeply moved by this scene, repeatedly praising Fu Zilong as Dragon Brother, so valiant. Just as they managed to carry the 10 bowls of ramen to their seats, they instantly attracted the attention of others. Yet, the four paid no heed to the gazes and were about to indulge heartily in their meals. Fu Zilong, however, nudged Meng Nan and Yi Chusong with his foot and gestured discreetly behind them. The two, looking puzzled, glanced back a few times, unsure of Fu Zilong's intent. He could only whisper an explanation. "Aren't you two pursuing class leader, Zhao Xianxian? Here's your chance. Take a bowl of ramen over and show some charm." The two exchanged a look of partial understanding and turned to see Zhao Xianxian and her roommate, Zhang, yapping, looking somewhat perplexed at the lengthy line. Fu Zilong had anticipated that these two would eagerly rush over to flatter her, but to his surprise, neither of them moved, instead devouring the ramen voraciously. "Yi Chusong," with a tone of exasperation, remarked while chewing, "Old 3. Not to criticize you, but what are you thinking? It's chow time. Even if the king of heaven came, he'd be here for a meal." In their dormitory, they were ranked by age. Meng Nan as the eldest, Yi Chusong the second, Fu Zilong the third, and Jiang Hao the youngest. Chapter 115, No Coriander. Fu Zilong was left momentarily speechless after receiving a lesson. These two truly were hopeless. They missed the opportunity to win favor when the beautiful girls needed them. Normally, if you wanted to treat them to a meal, they might not even be interested. To his astonishment, his fellow townsman Zhang Yaping was sharing a dormitory with class leader Zhao Xianxian. As the two girls were about to pass by their table to join the queue, Fu Zilong hurriedly called out, "Hey, Zhang Yaping." Upon being called, Zhang Yaping turned and quickly recognized Fu Zilong amidst the sea of new students clad in military training uniforms. Without a closer look, one would hardly recognize their classmates. She remembered Fu Zilong's self-introduction from the previous day and was aware they were both from the same hometown. But she hadn't anticipated him calling her out at that moment. With a slight blush, she pulled Zhao Xianxian over to their table. Fu Zilong grinned and said, "Oh, the esteemed class leader is here too. You two don't need a queue. I ordered these bowls of ramen, and they haven't been touched yet. Each of you can take a bowl and eat quickly so you can rest." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaping's eyes lit up. The morning's military training had left her utterly fatigued. Had she not feared that skipping lunch would leave her unable to withstand the afternoon's activities? She would have preferred to head straight back to the dormitory and sleep. The two of them had come over despite the daunting queue. But now they were distressed at the thought of not eating anything at all. Just then, Fu Zilong, whom they had never interacted with before, unexpectedly invited them to partake of his ramen. Zhang Yaping, feeling a tad embarrassed, asked, "Is that really okay?" "Thank you so much. How much is the ramen?" "I'll pay you." Fu Zilong chuckled, patting the empty seat beside him. "No need to rush. Just eat first, then hurry back and rest." Zhang Yaping, after a moment's hesitation, thanked Fu Zilong and sat down beside him, pulling Zhao Xianxian along. Meng Nan and Yi Chusong, witnessing Fu Zilong so easily invite the two beauties to sit beside him, couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for their earlier decision. They had initially feared being rejected by Zhao Xianxian in front of everyone, which would have been quite embarrassing. But Fu Zilong's intention seemed to be to please his fellow townsman, Zhang Yaping. The three exchanged glances, sensing that Fu Zilong had ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong placed 2 untouched bowls of ramen in front of the girls. Zhang Yaping promptly expressed her gratitude again. Her cheeks flushed as she reached for her chopsticks. However, Zhao Xianxian, pouting at her bowl of ramen, seemed to be facing some dilemma. Fu Zilong furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you like ramen?" Zhao Xianxian, in a somewhat petulant tone, replied, I don't eat coriander." Fu Zilong rolled his eyes in exasperation, while Meng Nan and Yi Chusong, who had been eating, quickly raised their heads. They were about to offer to fetch the class leader a meal without coriander. But Fu Zilong, with a resigned arch of his brow, flipped his chopsticks and deftly transferred the coriander from Zhao Xingxuan's bowl into his own. The coriander was merely sprinkled atop the ramen, and upon seeing Fu Zilong remove it, Zhao Xianxian blushed and thanked him before lowering her head to eat alongside Zhang Yaping. Clearly, they had not eaten breakfast and were now starving, despite trying to control their pace while eating. Meng Nan and Yi Chusong felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and learn from Fu Zilong, planning to discuss strategies for charming girls with him later in the dormitory. Seeing the girls enjoying their meal, Fu Zilong chose not to interrupt and began tackling his second bowl of ramen. Moments later, Zhao Xianxian paused in her eating. The petite girl from Zhujiang Kunti finished the large bowl, leaving half untouched. Zhang Yaping, however, devoured hers with gusto, proving the hearty appetite of girls from Shandong. The two, feeling a bit shy, thanked Fu Zilong again, promising to treat him to a meal in gratitude in the future. Fu Zilong simply waved his hand with a smile, leaving them uncertain if he was bidding them farewell or indicating that no thanks were necessary. Once the girls had walked away, the remaining 8 bowls of ramen were swiftly consumed by the 4, primarily by Fu Zilong and Meng Nan. Just as Fu Zilong was about to call everyone to return to the dormitory, he noticed Meng Nan glancing around furtively. Noting that no one was watching, he seized the half-eaten bowl of ramen that Zhao Xianxian had left behind and grinned as he dug in. Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao, who had just stood up, were momentarily frozen. Meanwhile, Yi Chu-sung, witnessing this, shouted, "Don't finish it all. Leave me some broth." With that, he lunged to snatch the bowl from Meng Nan's hands. Seeing this, Fu Zilong swiftly exited the dining hall, with Jiang Hao trailing behind him. They genuinely feared being seen together, as it might lead others to think they were perverts. Indeed, the lengths to which infatuation could stretch were truly astonishing. After a brief rest in the dormitory at noon, Fu Zilong quickly took a cold shower in the restroom. He then rejoined the others at the training ground, where only 5 minutes remained until the afternoon training session was set to commence. Fu Zilong glanced at the scattered group of classmates lounging on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Wasn't this just providing the instructors with an excuse to discipline them? Spotting the instructors gathering in the distance, their expressions a mixture of amusement and malice as they observed the college students on the basketball court. Fu Zilong felt all too familiar with that smile. It was anything but benevolent. He immediately sought out Jiang Hao, sharing his concerns regarding the impending crisis with the vice class leader. Jiang Hao was no fool. He quickly grasped Fu Zilong's implication. Consequently, he approached Zhao Xianxian to discuss the matter. After glancing at Fu Zilong, Zhao Xianxian joined Jiang Hao in asking who the class leader of Accounting 1 was. They soon found a slender, bespectacled boy who was the class leader. He seemed rather timid and nervous while speaking with Zhao Xianxian. After the two explained the situation, he agreed to gather the class. Thus, several class leaders began calling for their peers to rise and form lines. Not everyone possesses the same sense of crisis and awareness. Upon seeing the class leader shouting for the formation, many complied reluctantly. Fortunately, the majority of the squad consisted of girls, making management somewhat more manageable. As their team assembled in a haphazard manner, students from adjacent squads pointed and whispered about them. The assembly whistle resounded abruptly as the instructors hurriedly approached their respective teams, vocally commanding them, resulting in a chaotic scene across the basketball court. When the instructor surnamed Zhou arrived at Fu Zilong's squad, he cast a somewhat amused glance over the formation and, with a hint of disappointment in his tone, remarked, "I did not expect some of you freshmen to be clever. Although your formation is crooked and disorganized, you did gather before the afternoon training whistle. This realization disappoints me greatly. I have lost an opportunity to discipline you. However, your disarray prevents me from rewarding you. Hence, let's commence our regular training for the afternoon." Chapter 116, Deliberate Alienation. Thus, amidst the numerous squads on the basketball court, only Fu Zilong's team stood at attention, responding appropriately to commands. The other squads have been assigned a regimen of push-ups and squats, leaving them with half their energy before the afternoon training had even commenced, observing the plight of their classmates from the corner of their eyes. Fu Zilong's team members silently rejoiced that their leader had taken the initiative to assemble them. Jiang Hao slightly turned his head to glance at Fu Zilong, realizing that had it not been for his reminder, they too would likely be on the ground doing push-ups. Given instructor Zhou's temperament, their situation would have been even more dire. The afternoon training was relatively straightforward, as the sun blazed mercilessly overhead. The instructors collectively decided on the drill of standing at attention. They traversed around the formation, calling out any signs of movement and extending the time for standing at attention as punishment. Fu Zilong gritted his teeth and persevered, diverting his focus by fixating on the elegant figure before him. Behind him, Meng Nan was frequently caught fidgeting, his large physique making even the slightest movement conspicuous. After being reprimanded 4 or 5 times, he received a kick from the instructor. Fu Zilong could sense Meng Nan's simmering resentment, as the heavy breaths he exhaled wafted onto Fu Zilong's neck, prompting him to grimace in distaste. The instructor soon noticed Meng Nan's apparent defiance and approached with a grin, asking, "What's this? Are you not satisfied? Do you wish to demonstrate your prowess? Meng Nan shot a sidelong glance at the instructor, but refrained from responding. Instructor Zhou appraised Meng Nan with interest and said, I shall refrain from questioning the other students, as it would seem I am bullying you lot. However, I am quite intrigued to challenge you. Big guy, shall we wrestle? If you manage to throw me down, you may rest at any time during training from that point forward. How does that sound? Meng Nan's eyes brightened as he glanced at the instructor, clearly tempted by the proposal. Fu Zilong wished to dissuade him from such folly, yet with instructor Zhou standing right before him, he dared not turn around. However, Zhao Xianxian in the front row glanced back at Meng Nan, and that fleeting look ignited Meng Nan's competitive spirit, leading him to readily accept the challenge. Fu Zilong observed with a growing sense of trepidation as instructor Zhou's smile turned increasingly mischievous. Thus, on a patch of grass adjacent to the basketball court, Meng Nan found himself thrown about by the instructor, who barely reached his shoulder in height. After being tossed 4 or 5 times, Meng Nan could no longer feign unconsciousness on the ground. Instructor Zhou, seemingly pleased, turned to observe the squad standing at attention, and the boys straightened their postures even more. After besting Meng Nan, Instructor Zhou appeared in high spirits and was the first to announce a break for the team. Fu Zilong, Jiang Hao, and Chu Song, dragging their weary bodies, approached the grass to check on the prone Meng Nan, only to discover he had fallen sound asleep, snoring on the grass. Chu Song was about to kick him awake when Fu Zilong stopped him, whispering, Let's not disturb him. The instructor will rouse him soon enough. The three exchanged knowing glances, their smiles devious, before retreating back to their respective formations. To Fu Zilong's surprise, Zhao Xianxian approached him and said, Fu Zilong, we owe you a debt of gratitude this afternoon. Otherwise, our class would have suffered greatly. Fu Zilong had not anticipated Jiang Hao attributing the credit to him, the latter being quite the straightforward boy. However, upon seeing Chu Song attempting to interject, Fu Zilong cleverly replied, This was a joint discovery between me and Chu Song. He brought up first. I merely mentioned it to our vice class leader, Jiang Hao. So, if you wish to express your thanks, direct it towards Chu Song. With that, Fu Zilong winked at Chu Song, signifying 2 boxes of cigarettes with a hand gesture. Recovering from his brief shock, Chu Song nodded discreetly and began conversing with Zhao Xianxian. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao sought refuge in a shaded area to rest. This caused Zhao Xianxian to slightly furrow her lovely brows. She sensed that both Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao were indifferent towards her. While Jiang Hao maintained his usual cool demeanor, Fu Zilong appeared intentionally aloof, leaving her puzzled as to what she might have done to provoke him. Was it because she abstained from cilantro at lunch? From what she gathered from the girls in the dormitory, they had discussed 2 topics after the classroom orientation, the first being who was the most handsome in their class. With candidates Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao, their supporters were nearly equal, and having 2 handsome boys in their class was indeed a delightful circumstance. The second topic revolved around who was deemed the ugliest, with Chu Song, Meng Nan, and Lu Lei, the one with a little mustache, being the nominees. Their votes were closely contested, and Zhao Xianxian could glean from the barrage of meaningless messages the 3 had sent her that they seemed to harbor interest in her, now that they had become class officers. Fortunately, other boys had also reached out to her, which provided some semblance of balance to her feelings. However, the lack of messages from Jiang Hao and Fu Zilong left her, who had always held a lofty self-image, feeling somewhat vexed. During lunch, she had initially thought Fu Zilong sought to approach her through Zhao yapping, yet apart from moving the cilantro aside, he had shown no inclination to connect with her. When she had attempted to strike up a conversation, he had deflected her towards Chu Song, ignoring whatever Chu Song had said. She turned away with a cold expression and returned to her circle of female classmates in the dormitory. The break period was relatively lengthy, and when the instructor blew the assembly whistle, all but the soundly sleeping Meng Nan quickly gathered and stood at attention, especially after witnessing the instructor's formidable display of authority. Instructor Zhou, observing Meng Nan's slumber, decisively roused him and rewarded him with 5 laps around the basketball court to wake him up. Fu Zilong estimated the distance to be around 2 kilometers, and he and Jiang Hao exchanged mischievous grins. By the time the afternoon training concluded, everyone's military training uniforms were thoroughly soaked in sweat. Exhausted, they hurried back to the school cafeteria, aware that they would have to reconvene in the classroom for a 2-hour national defense lecture later that evening. This time, Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao ran side by side toward the cafeteria. Unlike earlier, Fu Zilong had no intention of ordering noodles. He sought a proper meal instead. Chu Song and Meng Nan also arrived promptly, but Fu Zilong did not serve them. Instead, he filled 2 large plates with food and began searching for a place to eat when he suddenly spotted Xiao Xiao entering the cafeteria with another girl, presumably her roommate. As he gazed at the long queue in the cafeteria, Fu Zilong found himself momentarily entranced, particularly by Xiaoxio's delicate face, which remained as pale and tender as a freshly shelled egg despite a day under the sun. His appetite surged uncontrollably. Chapter 117. An Unexpected Encounter with a Lowly. He Xiao and her roommate, Huang Wenjun, stood uncertainly before the lengthy line for food, contemplating their options for a shorter queue, only to find every line equally long. Exhausted from the day's activities, He Xiao had opted not to dine in the cafeteria at noon, relying instead on the snacks Fu Zilong had previously bought for her. After indulging in those treats, she took a rejuvenating nap to replenish her energy. However, as evening approached, the necessity of dining in the cafeteria became apparent, though the sight of the extended line diminished her hunger. Caught in a dilemma about whether to return to her dorm for an apple as her dinner, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her. Looking up, she was immediately filled with delight, though a hint of shyness left her at a loss for words. Fu Zilong, taking the initiative, handed her a plate brimming with food, adopting a parental tone as he remarked, "What are you just standing there for? Do you still wish to wait in line? This is your portion, freshly served. Go eat it over there." Momentarily dazed, He Xiao grasped the hefty plate and quickly attempted to return it to Fu Zilong, insisting, "You eat more. You should keep it. I won't be able to finish this." Fu Zilong then called to his friend, Yi Chu-sung, who was still in line, "Hey, Yi, grab me another portion." After receiving an affirmative gesture from Yi, Fu Zilong turned back to He Xiao and added, "If you can't finish it, just share it with your classmates." With that, he playfully pinched her soft, fair cheek, relishing the feel of her youthful, collagen-rich skin. He Xiaoxio's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, leaving her flustered. Meanwhile, the bespectacled girl beside her, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, Xiao, who's that boy? Is he your boyfriend? He is so handsome and so assertive. I adore that kind of domineering charm. It's so manly." Embarrassed, He Xiao stammered, "He's the friend I mentioned. He looks out for me quite a bit." Even she was unsure why she felt compelled to add that last part. Huang Wenjun, brimming with excitement, pulled He Xiao to retrieve 2 sets of utensils from the sterilizing cabinet and eagerly settled beside Fu Zilong. Noticing the 2 girls' arrival, Fu Zilong nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Wenjun took the opportunity to express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, handsome. If it weren't for you, Xiao and I would have been waiting ages for our meals." Fu Zilong glanced at the girl, who had a modest appearance but a charming personality, and smiled, replying, "No need for thanks." He then noticed Xiao stealing glances at him, fighting the impulse to pinch her cheek again. "So, how is university life treating you? Are you managing the military training well? Is anyone giving you a hard time? If they are, let me know." Fu Zilong deliberately posed these questions in front of Huang Wenjun. He Xiao promptly responded, "I'm doing fine, just a bit tired from the military training. My roommates and classmates are really nice to me." Huang Wenjun interjected, "Today a boy even asked Xiao for her phone number. Looks like someone is trying to pursue her." He, flustered, He Xiao quickly replied, "Oh, don't say that. Why didn't he give my number to that boy? I don't even know him." Fu Zilong found her anxious demeanor amusing and gently patted her head, saying, "All right, just eat your meal." With that, he began to eat heartily, while Jiang Hao observed silently, seemingly accustomed to Fu Zilong's casual banter with girls. Huang Wenjun, on the other hand, was relentless with her questions, and Fu Zilong entertained her while eating. Yi Chu-sung and Meng Nan joined them, with the eyes fixated on He Xiao, causing her a hint of discomfort. Meanwhile, Huang Wenjun, seated beside Meng Nan, involuntarily shuddered and fell silent as she focused on her meal. After they finished sharing Fu Zilong's plate, the 2 girls bid farewell and hurriedly departed. Yi Chushin's gaze lingered on He Xiaoxio's retreating figure until Fu Zilong playfully tapped him on the head with his chopsticks, prompting him to turn away reluctantly. With sincerity, Yi Chu-sung remarked, "So this is the little loli you mentioned? Don't you think I'd be a better match for her? I believe our heights and looks complement each other perfectly, don't you think?" Fu Zilong tilted his head, smirking, "Weren't you interested in our class monitor, Xiao Xin? How quickly you've moved on." A little embarrassed, Yi Chu-sung confessed, "I can't help it. I find myself torn between the 2. How can I choose without hurting the other's feelings? It's such a dilemma." At that moment, Jiang Hao dropped his chopsticks in disbelief. He then turned to Fu Zilong with newfound respect, stating, "I apologize, Fu Zilong. I always thought you were the most shameless one in the dorm. But now I realize I misjudged you, and I sincerely apologize." Before Fu Zilong could retort, Meng Nan interjected, "I think all of you are quite shameless. Especially since you didn't wake me up during breaks. I ended up in trouble with the instructor and made quite a fool of myself." The other 3 exchanged amused glances and couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Hao teasingly remarked, "You really are something. How could you sleep in such a situation?" Not even the assembly whistle could wake you. Meng Nan, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, explaining. I was so dazed by the instructor that I thought if I just stayed down, he wouldn't dare to disturb me. But lying on the grass, under the warm sunlight, made me doze off instantly. You wouldn't believe it. Our dorm bed is so short that my feet dangle off the edge, practically hanging over Fu Zilong's bed. How am I supposed to sleep well like that? That's why I fell asleep on the grass to catch up on rest. Just imagine how much I'll suffer in winter with a bed and blanket that aren't long enough. Fu Zilong, exasperated, replied. You're the loudest snorer in the dorm, and you're claiming you don't sleep well? And for heaven's sake, wash your feet before bed. It's no wonder I keep smelling stinky feet at night. Your feet are practically in my space. The group laughed as they made their way back to the dormitory, where they quickly showered to refresh themselves before heading to the lecture hall. This time, they were in the same classroom as the accounting class, where they found 6 boys clustered together, surrounding a long-haired girl who appeared visibly annoyed. Fu Zilong learned from their conversations that her name was Zhu Qing. Chapter 118, A Flower with an Owner. Upon entering the lecture hall, Ichusung and Meng Nin quickly spotted class monitor Zhao Xianxian's seat and pulled Fu Zilong and Jiang Haolong, although there had been a space beside Zhao Xianxian. Both boys hesitated, feeling shy, and instead chose to sit in the row behind her, gazing adoringly at the back of her head. Jiang Hao, however, remained indifferent, sporting a cool demeanor as he listened to music through his headphones with his eyes closed. Fu Zilong, frustrated by his friend's timidity, nudged them toward the front, silently urging them to take a seat beside Zhao Xianxian. Yet, neither boy found the courage to move, embodying the essence of bashful young men. Fu Zilong then gestured toward the boys in the accounting class surrounding the beautiful girl, implying, look at how the boys in their class are proactive when they see a beauty, like flies swarming around a beauty reminiscent of Wiang Nana. Zhu Qing found herself the center of attention. At that moment, a somewhat headstrong girl from Sichuan, sitting beside her, stood up and pointed to the 6 boys nearby, exclaiming, You bunch of fools. Zhu Qing has already declared she has a boyfriend. Her voice, resonant and full of the characteristic boldness of Sichuan girls, made Meng Nan and Yi Chusung instinctively shrink their necks. They exchanged glances with Fu Zilong, silently acknowledging the embarrassment inflicted upon them by this outburst. Fu Zilong couldn't help but twitch his lips, taken aback by the girl's audacity, while a twinge of regret blossomed in his heart upon realizing that the enchanting beauty was indeed taken. Beside him, Jiang Hao let out a heavy sigh. The girl he had set his sights on was already claimed by another, which left him feeling quite discontented. The 6 boys from the accounting class, thoroughly chastised, hurriedly slinked away to sit elsewhere, while whispers from the surrounding girls critiqued their behavior. It was no wonder they attracted attention. Zhu Qing was simply breathtakingly beautiful and possessed a particularly gentle demeanor, treating everyone with kindness. This had ignited a daring curiosity in the boys. Despite knowing she had a boyfriend, reportedly a student studying abroad in the United States, they thought, what harm could there be in testing the waters? However, with her roommate Song Jiajia publicly exposing their folly, the 6 boys felt utterly humiliated. The other girls in the class, already feeling the pressure of the disproportionate male-to-female ratio, were incensed to see the 6 boys so fixated on Zhu Qing. As they witnessed Song Jiajia's reprimand, they seized the opportunity to ridicule the boys further. Naturally, the girls had no inclination to compare themselves to Zhu Qing. Her beauty was not merely a concern for the 6 boys, but drew the attention of many upperclassmen and students from other classes. Yet, Zhu Qing firmly maintained her stance, stating her relationship status, and the girls respected her resolute attitude. Conversely, they noted that among the boys in the e-commerce major participating in military training, a few were rather appealing, particularly 2 towering figures around 6 feet tall. Meanwhile, the girls from the accounting class began to inquire about Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao, not because they were particularly striking, but because they stood out amidst their less appealing male classmates. It was believed that in a couple of days, they might receive love confessions from the girls, as all were aware of the advantage of being proactive in love. As Fu Zilong found himself growing bored, 2 student council seniors, Lu Wenxin and Lu Lu, entered the classroom. Lu Wenxin proceeded to operate the computer at the podium, eager to display some materials on the big screen, while Lu Lu quickly took charge of arranging the scattered seating, intending to capture a group photo for the school. She called Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao to sit at the front, right next to the 2 vacant seats beside Zhao Xianxian. Fu Zilong glanced at Yi Chusung and Meng Nan, who were visibly envious, and shrugged before moving forward with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao paused at the aisle, clearly hoping to let Fu Zilong take the seat first. Without any hint of embarrassment, Fu Zilong settled next to Zhao Xianxian, who, upon hearing Lu Lu instruct Fu Zilong to sit beside her, instinctively straightened her posture, showcasing her alluring figure. She discreetly took out a small mirror from her bag to check her appearance. However, Fu Zilong found Zhao Xianxian, clad in her military training attire, lacking in visual appeal. He snagged one of Jiang Hao's earbuds and placed it in his own ear. Jiang Hao merely shot him a glare, choosing not to comment. The music of Jay Cho filled his ears, a favorite artist of Fu Zilong, whose songs he could still sing along to even in his 30s. Meanwhile, Lu Wenxian prepared the big screen, displaying a document on national defense knowledge, which felt rather mundane to Fu Zilong, accustomed to the information overload of the modern era. Thus, he resorted to his phone, logging into QQ to chat with his high school friends, including Rinquan, who informed him that their studio was thriving and already turning a profit. Fu Zilong felt a surge of happiness, not merely at the financial success, but for having paved a different path for Rinquan. He occasionally responded to messages from Lin Xiao and Qin Shui, ensuring he didn't neglect his business partner, the affluent Pei, as maintaining a good rapport was beneficial. In contrast, his high school male friends, like Chao Wei and Agon, would only message him for money or to ask for links to adult films. Fu Zilong had little interest in such interactions and preferred to seek emotional value from the girls instead. Zhao Xianxian, initially pleased to have Fu Zilong beside her, soon grew disheartened as he failed to initiate conversation, instead absorbed in typing away on his phone. Jiang Hao appeared to be dozing off, lulled by the music. As the two handsome boys offered no indication of interest, Zhao Xingxuan's mood soured further. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Jiaotong University and Shandong University, Lin Xiao and Qin Shui once again turned down requests for their phone numbers from approaching boys. Their responses remarkably synchronized as they lit up their screens and sincerely stated, "I have a boyfriend. It's inconvenient." Chapter 119. The fainting plan on the second day of military training. The sun blazed down in a scorching sky. Having learned from the previous day's punishment, the squads assembled promptly before the instructors arrived. The instructors praised the students for their improved discipline and expressed their satisfaction. "Since the sun hasn't fully risen and the temperature isn't too high yet, how about we start with an hour of standing at attention?" The entire formation exchanged incredulous glances at the instructor, speechless. Instructor Zhou, with a playful grin, remarked, "If you're not happy, how about we extend it to 2 hours?" This time, Fu Zilong quickly responded with a loud "sure," causing Zhu Qing, standing in front of him, to visibly flinch but not turn around. Instructor Zhou, delighted, confirmed, "All right, 2 hours of standing at attention it is. I thought you all preferred 3 hours." Curious about who had shouted so loudly, he asked, "Which student was that?" Fu Zilong, sensing trouble, but still shouted, "Report." "It was me." Instructor Zhou, still smiling, replied, "How come you know to shout report this time?" 20 push-ups. Remember for next time." With no choice, Fu Zilong stepped out of line to complete his punishment before returning to the formation, joining his classmates, squinting against the rising sun as they stood at attention. Across the basketball court, various squads maintained their position, but as time passed and temperatures soared, the students' endurance faced a severe test. Many girls succumbed to the heat, fainting one after another under the relentless sun. The student council members alongside their peers promptly transported the afflicted individuals to a shaded area, where the school nurse stood ready with huaxiang, Genki liquid, and essential oil. It was uncertain whether it was true that students with superior academic performance possessed weaker constitutions. But in just a little over an hour, 3 girls from Fu Zilong's group had already collapsed. At that moment, some boys were also beginning to succumb to dizziness. And one male student from the accounting class, wiping sweat from his brow, was caught by Instructor Zhou. However, whether it was the sweltering heat or an inflated sense of pride, the young man stubbornly refused to admit his fault. When punished with push-ups, he defiantly argued back with Instructor Zhou. Fu Zilong could hear the instructor's fists clenching ominously behind him. Yet, Instructor Zhou restrained his impulse to resort to violence, and, with a smile, addressed the boy. "Very well, consider yourself fortunate that you are merely a student and not a real recruit. In light of your commendable performance, your team shall be subjected to an additional hour of military posture. Of course, you may continue to refuse the punishment of push-ups. Your entire class may stand with you for the day if that pleases you." A collective gasp echoed through the ranks. The boy, with a flushed face and an agitated demeanor, shouted, "If you're so capable, why target me? Why make things difficult for my classmates?" Instructor Zhou's demeanor shifted from jovial to stern as he replied, "First, you are part of the team. Your foolish actions have resulted in punishment for all. This is a matter concerning both you and your group. Secondly, why refuse to accept the consequences of your error? Does it make you special? Does it make you formidable? The male student who first reacted to your team situation deserves commendation. Yet, when I ordered him to do push-ups for failing to address me properly, he complied without a word of complaint. Following orders is a requirement I made clear on the first day of training. You can choose to leave this training ground now, and I will report your situation to the school. They may impose appropriate sanctions. I remind you that last year, when I was here training newcomers, a freshman with prior Taekwondo experience attempted to strike me. After I subdued him, the school issued him a serious reprimand and a year of probation. We are here to conduct military training, not to entertain you. If you cannot handle it, feel free to confront me physically. I have a penchant for fiery recruits. So, what will it be, young man? After this exchange, the accounting student stood frozen, seemingly at a loss for words. His fists clenched in silent fury as he glared at Instructor Zhou. Meanwhile, Zhou remained close, a smile on his face as if inviting the boy to act first. The tension in the air was palpable, and Fu Zilong realized that the adorable boy from the accounting class had been thoroughly intimidated, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. The current generation of youth, overly sheltered by their parents and teachers, often lacks an understanding of restraint, believing themselves to be the center of the universe. Seizing the moment while Instructor Zhou's attention was diverted, Fu Zilong whispered, "That boy is going to get us all into trouble. We'll be standing in military posture until the end of time." Beside him, Jiang Hao murmured, "What should we do? I can hardly hold on. I feel faint, as if I might be succumbing to heat stroke." Fu Zilong, with a clever glint in his eye, suggested, "Then pretend to faint. Just fall towards me, and I'll catch you. We can make our way to the infirmary. I've seen girls being taken there, likely for 4 drips. Once we're there, we'll be free. Otherwise, we'll be left here to dehydrate in the sun." Jiang Hao, swallowing against his parched throat, retorted softly, "Is this plan of yours even feasible? What if you faint instead? Wouldn't I have to carry you to the infirmary?" Fu Zilong thought to himself, "You look too delicate to be the best choice for this ruse." However, he replied, "Didn't you hear the instructor? I'm a prime example of what happens to that boy from the accounting class. If I faint, where does that leave Instructor Zhou? Wouldn't he be enraged and add another hour to our punishment? You are the most suitable choice. Stop hesitating. The longer we delay, the longer we stand. The sooner you lie down, the sooner we rest. Just remember to fall convincingly." Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, genuinely feeling dizzy and nauseous, sweat stinging his eyes. Yet, he refrained from wiping it away, fearing Instructor Zhou would notice. Finally, with determination, he declared, "All right, I'll count to 3 before I go down. You'd better catch me." Fu Zilong assured him confidently, "Don't worry, I've got this." Jiang Hao steadied himself, preparing to feign fainting, and softly counted 1, 2. Just as he uttered 2, Fu Zilong noticed Zhu Qing sway dangerously before about to collapse onto the ground. Instinctively, he stepped forward, catching Zhu Qing before she hit the ground. At that moment, Jiang Hao, having completed his mental preparation, shouted 3. His head collided with Fu Zilong's back as he fell, witnessing Fu Zilong's successful catch of Zhu Qing. With a loud thud, Jiang Hao fell to the ground, his mind echoing a single thought, "Beast," before he truly lost consciousness. In the aftermath, Fu Zilong was startled by the sound of Jiang Hao's fall, having instinctively reacted to catch Zhu Qing. He certainly had not intended to let Jiang Hao fall. However, now was not the time to explain. He quickly called out, "Instructor, 2 students have fainted." The instructor, along with 2 student council members, rushed over, their classmates' gazes drawn to Fu Zilong, who was still holding Zhu Qing. Envy and resentment flickered in the eyes of the boys around him, but the identity of the other fainted student remained a mystery. Upon assessing the situation of the 2 who had collapsed, Instructor Zhou permitted them to leave the ranks for medical attention. Senior Lu Wenchen attempted to lift Jiang Hao, but found him too heavy to manage. Fu Zilong quickly signaled to Meng Nan, who promptly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Senior, let me assist you." With that, she effortlessly hoisted Jiang Hao onto her shoulder, carrying him as though he were a sack of flour, and dashed towards the infirmary without considering the upheaval it might cause to Jiang Hao's stomach. Meanwhile, Senior Lu turned to Fu Zilong, requesting, "Could you help me take her over there for medical attention?" With Zhu Qing already cradled in his arms, Fu Zilong beamed with delight and obliged without hesitation. He lifted Zhu Qing in a princess carry and strolled towards the shaded infirmary area. The gazes of their classmates were a mix of surprise, envy, and discontent. But Fu Zilong felt a surge of pride as he held the softly resting Zhu Qing. Though she seemed tall, she was surprisingly light in his arms. Despite her sweaty condition, perhaps due to his own imagination, he detected no unpleasant odor. As he hurried to the infirmary, he noted Zhu Qing's eyes were tightly shut, her brow furrowed in discomfort. Concerned, Fu Zilong quickened his pace, arriving at the medical tent where the school nurse was already examining Jiang Hao. The diagnosis was heat stroke. Fu Zilong was taken aback. Jiang Hao's earlier complaint of dizziness had been genuine. Now feeling somewhat awkward, he pondered how to explain the situation to his close friend. The nurse assessed Jiang Hao's condition, removed his cap, and instructed him to lie on his side. A damp towel, chilled with cool water, was placed upon Jiang Hao's forehead, while a pack of ice cubes was positioned at his neck. Before long, Jiang Hao stirred and awakened. The school nurse, having assessed that Jiang Hao was not in serious peril, turned her gaze towards Fu Zilong, who was still holding Zhu Qing in his arms. The 2 air mattresses she had brought were already occupied, so Fu Zilong was instructed to lay Zhu Qing down on the nearby patch of grass in the shade. Fu Zilong hurriedly implored, "Doctor, please check on her. Does she need artificial respiration?" The nurse, a woman in her 30s, paused momentarily, observing the grinning Fu Zilong. With a slight chuckle, she replied, "Let me first assess her condition. If it's something worth your attention, I will call for you." Elated by the nurse's assurance, Fu Zilong nodded enthusiastically, but then caught sight of Jiang Hao, who was coldly staring at him with open eyes. A chill ran down Fu Zilong's spine, prompting him to crouch down and attempt to close Jiang Hao's unblinking gaze. Yet, each time he shut his eyes, they reopened, still fixated on Fu Zilong with an icy glare. It seemed that Jiang Hao, weakened and unable to rise, was determined to confront Fu Zilong if only his body allowed it. In the preceding moment, Fu Zilong had confidently discussed how to feign unconsciousness alongside Jiang Hao. But now he was left cradling his beloved Zhu Qing, while Jiang Hao felt like a mere ragdoll tossed to the ground. His head throbbed painfully, seemingly having sustained a bump. Noticing Jiang Hao's persistent state of wakefulness, Fu Zilong awkwardly attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "As you know, she collapsed when you counted to 2. I thought you would regain control by the 3rd count, but alas, misfortune struck. The nurse has already declared you to be suffering from heat stroke. Your mind is clouded, and everything that just transpired was merely a figment of your imagination. Understood?" Jiang Hao felt his headache intensify, yet he found himself powerless against Fu Zilong's incessant chatter. He certainly couldn't expose their plan of feigning unconsciousness at this juncture. Fu Zilong, noticing Jiang Hao's silence but sensing a hint of resignation in his gaze, cautiously inquired, "Jiang Hao, are you all right now? No longer dizzy?" With a deep breath, Jiang Hao replied curtly, "I'm not dead yet." Embarrassed, Fu Zilong added, "Well, since you're fine, could you perhaps relinquish the bed for Zhu Qing? She's still lying on the grass." After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jiang Hao attempted to rise, only to be met with another wave of dizziness. Still, he stubbornly crawled away, yearning to distance himself from Fu Zilong, this inconsiderate fellow. Fu Zilong had not anticipated that Jiang Hao's heat stroke was this severe. He initially thought Jiang Hao was merely an adept actor, still playing the part of the fainted. Realizing Jiang Hao was genuinely incapacitated, Fu Zilong quickly pulled him back to the mattress, sincerely offering his apologies. If Jiang Hao refused to forgive him, he would resort to placing the cooling ice pack inside Jiang Hao's shirt. Amid their playful banter, the school nurse called for Fu Zilong to come over. By this time, Zhu Qing had regained her senses. In truth, she had been conscious when she fainted. She had even overheard the clandestine conversation between Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao regarding their charade, yet for some inexplicable reason, she had felt particularly weak today and had collapsed without warning. Unlike Jiang Hao, she had not fallen to the ground, but rather into Fu Zilong's embrace. In that moment, Zhu Qing was bewildered, unaware of the name of the mischievous boy smiling behind her. As she lay in his arms, she found herself at a loss for how to react. Desiring to rise, she discovered she lacked the strength. Thus, she opted to tightly shut her eyes and feign unconsciousness, allowing Fu Zilong to carry her to the shaded area for medical attention. Having never experienced such a princess carried by a boy before, Zhu Qing was surprised by how stable Fu Zilong's hold was, effortlessly transporting her over a distance of more than 100 meters. When the doctor saw her flushed face, she became startled, mistakenly believing Zhu Qing had a fever. After a thorough examination revealed no serious issues, the nurse quietly inquired about her condition, only to then beckon Fu Zilong to approach. Fu Zilong hurried over, relieved to find Zhu Qing awake, albeit too shy to meet his gaze. At that moment, another girl from the queue fainted, prompting Lu to rush back to assist. Meng then had brought Jiang Hao and then returned to the line, displaying genuine reliability. The nurse glanced at Fu Zilong and asked, "What is your relationship with her? Are you two a couple?" Zhu Qing, upon hearing this, felt her embarrassment deepen, and she was about to explain when Fu Zilong interjected cheekily, "Sister, what can I do for you? Is she in need of artificial respiration? Time is of the essence. Please guide me on the procedure." With that, he leaned forward as if to begin. Startled by Fu Zilong's actions, Zhu Qing gasped and turned her head away, covering her face with both hands. Fu Zilong, wearing a triumphant grin, was met with the school nurse's admonishment. Behave yourself. Look at how frightened you've made her. The nurse continued. She is mildly overheated and slightly unaccustomed to the environment. To top it off, she has unexpectedly started her period today, which together caused her to faint earlier. Fortunately, she is now fine, but you need to take her back to her dormitory to change. I'll write you both a medical leave note. The morning military training is about to conclude, so you can return for the afternoon session. Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong instinctively glanced at Zhu Qing's legs, causing her to clamp them tightly together and shoot him an irritated glare. Realizing his indiscretion, Fu Zilong quickly averted his gaze and urged the nurse to expedite the issuance of the medical leave note. Zhu Qing attempted to voice her thoughts several times, but found herself at a loss for words. It felt exceedingly awkward to have a boy, whose name she did not even know, take care of her, particularly given her current condition. Even an ordinary couple would find it uncomfortable. At that moment, she felt utterly humiliated, grateful that her embarrassment was confined to Fu Zilong and had not spilled over to the entire queue, which was a small consolation. After receiving the medical note from the nurse, Fu Zilong gleefully approached Lu from the queue, quietly explaining the situation and the note. Lu then guided him to Instructor Zhou, who graciously agreed to the request. Meanwhile, a boy from the accounting class, overwhelmed by the pressure, had begun doing push-ups, yet he struggled to complete even a single proper rep. It was no wonder he had previously resisted doing push-ups. He had feared embarrassment. Returning with a spring in his step, Fu Zilong announced to Zhu Qing, "Let's go. I'll escort you back." With that, he attempted to lift her in a princess carry once more. Zhu Qing quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, I can manage." As she spoke, she struggled to stand. But Fu Zilong merely glanced at her and advised, "I suggest you stay put. It's already leaking." Zhu Qing paused in confusion, but quickly understood Fu Zilong's implication. Blushing furiously as she crouched down again, Fu Zilong felt a bit awkward, as it was a scorching day, and he had no jacket to shield her. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted the cooling towel, which could serve a purpose. He requested a towel from the nurse and handed it to the flustered Zhu Qing for modesty, then proceeded to offer her support as they exited the training grounds. Zhu Qing, her face flushed, attempted to push his hand away, but Fu Zilong protested. "Are you sabotaging our teamwork? If you don't let me help you, how will my role be recognized? If the instructor sees us, he'll insist I return to the queue. You can't do this." Seeing his earnest expression, Zhu Qing bit her lip, wrestling with her thoughts for a moment before reluctantly extending one arm. Fu Zilong immediately brightened with joy as he supported her arm and led her out of the basketball court. At that moment, the military posture of various teams had yet to conclude, and the freshmen beheld a boy, beaming with happiness, assisting a girl of stunning beauty towards the exit. The boy's hand, gently resting on the girl's waist, thoughtfully held a towel beneath it, while the girl, with her head bowed, concealed her expression. Her profile flushed with a rosy hue. Upon leaving the basketball court, Zhu Qing hurriedly withdrew her arm. She had no recollection of how she had exited the military training ground, feeling as though the gazes of her peers could incinerate her. Now, she could sense her entire body ablaze, truly akin to having a fever. She attempted to hasten her steps, but once again, a wave of dizziness enveloped her. Fu Zilong offered her support once more, only to retract his hand shortly thereafter. "Walk slowly. I'm not going to eat you." His teasing voice echoed behind her. After nodding, Zhu Qing also ambled toward her dormitory. Fu Zilong leisurely followed in her wake, contemplating that after escorting her downstairs, he would head to the cafeteria for a meal. However, after 5 minutes, Zhu Qing halted at a crossroads, seemingly in a state of conflict and hesitation. Ultimately, she turned around to face the bewildered Fu Zilong and inquired, "Could you do me a favor?" Fu Zilong tilted his head and responded, "Beautiful girl. My name is Fu Zilong, not that student. What do you need help with? Speak up, I'm listening." Zhu Qing, her cheeks flushed, replied, "Thank you for assisting me earlier. Fu Zilong, Zhu Qing. Could you possibly help me buy a sanitary pad from the school supermarket? I'm really not in a position to go myself, right now." Without hesitation, Fu Zilong nodded and said, "Sure. Stay right here. I'll go get you some oranges. Sanitary pads." With that, Fu Zilong dashed towards the school's supermarket like the wind. Zhu Qing recognized that the first part of the statement was borrowed from Zhu Ziking's prose, casting a disapproving glance at the boy who had taken advantage and then fled. Yet, she had not anticipated that Fu Zilong would agree without a second thought. Weren't boys typically shy about purchasing such items? It was surprising to see Fu Zilong accept so nonchalantly, leaving Zhu Qing puzzled by this mischievous boy's demeanor. Before long, Fu Zilong entered the supermarket, which was not on the same route as the dormitory. Given Zhu Qing's current state of losing blood, it was indeed inconvenient for her to travel there for sanitary pads. The supermarket was rather deserted, and Fu Zilong approached the shelf lined with sanitary pads, momentarily dazzled by the array of small packages. Realizing he had forgotten to inquire which brand Zhu Qing preferred, lacking her phone number, he grabbed several types of both day and night pads and proceeded to the checkout. The cashier was momentarily taken aback, having never seen anyone purchase sanitary pads in such a manner. Fu Zilong, reveling in the rare absence of military training, was in high spirits and paid no heed to the cashier's astonishment. Upon noticing the cold drink fridge nearby, he decided to buy a few bottles of chilled soda to soothe his dear friend Jiang Hao's wounded spirit. When Fu Zilong returned shortly after, handing the bag of sanitary pads to Zhu Qing, she was left utterly speechless. Fu Zilong casually remarked, "I didn't know what brand you usually use, so I bought a bit of everything. There should be something you like." Zhu Qing, her face burning with embarrassment, stiffly nodded and reached into her pocket, saying, how much are these? I'll pay you." Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. Consider it my treat." After uttering those words, Fu Zilong felt it was somewhat inappropriate and quickly amended, "No, let us just call it a gift for our first meeting." Zhu Qing glanced at the colorful assortment of sanitary pads in her hand, pondering silently. Is he serious? Using sanitary pads as a gift? Am I the only girl in the world to receive such a unique present? She felt utterly speechless, her blood surging faster as if it were about to boil over. Chapter 122, An Unintentional Collision. Fu Zilong ultimately escorted the pale-faced Zhu Qing to the entrance of the dormitory, contemplating for a moment before calling her back. He then hastily made his way to the nearby cafeteria, ordered a meal, and added a bowl of warm red date and lotus seed porridge, which he handed to the slightly flustered Zhu Qing. This was the first time Zhu Qing had received such care from a boy, although his approach was somewhat absurd. His thoughtfulness was evident, clearly understanding what a girl would need at that moment. Just moments ago, she had felt a flicker of annoyance towards him, but now she was filled with regret. With her cheeks still flushed, she wanted to say something, uncertain whether to apologize first or express her gratitude. Fu Zilong noticed that this girl turned crimson quite easily and wasn't particularly outgoing, seemingly struggling with communication. She must be a soft-spoken, introverted girl. With this thought, Fu Zilong urged her, "Hurry and go change your clothes. Being by the sea here in Qing City, you don't want to attract any sharks." Zhu Qing's face turned an even deeper shade of red, and with a shy stomp of her foot, she hurriedly dashed into the girls' dormitory. Fu Zilong, not giving it much thought, strolled into the nearly deserted cafeteria. Fu Zilong, Jiang Hao, and Meng Nan were all from northern regions, sharing similar tastes. Yi Zhuxing, being from Guangdong, found the food here somewhat unpalatable, either too oily or too salty. Fortunately, he didn't eat much, and there seemed to be enough leftovers from the other 3's plates to satisfy him. Fu Zilong had already prepared meals for his friends and was leisurely enjoying his food while waiting for them to arrive. Just as he finished eating, a group of starry-eyed freshmen burst into the cafeteria. Not long after, Fu Zilong spotted his 3 dormitory mates, supporting each other as they entered, and quickly called them over. The trio, upon seeing that Fu Zilong had prepared their meals, were instantly ecstatic. When Fu Zilong pulled a can of ice-cold cola from the bag, Meng Nan and Yi Chusung nearly shouted for a father figure. Even Jiang Hao's expression brightened considerably. After gulping down a large sip of cola, he felt rejuvenated. As they ate, the 3 complained about the adorable boy from the accounting class, who had caused them to have the least amount of rest during their formation. Standing in military posture for the longest time, Fu Zilong couldn't help but tease Meng Nan. "Are you foolish? Who told you to drop Jiang Hao off at the medical point and run away? Didn't you think to take a break there?" While eating, Meng Nan sheepishly scratched his buzz cut and replied, "At that moment, Instructor Zhou was angry, and my mind was filled with visions of him throwing me." He paused for a moment, feeling embarrassed, and added, "Old 3, I've eaten 2 meals you prepared in these past few days. I want to ask how much it costs. I'll treat you in the next couple of days." Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We're brothers. It doesn't matter whether it's 1 or 2 times. We'll be eating together for 4 years. There will be plenty of opportunities." Fu Zilong noticed that his 3 dormitory brothers seemed to come from well-off families. They didn't scrimp on their meals or clothing. Yi Chusung's family owned a factory, reportedly manufacturing lighting fixtures in Foshan, making him the most affluent among them. Meng Nan and Jiang Hao didn't discuss their family backgrounds, but it was evident they hailed from decent households. In contrast, Fu Zilong's family was quite ordinary, yet he didn't mind. Once military training concluded and classes began, He planned to embark on his entrepreneurial ventures during university. At this moment, Fu Zilong observed that Yi Chu-sung, who had the weakest physique, had not complained much about the rigors of military training over the past few days. He could help but ask Yi, "What's come over you these past 2 days? You seem to be enjoying military training." Yi Chu-sung's bangs were soaked with sweat, yet he refused to remove his cap, unable to accept the sight of his hair falling flat. Swallowing the morsels of food in his mouth, Yi Chu-sung chuckled. "I feel quite splendid, standing amidst the girls. To my left and right, all I see are lovely ladies. The peaks appear distinct from different angles, their heights and distances varying. Can you comprehend my joy? You cannot." He. The three exchanged glances, finally grasping the extent of each other's lewdness. At that moment, Jiang Hao interjected with a complaint. "Fu Zilong, where did you end up with Zhu Qing? She already has a boyfriend, yet you still attempt to approach her?" Fu Zilong, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "I merely escorted her back to her dormitory before coming here for a meal. What do you understand? If one wields the host skillfully, what corner cannot be excavated? A beautiful flower may be claimed, but I merely wish to loosen the soil. It is merely a matter of whether I desire to dig or not. Compared to undermining others, I would rather aspire to be your brother-in-law." Jiang Hao felt disheartened, having grown somewhat immune to Fu Zilong's pretentiousness. The four in the dormitory had their fill, and with the added delight of iced cola, they returned to their abode brimming with energy. After taking quick, refreshing showers, they seized the opportunity to indulge in a brief afternoon nap. The afternoon military training resumed, as usual, with some freshmen already resorting to rain-making rituals on the ground. Zhu Qing, having changed into dark jeans, rejoined the ranks of the military training. During lineup, she swiftly pressed a 100 yuan note into Fu Zilong's hand. This was her estimation of the cost of sanitary pads and lunch from the dormitory, and she had prepared the money early to repay Fu Zilong. Fearing he might refuse and engage in a tug-of-war over it, she chose to return the money during lineup. Fu Zilong glanced at the crumpled bill in his hand, clearly signaling his intention to maintain a distance from any sense of obligation. He smiled and tucked the 100 yuan into his pocket. Jiang Hao, witnessing their exchange, couldn't help but whisper, "What did she just give you? Why the secrecy?" Fu Zilong, his lips curling into a smirk, casually uttered, "Love letter." Zhu Qing's body swayed slightly, as if she were about to faint. Any prior fondness she harbored for Fu Zilong vanished in an instant. The afternoon training was no longer a monotonous exercise of standing at attention and responding to commands. The instructor began to teach the drill of marching in formation. As Fu Zilong observed Zhu Qing's serpentine movements while marching, it was an exquisite delight. He became so engrossed that he failed to hear the instructor's commands, nearly colliding several times. This elicited a smile from Instructor Zhou, who approached him and inquired if he had not awakened from his midday slumber. With great thoughtfulness, he arranged for Fu Zilong to run 5 laps on the basketball court, only for Fu Zilong to discover that running 5 laps was far more comfortable than training under the sun. At least he could control his pace, move freely, and take a break in the instructor's blind spots. Thus, having unearthed the merits of running, Fu Zilong occasionally trailed Zhu Qing, then happily dashed around the basketball court. Oblivious to the ulterior motives of the mischievous lad behind her, Zhu Qing felt her cheeks flush yet remained helpless. Jiang Hao also suspected Fu Zilong of deliberately taking advantage of Zhu Qing, for with his intelligence, how could he repeatedly misinterpret commands? It was not until the instructor switched the activity to push-ups that Fu Zilong ceased his playful pursuits. Thus, the days of military training progressed, and before long, 10 days had elapsed. The initial days had been the most arduous, but as time passed, it seemed everyone had acclimated to the intensity of the training, and it no longer felt as grueling. Even Instructor Zhou appeared somewhat more amiable, and the rigorous standing exercises diminished significantly. The camaraderie among classmates deepened as well, with the freshmen from both classes beginning to communicate and interact. Jiang Hao even received a love letter from a girl in the accounting class. Although the girl was merely above average in appearance, and he held no romantic interest in her, it left the other 3 in the dormitory feeling quite envious. The girls in their class were even more disheartened, feeling as though an outsider had intruded upon their territory. On the surface, Fu Zilong remained silent, yet internally, he pondered why no one had written him a love letter. Perhaps it was due to his overly low profile, until one day, during a break in military training, Fu Zilong chanced upon Yi Chu-sung regaling the girls around him with tales of Fu Zilong aspiring to become Jiang Hao's brother-in-law. Realizing where the issue lay, Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao decided to give Yi Chu-sung a good-natured ribbing. Recently, Their formation began selecting a standard bearer, one male and one female leading the ranks. The female representative was swiftly chosen as Zhao Xianxian, the class monitor who had displayed utmost dedication throughout the training, her posture impeccably straight. What impressed Fu Zilong was that after 10 days of military training, while other girls were tanned and disheveled, Zhao Xianxian appeared daily with delicate makeup, seemingly holding herself to high standards. Though Zhu Qing was also a beauty and trained earnestly, her movements resembled the graceful sway of willows in spring, making her unsuitable for the role of standard bearer. When it came time to select the male standard bearer, Fu Zilong slumped his body and avoided making eye contact with instructor Zhou, causing Jiang Hao to be called out and appointed as the male representative. However, upon returning to the dormitory for a midday rest, Jiang Hao felt somewhat despondent. After becoming the standard bearer, his training became significantly more rigorous and demanding. Although he stood alongside the class beauty, Zhao Xianxian, Jiang Hao genuinely found the experience of being at the front of the queue quite dull when he was with Fu Zilong, despite the latter's irreverent nature. Their conversations were entertaining. Their small group thrived on chatting with Fu Zilong, who seemed to know a little about everything. Remarkably, he could converse in various local dialects, managing to engage anyone in their native tongue. This rendered Fu Zilong the center of their little circle, and during breaks, their laughter often echoed the loudest in the entire formation. Jiang Hao naturally preferred to linger in the lively atmosphere. Standing at the front with Zhao Xianxian felt utterly uninteresting. Though Zhao Xianxian would occasionally initiate conversations, they felt forced and dull. Hearing Jiang Hao lament while sprawled on his bed, Ichusung and Meng Nan remarked that a well-fed man could not possibly understand the hunger of one starving. How many would wish to stand beside the class monitor, Zhao Xianxian, during drills? Jiang Hao ignored the two self-proclaimed sycophants and failed to hear Fu Zilong's remarks. Lifting his gaze, he saw Fu Zilong leisurely smoking, a smirk playing on his lips. Jiang Hao's eyes brightened, and he straightened up to ask, Fu Zilong, do you have a way to rescue me from this torment? I do not wish to be that wretched standard bearer. Fu Zilong chuckled, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Call me brother-in-law, and I'll see what I can do. Jiang Hao shot him a glare, leaning back onto his bed with a sigh. Just as Fu Zilong was about to take another puff of his cigarette, a sudden, loud brother-in-law startled him, causing the cigarette but to nearly slip from his fingers. The three turned to the source of the exclamation, Jiang Hao. Fu Zilong, puzzled, inquired, what is up? What made you suddenly come to this realization? Jiang Hao, with an expression of righteous indignation, declared, I believe my sister has always been quite presumptuous. Let her make contact with you, to gain an understanding of the treacherous nature of society. I believe it could indeed be a beneficial experience. Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong felt distinctly displeased, while the other two stifled their laughter. However, Fu Zilong took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, it seems we may not become relatives after all, little brother-in-law. It has been 10 days of military training, and your sister has yet to send me a single phone call or message. It appears I have been forgotten. If she can resist my charm, it is highly likely that she does not fancy men. Jiang Hao chose not to engage with Fu Zilong's self-aggrandizing remarks, and instead asked directly, since I have fulfilled my part, isn't it time for you to think of a solution for me? Fu Zilong tilted his head and replied, do you ever use your brain, young master? Let me ask you, why do you think the instructor selected you as the exemplary soldier? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao responded, because I have a good appearance and demeanor. Fu Zilong, exuding an air of exasperation, flicked his cigarette and retorted, foolish, if it were merely about looks. How could the instructor possibly overlook me in favor of you? Just as Jiang Hao was about to counter, Fu Zilong continued, are you daft? The foremost criterion for being an exemplary soldier is the ability to march in proper step. Appearance is secondary. If you cannot even march properly, would you be given such a title? With Fu Zilong's words, Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up, observing that Jiang Hao had grasped his meaning. Fu Zilong adopted a look of approval and said, this afternoon, make sure to learn from Ichusung how to march properly. Remember, the signs of improvement should not be too overt. It would be best to incorporate the transition to a proper salute during the shift from marching in step. If you manage it well, you shall return to the formation this afternoon. The rest is up to you. Ichusung, who had been listening on the sidelines, was caught off guard and cast a discontented glance at Fu Zilong. Yet, as Fu Zilong had pointed out, Ichusung often marched improperly, and even instructor Zhou had spent an hour trying to correct him without success. He had become the subject of ridicule in the formation over the past 2 days. Feeling that the image he had just begun to establish was crumbling, frustrated with Jiang Hao, who had jumped out of bed to pester him about proper marching, he could hardly contain his anger. Fu Zilong paid no heed to their exchange, and, upon seeing Meng Nin emerge from the shower, quickly slipped into the restroom for a cold shower himself. As anticipated, in the afternoon, Jiang Hao, with his pronounced brows and large eyes, surprisingly played the fool quite convincingly. After several attempts at marching, the instructor grew increasingly dissatisfied and ultimately replaced him back into the formation, much to the delight of the exuberant Lu Lei, who sported a small black mustache. It seemed that, apart from Zhao Xianxian, everyone else was rather pleased. Chapter 124, Talent Show. During military training, every evening for 2 hours, aside from the initial days of national defense education, the focus shifted primarily to entertainment among the formation. At times, the events were held on the basketball court, and other times in the school's lecture hall. When outdoors, the instructor presided over the activities, while in the lecture hall, 2 senior students took on the role of hosts. The formation established a rule that each person would take turns showcasing their talents, with well-performed acts being considered for the freshman welcome party, regardless of their willingness. Students from both classes were required to introduce themselves and present their best performances in the evenings. There were singers, dancers, poets reciting verses, push-up enthusiasts, and those showcasing splits. Ichusong was particularly enthusiastic, playing music from his phone while singing an old song by Gu Juji in Cantonese, Love Comes Too Late. To everyone's surprise, Ichusong sang quite well, garnering a flurry of applause. Meng Nin showcased his strength by dunking several basketballs, earning gasps of amazement from the boys. Though the girls were less impressed, Zhao Xianxian performed Invisible Wings, receiving high praise. Zhu Qing captivated the audience with a dai dance, her supple waist and long arms mesmerizing the boys. When it was Zhang Hao's turn one evening, he performed a series of taekwondo flips on the basketball court, showcasing impressive moves that, while somewhat flashy, appeared undeniably cool. Girls from other classes gathered to watch Zhang Hao's acrobatics, and he certainly stole the spotlight. That night, a thunderstorm erupted outside, and the students engaged in military training grumbled about why it couldn't have rained during the day while making their way to the lecture hall. Finally, it was Fu Zilong's turn for the individual performances, as he had strategically positioned himself last. A few classmates, like him, who lacked notable talents, also waited until the end of the evening, hastily reciting poetry or telling jokes before quickly exiting the stage. Fu Zilong assumed no one would notice his absence from the performance lineup, but Senior Lu called out to him directly. With no other option, Fu Zilong reluctantly shuffled to the front of the lecture hall. That evening, Senior Lu Wenchen was attending a meeting at the academy, leaving Lu as the sole host of the event. With a cheerful smile, Senior Lu addressed him. Fu Zilong, you are the only one left in the entire group who has not showcased a talent. With over an hour remaining, I'm giving you the stage. You must not leave me with a dull moment. Laughter erupted from the audience, as they too doubted Fu Zilong would have an hour's worth of material to present. Fu Zilong smirked, but with a nonchalant gesture, he spread his hands and said, Senior, it's not that I do not wish to display my talents. I'm a grade 8 pianist. Unfortunately, there is no piano here for me to exhibit my skills. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. In 2006, being able to play the piano was an exceptional rarity, unlike today, where even families with modest means often enrolled their children in piano lessons. Upon hearing Fu Zilong's claim, the students gazed at him with a mix of astonishment and admiration. Satisfied with their reaction, Fu Zilong reveled in the attention. He didn't actually know how to play the piano. His talent lay in the art of exaggeration. With no piano available for demonstration, he planned to concoct an excuse to gloss over his supposed talent. Lu was equally taken aback, realizing there was such a talent in her class. However, when she saw Fu Zilong attempting to step down, she quickly pulled him back and insisted, Wait a moment. Without a piano, you must perform something else. Don't tell me you can only play the piano. Seeing Lu's determination, Fu Zilong realized he could not avoid showcasing something. So after a moment of contemplation, a playful smile spread across his face. This small gathering posed no challenge for the future CEO Fu. Thus, with a grin, he announced, Having observed everyone's performances over the past few days, I must say they were all quite impressive. Since everyone is eager to see me perform, I shall present something you have never witnessed before. I dare say, it is a performance that likely no one else in the entire school can replicate. Suddenly, an unharmonious voice interrupted Fu Zilong. Nonsense. With so many people in the school, what could you possibly perform that only you can do? Aren't you afraid of overstepping your bounds? Of course, if you plan to do something like breaking stones with your chest or washing your hair while standing on your head, then let's just pretend I never said anything. Fu Zilong glanced in the direction of the voice, which belonged to the cheeky Lu Lei, known for his small black mustache. Jiang Hao had a long-standing rivalry with this fellow, and as Fu Zilong was Jiang Hao's roommate and brother-in-law, he felt compelled to side with Jiang Hao, which had earned him Lu Lei's ire. Thus, before Fu Zilong could even announce his performance, Lu Lei seizing the opportunity to mock him. Laughter erupted from the audience. A mix of friendly and malicious chuckles, as Fu Zilong, standing on stage with a smile, scanned the crowd's expressions. At that moment, a girl with a thick Sichuan accent chimed in. Fu Zilong, what exactly are you going to perform? Speak up. Don't think you're impressive just because you can play the piano. Our dorm mate Zhu Qing can also play the piano. I believe she's also an 8th grade pianist. ISNT that right? Zhu Qing? Zhu Qing was taken aback, not expecting her close friend Song Jiajia to drag her into the conversation, and blushed slightly, pulling her friend with mild annoyance. Recently, she has scarcely exchanged words with Fu Zilong, who, in turn, has not persistently pursued her. Typically, she remains quietly attentive while Fu Zilong engages in lively discussions within his small circle. Yet, she is acutely aware of one crucial fact: never to provoke this fellow, for he is far from as agreeable as he outwardly appears. Although he presently smiles amidst the teasing of his classmates, one cannot fathom the mischief brewing within his mind. Her close friend, Song Jiajia, stumbled upon her album featuring photographs of her playing the piano, thus discovering her musical talent. Coming from a well-off family, she has always held a deep appreciation for the arts, including music and dance. Had it not been for the fear of adversely affecting her academic performance, her exposure to these artistic pursuits would not have ceased after her second year. She could have easily gained admission to a prestigious school through her talents in the arts. Of course, Song Jiajia harbors no ill intentions. Her carefree demeanor often blinds her to the subtle rivalries simmering within the classroom, leading her to voice her thoughts in response to Lu Lei's comments. Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong was slightly taken aback, astonished to learn that Zhu Qing not only excels in dance, but is also proficient at the piano. He could not help but muse, such a remarkable girl. Yet she is involved with a boyfriend studying abroad in the United States. It seems a pity for her to be with him. If only she were with me. With that slender waist of hers, I would. Just then, the classmates below erupted into a commotion, snapping Fu Zilong back to reality. They eagerly urged him to showcase his unique talent. With a mischievous grin, Fu Zilong seized a piece of chalk from the podium and boldly inscribed 4 powerful characters on the blackboard. Guan Xiang Tue Yun. Chapter 125. Guan Xiang Tui Zun. As soon as these 4 characters appeared, the students below were momentarily stunned, followed by a murmur of whispers. Clearly, they were both intrigued and puzzled by the meaning of these words. Lu, a senior beside them, inquired with a hint of confusion. Fu Zilong, what does Guan Xiang Tue Yun mean? It can't be. Fu Zilong maintained a smile and replied, Indeed, Lu, you have guessed correctly. In simple terms, it refers to fortune-telling through facial features. He continued, What do you think, senior? Has anyone ever performed such a talent before? Upon hearing this, the classmates erupted into a flurry of excitement, their eyes wide with curiosity as they gazed at Fu Zilong. Lu, already in her 3rd year, recalled that during the last year's military training, she had yet to hear of any freshman showcasing a talent involving Guan Xiang Tue Yun. Her curiosity piqued. She couldn't help but ask, So, Fu Zilong, how do you intend to demonstrate this Guan Xiang Tue Yun? Fu Zilong, assuming a serious demeanor, stated, It's quite simple. One can read palms. At this, the girls in the front row eagerly extended their hands, clamoring for Fu Zilong to read their palms. With a wicked grin, he descended from the podium, taking one of the girl's hands in his own. As he playfully held her delicate hand, he pompously declared, Ah, what a splendid palm you have. It suggests you shall live beyond the age of 88. However, your love line seems a tad turbulent, indicating some challenges in your romantic endeavors. Don't fret. I can help you navigate through it. Turning to another classmate, he continued, Your palm is even better. Look at your career line. It's profound and unwavering. Such a career line guarantees you will find a job with ease. With this line, your future employer will surely value you highly. While Fu Zilong rambled on, he had no true knowledge of palmistry. He merely relied on the insights gained through experience and a flair for persuasion to charm the girls. After all, he spoke of future prospects without any weight on past events. Who could ascertain the validity of his claims? He would lavish praise on those deemed attractive, adding a sprinkle of romantic misfortune to heighten their anxiety, while offering less to those less fortunate in appearance. Fu Zilong thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. While the boys in the classroom exchanged glances, sensing something amiss, yet lacking any evidence, the trio in the dormitory, familiar with Fu Zilong, could only feel envy, jealousy, and resentment. At that moment, a delicate hand reached out before Fu Zilong, drawing his attention to the vibrant Sichuan girl, Song Jiejia, who had just rushed over. Hadn't she just teased him moments ago? As this thought crossed his mind, a mischievous smile crept across his lips. Grasping Song Jiejia's hand, he examined it closely, furrowing his brow and expressing feigned astonishment. The more he exaggerated, the more anxious the initially eager Song Jiejia became. She quickly asked, Fu Zilong, what does my palm reveal? Please tell me. After laying the groundwork, Fu Zilong feigned mystery, stating, your palm is quite good overall, but this love line. Tisk tisk. Song Jiejia's face tightened with apprehension as she pressed, what about my love line? Please don't scare me. Fu Zilong's smile widened as he directly stated, according to your palm mystery, your love line is forked, indicating you will undergo 2 marriages. Upon hearing this, Song Jiejia's expression fell. What does this mean? Am I destined for a divorce? Her countenance darkened, but she took a deep breath to regain her composure. Yet Fu Zilong continued, furthermore, on these 2 love lines. There are 3 intersecting lines. This signifies that you will have 3 children, 1 with your ex-husband and 2 with your future partner. As the implications sunk in, Song Jiejia felt increasingly uneasy, wanting to withdraw her hand. But Fu Zilong pressed on. However, this little fork is horizontal. Do you know what that signifies? It means you will have cesarean sections for each child, 1 for every birth. At this, Song Jiejia could no longer maintain her composure. She burst into tears and dashed back to Zhu Qing's side, burying herself in her embrace and sobbing, I don't want to get married or have children. Zhu Qing hurriedly comforted her friend, silently chastising her for provoking Fu Zilong. The other students, witnessing the frightful predictions Fu Zilong had made, instinctively retracted their hands, their initial excitement dissipating. With a grin, Fu Zilong intended to inform Lu that his performance had concluded, planning to return to his seat, when suddenly, the familiar voice of mockery rang out again. You're just spouting nonsense. It's pure deception. None of it is accurate. Don't believe his tall tales. Fu Zilong glanced at the snide Lu Lei, mentally chiding himself for forgetting about him. Still smiling, Fu Zilong replied, then allow me to predict your fate. Let us see when you shall meet your demise. If I'm inaccurate, you owe me nothing. Lu Lei's face turned pale at this, inwardly cursing, get lost. If you predict I'll die next month, how can I sleep this month? Aren't you cursing me? Outwardly, he retorted, I don't believe in your nonsense. I don't need you to read my palm. Fu Zilong, undeterred, continued, reading facial features is also an option. It's not limited to palm mystery. I see you have a well-rounded forehead, a balanced jawline, and a harmonious face, clearly indicative of longevity and prosperity. Lu Lei, taken aback, realized these were all flattering remarks. How did it differ from what he had anticipated? Before Lu Lei could respond, Fu Zilong continued sincerely, your nose is well-defined, and your features are harmonious, suggesting a future filled with wealth and fortune. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei felt elated, interpreting Fu Zilong's words as a sign of goodwill. Quickly, he replied, what you said makes some sense. You have a knack for reading people. In the rear of the classroom, Jiang Hao and his companions furrowed their brows, utterly perplexed by Fu Zilong's antics. With a radiant smile, Fu Zilong remarked, your visage suggests a long life and exceptional fortune. Truly, a remarkable face. Upon hearing this, Lu Lei sprang to his feet in excitement, eager to show off. Yet Fu Zilong abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, adding, however, a prolonged pause piqued the curiosity of all the students in the classroom, prompting one to exclaim, but what? Do tell. Fu Zilong turned his gaze towards Lu Lei, a wicked grin forming at the corners of his mouth as he continued. However, Lu Lei's face is so fortunate that any ordinary woman who associates with him will have her luck siphoned away. Even merely standing close to him will entangle her in his magnetic field of fortune. You all know that line from the drama about a woman with a husband-killing fate, right? Lu Lei's visage is the bane of women. In short, it is a husband-killing fate. You understand? Liu Lai, BFFT. Chapter 126, Deciphering the Mechanism. Lu Lei slumped back in his chair with a thud, his hand trembling as he pointed at Fu Zilong. An eerie silence enveloped the classroom, which was soon followed by a cacophony of whispers as students exchanged furtive glances and murmurs. A few girls seated near Lu Lei discreetly shifted their positions. After regaining his composure, Lu Lei shouted, you're talking nonsense. Utter nonsense. Everyone, do not believe him. He is absolutely spouting gibberish. In response, Fu Zilong furrowed his brow, adopting a tone of feigned indignation. Didn't you just say, I have a keen eye for people? Why has it suddenly become nonsense? He mused inwardly. You dare to mock me with your sardonic remarks. I shall see which girl would dare to date you now. Go find yourself a staunch atheist for a girlfriend. Lu Lei, incensed, felt his mustache bristle as he stuttered you. You've gone on, yet failed to provide a coherent explanation. Fu Zilong had no intention of indulging him, cryptically replying, well, this predicament isn't insurmountable. Simply seek a woman with a particularly resilient fate for a partner. Find one with a husband-killing fate or a widow's fate, and you two negatives will balance each other out, leading to a harmonious existence. Lu Lei was left speechless, staring incredulously at Fu Zilong, who smiled back at him. A chill crept up his spine. If there were still girls who doubted Fu Zilong's claims and were considering a relationship with Lu Lei, this latest jab would surely dissuade them, rendering him unappealing. How could any girl wish to date Lu Lei after this? It was truly a heart-wrenching blow. Lu Lei now regretted provoking Fu Zilong immensely. The expressions of the classmates varied, but none looked worse than Zhao Xianxian, who resolved not to be the class monitor any longer. Seeing the atmosphere in the classroom turn bizarre and awkward due to Fu Zilong, Senior Lu quickly cleared her throat and said, everyone, there's no need to be tense. Fu Zilong is just joking with you all. Consider it merely a humorous anecdote, right, Fu Zilong? Gazing at Senior Lu, who was winking frantically at him, Fu Zilong chose not to respond directly. Instead, he grinned and asked, Senior Lu, would you like me to read your fortune? No charge if it's inaccurate. Senior Lu promptly waved her hand. Don't be ridiculous. I don't need you to read my palm or my face. What else could you possibly tell me? And let me be clear. If you speak nonsense, I won't let you off easily. Fu Zilong was momentarily at a loss for words. It was clear that this senior was far more discerning than the freshman girls he usually deceived. Thus, Fu Zilong resolved to be more earnest, showcasing his true abilities to astonish everyone. With a smile, he agreed and picked up a piece of chalk, confidently inscribing 4 large characters on the blackboard, deciphering the mechanism. The moment those 4 characters appeared, the students' eyes lit up once more, as if they anticipated yet another surprise from Fu Zilong. That infuriating sense of anticipation. Senior Lu was taken aback by Fu Zilong's unexpected boldness, leaving her momentarily flustered. She inquired, what does that mean? What are you planning now? Fu Zilong tossed the chalk into the box with flair, replying with an enigmatic smile. This is a more profound inquiry. Without at least 2 or 3 decades of study in the I Ching, one could never possess such capability. Senior Lu crossed her arms, rolling her eyes dramatically. You're not even that old. How can you claim to have studied for 2 or 3 decades? Hurry up and explain. Realizing he had perhaps exaggerated, Fu Zilong noticed Senior Lu's defensive posture, an intriguing mix of curiosity and skepticism. Leaning against the podium with an imposing presence, he stated, it's quite simple. Just envision the question you wish to ask me. You must be sincere. Sincerity brings clarity. Then, write the first character that comes to mind on this blackboard. Any character will suffice. I will analyze the outcome of your inquiry based on what you write. As for whether the result is accurate or aligns with your expectations, that is for you to discern. After his explanation, Senior Lu fixed her gaze on Fu Zilong for several moments. Taking a deep breath, she picked up a piece of chalk from the podium, pondered for a second, and wrote a large character, today. Following Fu Zilong's lead, she tossed the chalk in the box, dusted off the chalk powder from her hands, and awaited his response with a bemused smile. Fu Zilong glanced at the character on the blackboard, maintaining an impassive expression, and then asked Senior, what aspect do you wish to inquire about? However, it seemed that Senior Lu aimed to expose Fu Zilong as charade, smugly retorting, aren't you the one who can predict and calculate? Why don't you deduce what I'm thinking of asking? Then explain the result based on this character. She added, if you speak nonsense, I'll make you do 20 push-ups. Seeing Senior Lu's playful defiance, Fu Zilong couldn't help but chuckle. Nodding in agreement without further elaboration, he glanced at Lu, then back at the character today on the blackboard. The classroom fell silent, with everyone seemingly holding their breath in anticipation of Fu Zilong's answer. Even Lu Lei, the small mustache student, felt anxious, hoping to seize this opportunity to redeem himself and restore his reputation. What could be discerned from a single character? The more Lu Lei pondered, the more excited he became, sensing he had a chance to outshine Fu Zilong. The other students, having never witnessed such an engaging spectacle, were equally captivated. None had previously encountered this sort of fortune-telling performance. It must be said that Fu Zilong's display of talent today was nothing short of sensational. After contemplating for about 10 seconds, Fu Zilong, with an air of confidence, addressed Senior Lu, if my calculations are correct, the character today you wrote suggests you are inquiring about your career prospects. Senior, am I correct in my guess? Upon finishing his statement, before Senior Lu could respond, Lu Lei and a few others began to chatter loudly. Lu Lei mockingly retorted, This is utterly laughable. Senior Lulu is only in her 3rd year. Even if she were to intern early, it wouldn't be until next year during her 4th year. You think she is asking about her career prospects? That is just absurd. Fu Zilong, you're clearly just babbling. However, after Lulay's vehement mockery, he realized that only his voice echoed in the classroom. Fu Zilong continued to grin at Senior Lulu, who remained firmly crossed-armed, gazing back at him. After a few moments, Senior Lulu, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, finally said, "You guessed correctly. Now tell me how you figured it out." The crowd collectively gasped. Chapter 127, Astonishing Everyone. As soon as Senior Lulu uttered those words, a collective gasp echoed throughout the classroom. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong, who maintained an air of serene composure, felt an immense sense of relief within. At least he had guessed correctly. Adopting a demeanor of complete mastery over the situation, Fu Zilong remarked, "Senior, the character you wrote for today resembles what? Does it not resemble an upward-pointing arrow? This signifies your inner desire to ascend, a manifestation of your subconscious yearning for progress. Hence, I deduce that your inquiry pertains to your career prospects, rather than mundane matters such as health or love." Upon hearing this, Senior Lulu instinctively nodded, yet still skeptical, inquired, "Is that all? You deduced my question about career prospects solely based on its arrow-like appearance?" If Fu Zilong had possessed a feather fan at that moment, he would have undoubtedly waved it dramatically, continuing with an air of sagacity. "Certainly not. The character for today, with the addition of a stroke, transforms into command. This suggests your aspiration for authority, subtly guiding you towards advancement in your career. As for the specifics, I needn't elaborate further, would I, Senior?" At this juncture, even Senior Lulu appeared somewhat anxious, uncrossing her arms and leaning forward, eagerly asking, "What about the outcome?" The classmates below held their breath, captivated, having never encountered such an enchanting discourse. Each awaited Fu Zilong's revelation with bated breath. A mischievous smile spread across Fu Zilong's face as he shook his head with a hint of regret, saying, "Senior, it seems that what you seek may elude you." Lulu, reluctant to accept this, pressed, "Why? How can you be so certain that I cannot achieve it?" Pointing at the character for today on the blackboard, Fu Zilong spoke in a calm, measured tone. "As I mentioned earlier, what does this character lack compared to command? It is merely a stroke. Do you understand, Senior? Furthermore, what does this character depict at the top? It represents a person, implying that you are being overshadowed. Therefore, I personally believe that you may not achieve your desired outcome this time. As for its accuracy, that shall be revealed in due course. Won't it, Senior?" Upon finishing his discourse, Lulu's shoulders sagged, while the students below erupted into fervent discussion. Fu Zilong's assertions were indeed novel and captivating. It was the first time they had witnessed characters being dissected in such a manner. Some deemed his words nonsensical, while others found them compelling and reasonable. Conversely, they were also aware that it resembled mere street fortune-telling, devoid of scientific foundation. The classroom buzzed with spirited debate regarding Fu Zilong's interpretations, and the gazes directed at him shifted to one of reverence. Just then, the door to the lecture hall swung open, revealing Senior Lu Wenshin, who had returned from a meeting outside. The lively atmosphere startled him, and upon noticing Lulu's gaze, he shook his head in resignation. At that moment, Lulu disregarded the unfavorable news that Lu Wenshin potentially bore, instead gazing in astonishment at the composed Fu Zilong at the podium. Lu Wenshin, perplexed by the unfolding events, surveyed the scene with confusion. The murmurs in the classroom gradually subsided, all eyes converging on Fu Zilong at the podium. To Lulu's astonishment, she exclaimed, "If you truly have divined correctly, I fear I shall not sleep tonight." Fu Zilong, equally surprised by the swift validation of his conjecture, had merely employed his eloquence to guide everyone's thoughts. At this moment, it was crucial to project an air of unwavering confidence, creating the illusion that his words wielded genuine power. Whether or not the outcome would prove accurate was of little concern to Fu Zilong. If he were wrong, he would merely become the subject of light-hearted ridicule among his peers. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wenshin had attended a meeting concerning the replacement of several student council leaders, wherein the vice president and department heads were present, discussing the impending transitions. Lulu had long set her sights on the position of the Minister of the Arts and had submitted her application while preparing a competitive speech. Tonight, the college leaders and key student council members were to finalize the candidates, with Lu Wenshin, as vice president, in attendance. However, an unexpected competitor emerged. The girlfriend of the student council president, who had previously served in the secretariat, also vied for the position. What was once a foregone conclusion for Lulu was suddenly snatched away by this unforeseen rival. Such intricacies were beyond Fu Zilong's comprehension as a newcomer. Yet he had managed to extrapolate everything from a single character penned by Lu Lu. Upon hearing Lu Lu announce the results, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Although they were unaware of the specifics of Lu Lu's inquiry, it seemed that Lu Wenxin had indeed returned with the outcome. A shiver ran down the spines of many female students, and Lu Lei's gaze towards Fu Zilong grew increasingly apprehensive. Meanwhile, Song Jiajia was on the verge of tears, her face pale as she repeatedly muttered about not wanting a cesarean section. Lu Wenxin, bewildered, listened as Lu Lu animatedly recounted the recent events to him. Even he was taken aback by Fu Zilong's enigmatic presence at the podium. Sensing the effect of his performance, Fu Zilong contemplated stepping down, only to be halted by eager classmates clamoring for him to interpret characters for them, insisting he wouldn't leave until he obliged. Surprised by the enthusiasm of his newfound admirers, Fu Zilong realized that if this continued, he might face nightly demands to showcase his talents. Glancing at the electronic clock in the classroom, he noted that there was still half an hour until dismissal. After a moment of contemplation, he announced, "Since everyone is so eager, I shall make an exception tonight to interpret one more character. However, let be known that this is a breach of cosmic protocol. I shall only interpret a maximum of 2 characters per month. After tonight, you'll have to wait a month for any further interpretations." Upon hearing that he would only interpret one more character, the students expressed their discontent yet remained intrigued by the mystery surrounding Fu Zilong's words. This incident would undoubtedly become a topic of conversation among friends for years to come. With an air of authority, Fu Zilong inquired, "Who among you desires to have a character interpreted tonight?" The classroom erupted with enthusiastic hands raised in response. Fu Zilong scratched his head, glancing at an empty water bottle held by a classmate. He then announced, "I will turn my back and play a game of pass the bottle. When I call stop, whoever holds the bottle may come forth for an interpretation. How does that sound? Fair enough?" When the students voiced their agreement, Fu Zilong turned his back, tossing the bottle behind him, and soon laughter filled the air as the students passed it around. After several moments, Fu Zilong called out stop, and, turning around with a smile, discovered that the bottle had landed in the hands of the bewildered Zhu Qing. Chapter 128, Believe It or Not. Fu Zilong was taken aback that the bottle had ultimately reached Zhu Qing. Since their last encounter, he sensed that she had been deliberately avoiding him, perhaps due to the presence of her partner studying abroad. Thus, he had maintained a respectful distance, their interactions limited to polite nods. Yet, he had noted that Zhu Qing had not raised her hand to participate, yet fate had conspired to place the bottle in her grasp. Accepting this as serendipity, Fu Zilong smiled and asked, "Beautiful Zhu, is there a question you wish to pose? You may come up and write a character." Hearing his playful tone, Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed, and after a moment's hesitation, she rose and approached the podium. First, she shoved the bottle of mineral water into Fu Zilong's hand, and then picked up a piece of chalk. Standing before the podium, she pondered what word to inscribe. Upon seeing the character today written by her senior Lu Lu, Zhu Qing was inspired and penned down the character 6. Coincidentally, it was Saturday, and she chose the simplest character in hopes of gauging Fu Zilong's response. Fu Zilong tapped the empty bottle against his forehead, finding this 6 rather perplexing. The simplicity of the character made it all the more challenging to interpret. Unable to contain himself, Fu Zilong inquired, "What do you wish to ask? Or is it like Lu Lu, where I must guess?" Zhu Qing found Fu Zilong's bemused expression amusing. After a moment's contemplation, she softly replied, "I wish to inquire about matters of the heart. I have a long-distance boyfriend." Zhu Qing posed her question for 2 reasons. First, she didn't want to put Fu Zilong in an awkward position. The more she revealed, the easier it would be for him to say something on the podium. Second, she wanted to take this opportunity to openly express her relationship status, clarifying her stance to everyone. Several boys in the class had been persistently texting and calling her, causing her considerable annoyance. She hoped to convey her feelings, dissuading those boys from pursuing her further. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's candid inquiry, the classmates displayed a variety of expressions. The girls eagerly craned their necks, anticipating Fu Zilong's response, as they too yearned to ask about their romantic affairs. However, Fu Zilong furrowed his brow, alternating his gaze between Zhu Qing and the elegant character 6 on the blackboard. After a moment, he spoke seriously, "What I am about to say may not be accurate. It is merely for your reference. Whether you believe it or not rests solely in your hands. If I offend you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness." As he finished speaking, a hush fell over the room, and the atmosphere became palpably tense, especially for Zhu Qing, whose hands clenched into fists. She could feel the perspiration pooling in her palms. Fu Zilong, with a grave demeanor, continued, as a friend. I must warn you that the character you wrote, inquiring about love, is quite unfavorable. The moment he uttered this, the tension in the room escalated. Fu Zilong proceeded with earnestness. If we were to position this 6 horizontally, it would form a pattern with 2 dots on the left, a vertical line in the center, and 1 dot on the right. If we perceive the vertical line as the ocean, the dots would represent individuals separated by this sea. Yet, one side has 2 dots while the other has just 1. This signifies that one side consists of 2 people while the other side is a solitary individual. If, and I stress if, you have not found a partner on this side, it implies that he on the other side may have found someone new. Following his words, gasps erupted throughout the room. Zhu Qing swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance, but was steadied by Senior Lu Lu behind her. Zhu Qing, now somewhat incensed, glared at Fu Zilong and exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. You're lying. He would never betray me. We've grown up together. I know him better than anyone. He cannot be like what you say. You bad person. I won't talk to you anymore." Fu Zilong himself harbored some reservations about long-distance relationships, and recalling his own past, he felt a wave of annoyance as Zhu Qing defended that boy. He retorted irritably, "Believe it or not, if you don't trust my words, you could call him and question him directly. Ask him if there's any truth to this matter. Don't say it was me who told you. Just say it was a friend of his. Inquire whether he has secretly found someone else. Just because you grew up together, how can you be so certain he won't change his heart? People can change. Don't live in an idealized fantasy. Wake up. I shouldn't have said anything to you." With that, Fu Zilong placed the empty bottle on the podium and descended, visibly displeased. At that moment, a clap of thunder echoed outside, as the rain began to pour increasingly heavily. The dismissal bell rang, and students hurriedly grabbed their umbrellas and made their way back to the dormitories. While Fu Zilong's class and the accounting class engaged in heated discussions about the night's events, some familiar classmates from other classes were also inquiring about their discussions. Terms like observing the fate, interpreting characters, and destiny of women began to spread quietly. The other 3 in Fu Zilong's dorm were quite excited, pestering him to provide them with character interpretations. Fu Zilong, in a foul mood, insisted that he was merely making things up, a childish ruse. His performance on stage was merely a boastful display, and he implored them not to overthink it. Feeling a sense of frustration within, Fu Zilong smoked 2 cigarettes along the way. He had no idea whether Zhu Qing's boyfriend would indeed cheat. He merely reflected on his own past. In this era, the allure of foreign lands had a profound impact on domestic students. Fu Zilong doubted that her boyfriend would remain unaffected by the splendor of foreign beauty and the allure of blonde-haired, blue-eyed sirens. Given Zhu Qing's more introverted nature, a gentle girl who struggled to even curse, could she truly restrain a boy amidst the temptations of the glamorous world abroad? Thus, Fu Zilong believed even more firmly that long-distance relationships rarely yielded favorable outcomes. As for whether Zhu Qing believed him or whether her boyfriend had truly strayed, he was unconcerned. He simply wished to offer a word of caution to Zhu Qing. Upon returning to the dorm and taking a cold shower, his mindset gradually returned to equilibrium. Opening his phone, he noticed several unread message notifications but lacked the desire to check them. Turning off his phone, he relished the coolness of the rain outside and quickly fell into a deep slumber, just as he dreamt of pinching Zhao Zining's Pikachu face. Jiang Hao abruptly roused him with a series of slaps. Fu Zilong's pleasant dream was shattered, and as he intended to display his morning grumpiness to his little cousin, he was instead met with Jiang Hao passing him his phone, saying, "It's for you. It seems something has happened." Chapter 129. The one who ties the knot must untie it. At midnight, Fu Zilong, dressed in casual shorts and a t-shirt, had the dormitory matron let him out. Without taking an umbrella, he dashed into the rain towards the girls' dormitory. Earlier, Lu Lu had tried to call him, but reached the vice class monitor Jiang Hao instead. Groggy, Fu Zilong heard snippets about Zhu Qing being in distress and on the rooftop, all blaming him and urging him to come quickly. Startled, Fu Zilong sprang from his bed, nearly tumbling off the top bunk. Without a second thought, he grabbed 2 pieces of clothing from his bedside and rushed out. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Lulu had already convinced the dorm matron to unlock the door. She pulled Fu Zilong up the stairs, complaining, "Look at the trouble you've caused." Fu Zilong was at a loss for words, his mind racing with various dire possibilities, forcing himself to remain calm. By this time, the girls' dormitory had dimmed its lights and quieted down. The absence of other girls in the hallway meant that Fu Zilong's presence could have caused quite a stir. He sprinted up to the rooftop on the 4th floor, and as he pushed open the rooftop door, he found 3 girls huddled under umbrellas. One figure in cartoon pajamas curled up on the ground, clutching her knees. The rain had soaked her hair and clothes, and she trembled, holding a phone tightly. Seeing that the situation was not as dire as he had feared, Fu Zilong let out a huge sigh of relief. Despite his usual composure, he could hear his heart pounding, and his legs felt somewhat weak. Fu Zilong took a moment to survey the rooftop area, which was equipped with several drying racks, creating a space for the girls to air their clothes and bedding. The surrounding walls stood at a height of approximately 1.5 meters, exuding a semblance of safety. On this stormy day, there were no garments hanging out to dry, only a few girls huddled together. Fu Zilong wished to extract a cigarette to calm his racing heart, but to his dismay, he discovered he had come up empty-handed, having rushed out without even his phone. Wiping the rain from his face, he strolled towards the cluster of girls. Behind him trailed Lulu, who had been left behind due to Fu Zilong's hurried ascent. Upon noticing Fu Zilong's approach, Song Jijia turned and unleashed a torrent of reprimands directed at him. However, Fu Zilong brusquely brushed aside the hand of this fiery Sichuan girl, his tone sharp as he replied, "Step aside. You do well not to provoke my anger at this moment." With that, he continued on his way, leaving Song Jijia momentarily stunned, as it seemed no boy had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. Fu Zilong's gaze fell upon Zhu Qing, who sat curled up in the rain, her disheveled hair accentuating her plight. She raised her head expressionlessly to glance at Fu Zilong's approaching figure before hastily turning away. Fu Zilong observed the two girls holding umbrellas for her and inquired about the situation. It was revealed that Zhu Qing had returned in silence that evening, appearing restless, and had stepped out alone to make a call after washing up. It wasn't until late, when the others were preparing for bed, that they realized Zhu Qing had yet to return to the dormitory. The close-knit group promptly set out to search for her, eventually discovering her in a corner on the rooftop, the umbrella discarded nearby. They could only surmise how long she had endured the rain, as she remained unresponsive to their inquiries and refused to return to the dormitory. In desperation, they called Lulu for assistance. Upon arriving and assessing the scene, Lulu understood that Fu Zilong's previous warnings had come to fruition. While she felt a surge of shock, she also scolded Fu Zilong. Despite Lulu's attempts to persuade Zhu Qing, she remained unyielding, her demeanor vacant and devoid of emotion. Recognizing that the one who had caused the trouble must be the one to resolve it, Lulu attempted to contact Fu Zilong, only to find that he had switched off his phone and gone to bed early. With no other option, she called Jiang how to rouse Fu Zilong, urging him to come to the girls' dormitory to communicate with Zhu Qing. If all else failed, they would have to involve a teacher or resort to other means to bring Zhu Qing back, as this situation in the rain could not end well. After hearing the entire story, Fu Zilong shook his head in resignation, noticing the hopeful gazes of the girls resting upon him. He took the umbrella from one girl and the blanket from another with an air of authority, declaring, "You all should return to rest. I shall speak with her." Lulu attempted to interject, but Fu Zilong waved her off, assuring her, "Do not fret. I will bring her back shortly. Remember to heat some water for tea upon your return, and be sure to lock the rooftop door. Should anyone feel inclined to return to the rooftop, I shall not be responsible." With a light punch to Fu Zilong's arm, Lulu led Zhu Qing and the other three girls down from the rooftop. Song Jijia shot Fu Zilong a venomous glare, but was ultimately pulled away by the others. As the door to the rooftop closed behind them, Fu Zilong draped the blanket over Zhu Qing's shoulders. Yet, she silently shrugged it off, prompting him to cover her again without uttering a word. Zhu Qing repeated the act, accompanied by soft sobs, her face a blend of rain and tears. After a moment of silence, Fu Zilong once more lifted the blanket and placed it on her back, calmly stating, "If you dare to shake off this blanket again, I shall strip you of your clothes right here. If you enjoy the rain so much, I will ensure you experience it fully." Though his voice was low, it resonated in Zhu Qing's ears like a chilling winter wind, causing her to shudder. The blanket was once again secured around her shoulders, enveloping her in warmth. This time, she dare not move. Though her encounters with Fu Zilong had been few, she understood that he could be quite irreverent, yet when he chose to be serious, he could be quite formidable. She knew better than to provoke his ire, for the consequences could be dire. Rumors swirled in the girls' dormitory that Lulei was a harbinger of misfortune for women. Not only would no girl dare to date him, but even associating with him was deemed perilous. Zhu Qing clung to the remnants of her rationality, reminding herself not to move, lest she jeopardize her innocence. As Fu Zilong enveloped her in the blanket, he chose not to urge her to return to the dormitory, but instead crouched beside her, sharing the umbrella overhead. Raindrops pattered rhythmically against the canopy as occasional flashes of lightning accompanied the thunder, casting a somber atmosphere. The blanket and umbrella provided Zhu Qing with a measure of warmth. Without turning to face her, Fu Zilong broke the silence, asking, After I've gone to such lengths to assist you, is this how you choose to repay me? Zhu Qing, taken aback, turned her head to regard Fu Zilong's impassive profile, struggling to comprehend his words. Sensing her disbelief, Fu Zilong continued, his tone laced with irritation. Yes. You heard me correctly. Why do you repay my kindness with ingratitude? I was just settling in a sleep when I was summoned to endure this reign with you. Do you find this romantic? At last, Zhu Qing reacted, trembling as she extended her hand to weakly push Fu Zilong away, her voice quavering. Go away. Why did you come? Just leave. I despise you. It's all your fault, you big bad guy. She vented her frustration through tears. Yet she was powerless to move Fu Zilong, who merely turned his head, glaring at the blanket that had slipped from her grasp. Zhu Qing instinctively wrapped it tighter around herself, recalling Fu Zilong's earlier threat. In truth, he had merely caught a glimpse of her rain-soaked nightgown, revealing a hint of delicate skin, momentarily distracting him. But thankfully, Zhu Qing remained unaware of his true intent. Clearing his throat, Fu Zilong spoke sternly. Have you had your fill of this tantrum? Am I the one who led your boyfriend astray? I merely made you aware of his misdeeds, sparing you from heartache. Shouldn't you be grateful instead of treating me this way? Now your dorm mates are likely cursing me. Is this how I should be repaid? Or do you believe that by pretending not to know, you can avoid harm and blissfully live in a world of lies, happily coexisting in a three-person relationship? Zhu Qing fell silent, her gaze vacant and bewildered as she stared at Fu Zilong, seemingly devoid of the ability to think. Seeing her in such a state, Fu Zilong sighed inwardly, recognizing her youthful innocence, perhaps realizing he should have approached her with more delicacy. With that thought in mind, Fu Zilong continued to gaze ahead at the rooftop wall, his voice calm and steady. I have a friend who once cherished a girl since middle school. He proceeded to recount the tale of his past with Lin Xiao, though he framed it as the story of a friend. As Fu Zilong narrated his experiences, he became lost in thought, as if reminiscing about his own life. In truth, all he felt was an overwhelming desire for a cigarette. Zhu Qing, captivated by his words, seemed to find renewed light in her eyes. After a brief pause, she quietly inquired, does your friend harbor hatred for that girl? Fu Zilong shook his head and replied, hatred is hardly the sentiment. He merely contemplates why, if their fate was destined to unfold this way, they persisted in their relationship. They have squandered the prime of their youth on each other, which has inevitably influenced my friend's perspectives on love and future relationships. Thus, knowing the truth now is undoubtedly less painful than discovering it later, is it not? Shouldn't that be a matter of relief? Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing fell silent. After a moment, she too gazed ahead like Fu Zilong and began to speak slowly. I have known him since childhood. Our grandfathers were good friends, intertwining our families for generations. He is a year my senior, strikingly handsome and academically gifted. With his glasses, he resembles Jiang Hao from your class. Our families always jest about arranging a betrothal between us, and I've always viewed him as my future partner. He insisted that we could only date when I entered university, prioritizing academics above all. I obediently agreed, diligently pursuing my studies in hopes of following in his footsteps. He, a year ahead, secured a spot at a prestigious university in the United States on a full scholarship. I, however, felt inferior, believing I was unworthy of him. But after my college entrance exams, we confirmed our romantic relationship, much to the delight of both families. Having never been in love, I was uncertain of how couples should behave, yet I often sensed a disconcerting distance from him. I attributed it to my own inadequacies, convincing myself that his lack of initiative stemmed from my unworthiness. I had resolved that upon graduation, I would follow him to the United States. Or if he returned to China first, I would go wherever he settled. I would strive to become more accomplished, to earn my place as his wife. At this point, Zhu Qing fell silent, pondering deeply. Fu Zilong patiently remained a listener, allowing her the space to gather her thoughts. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally spoke, her voice trembling. What you said tonight truly frightened me. Upon returning to my dorm, I continuously compared your conjectures with my own suspicions. The more I thought, the more terrified I became, until I could no longer contain myself, and called him on the rooftop, far removed from prying eyes. I still did not heed your advice, refraining from directly confronting him, but I recounted the divination you performed for me. Following a prolonged silence, he confirmed that everything you said was true. Moreover, he revealed that not only had he been unfaithful, but he had also come out. This left Fu Zilong in shock, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Zhu Qing seemed to feel a tinge of shame, yet persisted, her voice quivering. He confessed that he realized his attraction to boys back in high school, and he identifies as a zero. He chose to establish our romantic relationship in the summer to conceal his true self from his family. And I, having always complied with his wishes, was the perfect cover. He said that now he could finally tell me the truth, unafraid of my disclosing his secrets to my family. In America, he found a community of individuals sharing his orientation, and the society there is far more open and accepting. He even has no intention of returning home, declaring that he wishes to pursue his true love. He is now in a relationship with a black basketball player from his university. He insisted that I should no longer contact him, and promptly hung up the phone. Fu Zilong, suppressing his nausea, managed to utter with a trembling voice, "That is utterly revolting." In chapter 131, Compensate Me for My Boyfriend, Fu Zilong appeared as though he feared contamination from something unclean, wanting to leave the scene immediately. However, having crouched for too long, his legs grew numb, prompting Zhu Qing to grasp his arm and pull him back. Unexpectedly, Fu Zilong erupted like a lit powder keg, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Qing. "Are you foolish? Are you unwell? After all this, why demean yourself like this? Are you feeling distressed because you lost to a black man who encouraged your boyfriend to stray from the path of righteousness? Oh, wait, he has taken the wrong turn. He is now akin to your sister, and even if you find it hard to let go, you must. I am truly a living Buddha, rescuing a foolish girl like you from suffering. Is this not a cause for celebration? Must you wait until he deceives you further, possibly bringing back some disease from across the sea?" As he spoke, Fu Zilong's expression grew increasingly disdainful, instinctively distancing himself from Zhu Qing. Even as rain soaked his body. Realizing his fear, Zhu Qing, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, embraced Fu Zilong's arm tightly, pleading defensively. "What are you imagining? I told you he likes men. Apart from holding my hand in front of his family, he never touches me." Relieved, Fu Zilong responded, "That's a relief. I've heard that those who stray often carry diseases. Given what you've said, I must be cautious of Jiang Hao in the future. You mentioned your boyfriend resembles Jiang Hao, indicating that he might have latent tendencies. Surely he doesn't also fancy towering, muscular types like Meng Nan, does he?" Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, still asleep in the dormitory, was abruptly awakened by a loud sneeze, groggily noticing the dark, stormy night outside and the empty bed across from him. Ignoring the peculiar sneeze, he turned back over and resumed his slumber. Zhu Qing, upon hearing Fu Zilong's inquiry, felt a flush creep across her pale face, and in a hushed tone, she confessed, "I have liked him for 10 years. How could everything suddenly change? Why do I have to learn this now? Would it not have been better to remain in blissful ignorance? I truly cannot accept this reality. Why are boys like this?" Zhu Qing lamented to Fu Zilong, oblivious to her arms still clinging tightly to his. Fu Zilong, with a hint of scorn, retorted, "Spare me. You chose a weirdo. Don't involve me in this. I am perfectly normal. The heavens bear witness. I, Fu Zilong, have always preferred girls. In this lifetime, I shall never become a man of split preferences. If you wish to remain in your dream, then simply pretend this evening never transpired. Sleep it off. Consider that you've never met me. If you desire to live in a fantasy, I, too, wish to dwell in one." Fu Zilong's words momentarily rendered Zhu Qing speechless. She struggled to comprehend his message. Yet, she stubbornly clung to his arm, declaring, "I don't care. It's all your fault. You've taken my boyfriend away. You must compensate me for my boyfriend." Coughing violently, she wondered if her agitation or the cold air had caused such a reaction. Fu Zilong realized he could no longer provoke her. While her mental state seemed stable, her sudden defeat by a black man was hard for her to accept. He resolved to escort her back to the dormitory, wishing to put this incident behind them, vowing never again to engage in palm reading or divination. After enduring the rain and the chill from squatting on the rooftop, he felt a profound coldness enveloping him, not to mention the duration for which Zhu Qing had been drenched in rain on this rooftop. It would indeed be troublesome should she fall ill. Fu Zilong resolved to coax her back to the dormitory promptly, exuding an air of grandeur as he declared, "What essay boyfriend, after all? I can easily replace him for you. As the saying goes, out with the old and in with the new. It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but two-legged men are aplenty. This is trivial. Have you seen that boys' dormitory across the way? A veritable hive of iron-clad straight men. There's no shortage of vitality for you to absorb. Hurry back to your dorm and get some rest to restore your health. Once you're fully re-energized, you can seek out a boyfriend to siphon that vitality." As Fu Zilong attempted to pull Zhu Qing to her feet, she stubbornly refused to rise, responding with a hint of pride, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not just anyone who can be pleased. My standards are quite high, you know." With his mind set on persuading her to return to the dormitory, Fu Zilong quickly interjected, I understand. What do you think of Jiang Hao from our class? ISNT, he just your type, that pretty boy aesthetic? I'll take charge of this. I'll speak to him about it when we return." Zhu Qing still coughing. Ritortidum graciosely. No, I have no interest in that type of boy anymore. I swear I will never like them again. Don't mess with me. Cough, cough. Seeing her condition, Fu Zilong realized they could not linger any longer. The rain continued to pour, and she was already showing signs of cold. He hastily assured her, "Then I promise to find you a boyfriend who meets your expectations." At that moment, Zhu Qing's eyes sparkled like stars on a dim rooftop. Fixated on Fu Zilong for a moment, her lips parted slightly. "You swear?" Noticing her concession, Fu Zilong sprang to his feet. One hand holding the umbrella while the other raised 3 fingers skyward, his expression solemn as he proclaimed, "I swear." Suddenly, a fierce bolt of lightning streaked across the sky above Fu Zilong, accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder, as if the heavens themselves were in wrath. Fu Zilong, caught off guard, crouched down, glancing nervously at the heavens and then at the lightning rod on the wall. In response to Zhu Qing's astonished gaze, he awkwardly stammered, let us skip the oath for now. I'll keep this in mind, all right?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhu Qing burst into laughter, her giggles causing her to shake uncontrollably, as she pointed at Fu Zilong and teased, "You must be so accustomed to swearing false oaths that you're feeling guilty yourself. I don't care. You must add that if you deceive me, the heavens shall strike you down with thunder." Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong quickly recoiled. The earlier lightning having terrified him, he dared not make such a grave vow. Thus, he hurriedly urged, all right, no need for oaths. Let us just get back to the dormitory. If we can't find anyone suitable, I'll replace myself for you." Zhu Qing, still stubbornly not rising, froze at his words, her eyes locking onto Fu Zilong as she asked, "Are you serious?" With the sky again flashing with lightning and the thunder rolling ominously, it seemed the rain was about to intensify. As long as she could prevent Fu Zilong from swearing, she would agree to anything. She quickly replied, "Really? Truly? More genuine than pearls." Hearing Fu Zilong's response, Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed with a faint pink hue. Though it was hard to discern in the dim light of the rooftop, she bit her lip and said, "Remember what you said today. Do not deceive me. If you do, I will." Fu Zilong swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. "All right, my lady. Let us not make any more oaths here. These clothes-drying racks are just like us. Right now, they serve as lightning rods. Let us hurry down to the dormitory, shall we?" Zhu Qing merely regarded Fu Zilong for a moment before obediently nodding. With his objective achieved, Fu Zilong eagerly tried to lift her up. However, having squatted in the rain for so long, Zhu Qing's legs had lost their strength, and as she stood, she wobbled precariously, nearly collapsing. Fu Zilong swiftly caught her in his arms, much like he had during their military training when she had fainted. Zhu Qing's eyes grew dreamy once more, her body trembling, yet her gaze remained fixed on Fu Zilong's face. Recognizing her evident hypothermia, Fu Zilong knew he needed to get her changed and warmed up quickly, lest she fall seriously ill. Without further hesitation, he tossed the umbrella aside and scooped Zhu Qing up once more in a princess carry. Striding through the pouring rain towards the rooftop door, Lulu, who had been secretly observing the two from the door, hurriedly opened it for them. At this moment, Zhu Qing seemed to realize her embarrassment, burying her head into Fu Zilong's embrace, too shy to look up. After inquiring about Zhu Qing's dormitory, Fu Zilong instructed Lulu to retrieve the umbrella from the rooftop, while he took Zhu Qing back to warm up. He hastily made his way to the 3rd floor, where Zhu Qing and her roommates resided. Finding that none had slept, all worried for her, the door was slightly ajar, and Fu Zilong walked in, still cradling Zhu Qing in his arms, not even pausing to appreciate the sight of his roommates in their sheer sleepwear, as he urgently announced, "I brought her back. She is fine now. Have you prepared the hot water I asked you to boil? Quickly help her change clothes, and let her wash her hair and body with warm water in the bathroom. I trust you can handle this without my assistance. I appreciate it. Furthermore, this girl is rather shy, so let us keep tonight's events to ourselves. If she dares to climb back up to the rooftop, either call 110 or 120. And don't bother calling me." His last exclamation, a cry of despair, was due to Zhu Qing biting down on his chest in a moment of pain. Fu Zilong hastily set her down on a chair, while the other 3 girls rushed to help, some assisting her in undressing and drying her hair, while others went to fetch warm water from the bathroom. As Fu Zilong rubbed his chest, he secretly stole glances at Zhu Qing. It was abruptly pushed out of the dormitory by the fiery-tempered Song Jiejie, who shook her fist at him menacingly before slamming the door shut. Fu Zilong couldn't help but scoff at the inconsistency of these people who were so quick to dismiss him, thinking that had Song Jiejie not been in her sleepwear with a gap when she pushed him, he would never have forgiven her. Achoo! Fu Zilong sneezed loudly at the dormitory door. He immediately felt a chill run through him. It seemed he needed to hurry back to his own dormitory, lest he fall ill too. Thus, he hastily descended the stairs. Meanwhile, in the dormitory across from Zhu Qing's, a girl groggily opened her eyes, filled with bewilderment. Did I just hear a man's voice? Am I dreaming? I need to find a boyfriend quickly. I must be hallucinating. As she pondered the image of the type of boy she liked, she sweetly drifted back to sleep. Fu Zilong knocked on the dormitory supervisor's door, and then on the boys' dormitory door, showering them with compliments and smiles. Although the supervisor had been disturbed from her slumber and was initially displeased, seeing his humble demeanor and disheveled appearance softened her heart, allowing him to return to his dormitory. Fortunately, despite the three boys sleeping soundly, they still left the door ajar for him. Upon entering, Fu Zilong did not turn on the lights. He headed to the bathroom to strip off his wet clothes and dry his body, knowing no one would prepare warm water for him at this hour. Slipping under his covers, he found the bed still adorned with a cooling mat. The chill penetrated through him, causing him to shiver and his teeth to chatter. He reflected on the events of the night. He was too fatigued to even roll up the cooling mat, and in a daze he succumbed to a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhu Qing, with the assistance of her roommates and their warm water, gradually regained color in her cheeks. Not using a hairdryer to dry her hair for fear of disturbing the other dorms, she quietly tended to herself. Wrapping her hair in a towel and enveloping her lovely figure in a bathrobe, she stepped out of the bathroom and expressed her gratitude to her roommate. Subsequently, she opened her suitcase and retrieved the medical kit her mother had prepared for her before leaving, taking out some cold medicine as a precaution. Song Jiejia inquired if she was feeling better, to which Zhu Qing smiled and shook her head, signaling that she was indeed fine. She then turned off the lights and climbed into her bed, tightly cocooning herself in the quilt, yet it seemed to lack the warmth of his embrace. Zhu Qing could feel her cheeks burning, uncertain if it was due to a fever or something else. Her mind was filled with his words and actions, and it truly seemed as if he had rescued her. What would become of her if she continued to live in a dream woven from lies? Would anyone else comfort her as he had done that night? However, the thought of his remark about losing to a tall black man ignited her frustration. Feeling the contours of her own beautiful figure beneath the covers, a surge of confidence washed over her. She silently vowed, I am not that inadequate. I remember your words. You owe me a boyfriend. If you cannot find me a suitable partner, then you shall be mine. With this thought, Zhu Qing covered her flushed face with the quilt and burrowed deeper, tossing and turning restlessly throughout the night until sleep finally claimed her just before dawn. The following morning, Fu Zilong was awakened by Meng Nan's large hand, reminding him to hurry up for morning exercises. Upon rising, he sneezed twice and sniffled. Realizing he had caught a cold, he lamented internally about his unfortunate predicament. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao, while fixing his hairstyle, queried Fu Zilong about his whereabouts the previous night, mentioning that Senior Lu Lu had been quite anxious over the phone. Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively, fabricating a casual excuse to deflect the question. He certainly could not disclose that a doppelganger of his had fallen for a tall black man across the sea, subsequently distressing an innocent girl, whom he had to comfort in the dead of night. Noticing Fu Zilong's reluctance to elaborate, Jiang Hao refrained from probing further, and the four dormitory mates quickly dressed and made their way to the dining hall before heading to the basketball court for another day of military training. As Fu Zilong and his roommates sauntered to the assembly point, they arrived rather late, with only 3 minutes left before training commenced. Everyone was already lined up, waiting for the instructor's arrival. Over the past 10 days of military training, they had developed a sense of discipline, and mistakes like standing in line improperly were no longer tolerated. From a distance, Fu Zilong spotted a familiar figure with long hair ahead of him, and he felt a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to sneeze again, Zhu Qing dashed to the front, holding cold medicine in one hand and a thermos in the other, presenting them to him. Not only was Fu Zilong taken aback, but so were his 3 roommates, as well as the other students in line who noticed the interaction. Only Zhu Qing, blushing, softly urged him, take the cold medicine. Fu Zilong glanced at Zhu Qing, then at the water and medicine in his hands, and, somewhat bewildered, accepted them. He placed the cold medicine in his mouth and raised the cup slightly, allowing the warm water to wash the tablet down. He handed the cup back to Zhu Qing, murmuring his thanks. With a rosy hue to her cheeks, she turned and returned to the line. The crowd erupted into playful teasing, but Fu Zilong merely touched his nose, devoid of any sense of pride, and trudged back to the formation. The air after the rain was particularly refreshing, carrying a hint of the ocean's briny scent. Fu Zilong was unsure whether it was the cold medicine or the sun's warmth that alleviated his symptoms. Perhaps youth endowed him with remarkable recuperative powers. During the last break of the morning, the group gathered on the ground, chatting animatedly. Many were discussing the events of the previous night, pointing fingers at Fu Zilong and Zhu Qing. Although no one had explicitly disclosed what transpired, Zhu Qing's absence had prompted her 3 roommates to search for her, and the rest of the dormitory was generally aware of the situation. Consequently, the credibility of Fu Zilong's account grew, circulating among other classes. After all, they had witnessed enough singing and dancing performances. The spontaneous display of his talent had truly captivated them. Noticing that no girls dared to sit near Lu Lei, the boy with the little black mustache, class leader Zhao Xianxian, trudged along beside him with a long face, wishing to distance herself from him, if not for her responsibilities as leader. Fu Zilong's reputation among his peers had reached an all-time high, and no one dared to provoke him. In fact, many sought to engage him in conversation. Yet, he sat on the ground, leaning against the basketball hoop, eyes closed, basking in the sun, feeling somewhat weak. Coupled with a restless night, he seized the opportunity to catch up on sleep. Just then, as he was finally drifting off, he was abruptly jolted awake by a vigorous shake. Ready to express his annoyance, Fu Zilong opened his eyes to find Senior Lu standing before him, her face alight with a smile. His irritation vanished instantly. After all, he was no match for the formidable student council. Recalling that Lu had been in a meeting that morning, he wondered why she had sought him out. With a grin, he inquired, "Senior, what brings you to me today?" Lu, half smirking, retorted, "How did you know I was here with good news?" Taken aback by her response, Fu Zilong quickly recovered, asserting, "I'm not a class officer. Aside from being slightly more handsome and capable, I have little to offer. You must have come to me with good tidings." He continued, "Is the school considering appointing me as the student council president?" This unexpected notion caught Lu off guard, prompting her to lightly kick him and respond with irritation. "Stop being cheeky. You think you can lead me in Lu Wenshin?" She added, "You handled last night's situation quite well, so I've decided to give you a chance to shine." Fu Zilong, still lounging lazily, asked with feigned interest, "Oh, what kind of opportunity to shine?" Although he posed the question with a smile, a nagging feeling of impending trouble loomed over him. True to his instincts, Lu gleefully presented a form, declaring, "Our arts department just concluded a meeting to finalize the program for Friday night's welcome party. I've secured you a chance to perform, and I've signed you up for a piano solo. You needn't worry about the availability of the piano. What piece will you be playing? Can you tell me now?" Fu Zilong's smile faltered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What did you say? Why did you consult me first?" Noticing his exaggerated reaction, Lu frowned and questioned, "What's the matter? You're not willing to take such a wonderful opportunity? Or are you reluctant to support my work?" Under the weight of Lu's piercing gaze, Fu Zilong awkwardly chuckled. "No, it's just that who would want to watch a big man like me play the piano? You should let Zhu Qing go up and perform that dance instead. Her little waist would surely be a sight to behold." Lu, exasperated, rolled the form into a makeshift baton and playfully swatted Fu Zilong on the head, saying, "You know, Zhu Qing has not been in the best spirits lately. I initially considered signing her up for a dance, but I ultimately thought you would be a safer choice." Fu Zilong, feeling utterly defeated, lamented, "Senior, look at my runny nose. I'm not in good shape either." Lu scoffed, "You're a grown man. It's not like I'm asking you to sing. A cold won't hinder your ability to play the piano. Please inform me of the piano piece you wish to perform today. Do you understand?" Fu Zilong asked with a hint of desperation. Lu, the senior, responded with a gaze that grew increasingly frigid, her tone laced with an ominous undertone. "You are the act I recommended. You represent more than just yourself. You are aware that my wish went unfulfilled last night, and today, as fate would have it, I am burdened with my monthly discomfort. I merely suggest, you would do well not to provoke my ire. Do you comprehend?" Fu Zilong, resigned to his fate, nodded in acquiescence. The surrounding classmates, having overheard their exchange, began to whisper among themselves, all eagerly anticipating Fu Zilong's piano solo. Meanwhile, on the campus of Lu University, a student council member clad in military training attire approached Qin Shui, urging her, "Junior, do perform a piece. You are so beautiful. Any act you choose will surely garner applause. You must recognize my genuine intentions." However, Qin Shui remained aloof, responding coldly, "Senior, please stop. I possess no special talent and have no desire to perform. Perhaps you should inquire with others." "Thank you." The male senior, visibly displeased, retorted, "How is that even possible? Surely you must have some talent." Annoyed, Qin Shui glanced at him before a thought suddenly struck her. With a reminiscent smile, she replied, "If we're discussing talents, I do have one. Does applying phone screen protectors count?" The senior was left utterly bewildered. Chapter 134. Yield to me. Fu Zilong, slightly dazed, completed the morning's military training tasks, his mind wandering elsewhere. He even inadvertently collided with Zhu Qing once more. Zhu Qing said nothing, merely casting him an alluring glance. Instructor Zhou shot him a disapproving look and promptly assigned him 20 push-ups as punishment. Fu Zilong's thoughts were consumed with worry. What should he do? What if his pretentious boasting had gone too far? How could he possibly play the piano? Rebirth had not gifted him with a piano skill set. Yet, if he failed to perform at the freshman gala, he would undoubtedly offend Senior Lulu. After all, he had boasted of being a level 8 pianist last night. The program had already been submitted, and Lulu was relying on him to make an impression. This could very well end in embarrassment. Feeling overwhelmed, Fu Zilong resolved to devise a plan to navigate this predicament. During lunchtime, he lacked the appetite to eat. Swiftly returning to his dormitory to borrow a computer from Yi Chusung, he opened Baidu and various video sites, immersing himself in piano-related knowledge. With his photographic memory, he absorbed the information rapidly, requiring no notes. However, memorizing the sheet music did not equate to the ability to play the piano. If he attempted to perform Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, it would surely turn him into a laughingstock at Ocean University. Determined to find an alternative solution, Fu Zilong discovered a viable method that made him want to declare himself a genius. Excitedly, he hurried to the military training ground, arriving well before the afternoon assembly. The basketball court was sparsely populated with freshmen chatting, and his early arrival surprised them all. Scanning the area for his desired companion, he lit a cigarette while he waited. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a graceful figure entering the court amidst the throng of trainees. Fu Zilong took a deep drag from his cigarette, quickly wiping his nose before hastily approaching her, discarding the cigarette butt. With a glimmer of possessiveness in his eyes, he said, "Zhu Qing, let us find a secluded spot. I have something to discuss with you." Zhu Qing had noticed Fu Zilong from afar. He was always the most distinctive figure in the crowd. However, she did not anticipate him approaching her directly, nor the ambiguity in his tone. Blushing slightly, she inquired, "What is it? Can't you say it here?" Fu Zilong replied bluntly, "No, it's too crowded here." Before Zhu Qing could respond, Song Jiejia interjected, baring her small teeth. "Fu Zilong, what are you up to? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation?" Fu Zilong felt a headache coming on, sensing his nose was about to run again. Before he could retort, Zhu Qing quickly suggested, "Let us go to that patch of grass." Song Jiejia attempted to hold Zhu Qing back, but Fu Zilong gently pushed her aside with one hand, following Zhu Qing to the open space. Zhu Qing, her cheeks flushed, gazed into Fu Zilong's eyes, seemingly awaiting his words. Though she didn't look around, she sensed numerous eyes upon them. Fu Zilong gathered his thoughts and spoke succinctly, "Zhu Qing, I heard from Song Jiejia that you can play the piano." Taken aback by his question, Zhu Qing nodded in confusion. Fu Zilong continued with clarity, "What level are you? What pieces can you play?" Zhu Qing tilted her head adorably, contemplating before responding, "Level 6, but I should possess the skill of level 8. I just haven't played in a while. As for pieces, I can play anything within level 8 as long as I have the sheet music. By the way, I heard you're a level 8 player. I can't possibly be better than you." Fu Zilong felt a slight pang in his heart, but smiled broadly, saying, "That's splendid, Zhu Qing. I have excellent news for you. Congratulations, you have the opportunity to perform at the freshman gala, and you will be my duet partner for a piano piece. How's that sound? You must be thrilled. No need to thank me excessively." Zhu Qing blinked, processing his words for a moment, before bluntly stating, "I don't want to. I'm not in a good mood lately, and I don't want to perform. I've never played a duet before. And what if I can't keep up with your rhythm? I'd be a laughingstock." Observing her steadfastness, Fu Zilong quickly reassured her, "You needn't be anxious. I have already chosen the piece we will perform together. Kikujiro's Summer. It's a well-known piano piece, and its difficulty is only around level 5 or 6. Perfect for both of us. I'll handle the left-hand accompaniment, and you will play the melody with your right hand. You'll also take care of the pedal. How does that sound? Quite simple. Isn't it?" Zhu Qing was taken aback that he had even selected the piece. Kikujiro's Summer was one of her favorites, and it was indeed relatively simple. She could likely play it without needing the sheet music. Just as she was about to agree, she noticed the eager glimmer in Fu Zilong's eyes and decided to tease him a bit. With a mischievous smile, she replied, I don't want to perform, nor do I wish to play the piano with you, you big bad guy. What if rumors about us start circulating?" Seeing her remain unmoved, Fu Zilong felt a sense of urgency and realized that he needed to take a firmer approach. Thus, he adopted a serious demeanor and threatened, "If you refuse, we must discuss what happened last night, or rather, in the early hours of this morning when you bit my chest. Your bite marks are still visible, and I don't require compensation. Just let me bite you back." Zhu Qing was taken aback by Fu Zilong's shamelessness. standing there in shock for a moment before her face flushed crimson and she attempted to flee. However, Fu Zilong grasped her arm, and a classic line suddenly popped into his mind. "My dear, why not yield to me?" Before he could utter a word, Zhu Qing had already conceded. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "I agree to your request. Now please let go. So many people are watching." Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong's heart soared with joy, and upon lifting his gaze, he indeed noticed a multitude of onlookers fixated on them. With his objective achieved, Fu Zilong released his grip on Zhu Qing's arm and, basking in his triumph, declared that it's settled. Chapter 135. A Duet of Men and Women. During lunchtime, Senior Lu gradually sensed that something was amiss. She worried whether Fu Zilong had exaggerated his claims to Zhu Qing. If he truly had, this just would escalate into a significant issue. Currently, she still had a chance to extricate herself from this predicament, but once the program lineup was finalized, it would be too late. This event represented their management school showcase. If mishandled, her prospects within the student council would be jeopardized. Thus, in the afternoon, Lulu hurriedly sought a private conversation with Fu Zilong. To her surprise, he approached her first, proposing to transform the piano solo into a duet with Zhu Qing. This revelation filled Lulu with elation, as it seemed a much safer arrangement. A piano duet featuring a handsome man and a lovely woman promised to be an eye-catching spectacle. Lulu promptly inquired of Zhu Qing, who blushed and nodded in acknowledgement of the arrangement. Consequently, Lulu joyfully announced the piano piece Kikujiro's Summer, which garnered enthusiastic approval from the members of the arts department, who found the performance exceedingly promising. Fu Zilong sighed in relief, realizing that half the battle had been won. At that moment, he became acutely aware of his growling stomach, feeling as if he could no longer maintain his military posture. Why had Fu Zilong, who could not play the piano, chosen Kikujiro's Summer? It was due to his diligent research of piano pieces through videos during lunch. He discovered that the melody was simple yet beautiful, perfectly resonating with the summer season. Most importantly, the composition featured a left-hand accompaniment and a right-hand melody. The accompaniment was concise and lively, consisting of just 4 measures with 4 notes each: 63, 63, 41, 41, 52, 52, 15, 15. The entire piece required the left hand to repeat these 4 measures 4 times, and the notes were easy to memorize and play. The melody, on the other hand, was more intricate, played primarily with the right hand. But this was not a concern for Fu Zilong. With his remarkable memory, he easily retained the left-hand notes and, after watching the video, felt confident he could perform the 16 notes. With the welcome party on Friday evening and an entire afternoon of rehearsal ahead, he had ample time to practice with Zhu Qing. In this moment, Fu Zilong couldn't help but admire his own cleverness, remaining calm in the face of important matters. However, the growling of his stomach was audible enough for Jiang Hao beside him to hear. Thus, during their first break in the afternoon, Fu Zilong began his quest for snacks. He shamelessly approached the girls, asking for treats to quell his hunger, prioritizing his appetite over any semblance of pride. After the first break, his own squad had concluded their turn, yet he was still famished. During the second break, he shamelessly approached girls from other squads in search of snacks. Fortunately, with his good looks and audacity, he managed to collect a fair share of assorted cookies and bread. He kept a mental note of every girl who shared their snacks, later purchasing a large bag of Oreo cookies to distribute to those who had been generous to him, regardless of what they had given him. He reciprocated with a pack of Oreos, significantly enhancing his favor in their eyes. Fu Zilong merely wished to avoid owing anyone a favor, but the girls perceived him as principled and generous. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon the final day of military training on Friday, where each squad of new students showcased their training achievements before the grandstand on the playground. Fu Zilong and his squad successfully completed the segment, standing in formation as the school leaders addressed the assembly. Out of the corner of his eye, Fu Zilong noticed the instructors stealthily withdrawing, signaling the official conclusion of military training. However, that evening loomed large over him, the welcome party for the new students, where over 2,000 new arrivals would gather in the school gymnasium. One could either shine or face social demise. As Zhu Qing departed from military training, she glanced at Fu Zilong, her expression revealing a hint of nervousness, for performing before such a large audience was a first for her. At that moment, Fu Zilong finally requested Zhu Qing's phone number, and after lunch, they convened for rehearsal at the gym. When Fu Zilong, clad in black, awaited Zhu Qing, who appeared in a striking white ensemble, his breath was taken away. She wore pristine white sneakers, form-fitting white jeans cropped at the ankle, and a white t-shirt tucked into her waist. Unlike many girls with flatter figures, Zhu Qing showcased her curves in all the right places. Her slightly damp hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicately sun-kissed face beamed with a radiant smile directed at him. Fu Zilong found it puzzling why her boyfriend in the States would allow such a stunning girlfriend to be unappreciated, instead drawn to the rigors of military training. Noticing Fu Zilong lost in thought, Zhu Qing felt a tinge of shyness. She had hurried to the school showers right after lunch, getting Song Jiajia to fetch her meal. Had she delayed even a moment, she would have encountered a long queue at the girls' shower, as many sought to wash away the remnants of training and don their beautiful attire. Fortunately, she arrived early, avoiding the wait, but the showers took their time. After finishing, she was relieved not to have to wait in line, hastily eating a few bites of her meal before heading to their scheduled rehearsal. Rushing to change, she left with damp hair. Fu Zilong had also taken a quick shower, splashing cold water on himself in the restroom, which sufficed for him. With youthful vigor, he was in and out in less than 3 minutes. The two chatted amiably as they walked toward the school gymnasium, appearing quite the compatible pair, drawing the attention of their peers. Upon arriving at the gym, Senior Lu Lu awaited them, playfully remarking on their apparent compatibility, causing Zhu Qing to blush. Fu Zilong, unabashed, proclaimed himself to be quite versatile, claiming any beautiful person would compliment him. Lu Lu then led them to the piano designated for the evening's welcome party. Apart from a poetry reading accompanied by piano, they were the only ones performing a piano piece. Even the new students from the arts department were showcasing orchestral instruments, granting them ample time to rehearse. Fu Zilong first sent Lu Lu away, then sat beside Zhu Qing on the long piano bench. They sat closely, and Zhu Qing appeared slightly bashful. However, upon observing Fu Zilong's actions, her brow furrowed in concern. He began counting the piano keys, seemingly stopping at one he favored. Fu Zilong stealthily pulled a pencil from his pocket, ensuring no one was watching, and surreptitiously marked the piano keys with numbers 1 through 7. After gesturing for some time, Fu Zilong earnestly addressed a bewildered Zhu Qing. I will play my part of the accompaniment once. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But I cannot guarantee I can make any changes. Chapter 136, The Most Reckless Thing. Subsequently, in the astonished gaze of Zhu Qing, Fu Zilong successfully played the left-hand accompaniment of Kikujiro's Summer, completing the 4 measures. Fu Zilong was elated, feeling as though he were truly a genius. He then turned to the astonished Zhu Qing, asking, "How was that? Can you keep up with my tempo?" At this moment, Fu Zilong resembled a primary school student eagerly awaiting praise from his teacher. Zhu Qing, somewhat stammering with nervousness, said, Why you can't be?" Fu Zilong nodded affirmatively, candidly stating, "Indeed, you have guessed correctly. I have never played the piano before. Today marks my very first attempt at it. I was merely boasting earlier, and to my surprise, Senior Lu Lu took me seriously. However, since I have made such bold claims, I must ensure that I uphold them splendidly. Therefore, after extensive research, I have selected a piece that I believe suits my capabilities and sought your assistance to mask my shortcomings. So, classmate Zhi Qing, I have laid my cards on the table. It is now our turn to collaborate earnestly. Otherwise, having already put on a show, if you do not cooperate, we shall be left looking foolish." At this moment, Zhi Qing felt her mind racing. She could hardly believe that Fu Zilong had uttered these words so nonchalantly. This was a welcome party attended by over 2,000 faculty and students, with various school leaders observing from above. He seemed to be joking, yet there was an undeniable seriousness to his jest. Zhi Qing had just seen him play a section meant for the left hand with his right, and although the performance was somewhat fluid, it was riddled with glaring flaws in the eyes of an expert. The thought of having to accompany him on stage soon made her vision blur. Yet, as Fu Zilong had pointed out, she was already on this proverbial ship and could only follow his lead. Zhi Qing felt as though she were embarking on the most reckless endeavor of her life. Noticing Zhi Qing's almost tearful expression, Fu Zilong furrowed his brow in displeasure. He felt that his playing had been commendable. Why did she seem so distressed? As Fu Zilong's gaze grew increasingly menacing, Zhi Qing let out a heavy sigh, quickly regaining her composure and focusing on instructing him on his deficiencies in playing. The more she guided him, the more astonished she became. Fu Zilong's ability to learn was truly exceptional. She could sense that he was indeed a novice at the piano. Yet his progress was astonishingly swift. Although his fingers were not as slender and delicate as those of her former boyfriend, they were sufficiently large and powerful. Every point she raised for improvement resonated with him, and he was able to swiftly rectify his mistakes according to her guidance. The segment he was responsible for was relatively simple, requiring just a few details to be effectively showcased. In less than an hour, Fu Zilong had mastered the portion he needed to perform for the welcome party. Ji Qing found herself momentarily entranced, her gaze fixed on Fu Zilong as he practiced alone. Unable to look away, it was Fu Zilong's urging that finally roused her from her reverie, and with a steadying breath, she began to let her own fingers dance across the keys. Together, they successfully played through the entire piece, Summer of Kikujiro. As the final note resonated, both were filled with exhilaration. Fu Zilong sensed that this was the perfect opportunity to embrace the beautiful girl. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun halfway around, arms outstretched, ready to leap forward. Just then, a round of applause echoed from behind, halting his impending advance. Senior Lu Lu approached, clapping her hands, and remarked with evident satisfaction, "Your duet was absolutely delightful. Is this the Summer of Kikujiro? I've heard it before, but never knew the title. Such a well-known piece is sure to resonate with the audience." Fu Zilong reluctantly lowered his arms, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his voice as he replied, "Senior Lulu, what brings you here? We just found our rhythm." Lulu, seemingly oblivious to the discontent in his tone, eagerly pulled both of them along, saying, "Come with me quickly. The costumes sponsored by the External Relations Department have arrived. We must hurry to select outfits before the best ones are taken." Before they could fully comprehend what was happening, Lulu had whisked them into a room adorned with 2 clothing racks. Fu Zilong took one glance and recognized that the garments had evidently been sourced from a bridal studio. They appeared relatively clean, for individuals were already present, selecting outfits. And from Lulu's remarks, it was clear that these 4 were the hosts of the evening's event. They were to choose their costumes first. And Fu Zilong noticed that they were all quite attractive. Yet in Fu Zilong's mind, he and Ji Qing surpassed them in allure. He was indifferent to others' opinions on the matter. Once the 4 new host students had made their selections, they glanced up and spotted Fu Zilong and Ji Qing. Indeed, there were other new students waiting to choose their costumes, but the pair stood out remarkably. When it was their turn, Fu Zilong opted for a simple ensemble, a white shirt, black trousers, and black shoes, complemented by a belt. Ji Qing, with her own strong sense of style, donned a shimmering, form-fitting silver gown. Earlier, 2 of the female hosts had eyed the dress but hesitated, fearing that the fitted design would accentuate their figures. One worried about revealing a slight belly, while the other feared appearing flat-chested. The changing rooms for boys and girls were adjacent, each equipped with a makeup mirror at the entrance. Fu Zilong emerged swiftly, tucking his white shirt into his black trousers, presenting himself with an air of maturity. Although his physique was on the leaner side, he had broad shoulders and a slim waist, undeniably resembling a well-tailored mannequin, paired with his confident demeanor. He stood out as strikingly handsome. The 2 male hosts, clad in suits and monopolizing the mirror, were slightly taken aback upon seeing Fu Zilong, yet neither yielded their space. Convinced that their own attractiveness eclipsed his, though they did not completely overshadow him, they believed the odds were in their favor, as boys often harbor such inexplicable confidence. Fu Zilong cast a fleeting glance at his reflection and lost interest, casually taking a seat on a nearby bench. With one leg crossed over the other, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, instantly elevating his brooding aura. He no longer paid attention to the 2 boys, but instead critiqued the 2 female hosts, who appeared as if they had just stepped out of a bridal photo shoot. Senior Lulu, having procured a bottle of mousse and a comb from somewhere, rushed over to style Fu Zilong's hair. Just then, the door of the female changing room swung open, and Ji Qing stepped out with graceful confidence. Fu Zilong momentarily forgot about the cigarette in his hand. The 2 female hosts, who had been admiring themselves in the mirror, quietly vacated their spot. One could only say that the shimmering, form-fitting silver gown accentuated Ji Qing's beauty. In truth, the dress could scarcely encapsulate the radiance of an 18-year-old girl. Upon seeing her, Senior Lu gasped in delight and dashed to Ji Qing's side, touching and adjusting her attire, leaving Fu Zilong feeling a touch envious. He merely glanced at his own half-finished hairstyle, resembling a Super Saiyan, and hurriedly set about fixing it, lest the mousse harden. After Fu Zilong fashioned his hair into a slick-back style that was perhaps too mature for his age, his youthful, chiseled features ensured he did not come across as greasy. Meanwhile, Senior Lu styled Ji Qing's hair beautifully, securing it with a large bow at the back, reminiscent of Rei Hino from Sailor Moon. Noticing Fu Zilong's gaze upon her, Ji Qing first paused at his hairstyle, then covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Before Fu Zilong could muster a reason to approach her, the 2 male hosts encircled them, enthusiastically showering her with all the compliments they could muster, awkwardly expressing their admiration for her beauty, as one subtly expressed a desire to obtain Zhu Qing's phone number. The 2 young men, much like they had moments ago contended over the makeup mirror, fervently vied for the camera's attention in front of her. This frenzy granted Fu Zilong the opportunity to privately groom himself with a mirror. The two female hosts observed the antics of their male counterparts with cold amusement. Their earlier enthusiasm in fawning over the women had not been nearly as fervent. One of the female hosts, adorned in a striking red gown with a grand crimson flower adorning her hair, haughtily approached Fu Zilong. She perceived that he, in merely a white shirt, exuded far more allure than the two male hosts. Particularly captivating was the untied top two buttons of his shirt, which revealed a hint of wild charisma. In stark contrast to the two men, whose shirts were buttoned up to the collar, and one of whom sported an ill-suited bow tie. The female host lifted her skirt and glided to Fu Zilong's side, sweetly inquiring, "Handsome, which school do you attend?" At that moment, a silvery figure slipped past her with an apologetic smile, grasping Fu Zilong's arm and leading him towards the room with the piano. Zhu Qing found herself bewildered by this audacious maneuver, briskly pulling Fu Zilong ahead, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Fu Zilong, however, was lost in thought, his eyes fixated on the remarkable curves accentuated by Zhu Qing's long dress. It wasn't until they arrived at the piano practice room that he snapped back to reality. Noticing Fu Zilong's unwavering gaze upon her, Zhu Qing felt a mix of shyness and a tinge of delight. Yet, she feigned composure and remarked, "We should practice quickly. The rehearsal is soon." Upon hearing the seriousness of the matter, Fu Zilong reluctantly withdrew his unabashedly greedy stare, muttering, "I can't comprehend it. I just can't." Zhu Qing, curiosity piqued, asked, "What can't you comprehend?" To which Fu Zilong mischievously replied, "I can't fathom how you lost to that big guy." Zhu Qing paused, momentarily stunned, then turned in a huff to leave. Fu Zilong quickly grasped her arm, offering a myriad of apologies and reassurances. After a brief commotion, just as they were about to seriously practice on the piano, it was wheeled away, signaling the start of the rehearsal. They exchanged glances, Zhu Qing playfully nudging Fu Zilong, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. What we do now?" Fu Zilong, unconcerned, retorted, "What are you worried about? Didn't we play just fine earlier? It's no big deal. Just relax." Soon, they were called out to participate in the unified rehearsal, which proceeded smoothly, although their sense of rhythm left much to be desired. Zhu Qing continued to be approached by various boys asking for her phone number, while Fu Zilong seemed to have disappeared to smoke somewhere. At 6:30 in the evening, the new students, led by members of the student council, arrived at the gymnasium. Fu Zilong's group was aware of the piano duet performance and awaited it with great anticipation. Ichu Song remarked with a tinge of envy, "I never imagined Fu Zilong to be so talented. He always seems so carefree, yet he can actually play the piano." Jiang Hao nodded in agreement, recalling his own childhood piano lessons, which he had enjoyed until an unfortunate accident caused him to miss a semester. He never resumed his lessons, though he could still manage to play a few tunes, albeit with great trepidation at the thought of performing on stage. Having always prided himself on being a well-rounded student, Jiang Hao felt increasingly overshadowed by Fu Zilong since arriving at university, leading to frequent feelings of discouragement. As four flamboyantly dressed hosts took the stage to commence the welcome event, the evening officially began. Periodically, captivating performances elicited applause and cheers from the audience of new students, including a humorous street dance by a boy named Thomas that sent the crowd into fits of laughter. Zhu Qing and Fu Zilong were scheduled to perform next, right after the street dance, and Zhu Qing was visibly anxious, her palms sweaty. Observing her distress, Fu Zilong offered comfort, saying, "Don't be nervous. We're not on the Spring Festival Gala, just a welcome event. Even if we hit a wrong note, the majority of these students, aside from those in the arts department, likely won't notice. Just be confident. As long as we play smoothly, we'll be deemed successful." Zhu Qing shot him an exasperated glare, feeling as if she had been lured into a caper alongside him. When the host announced their names and the piece they were to perform, Summer of Kikujiro, the management department erupted with enthusiastic cheers. As Fu Zilong and Zhu Qing stepped onto the stage, the gymnasium filled with gasps of astonishment. Most of the awe was directed at Zhu Qing, with the male students captivated, particularly the freshmen from the civil engineering department, who strained to get a better view. After a graceful bow, they took their seats at the piano, arranged to allow the audience to observe their playing. Fu Zilong positioned himself on the inner side, while Zhu Qing sat closer to the audience. She refrained from placing her hands on the keys, patiently awaiting Fu Zilong's cue. Taking a deep breath, he flawlessly struck the simple 16 notes, prompting Zhu Qing to raise her right hand and place it on the keys. On that sweltering summer night, the cheerful melody of Summer of Kikujiro resonated throughout the gymnasium. As the final note faded, the hall erupted in rapturous applause and cheers. Fu Zilong and Zhu Qing exchanged relieved glances, both silently exhaling in relief. They shared a smile. And Fu Zilong naturally took Zhu Qing's hand as they approached the front of the stage to bow in gratitude to the audience. Even the school leaders at the front applauded enthusiastically, clearly impressed by their performance. After stepping off the stage, they intended to change out of their performance attire. At that moment, a poised woman in her 30s approached them, introducing herself as Hu Yu, the manager of a wedding photography studio in Qing City. She explained that the performance attire had been provided by her establishment and, seeing their impressive presence, wished to invite them to model for a bridal shoot, showcasing their images as samples for prospective clients. Naturally, this would be a paid shoot, offering 100 yuan per hour per person. With payments settled at the end of the day, she inquired whether Fu Zilong and Zhu Qing might be interested. Upon hearing of the financial opportunity, Fu Zilong appeared indifferent and turned to Zhu Qing, whose gaze met his, causing her cheeks to flush as she lowered her head, unable to articulate her thoughts. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Fu Zilong interjected, "Sister Hu, could you please give me your business card? We've just finished military training and are a bit fatigued. If you could grant us some time to consider, it would allow us to recuperate, at least enough to restore some color to our sunburned faces. If we decide, we'll give you a call to discuss further." Hu Yu, seeing the logic in his request, smiled and handed them each a card from her wallet. After pondering briefly, she requested their contact information, sensing a strong chemistry between the two. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they parted ways. And Fu Zilong lingered at the mirror outside the dressing room, snapping a selfie with a pose reminiscent of a male model from a future era, admiring his reflection and inwardly exclaiming, "Damn, I look handsome." Only after changing into their respective attire in the dressing room did the two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, return to the Management Academy's assembly area, greeted by waves of enthusiastic cheers. Fu Zilong, pressing his hands downward, murmured modestly, keep it low-key, yet the triumphant curl of his lips betrayed every ounce of his pride. Behind him, Zhu Qing could not help but find his expression amusing. Reflecting on the moment still sent a shiver down her spine. How could this fellow, who had no skill at the piano, have dared to dazzle the crowd like that? Seeing their classmates already seated, the two casually found seats along the aisle and settled down. Meng Ning glanced at the contrasting silhouettes ahead and quipped with a grin, "Jiang Hao, I feel like your sister S about to be abandoned after a fleeting affair." Jiang Hao shot him a displeased glare, inwardly thinking, "I wish this guy had nothing to do with my sister. Do you think I'm eager to be his brother-in-law?" The welcome party concluded amidst a buoyant atmosphere. Perhaps the relief of finishing 2 weeks of grueling military training had left the freshmen particularly exuberant. Awaiting them were 2 days of weekend leisure. After returning to their dormitory, Fu Zilong and his companions each took a refreshing shower in turn. They unanimously resolved to indulge in a lazy morning the next day before attending to further activities. Fu Zilong, reclining comfortably on his bed, had just lit a Furong Wang's cigarette tossed over by Yi Chu-sung when the phone on his bedside table suddenly rang. Seeing Lin Xiao's name flashing on the screen, Fu Zilong hesitated. During the military training, he had received numerous messages from her, but fatigue, a troubled mind, and a desire to distance himself had kept him from replying. Taking a deep breath, he ended the call abruptly, then swung his legs off the bed and stepped onto the balcony. In the female dormitory of the Transportation University, Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched her call being cut off. Today marked the end of her military training and the welcome party. While her roommates eagerly discussed plans for shopping in Shanghai the next day, Lin Xiao's first impulse was to phone Fu Zilong. Hearing the phone ring a few times before being disconnected overwhelmed her with a profound sense of grievance. Just as tears spilled over, the phone rang again. This time, Fu Zilong was returning her call. Unable to restrain her tears, she hurriedly answered. On the other end, Fu Zilong's cheeky voice greeted, "Hello, honey, how are you?" "Sawadishka." Though Lin Xiao tried to feign irritation, she could not help but smile through her tears. "Why did you hang up on me just now?" she asked. Fu Zilong replied plaintively, "Come on, I called you right back. I'm the one paying for these calls, you know." With that, he shifted from the defensive to the proactive. Lin Xiao's tone softened. "Then why haven't you been replying to my messages or calling me lately?" Fu Zilong replied lazily, "Military training has me worn out like a dog every day. Plus, I had to prepare for the welcome show. Been really busy." Lin Xiao quickly inquired, "You had a performance at the welcome party tonight? What did you perform?" Fu Zilong smirked. "I was just showing off, stood on stage, and the ladies below went wild." Finally, Lin Xiao laughed through her tears. "Stop it. I don't believe that for a second." Fu Zilong pouted. "All right, he played a piano piece." Before he could finish, Lin Xiao laughed louder, bluntly remarking, "We grew up together. I never knew you played piano." "Cut the nonsense. Be serious." With a sigh. Fu Zilong wondered why honesty was met with disbelief. Lin Xiao then launched into a lively monologue about amusing recent events, while Fu Zilong smoked and chuckled in agreement. After a good 20 minutes, Fu Zilong commented, "Looks like Transportation University ISNT bad. You should study hard there." Lin Xiao immediately contradicted him. "No, it's not good at all." "What's wrong now?" he asked. "Because you're not here, it's really not good at all," she replied. After ending the call, despite her reddened eyes from crying, Lin Xiao's mood inexplicably lifted. Turning from the balcony, she found her 3 roommates pressed against the glass, eavesdropping on her conversation. Her tall, beautiful roommate, Zhang Han, mimicked her voice playfully. "It's not good. Because you're not here, it's really not good." Flushed with embarrassment, Lin Xiao flung open the door and playfully scolded them. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong, still on the balcony, scrolled through his messages and found a multimedia message from Jiang Lai. It took some time to load, revealing a somewhat blurry but clear photo of him and Zhu Qing holding hands on stage during their curtain call. Yang Lai, the vice president of the Foreign Languages Department's Art Club, who was preparing her department's performance for the welcome party, had evidently snapped the photo from nearby in the audience. Fu Zilong saved the image, admiring his dashing, albeit pixelated, appearance, then sent a teasing reply, "Jealous?" and forwarded the picture to Zhu Qing. Shortly after, he Xiao messaged him briefly, praising his talent and looks. Fu Zilong, appreciative of this little source of emotional support, engaged in a brief chat, inquiring about her living conditions and relationships with roommates and classmates. He Xiao assured him all were kind and attentive, alleviating his concerns, especially since he had promised her parents to look after her. After advising her not to flaunt wealth or be overly generous, Fu Zilong ended the conversation. Bothered by mosquitoes on the balcony, Fu Zilong returned to the dormitory to find his 3 roommates engrossed in their phones, seemingly messaging girls. He brought the lit mosquito coil outside along with a small stool, sat down, and contemplated before calling Qin Shui, having just finished washing up and ready to rest. Qin Shui sat bolt upright at the incoming call, hastily slipping on her shoes before rushing to the balcony. The other 3 girls exchanged puzzled glances, witnessing the usually gentle Qin Shui's uncharacteristic agitation. Tonight was the welcome party at Ludon University, but Qin Shui was deeply upset by a boy from the neighboring class who, during his singing performance, boldly declared the song was dedicated to her. Witnessing this public confession, Qin Shui responded decisively, leaving the event and returning to the dormitory immediately, while the boy continued passionately singing "The Moon Represents My Heart" on stage. Feeling somewhat distressed, Qin Shui answered Fu Zilong's call with a hint of sorrow and a quiver in her voice. Sensing something amiss, Fu Zilong quickly inquired about her condition. Qin Shui pouted, complaining, "If I don't contact you, you wouldn't even send me a message or call, huh?" Fu Zilong was taken aback, but weakly replied, "Wasn't it me who just called you?" Qin Shui sulked, "It's been so long since school started, and that's the only call I've gotten from you?" Fu Zilong was acutely aware that reasoning with girls was futile. Thus, he reiterated to Qin Shui his exhaustion from military training and the upcoming performance. Qin Shui, however, remained reticent, merely stifling her laughter. Fu Zilong, somewhat aggrieved, asked, "What's the matter? Do you not believe I can perform on the piano?" To his surprise, Qin Shui responded in a tone akin to coaxing a child, "Oh, I believe you. I believe everything you say." Fu Zilong felt as though he had struck cotton. Qin Shui's gentle demeanor often kept him in check. Subsequently, Qin Shui shared her grievances regarding the welcome gala. Fu Zilong was taken aback by the audacity of the new students, who boldly professed their feelings in front of the entire school faculty and student body. Before he could interject, Qin Shui suddenly lamented, "Fu Zilong, when will you come visit our school?" Her words rendered him momentarily speechless, the implication of her sentiment unmistakable. After contemplating, he suggested, "How about during the October break?" Qin Shui retorted with dissatisfaction, "I'm going home for the October break. You know that. My parents won't let me wander outside alone during the National Day holiday." After a moment's thought, Fu Zilong proposed, "What about tomorrow?" At this, Qin Shui's heart skipped a beat, her pulse quickening. Noticing her silence, Fu Zilong mischievously added, "If I manage to get a ticket tomorrow, I can't say for certain when I'll arrive. I might need to stay the night." It took a while for Qin Shui to respond weakly. "I've tanned quite a bit from military training." Fu Zilong dismissed her concerns, saying, "No problem. As long as the right places are fair, it'll be fine. If all else fails, we can turn off the lights." This time, Qin Shui was completely thrown off, letting out a soft whimper at a loss for words. Observing her flustered state, Fu Zilong decided not to tease her further, saying, "All right, if anyone bullies you, give me a call. Get some rest." Qin Shui obediently replied with a soft her face flushed as she hung up the phone, feeling the heat radiating from her cheeks. Just then, her phone chimed with a message. It was a multimedia message from Fu Zilong, showcasing a captivating photo of him in his performance outfit, striking a charming pose in front of a mirror. Amused by his mature appearance, she first felt like laughing, then bit her lip and stepped through the balcony door into the dormitory. Upon her arrival, her 3 dorm mates promptly teased. Did our beautiful Qin just finish a phone call with her boyfriend? Qin Shui neither confirmed nor denied, her face aflame as she attempted to climb to her bed. However, her roommate below intercepted her, inquiring, as the first in the dorm to be in a relationship, "You must share some wisdom with us. What did you two discuss? He doesn't seem to call you often." The other 2 girls gathered around, eager to glean insights. Caught in their enthusiastic questioning, Qin Shui could only whisper, "We just chatted about recent happenings. He has been busy with the welcome gala and just finished military training today. We haven't defined our relationship yet. So don't jump to conclusions." A short-haired girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Qin, when will you let your boyfriend visit you? I arrived late during registration and haven't seen what he looks like. I want to know what kind of exceptional guy has captivated our beautiful Qin." Qin Shui lightly tapped her shoulder, then quietly replied, "He wants to come tomorrow, but I haven't agreed yet. I'll definitely let him come in the future. And then I'll treat you all to a meal." As she spoke, Qin Shui bit her lip again and showed her roommates the alluring photo Fu Zilong had just sent. To her surprise, it elicited shrieks of excitement and unanimous praise from her friends. After hanging up with Qin Shui, Fu Zilong took a deep drag from a cigarette. Among the girls he knew, Qin Shui possessed the most endearing character, embodying the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother. If he were to choose a girlfriend at this moment, he would lean towards her. He continued to peruse his phone, replying to messages he had previously neglected, extending polite responses to Zhao Zining, Gu Qian, Su Jie, and others. He disregarded messages from male peers, prioritizing his resources for more pertinent matters regarding relationships. Naturally, the boys were preoccupied with the pursuit of romance, as they had little else on their minds. Noticing the nearly burnt-out mosquito coil at his feet, Fu Zilong finally stood up and made his way back to his dormitory, where the 3 roommates were still awake, staring at him intently. Fu Zilong felt a twinge of unease under their scrutiny as Jiang Hao coldly inquired, "Did you just spend over 2 hours on the balcony talking to a girl?" Fu Zilong quickly clarified, "Rest assured, I wasn't flirting with your sister. I've mentioned before that if she's not interested, I won't force myself onto her." At that moment, Meng Nan leaped down from the upper bunk, striding over to Fu Zilong with an earnest expression, his pronounced Adam's apple bobbing as he approached. A potent masculine scent mingled with a hint of body odor enveloped Fu Zilong. Instinctively, he took a step back, suddenly reminded of Zhu Qing, who had been overwhelmed by her boyfriend in the United States. But Meng Nan grasped Fu Zilong's arms with both hands, sincerity radiating from him as he said, "Old 3, having spent so much time together, I still don't know what you like to eat. I'm treating tomorrow, so tell your brother what you want." Before Fu Zilong could respond, Yichu Sung's head popped out from underneath Meng Nan's arm, presenting him with 4 packs of Furong Wang diamond cigarettes. Stuffing them into Fu Zilong's hands, a sycophantic smile plastered across his face. "Look at you, smoking the good stuff. If you run out, just let your second brother know." Observing the 2 eager boys in front of him, Fu Zilong sensed their ulterior motives and glanced at Jiang Hao, who remained aloof on the bed. When Jiang Hao caught Fu Zilong's gaze, his expression shifted, ultimately forcing a smile. "How about I call my sister to keep you company tomorrow?" Finding the situation amusing, Fu Zilong casually sat on his desk, looking at the 3 with a playful demeanor. "All right, spill it. What do you need from me?" They immediately crowded around him, clamoring to express their primary concern. They sought Fu Zilong's guidance on how to attract girls or engage in conversation with them. Meng Nan and Yi Chu Sung felt tongue-tied in the presence of women, often leading to awkward silences. Even Jiang Hao struggled with conversing with girls, not out of pretentiousness, but simply because he lacked the skills to initiate or sustain a dialogue. This left him with a handsome exterior, but no means to leverage it effectively. Jiang Hao was the first in their dormitory to receive a confession from a girl, yet his standards were exceptionally high. He dismissed ordinary girls and found himself inundated with admirers among the upper echelons of beauty. However, he was not the type to be easily swayed by mere looks. Thus, Jiang Hao's low emotional intelligence made him feel somewhat disadvantaged in the romantic arena. Yichu Sung, constrained by his appearance, also had lofty expectations, feeling only girls of exceptional beauty deserve his attention. Fu Zilong scratched his head in confusion, while Meng Min seemed slightly better off, expressing a desire for a good girl without being able to articulate what that meant. However, he was certain that beautiful girls qualified as good girls. As he gazed at the trio before him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, he found himself in a predicament, scratching his head with the hand that held his cigarettes. Ultimately, he acquiesced to the role of romantic advisor for the trio, but he stipulated that they must adhere to his guidance regarding their romantic pursuits. The three readily nodded in agreement. Having observed firsthand the prowess of Fu Zilong in the art of courtship over the past month and a half, the stunning beauty of the management school, Zhu Qing, exhibited a notably close rapport with him, and while the nature of their relationship remained unclear, it was evident that Zhu Qing's demeanor towards Fu Zilong distinctly set him apart from others. Fu Zilong instructed the trio to first identify their respective targets, emphasizing that each girl's approach would differ, necessitating a clear objective before formulating a plan. However, he deemed it essential to implement certain changes in their appearances first. For instance, he advised Meng Nan to abandon his habitual basketball jersey ensemble and to eschew tight-fitting clothing that accentuated his stature, which could be intimidating to girls. He insisted that Meng Nan purchase a pair of loose-fitting jeans and a red plaid shirt for the following day, and suggested that he don a pair of black-rimmed glasses to soften his gaze, adopting the guise of an IT programmer. As for Yi Chu-sung, Fu Zilong aimed to alter his hairstyle, deeming his current mop-like appearance too ostentatious. Yet, Yi Chu-sung was somewhat resistant, citing the combination of his height and hairstyle as advantageous. Fu Zilong proposed that even a curly afro would be more appealing than the current style. Noticing Yi Chu-sung's reluctance, Fu Zilong urged him to remove a gaudy gold chain, lest he appear like a nouveau riche. He cautioned that should he encounter unsavory characters, they might be tempted to snatch it away. The sight of Yi Chu-sung's gold chain reminded Fu Zilong of his former friend, Agon. Back in her first year of high school, Agon had received a gold necklace from his grandfather for his birthday, a gesture laden with the implication of family wealth. While not as bulky as Yi Chu-sung's chain, Agon's necklace weighed around 50 grams. This prompted Fu Zilong to adopt the principle of remembering those who helped you prosper. During that period, Agon frequently treated Fu Zilong to outings, and when funds ran low, Fu Zilong concocted the idea of selling segments of the gold necklace for cash. At that time, gold was priced around 100 yuan per gram, a substantial sum for both boys. With their newfound wealth, they indulged in online gaming, cigarettes, instant noodles, and iced tea. Thus, by the end of the first semester, Agon's necklace had been reduced to a mere collar. When Agon questioned Fu Zilong about what to do next, Fu Zilong suggested cutting it down to a gold bracelet. Agon agreed, and after another semester, they were left pondering what to do with the remaining 2 segments of the necklace. Ultimately, Fu Zilong proposed crafting a gold ring as a memento. However, upon visiting the jewelry store, they succumbed to temptation and ended up purchasing a 0.87-gram lucky bead. Agon ultimately refrained from wearing it, fearing his father might discover it and react harshly. As Fu Zilong's thoughts returned to the present, he reiterated his advice to Yi Chu-sung about stowing away the ostentatious gold chain to avoid further distractions. He also recommended that Yi Chu-sung abandon his Hawaiian-style shirts, suggesting he emulate Jiang Hao's attire, preferably opting for lighter, more subdued colors to avoid appearing smaller in stature. Yi Chu-sung eagerly agreed and proposed inviting Fu Zilong and Meng Nan to accompany him on a shopping trip the following day. When it came to Jiang Hao, Fu Zilong refrained from offering extensive commentary, acknowledging his inherent charm. However, he did advise Jiang Hao to forego his MP3 headphones, which projected an aloof demeanor, and to smile more often. The remainder of Jiang Hao's strategy would depend on whom he decided to pursue. Additionally, Jiang Hao exhibited a mild case of obsessive cleanliness, often disapproving of female classmates who perspired excessively during military training. Nevertheless, this trait proved beneficial, as he maintained the dormitory's cleanliness with great diligence, simultaneously chastising his 3 roommates for their careless disposal of cigarette butts. Despite not being a smoker himself, Jiang Hao never complained about his roommates' habits, showcasing his admirable character. The other 3 roommates held Fu Zilong in high regard, given his proven track record. They exchanged light-hearted banter until late into the night, before finally drifting off to sleep. The following day, they awoke contentedly around 9 o'clock, engaging in casual conversation while preparing for their day. They each took turns washing up, planning to venture out to the commercial center. As they readied themselves to leave, their phones buzzed with a message from their class monitor, Zhao Xianxian, announcing her intention to host a class gathering that evening at a street-side eatery near the school. The event would adopt a split-cost arrangement, with an estimated expense of 30 to 40 yuan per person, and the dormitory head would collect the fees for a unified arrangement. The residents of Fu Zilong's dormitory were indifferent, allowing Jiang Hao to handle the registration. To their surprise, Zhao Xianxian managed to organize such an event without seeking Jiang Hao's assistance, revealing her commendable organizational skills. By the time the 4 of them stepped out, It was already past 10, and the cafeteria's breakfast offerings had long since been cleared away. They resolved to combine breakfast and lunch into one meal. The mid-September weather carried a hint of coolness, accompanied by the salty breeze of the sea. The campus was devoid of freshmen clad in military training uniforms, replaced instead by fashionably dressed young men and women. Of course, the distinction between upperclassmen and newcomers remained evident, particularly among the female students, who could be divided into two distinct factions. One comprising stylish, confident seniors represented by Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi, and the other consisting of disheveled seniors in pajamas, casually sporting curling rods in their hair as they ventured out for meals, exuding an air of nonchalance. As they strolled, the four friends commented on the various girls they encountered, lamenting the missed opportunities as they observed attractive upperclassmen strolling with their boyfriends. They felt a palpable sense of regret for having arrived late to the scene. Initially, they intended to take a taxi directly to the mall, but Fu Zilong insisted on exploring the nearby commercial street adjacent to the university first. This particular street was tailored for college students, attracting attendees from Ocean University, as well as Qing City's Science and Technology University and the more distant Qing City University, lined with an array of food stalls, internet cafes, barbershops, and clothing shops. The pedestrian street featured numerous vendor stalls selling a variety of goods, all meticulously organized with identifiable numbers. The entire commercial street formed a Y shape, stretching approximately 200 to 300 meters in length. The crowd consisted predominantly of university students, as this was the most convenient shopping locale. Fu Zilong stood at the entrance of the pedestrian street, contemplating the foot traffic and the gender ratio among shoppers, as well as the types of products being purchased. Observing his friends lost in thought under the scorching sun, they exchanged glances before ushering him into a taxi, heading towards the commercial center. At this point, Qing City's commercial street was bustling, albeit with a bit of traffic congestion. The quartet became a point of interest as they walked, with passers-by particularly drawn to the towering figure of Meng Nan. Alongside, Yi Chu-sung nestled under his arm. Meng Nan had a penchant for walking with his arms around others' shoulders, prompting Fu Zilong and Jiang how to instinctively avoid walking alongside him. Only Yi Chu-sung, with his petite stature, consistently found himself ensconced beneath Meng Nan's arm. Each time he attempted to escape, that arm would inevitably return like a shadow, enveloping him once more. Over time, Yi Chu-sung resigned himself to this arrangement, and the duo became a strikingly attention-grabbing pair. Fu Zilong, observing from behind, frowned at the sight. He pondered how the two could possibly find romantic prospects while parading about in such a manner. In the future, Meng Nan must certainly rectify his bad habit of draping his arm around people's shoulders. He enjoys playing basketball and working out, but his body odor is quite pronounced. If he were to pull a girl's head close to him, and if she has no particular inclinations, then his quest for companionship would likely prove quite arduous. In this era, students typically purchase clothing from brands such as Semir, Yishin, Benny Road, and Meters Benui. Perhaps it is due to the plethora of choices in Guangdong that Yi Chu-sung has yet to visit such clothing franchise stores. Previously, Meng Nan only bought basketball jerseys. All other apparel was procured by his parents. Jiang Hao seems to eschew these commonplace brands, and as the three entered a Benny Road store, they glanced around, uncertain of how to proceed. Fu Zilong, meanwhile, observed the prevailing fashion trends of the era with a discerning eye, noting that the styles and colors were rather monotonous. The prices were not inexpensive either. A t-shirt from September was priced at least 50 or 60 yuan, while a simple polo shirt with a small collar exceeded 100 yuan. Watching the bustling crowd within the store, Fu Zilong's eyes sparkled with interest. In his later years, as the general manager of an engineering company at the onset of his career, he had served as a facilitator for several influential individuals in the political arena. These dignitaries each had several charming companions whom Fu Zilong arranged to provide for, ensuring their lives were well managed. Some of these companions were weary of a monotonous existence filled with eating and sleeping, while others exhibited ambition and wished to establish their own enterprises. In such cases, the dignitaries found it inconvenient to intervene directly, so Fu Zilong, as their intermediary, devised plans to assist. When discussing business aspirations, nearly 9 out of 10 of these companions expressed a desire to open clothing stores. The remaining one was uncertain about the type of company she wished to establish. Yet she was adamant about wanting to start a business. Thus, Fu Zilong rented numerous small storefronts, each approximately 20 square meters, within the city's garment shopping district, placing each companion in charge of her own clothing boutique. However, some companions lacked a business acumen. When their sales faltered, they would complain to their benefactors. Fu Zilong, finding himself with no other option, took it upon himself to personally escort these companions to Guangzhou and Hangzhou to procure merchandise. He guided them on sourcing products, identifying trendy styles, pricing, and selling strategies. Gradually, Fu Zilong became quite adept in the fashion industry. As the companions' boutiques thrived and profits flourished, they naturally sang his praises to their benefactors while they slept, which in turn led to the benefactors providing a bit of support, ensuring Fu Zilong's engineering company flourished smoothly. Chapter 142, the AA System Gathering. With this experience in his past, Fu Zilong developed a profound understanding of the fashion industry and possessed keen insights into upcoming trends. During his university years, he aspired to venture into the clothing sector, not solely for offline sales, but also to lay a solid foundation for future endeavors in the online e-commerce realm. After graduating, he briefly entered the e-commerce industry 2 years later, though he was then devoid of funds and resources, unsure of what to sell or where to source products. He partnered with a friend to open a store on Taobao, selling Q coins. The two pooled a total of 10,000 yuan for initial capital. They had to constantly monitor the recharge software's backend, as large clients could quickly deplete their funds. They would have to immediately transfer money from the Taobao backend to the recharge platform, continuously cycling the initial 10,000 yuan. Despite significant sales volume, their profits were meager, with merely a penny remaining after deducting advertising costs. While his friend managed the daytime operations, Fu Zilong took over after work until the early hours of the morning, often sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day, enduring this grueling schedule for an entire year. At year's end, the store recorded a sales figure of 10 million. Yet after calculating profits, they found only a modest 10,000 yuan, which meant each received 5,000, a considerable sum. Yet the toll on Fu Zilong's health was unsustainable. Moreover, as his business dealings grew, he found himself increasingly burdened with social obligations, leaving him little energy to continue. Thus, he decided to abandon this venture the following year. Had he focused on selling tangible goods instead of Q coins, he might not have faced such hardships in running an engineering company, especially considering a friend who launched an online clothing store in 2012 and earned a substantial profit within 3 years. After 2019, this friend ceased all work, living off bank interest while traveling the world. Consequently, Fu Zilong held great optimism for the potential of e-commerce, particularly given the rapid growth of the fashion sector in recent years. The imminent rise of Korean fashion trends was on the horizon, and clothing factories along the coastal provinces were inundated with orders from each country. Fu Zilong was greatly tempted by these surplus orders, which explained his pensive state on that commercial street. However, he realized that much preparation was still required, and numerous matters needed his strategic planning. There was no need to rush. For now, he aimed to address the needs of his 3 dormitory mates. Inside the store, the foot traffic was robust, particularly with many university students browsing. Yet, most were merely window shopping, as not many students had disposable income. The store's sales staff, upon noticing the 4 young men entering and casually exploring, did not seem inclined to assist them. Only a young female sales associate, of modest height and speaking with a slight accent, approached them with a hint of timidity, casting a glance at the towering Meng Nan and quietly inquiring what clothing they sought. The 3 dormitory mates immediately turned their gaze toward Fu Zilong. The sales associate assumed this handsome young man was the one interested in purchasing clothes, while the others merely accompanied him to browse. Thus, she focused her attention on Fu Zilong. Sensing the situation, Fu Zilong, recognizing that few young men enjoy leisurely shopping, decided to expedite the process. He began selecting various garments and gesturing for the others to try them on in the fitting rooms. The sales associate, somewhat bewildered by his assertiveness, began retrieving the items at his direction, occasionally struggling to keep pace with his rapid-fire selections. Initially believing Fu Zilong was the buyer, she was surprised to find he was merely advising the others. It must be said, Fu Zilong had an exceptional eye for fashion, as the 3 tried on the clothes. Even the sales associate could not help but compliment their choices, aware that his dorm mates came from well-off families and could afford these purchases without strain. Fu Zilong generously decided to buy all 3 outfits they tried on. He also selected an outfit for himself, though he did not try it on, as his physique was already the epitome of a clothing model. With youthful charm and physique, he could pull off any look. This thrilled the sales associate. 4 sales staff earned commission based on their sales, and this transaction, totaling nearly 2,000 yuan, equated to her sales for 2 or 3 days. When processing the sale, her excitement nearly led her to misprice the items. The other sales associates watched enviously as this newcomer managed to secure such a generous sale. None had anticipated these 4 young men would be so willing to spend. After completing their purchases, the 4 left the store laden with bags. and sought out a fast food restaurant to satiate their hunger with 8 dishes. Primarily, Fu Zilong and Meng Nan had insatiable appetites, and ordering fewer dishes would undoubtedly leave them wanting. During their meal, Jiang Hao suddenly received a phone call, and after a few frowns and brief remarks, he hastily ended the call. Chu Sung, munching away, inquired, "Is that your sister again? You don't seem too pleased." Jiang Hao, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "It was class monitor Zhao Xian who called, informing me that the class gathering she organized for tonight is mostly set on the girls' side. However, on the boys' dormitory side, aside from our dorm, the other 2 dorms have not shown much enthusiasm. Some even claimed they would rather spend their time in an internet cafe and wouldn't attend the gathering. Zhao Xian asked me what to do about it. How would I know? Let them come or not?" Chu Sung nodded, but expressed some concerns, saying, "Isn't it a bit awkward if not enough people attend a gathering? Besides, wouldn't it seem strange if only our dorm goes? What if those boys from the other 2 dorms talk behind our backs?" Jiang Hao frowned and reassured him, "Rest assured, regardless of whether we attend or not, Lu Lei's dormitory won't speak well of us." Chu Sung, in complete agreement, nodded. Ever since the beginning of the semester, when Jiang Hao and Lu Lei had a falling out, the relationship between the 2 dormitories had soured. Fu Zilong, who had been engrossed in his meal, looked up and casually suggested, "This matter is quite simple. You should have Zhao Xian ask class 1 of accounting if they are organizing a gathering as well. If our 2 classes join forces, it could be considered a social event, and I bet the boys from those 2 dorms would want to come. Even if they are reluctant, having both classes together would prevent us from standing out too much. Just think of it, dining out with dozens of college girls. And it's split the bill. Such an opportunity is rare." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he promptly took out his phone to share this idea with Zhao Xian. After finishing their meal, Fu Zilong intended to settle the bill, but Jiang Hao excused himself to the restroom and discreetly paid the tab ahead of time. Chapter 143, Practical Task. After the 4 of them had their fill, they found themselves carrying a pile of clothes, uncertain of what to do next. After some contemplation, Fu Zilong proposed, "How about we go for a bath? Perhaps find a masseur to scrub us down? After enduring military training for so long, we've only been showering with cold water, and it's not exactly refreshing." This suggestion was immediately met with agreement from the others. They took a taxi to a rather reputable bathhouse and did not opt for the services starting at $2.99 listed on the price list. With their current youthful innocence, they certainly could not afford to squander their vital essence in such a manner. Fu Zilong, Zhang Gao, and Meng Nan were all from the north and were already accustomed to communal bathing, but Chu Sung found the idea of many men sharing such a space quite uncomfortable, wrapping himself in a towel and cautiously avoiding exposure. Meanwhile, Meng Nan, Jiang Hao, and Fu Zilong began to secretly compare their endowments. Noticing each Shushan's shy demeanor akin to a timid girl, exchanging glances, they rushed over and yanked each Shushan's towel away. Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao each grabbed an arm while Meng Nan lifted his legs, chanting 1, 2, 3, as they tossed him into the pool. The water was pleasantly warm, and with a yelp, Chu Sung attempted to escape, only to be held back by the 3 who had jumped in after him. Surrounded by the 3 northern lads, Chu Sung resigned himself and sat at the edge of the pool. While soaking, the 4 chatted about amusing anecdotes from their military training. They later found a masseur to scrub them down, and Chu Sung was overwhelmed with embarrassment, experiencing for the first time the sensation of an older man handling his body without restraint. When the masseur playfully patted his backside, he was bewildered upon the second tap. He instinctively raised his rear, leaving the masseur momentarily stunned. Seeing this, Meng Nan burst into laughter, prompting the masseur to helplessly instruct him to turn over. The masseur attending Meng Nan was panting heavily, as scrubbing down someone of Meng Nan's stature equated to the workload of 2 individuals. Once their scrubbing was complete, the 4 of them felt invigorated and donned their newly purchased attire as they exited the bathhouse. Meng Nan paid for the bath, as Chu Sung had intended to treat them but was outmaneuvered. Having experienced this for the first time, Chu Sung found it quite enjoyable and looked forward to returning. However, Meng Nan scoffed, claiming that the quality here was subpar compared to his home. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances with the towering Meng Nan, who sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, "My family runs a bathhouse in Changchun. The largest bathhouse in Changchun is owned by us." As soon as he finished, Fu Zilong seized one of Meng Nan's hands, exclaiming, "Brother, what unique features does your family's bathhouse have? Is it reputable?" Meng Nan, blushing slightly, replied, "There are many features, including some rather extravagant services." Fu Zilong immediately felt a surge of excitement. He had found a brother worth having. In this moment, the comparison between northern Changchun and southern Dongguan was quite renowned. How could he not seize such an excellent opportunity to experience it? The four of them took a taxi, chatting and laughing as they returned to their school dormitory, placing their clothes inside. At that moment, they all received a group message from class monitor Zhao Xianxian, stating that tonight they would be having a joint gathering with class 1 of accounting to celebrate. And she asked the dorm leaders to report the number of attendees from each dorm. As the dorm leader, Yi Chu-sung promptly sent a message to Zhao Xianxian confirming that all four of them would attend. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Xianxian called Jiang Hao, conveying that the boys from both dormitories had unanimously expressed their intent to join the gathering tonight, praising Jiang Hao for the brilliant idea. Jiang Hao, however, coolly remarked, "This idea was suggested by Fu Zilong. If you wish to thank someone, it should be him." Fu Zilong frowned at Jiang Hao for once again killing the mood. He then firmly stated that tonight was a significant practical lesson for their relationship training class, insisting that the four of them must not sit together, but rather separate and sit with the girls. The task for the evening was to obtain at least one girl's phone number, and upon returning to the dorm, the three would share their experiences of conversing with the girls. The three exchanged shy, knowing glances and nodded in agreement. Thus, the four of them tidied up their appearance in the dormitory and cheerfully made their way toward the pedestrian street adjacent to the school. At the Y-shaped pedestrian street, one branch was entirely devoted to restaurants. Zhao Xianxian had negotiated with the owner of a particular food stall to reserve some space for them. The sight of 3 rows of small square tables forming a rectangular dining area, surrounded by small stools, was already set up, capable of accommodating about 20 people. It wasn't that Zhao Xianxian had failed to seek out a better environment. Most nearby food stalls were fairly similar. High tables and stools indoors couldn't accommodate so many people, and outdoors, it was all about these small tables paired with stools. Moreover, other new students from different classes had also reserved spots for gatherings tonight, making it challenging to find a suitable restaurant. Additionally, as students, some classmates might not come from affluent backgrounds, so there was no need to splurge at a fancy restaurant. By this time, half of the classmates had already arrived and settled into their seats, chatting in small groups. After half a month of military training, the students from both classes had become acquainted, and mingling together posed no pressure. Zhao Xianxian was currently discussing the evening's menu with the class monitor from accounting, a bespectacled and handsome young man. Fu Zilong glanced around, noting that roughly 2/3 of the expected guests had arrived, and realized they had come quite late. Particularly, the boys from both classes had arrived early, though whether due to shyness or camaraderie, they remained seated together. Of the 20 boys from both classes, 16 were gathered around a long table they had pieced together, with 4 stools left beside it, clearly reserved for the 4 of them. This sight caused Fu Zilong's brow to furrow in concern. As anticipated, upon seeing Fu Zilong's arrival, one of the boys from the class stood up and announced, "Fu Zilong, you're the last from your dorm to arrive. We saved seats for you. When it's time to drink, you'll have to take 3 shots as a penalty." Fu Zilong remained silent, instead advancing closer to the table brimming with exuberant male energy. Aside from Lu Lei and a few others who chose to ignore him, the rest of the attendees displayed eager expressions, reveling in the prospect of showcasing their prowess in front of the ladies through drinking contests. The 3 roommates behind Fu Zilong, noticing his lack of movement, refrained from taking their seats, recalling his previous words in their dormitory. Fu Zilong surveyed the gathering of over a dozen male classmates, then glanced at the other 2 tables adorned with the most beautifully dressed female classmates, each wearing their finest attire. To everyone's surprise, Fu Zilong uttered, "What on earth are you all thinking?" His query left the male table momentarily dumbfounded, struggling to grasp its meaning. Fu Zilong then added, "I have quite an appetite. I doubt I'll find anything delectable to eat at your table." With that, he sauntered over to the adjacent female table and plopped down into a seat. Chapter 144, A Change of Position. Fu Zilong settled next to his fellow townsman, Zhang Haiping, flashing a grin at her. Zhang Haiping, taken aback by his sudden proximity, shyly shifted away, but nevertheless spoke up, "This seat is reserved for our class monitor, Zhao Xianxian. I saved it for her." Fu Zilong, unabashed, retorted, "Then let the monitor either sit on my lap or join the boys." No sooner had he spoken than a forceful slap landed on his shoulder. Turning, he found Zhao Xianxian, clad in a long blue plaid dress, glaring at him in indignation. Fu Zilong, unperturbed, merely smiled at Zhao Xianxian, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Zhao Xianxian, seeing his demeanor, felt a mix of exasperation and resignation as she took a seat beside Fu Zilong. Observing his antics, the boys at the table finally understood the implication behind his earlier question. The 3 roommates reacted swiftly, immediately seizing the opportunity to sit next to the 2 tables of girls. The remaining boys eagerly rushed towards the scarce available seats at the female tables. With Fu Zilong leading the charge, their initial shyness dissipated. Everyone yearned to sit with the girls, though no one had dared to take that first step for fear of rejection. Yet with Fu Zilong at the forefront, their apprehensions melted away. Those boys who failed to secure a seat felt a pang of disappointment. But fortunately, several late-arriving girls from the dormitory ensured that all 3 tables were soon filled to capacity. The few boys who remained at their original table discreetly settled into separate seats, even among roommates, maintaining an empty space between them. As Fu Zilong munched on peanuts and edamame, he observed the boys' movements with a knowing smile, acknowledging their quick understanding of the situation. Just then, a faint scent of perfume wafted through the air, prompting him to glance sideways. There stood Zhao Xianxian, gracefully serving drinks to everyone, her light makeup and fragrance emanating from her. Fu Zilong speculated that her family background must be quite decent. After all, it was rare for girls from average families to wear makeup daily in this era. However, he found it puzzling why a naturally attractive girl would feel the need to apply makeup every day, having become accustomed to various made-up beauties. He was now curious to see the unadulterated college girls, leading to his indifference toward Zhao Xianxian. At that moment, Fu Zilong sensed a gaze fixed intently upon him and looked up to meet Zhu Qing's eyes across the table. Upon realizing he was looking at her, Zhu Qing immediately lowered her head, displaying a hint of guilt. Fu Zilong was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her shyness. Shouldn't she greet him? After all, he had helped her gain some visibility at the welcome party, and now she was garnering significant attention among the new students in the management department, clearly vying for the title of campus beauty. At Fu Zilong's table, 4 boys squeezed in, including Yi Chu-sung, Jiang Hao, and Meng Nan, who sat at another female table. With Fu Zilong's arrival, he became the focal point of conversation among the girls, with one particularly bold girl extending her hand to have Fu Zilong read her palm. He deftly deflected her request, citing the need to keep certain secrets intact. As the dishes had yet to be served, students from both classes had mostly gathered. Fu Zilong had just pulled out a cigarette when an irritated voice interrupted him. Fu Zilong, how can you smoke? Can't you see there are girls around? Caught off guard, Fu Zilong nearly choked on his first puff as he turned to see Zhao Xianxian frowning disapprovingly at the cigarette in his hand. It was evident that the smell repulsed her, diminishing her regard for him. Her complaint rendered the previously lively table suddenly quiet, all eyes shifting to the disgruntled Zhao Xianxian and the smoking Fu Zilong. Zhao Xianxian hadn't anticipated that her comment would draw such attention from her classmates, but she continued to glare at Fu Zilong, expressing her discontent. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Zilong flashed a radiant smile and said, "My apologies, class monitor. I'll be more mindful next time." Zhao Xianxian had expected Fu Zilong, with his roguish demeanor, to either make excuses for his smoking or feign ignorance. Yet he unreservedly acknowledged his fault. This unexpected admission caused Zhao Xianxian to lift her chin slightly, a sense of pride swelling within her. It reinforced her authority as class monitor, as even the most popular boys in the class seemed to yield to her. This realization filled her with delight, and just as she prepared to add another remark, she watched in disbelief as Fu Zilong stood up, retrieving the stool beneath him. After a quick glance around, he boldly placed it between Zhu Qing and Song Jiajia, nonchalantly squeezing himself into the space. The surrounding students shifted aside to accommodate him, with Zhang's hyping inching closer to Zhao Xianxian, while Fu Zilong disregarded Song Jijia's protests and settled between her and Zhu Qing, still clutching the lit cigarette. Zhu Qing, blushing, remained silent, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to a devoted wife. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly tense, with everyone's gaze darting between Zhao Xianxian and Zhu Qing, while the girls' thoughts remained a mystery. The 4 boys at the table clearly perceived that Zhu Qing had gained significant favor. Unbeknownst to Zhu Qing, Zhao Xianxian was on the verge of boiling over with frustration. She hadn't anticipated that while Fu Zilong would appease her verbally, his actions would blatantly disregard her feelings. What did it mean? Did she not matter at all? Was Zhu Qing so eager to endure his secondhand smoke? Zhao Xianxian felt deeply wronged, raised under strict parental guidance. She had developed a personality that thrived on precision and a drive to excel. In the class, she was undoubtedly the standout among the girls in both looks and abilities, which made her feel an inner delight and a burgeoning sense of pride. Yet, it irked her that the 2 most handsome boys in class paid her no mind, while only the less appealing boys bombarded her with messages. With 2 attractive boys in the class, failing to win one of them would be a significant setback for her. Of course, between Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao, Zhao Xianxian found Jiang Hao more appealing, with his clean appearance and graceful demeanor, making him a perfect match for her. In contrast, Fu Zilong, though charmingly rogue, reminded her of the Hong Kong star, Edison Chun. However, Zhao Xianxian could not shake the feeling of being unable to exert control over the situation, which was her primary aversion to Fu Zilong. Furthermore, Fu Zilong's smoking habit significantly detracted from his appeal in her eyes. In her household, her father would be chastised by her mother for smoking, often being banished to the balcony. Chapter 145, Drinking Games. At this moment, Zhao Xianxian felt a pang of anger that tightened her chest, and her regard for Fu Zilong diminished yet again. Yet, perhaps due to the fact that they shared a dormitory, Jiang Hao also treated her with indifference, exhibiting a pride that surpassed her own. There were times when she yearned to engage him in conversation, but he would soon manage to extinguish any dialogue. In contrast, Fu Zilong had recently been the center of attention, whether showcasing his talent for fortune-telling in class or performing a piano duet at the welcome party. Now, even girls from other colleges were inquiring about Fu Zilong, and within their class, the support for him had notably increased, overshadowing her once equal standing with him. Reflecting on this, Zhao Xianxian glanced over at Jiang Hao's table, only to find him seated among two girls from the accounting class. She could not help but think to herself, men are all the same. Fu Zilong, oblivious to Zhao Xuingxuan's inner turmoil, decided to change his seat since she disapproved of his smoking. He had no qualms about returning to the predominantly male table. He chose to sit beside Zhu Qing simply because he was most familiar with her. Zhu Qing would certainly not embarrass him in front of others, right? Indeed, as he suspected, Zhu Qing's amiable nature made her easy to engage with. At that moment, Fu Zilong did not initiate conversation with Zhu Qing, but instead fixated on the dishes being served with gleaming eyes. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing took the utensils from his previous spot, flipped the cup upright, poured a large bottle of cola into his glass, and arranged a pair of disposable chopsticks neatly in front of him. The nearby girls, who had been observing Fu Zilong, were left in a daze, particularly Zhang's Haiping, his fellow townswoman, who thought to herself, if I were Fu Zilong, I would choose Zhu Qing over Zhao Xianxian any day. Fu Zilong, feeling flattered by Zhu Qing's attentiveness, expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, and then placed a peanut in Zhu Qing's dish. Her cheeks, already slightly flushed, deepened in color. The surrounding classmates felt overwhelmed, as if they had been force-fed. Chu Song at the same table was enviously impressed by Fu Zilong's charm. He struggled to find words to converse with the girl beside him, while Fu Zilong sat there, and the class beauty catered to him. Chu Song silently encouraged himself and then seized the opportunity to pour soda for the girl next to him, initiating a conversation. At this juncture, Zhao Xianxian, attempting to calm her emotions, stood up with a glass of wine, glancing at the class monitor from the accounting table behind her. The young man promptly raised his glass, and Zhao Xianxian eloquently expressed her hopes for their classmates to thrive in university and for their friendships to endure. Fu Zilong, ever the gentleman, led the applause, as he was genuinely hungry and eager for the gathering to conclude so he could eat. Seeing his attitude softened Zhao Xuingxuan's grievances, and the gathering officially commenced. However, the atmosphere remained somewhat subdued, with many students focused solely on their meals, and few engaged in conversation. This was particularly noticeable with Fu Zilong, whose voracious appetite astonished his table mates. Zhao Xianxian furrowed her brow, observing that the other tables were fully engrossed in their meals, which contradicted the original intent of the gathering. Growing increasingly anxious, she attempted several times to enliven the atmosphere, but to no avail. At that moment, she fixed her gaze on Fu Zilong, who was heartily eating, and suddenly had a bright idea. Fu Zilong, why don't you perform a talent for everyone to lighten the mood? Fu Zilong, caught off guard while eating shredded potatoes, looked up to find all eyes on him. The interest in his performance was palpable, and it seemed everyone eagerly anticipated a show from him. Fu Zilong, unfazed, recalled several small magic tricks he had previously used to impress girls at bars, but felt they might not be appropriate here. Instead, he considered a few drinking games that would suit the occasion. Noticing the large bottles of cola and Sprite at the table, he realized they could make do with those. The reason the boys weren't drinking alcohol was that Zhao Xianxian deemed beer too expensive, given that they were splitting the bill, making it unfair for the boys to pay for drinks the girls would share. Moreover, she was concerned about the boys getting drunk, leaving the girls unable to escort them back to their dorms. Fu Zilong surveyed the nearly 20 classmates at the table, smiling as he announced, "All right then, let us play a drinking game with soft drinks. But before we begin, I suggest anyone needing to use the restroom should do so now, as you want to be able to leave once the game starts." The diligent students, unaccustomed to such novel drinking games, eagerly rushed to the restroom to prepare. The other two tables were also drawn in by Fu Zilong's words, their attention unwittingly drawn to his table. Fu Zilong then sauntered over to a small shop, whispering a few words to Yi Chu-sung as he passed by. Yi Chushin's eyes lit up, and he followed Fu Zilong to the shop. Shortly after, the two returned to the dining table carrying several large bottles of cola and Sprite, with Fu Zilong also holding a deck of cards. Amidst the astonished gazes of his peers, Fu Zilong raised his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, since this game will require us to consume a considerable amount of drinks, the cost for the beverages will be graciously covered by Yi Chu-sung. Fu Zilong proclaimed like a DJ at a bar, announcing the modest expense. Yi Chu-sung stood up in response, waving to the crowd. The girls present applauded Yi Chu-sung, appreciating the value he brought to the gathering. At that moment, all 70 pairs of eyes were fixed on Fu Zilong, who stood up to survey his eager table of 20. With a satisfied smile, he said, "Since everyone is eager to participate, let us commence with a drink game. However, I must clarify that if it's your turn to drink and you cannot manage it or need to use the restroom, you will face a small penalty. This penalty is none other than a game of truth or dare." Chapter 146, Truth or Dare. Upon hearing Fu Zilong's mention of the truth or dare penalty, the classmates at the table immediately perked up with excitement. Students at the other tables turned to see what was happening at theirs. Noticing their keen interest, Fu Zilong decided to elaborate on the rules of the game. "I will shuffle this deck of 54 cards and place it in the center of the table. For instance, if I start with Yi Chu-sung and the first card drawn is a 7, we will count clockwise from him to the 7th person. That individual will drink a cup of beverage and then choose the next person to start." He continued, "Then I will draw another card and count according to the number displayed. Whoever drinks the beverage shall decide who starts first. If one chooses to begin with oneself and reveals an A, then that individual must consume a drink. It is crucial to note that the deck contains both small and big jokers. When designating someone to commence drinking, the small joker acts as a bong. The bearer of the small joker must drink 2 cups, while the one with the big joker must drink 3. Should anyone find themselves unable to continue or wish to excuse themselves to the restroom, the preceding player shall determine the consequence for the truth or dare challenge. This so-called truth or dare entails a choice of punishment. The punished may select whether to engage in truth or dare. If opting for truth, the preceding player poses a question that must be answered sincerely. Failure to tell the truth results in a lonely existence. Conversely, if one chooses dare, the previous player assigns a task for the punished to perform, which must, of course, be reasonable and lawful. For instance, they might be asked to solicit a phone number from a stranger at another table or to loudly proclaim in the street, "I'm a big fool." Everyone is to treat this as a game, and it is imperative that no one shirks their punishment. Should anyone find this game unacceptable, they may withdraw at any time. After Fu Zilong's straightforward explanation, everyone grasped the essence of the game, which sounded particularly entertaining, especially the truth or dare segment, which seemed both fun and exhilarating. Not a single person wished to withdraw. Rather, students from other tables expressed a desire to join. Fu Zilong suggested they observe how it's played at their table, encouraging them to organize their own game. With too many participants, the beverages were scant, and it would take a while before anyone faced a penalty. The atmosphere instantly became lively, and the sounds of camaraderie grew louder, drawing the attention of students at nearby food stalls. Fu Zilong began dealing cards, and the laughter and joy filled the air. However, after just over half a deck, Yi Chu-sung found himself fortunate enough to drink 6 cups, and when the 7th cup was again directed at him, the laughter erupted, leaving everyone doubled over. Meng then playfully urged Yi Chu-sung to quickly drink the 7th cup. Faced with a large cup brimming with drink, Yi Chushin's expression soured, yet he ultimately chose to accept his fate. The classmates cheered with glee, for the first recipient of punishment had been chosen. Everyone awaited Yi Chushin's decision, truth or dare. After pondering, he opted for dare. After all, he harbored many mischievous thoughts, and if asked a probing question during truth, he would be at a loss. The girl seated beside him, nervous and bashful, was playing this game for the first time and felt the weight of all eyes upon her. Unsure how to punish Yi Chu-sung, who was winking at her, she suddenly recalled their recent military training and timidly suggested, "How about you do 20 squats?" This elicited laughter from Fu Zilong, while Yi Chushin's face turned grim. 20 squats were a common punishment for girls during military training, and after 6 drinks, Yi Chu-sung's bladder was at its limit. 20 squats would surely break the camel's back. While others unfamiliar with the game were oblivious, Fu Zilong knew that squats were almost as torturous as one-leg jumps. Observing Fu Zilong's amusement, a few quick-wit classmates realized Yi Chushin's plight and began cheering for him to squat immediately. With no other option, Yi Chu-sung gritted his teeth and began his squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The classmates shouted encouragement, counting each squat, but upon reaching 7, Ichusen cried out, "Ouch, damn it." He promptly dashed toward the restroom of the food stall. Laughter erupted among his classmates, and Meng Nan even ran to the restroom to taunt him. Noticing this, Fu Zilong suspected that Ichusang might have leaked, and, being his roommate, he hastily urged the game to continue, redirecting everyone's focus from the restroom to avoid further embarrassment for Ichusang. As the game progressed, attention quickly returned to the fun at hand. When a queen was drawn, it landed on Zhu Qing, who was also drinking for the first time. As she prepared to choose who would start next, she felt a bit shy, knowing there were still 2 aces and both jokers in the deck. Choosing someone to start meant that person was likely to be selected for drinking. Thus, in her kindness, Zhu Qing decided to start with herself, only to unveil a big joker. Having just drunk 1 cup, how could she possibly down 3 more? The classmates began to cheer. For watching the class beauty face her punishment was far more entertaining than Ichusang's. As Zhu Qing's starting player, Fu Zilong became the architect of her punishment. He grinned mischievously at Zhu Qing, mentally calculating how to devise an exhilarating dare for her. Realizing his intent, Zhu Qing quickly whispered, "I choose truth." A collective sigh echoed through the room. Fu Zilong felt a tinge of disappointment. The classmates had not yet reached a level of intimacy suitable for probing questions. What could one ask? What are your measurements? When was your last intimate encounter? How long did it last? Such personal inquiries felt inappropriate. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Zilong chose to address Zhu Qing's emotional state instead, asking, "Where's the person you like?" His intention was a question only they could comprehend, inquiring if Zhu Qing still had feelings for that beautiful girl from the States, and if she had moved on from that failed relationship. To his surprise, Zhu Qing glanced at him, then lowered her head, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she replied softly, "At school." Upon hearing those 3 words, the room fell silent, followed by a wave of astonishment. Had Zhu Qing found someone she liked? The boys, puffed up with self-importance, imagined themselves as the protagonists in her story. Their faces flushed with excitement. Fu Zilong, scratching his head in bewilderment, felt a flicker of realization. Perhaps the person was indeed him. He had assumed Zhu Qing would prefer a delicate, fair-skinned beauty like Jiang Hao. Her previous boyfriend had fit that description. Had her taste changed due to past disappointments? Noting Zhu Qing's silence, Fu Zilong proceeded with the game, while classmates from 2 other tables had begun to purchase playing cards for their own rounds of the soda-drinking game. One girl from another table even hugged Fu Zilong from behind, having chosen dare after being unable to finish her drink. Her dormitory friends had dared her to hug her favorite boy on the scene. The surrounding cheers erupted, but Fu Zilong remained unaware of any softness. Casting a glance at the shy girl's less-than-ideal physique, it was clear that she was not his type. The group continued playing for 2 decks of cards before the gathering began to disperse any longer, and the dormitory would lock its doors. Nearby, other classes of freshmen and seniors gathered at the stalls, witnessing the lively atmosphere at Fu Zilong's table, casting curious and envious glances. Some new student groups attempted similar gatherings, yet their atmosphere remained stifled, with some even resorting to talent shows akin to military training. The talents showcased during military training have now concluded, and the prospect of performing similar acts again lacks the element of novelty. Some students, particularly the more introverted ones, are reluctant to expose themselves to the scrutiny of the public, and being coerced into performing can dampen their spirits. However, the game devised by Fu Zilong not only invigorates the atmosphere, but is also remarkably fair and reasonable. It is evident that the classmates' fondness for Fu Zilong has been elevated to new heights. Aside from a somewhat discontented Lu Lei and a few of his dorm mates, the rest seemed to have enjoyed themselves immensely. Upon returning to the dormitory, Fu Zilong looked at his 3 roommates, intending to have them report on their practical experiences from the evening. Jiang Hao sheepishly admitted that he had received 6 phone numbers from girls, all of whom approached him to ask for his contact information. One girl even used the guise of a game of truth or dare to procure his number, presumably having conspired with her dorm mate beforehand. She claimed she couldn't drink any more soda, and her dare was to obtain Jiang Hao's phone number. He himself had yet to muster the courage to ask any girl for her contact details, but he had engaged in conversation at the dinner table, striving to integrate himself into the social gathering. Ichu Song, on the other hand, returned to the dorm to change his pants and then eagerly rushed back to the dinner. He managed to collect the phone numbers of 2 girls sitting beside him, one of whom even texted him to apologize for making him do squats. Yet Ichu Song, in a rather boastful manner, proclaimed that the 2 girls were not to his taste, finding their looks too ordinary to match his esteemed self. Meng Nan, however, faced a more unfortunate fate. He mustered the courage to ask a rather attractive girl for her number, only to be met with the rejection that she already had a boyfriend. Meanwhile, during the game, another girl chose to answer a truth question, and when Meng Nan directly inquired about her opinion of him, she earnestly replied with 2 words, "Not my type." Back at the dorm, Meng Nan, normally not a smoker, requested a few cigarettes from Yi Chu-sung and sat at the desk, gloomily smoking away, observing the despondent atmosphere in the dorm. Fu Zilong promptly offered words of consolation. This is merely practical experience, not an obligation to pursue a romantic relationship with the girls you interacted with tonight. It's about cultivating your confidence to speak before girls and learning what to say and what to avoid. What you need to do is to reflect on your gains and losses from tonight to prepare for better performance in future conversations with girls. After this speech, Meng Nan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He then turned to Fu Zilong and asked, "Fu Zilong, did you also go through this? Are these your experiences?" Fu Zilong, with an air of pride, looked up at the dormitory light fixture at a 45-degree angle and replied, "Alas, my talents dictate that I cannot traverse this path. For my looks do not permit it, but you must strive diligently. Even the most unremarkable can soar if they work hard." Upon hearing this, the 3 roommates didn't hesitate for a moment and lunged at Fu Zilong, attempting to strip him of his pants as a playful punishment. Just as Fu Zilong pleaded for mercy and resisted, his phone rang from his pocket. Seizing the opportunity, he excused himself, claiming he needed to take the call, thereby escaping their clutches. Upon seeing the caller ID, which indicated Jiang Lai was calling, Fu Zilong's eyes lit up. He heard Jiang Lai's melodious yet somewhat bashful voice say, "Fu, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to treat you to a meal. I haven't fulfilled my promise from last time. I'll bring Zhou Qi, and you bring Jiang Hao, all right?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Zilong replied, "Jiang Hao is unavailable tomorrow. There's no need to invite him. I'll accompany you 2 senior sisters myself." Jiang Hao immediately protested, "Don't spout nonsense. I'm free tomorrow." Hearing her brother's outburst, Jiang Lai couldn't help but chuckle, and they arranged to meet at the school gate the following noon. After hanging up, Jiang Hao reiterated his determination to protect his dear sister, firmly opposing Fu Zilong's plan to meet alone with her and her friend Zhou Qi. Fu Zilong found himself unable to counter this. Jiang Lai's call was, in fact, a clear indication that she didn't wish to meet him alone. Perhaps feeling obligated to fulfill her previous promise to treat him to a meal, she had only called him this time. They had not communicated much otherwise, having neither exchanged messages nor made phone calls. Jiang Lai's bringing Zhou Qi likely stemmed from a desire to avoid awkwardness, while having Fu Zilong bring Jiang Hao might have been to prevent any misunderstandings from her brother. All of this suggests that Jiang Lai seems to harbor no particular feelings for Fu Zilong, although she has yet to express this directly. She might make her intentions clear during their meal tomorrow. Fu Zilong, though perceptive of the situation, did not dwell on it. Not every attractive girl is meant to be infatuated with him. Fu Zilong, however, in his heart, he believed that any girl who does not find him appealing is undoubtedly missing out. After replying to a few text messages from girls on his phone, Fu Zilong stretched and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Zhu Qing, with hair cascading down to her waist, lay awake, fixated on her phone, unable to sleep through the night. She had anticipated receiving a message from someone, but had waited in vain. Her phone remained silent. Chapter 148, Love Experience. The following day, Fu Zilong and his 3 dorm mates indulged in a leisurely slumber, only rousing from their rest when the sun had already risen high in the sky. They began their day with a cigarette to shake off the drowsiness, followed by their respective morning routines. Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao were preparing for their appointment with Jiang Lai, so they each took a moment to spruce themselves up. Meng Nan and Yi Chu-sung expressed a desire to join, but were promptly rejected on the grounds that it would be inconvenient for them to tag along since they were not the ones treating. Thus, Meng Nan took his beloved basketball to the playground, while Yi Chu-sung settled for observing the girls' dormitory from the balcony with his binoculars, hoping for a stroke of luck. Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao ambled out of the dormitory, making their way to the agreed-upon meeting point at the school gate. They thought they were arriving early, only to discover that Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi were already waiting beneath a tree at the entrance. Today, Jiang Lai had traded her usual athletic wear for a tasteful light blue dress that gracefully fell to her calves, revealing her long, shapely legs. Coupled with her youthful resemblance to the actress Joey Wong, she exuded an aura of pure, ethereal beauty. Zhou Qi, standing beside her, was equally stunning. Her loose purple t-shirt could not conceal her impressive figure. She paired it with black stockings and denim shorts, her height accentuated by a slight heel, bringing her to approximately 175 centimeters. Their previous encounter had been a fleeting glimpse, but seeing Zhou Qi again now, she was undeniably a beauty scoring above 90 points. With a striking resemblance to the movie star Shu Qi, she embodied a wild and untamed sensuality. As the two stood beneath the tree at the school gate, not a single male passerby could resist turning his head to steal a glance. Even the security guard's gaze lingered, failing to raise the barrier in time for the approaching vehicle of the school leaders. Fu Zilong found himself swallowing hard, but he also heard the sound of Jiang Hao's throat clearing beside him. Consequently, they hurriedly jogged over, with Jiang Hao remaining silent and seemingly uninterested in greeting his sister. His eyes were solely fixed on Zhou Qi, while Fu Zilong managed to retain his composure and greeted the two women with a smile. "Good morning, senior sisters. You arrived so early. We haven't kept you waiting, have we?" Jiang Lai responded cheerfully. "Not at all. Zhou Qi and I had no plans today, so we thought we'd come out for a stroll and see which restaurant would be suitable." Fu Zilong, feigning surprise, replied, "Oh no, senior sister. Please don't be too courteous. It doesn't matter where we eat. The school cafeteria would suffice. What is important is to enjoy our meal together." Accompanied by two senior sisters, I find myself capable of indulging in an additional 2 bowls of rice. Listening to Fu Zilong's banter, the extroverted Zhou Qi couldn't help but chuckle before remarking, "Junior, with a mouth like yours, how could any junior sister possibly resist your charm?" Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong immediately feigned a look of profound regret and responded, "Senior Zhou Qi, your words bring me great sorrow. I had always believed my looks were my greatest asset, yet it appears you only acknowledge my eloquence." His mood dipped significantly, and he mused that he would have to forego 2 bowls of rice this time. Zhou Qi found his reaction even more amusing, and even Fu Zilong, with his keen eyes, noticed the subtle rise and fall beneath her loose t-shirt. Zhou Qi candidly stated, "Junior, your senior sister Jiang Lai isn't particularly fond of your silver-tongued ways. Do you comprehend why you have yet to win her over?" Fu Zilong glanced over at the somewhat bashful Jiang Lai, who was playfully pinching Zhou Qi's sides. With a carefree smile, he replied, "Senior, I can certainly present myself in a very earnest and polite manner. However, I suspect both of you have encountered many such gentlemen before, especially since Senior Jiang Lai has one at home." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao, who was nearby, felt an almost overwhelming urge to punch Fu Zilong, yet managed to restrain himself. Fu Zilong continued, "Every individual possesses flaws. Perfection is a mere illusion. Most people tend to showcase their best selves in front of those they are attracted to, concealing their shortcomings. However, once two individuals truly come together, they gradually become disinclined to hide their true selves, leading to the discovery of each other's less desirable traits. This often results in separation. So when someone appears increasingly perfect before you, the flaws they conceal are likely quite significant. A person like me, who is genuine both inside and out, is indeed a rarity, and I firmly believe that someone who appreciates me will eventually appear." As Fu Zilong concluded his thoughts, the other 3 wore contemplative expressions. Zhou Qi, with a hint of admiration, asked, "Junior, if I may inquire, how many relationships have you experienced? What led you to arrive at such a conclusion?" Fu Zilong chuckled, seemingly deep in thought, and replied, "I have been through a few relationships. Each breakup has been a lesson in growth. Relationships during our school years tend to be more innocent, making it easier to heal from emotional wounds. However, once we step into society, numerous other factors complicate our affections, often clouding our judgment and increasing the likelihood of emotional pain. So, if the senior sisters wish to gain more romantic experience, feel free to reach out to me." Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged various expressions, while Zhou Qi narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes at Fu Zilong. At that moment, Jiang Lai interjected, "All right, enough of this chatter at the school gate. Let us head to a restaurant and continue our conversation over a meal." With a playful smile, Zhou Qi gently linked her arm with Fu Zilong's and guided him toward the nearby restaurant on the pedestrian street. Jiang Lai and Jiang Hao followed closely behind, with Jiang Lai intently observing Fu Zilong's retreating figure, reflecting on his earlier remarks. The 4 arrived at a Shandong cuisine restaurant, which offered relatively quiet 4-person private rooms. Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi sat on one side, while Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao occupied the other. Jiang Lai handed the menu to Fu Zilong, inviting him to order. He, without pretense, casually selected 3 home-style dishes and passed the menu to Jiang Hao to choose 3 more. Jiang Lai couldn't help but glance at Fu Zilong, realizing that he was indeed as straightforward as he claimed. This manner of interaction felt remarkably comfortable. As the dishes arrived, the 4 continued their casual banter, though Fu Zilong frequently dropped his chopsticks or lighter, repeatedly bending down to retrieve them. It was not until he once again picked up the lighter and locked eyes with Zhou Qi's sparkling gaze that he felt his face flush and straightened up immediately. Zhou Qi, with a teasing smile, remarked, "Junior, do you fancy looking at senior sisters in black stockings? Speak up, and perhaps I might allow you to touch them if I'm in a good mood." Fu Zilong, with an earnest expression, replied, "What are you saying, senior? I have been afraid of the dark since childhood. How could I possibly be attracted to your alluring legs? You've misunderstood me. I am not that kind of person." Chapter 149, University Aspirations. Noticing the peculiar looks from the three at the table, even Fu Zilong, with his thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, a hearty dish arrived just then, prompting him to urge everyone to dig in, hoping to divert attention. Zhou Qi and Jiang Lai exchanged glances, their amusement barely concealed. Jiang Hao, sitting nearby, felt somewhat ashamed. Fu Zilong's audacity was simply astonishing. Yet, he couldn't deny that he too harbored a desire to sneak a glance at Zhou Qi's legs. Jiang Lai took the initiative to rescue Fu Zilong from the awkwardness, steering the conversation towards his piano performance at the welcome party. She genuinely praised him, saying, "Fu, I had no idea you were so talented. You are truly multi-talented. Many of the new female students in our foreign languages department have praised your handsomeness." Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong smiled slightly, but then became serious, insisting, "Senior, we are all friends here, and I do not wish to deceive you. The truth is, I could not play the piano at all before this." Here, as how it happened, he recounted how he had boasted about being a level 8 pianist during military training, leading to a misunderstanding with Lu from the student council, who mistakenly signed him up for a piano solo performance. He explained how he had to cleverly select a piece and enlist Zhu Qing's help to navigate the challenge. He then requested the trio to keep his secret, as he had painstakingly crafted this facade of being multi-talented. The three were left speechless, utterly astonished by Fu Zilong's audacity. Even Jiang Hao was taken aback to discover that Fu Zilong had no piano skills and had merely been bluffing. Compared to this revelation, his earlier indiscretion of peeking at Zhou Qi's legs seemed trivial. By this time, most of the dishes had been served, and the four began to eat while chatting. With Fu Zilong's vast knowledge, he could engage in any topic, all while continuing to fill his plate. Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi were witnessing Fu Zilong's impressive appetite for the first time, and his enjoyment of the food made it seem exceptionally delectable. If only there had been a live stream, Fu Zilong might have found success as a food vlogger. As the conversation shifted to their plans for the upcoming semester, Jiang Hao contemplated and said, "Initially, my goal was to gain admission to a 985 university, and now that I have achieved that, I'm still uncertain about what I want to pursue. I'm not particularly inclined to join the student council or anything like that. I currently lack any specific goals." After finishing, he turned to Zhou Qi and asked, "Senior Zhou Qi, what are your aspirations?" Zhou Qi shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I'm not sure either. I don't intend to pursue graduate studies. This year is likely to be the most comfortable final year in university for Jiang Lai and me. Next year, we will need to start considering internships and job hunting. I quite like the city, Qing City. Perhaps I will stay here to find work." Jiang Lai nodded in agreement. Noting the stark divide among their junior year peers, those aiming for graduate studies were working diligently, while others focused on graduation were already feeling the stress of employment prospects. Zhou Qi, glancing at Fu Zilong, who was munching on a chicken leg, asked, "Fu, what are your plans for this semester?" After spitting out a chicken bone, Fu Zilong casually replied, "First and foremost, I must ensure that I do not fail any exams. Secondly, I aim to earn as much money as possible, striving to retire by the age of 25. The three individuals were immediately intrigued and wished to inquire how Fu Zilong intended to earn money. However, Fu Zilong candidly replied, "I have not yet determined what to pursue, but I am resolutely intent on starting a business while at school." He refrained from boasting about his entrepreneurial experience in phone screen protection during the holidays, adhering to his principle of being low-key about personal matters while being high-profile in his endeavors. Moreover, in Fu Zilong's eyes, the screen protection business was merely a trifling venture. Although it yielded decent profits, it was hardly something to flaunt. Zhou Qi then interjected, "Junior, while I may be skeptical of others' entrepreneurial claims, I have absolute faith in yours. I am confident you will succeed. Should you require assistance in your entrepreneurial pursuits, do remember your senior." She continued, "I am not like Jiang Lai, a rich heiress from the capital. I have worked various side jobs over the past 2 years to earn some pocket money." Fu Zilong responded with a grin. "You should have mentioned this earlier. I am in need of a close personal secretary, and you perfectly fit the criteria. Would you care for an interview this afternoon?" Zhou Qi laughed. "Oh, it would be an honor for the boss to consider me, but I fear my lack of experience might hinder my ability to serve you well. Fu Zilong cheekily replied, no worries. The boss appreciates secretaries with minimal experience. I shall personally mentor you, guaranteed success. Observing the banter between them growing increasingly absurd, Jiang Lai could not resist playfully slapping her dear friend's leg and remarked, Fu Zilong, seriously, if you need help, do not forget about us. I wish to earn some money through my own efforts, especially as graduation approaches and the job hunt looms, which honestly makes me quite anxious. Previously, I only distributed flyers with Chiu Chi for 40 yuan a day. Beyond that, I have no idea what I can do. Fu Zilong nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he agreed, although he had not yet formulated a concrete business plan for university. However, it was illogical to overlook a university student who could earn 40 yuan a day. After the four finished their lunch, Fu Zilong did not rush to pay the bill, as Jiang Lai's family circumstances seemed quite comfortable, making the meal, which cost less than 200 yuan, effortless to manage. The two pairs of handsome young men and beautiful young women strolled back to school, naturally attracting countless admiring glances along the way. After escorting Jiang Lai and Chiu Chi to their dormitory, Fu Zilong and Jiang Hao headed towards their own dormitory. At this moment, Jiang Hao draped his arm over Fu Zilong's shoulder and inquired, what are you thinking? Do you not plan to pursue my sister anymore? Fu Zilong, with an expression of helplessness, replied, in matters of mutual affection, what does pursuit even mean? Have you not noticed that your sister has not given me a chance? I assumed she would directly reject me during our meal, yet she did not even mention it. Be honest with me. Is your sister not the type to toy with the emotions of innocent young men? Her ambiguous attitude is quite perplexing. Jiang Hao tightened his grip around Fu Zilong's neck and, in a fit of frustration, retorted, do not speak nonsense. My sister is not that kind of person. Though she could be a bit nagging and annoying, I have yet to see her engage in any intimate actions with a boy. At least, I am unaware of any past relationships. Afterwards, Fu Zilong managed to free himself from Jiang Hao's hold and scrutinized it before saying, your change of attitude is rather abrupt. Did you not previously oppose the idea of me becoming your brother-in-law? Why does it suddenly feel like you are pushing your sister towards me? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes and replied, do not flatter yourself. I feel my sister is unlikely to be interested in someone like you, which is why I am now comfortable with the idea of you two dating. But how can you so quickly turn your attention to Senior Chiu Chi? Are you even human? Fu Zilong shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, why would you question my humanity? Are you considering pursuing Senior Chiu Chi? Do you honestly believe she is compatible with someone like you? Or do you think someone with your personality would appeal to her? Jiang Hao halted in his tracks, frowning as he contemplated, and with a huff, he continued towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong chuckled as he placed his arm around Jiang Hao's shoulder, saying, you are a clever fellow. I trust you will figure out what you truly desire. Or, at least, what kind of girl suits you. Do not underestimate Senior Chiu Chi's charm. She is undoubtedly more challenging to win over than your sister. Jiang Hao glanced at him, offering no response, but nodding slightly in agreement. Suddenly, he asked, Fu Zilong, are you genuinely planning to start a business in university? Taken aback by Jiang Hao's unexpected seriousness, Fu Zilong nodded affirmatively. Jiang Hao, adopting a cool demeanor, said, if you need assistance, remember to reach out to me. I wish to challenge myself as well. I have yet to independently earn money in my life. Fu Zilong, surprised, appraised the privileged young man from Kyoto anew, realizing he possessed this drive for self-improvement. Consequently, Fu Zilong smiled and assured him, rest assured, regardless of your sister's attitude towards me, you, my dear brother-in-law, are already in my plans. Jiang Hao immediately pouted and attempted to punch Fu Zilong in the stomach, but the latter, having anticipated the move, deftly dodged and sprinted into the boys' dormitory with a cheeky grin, while Jiang Hao chased after him relentlessly. Meanwhile, Jiang Lai and Chiu Chi returned to their dormitory, where the other two girls, both in relationships, had already gone out with their partners and had not returned since last night. As the two entered the dormitory, they began to bicker animatedly while shedding their clothes, entirely unconcerned about their modesty. It was Jiang Lai who finished changing first, grabbing a jug of hot water to mix with cold water in the bathroom for a quick wash. The dormitory's restroom lacked shower facilities, so one could only bathe in the school's public shower. Chiu Chi, clad in her underwear and black stockings, sat at her desk, munching on a bag of sunflower seeds, seemingly lost in thought. Before long, Jiang Lai emerged from the restroom, wrapped in a towel, droplets of water glistening on her delicate skin. Noticing Chiu Chi in a daze, she called out, what are you thinking about? I saved you half a jug of hot water. You should wash up too. Upon hearing this, Chiu Chi did not rush to undress, but instead smiled and asked Jiang Lai, are you really not considering Fu Zilong? He He did say he wants to be your brother-in-law. Jiang Lai's fair complexion flushed slightly, and she playfully scolded, "Stop joking." He was clearly joking at the time, ever since he mentioned it. I have not received a call or message from him. You know how our two roommates with partners are. When their boyfriends pursued them, it was all calls and gifts. Even today's gathering was initiated by me calling him. Do you truly think he is trying to pursue me? Xiao Qi nodded in agreement, then playfully inquired, "So, do you have feelings for Fu Zilong? If you do not, I might just take my chance." Jiang Lai was taken aback. Gazing at her best friend, she asked, "Are you serious? Is he your type? This is the first time in 2 years I have heard you express interest in pursuing a boy or giving someone a chance. Has spring arrived early for you?" In response, Xiao Qi, annoyed, tossed a sunflower seed at Jiang Lai. Then, with her captivating phoenix-like eyes, said, "Do you not find him charming? He's your brother's classmate. Yet, your brother gives off the vibe of a cool junior, while he feels more like a mature senior. No, rather like a boss. Just look at his audacity, going up to entertain the crowd during the welcome party. And his ambitions are unlike ours. When we were freshmen, did we even think about starting a business to make money? Remember, you nearly got involved with that third-year student in the student council." Upon hearing Zhou Qi's words, Jiang Lai, incensed, lunged forward to grasp her friend's prominent chest. After a brief bout of playful scuffling, Jiang Lai, somewhat displeased, remarked, "What do you mean by hua? I never consented to be in a relationship with him. Furthermore, perhaps if I did agree, he would focus solely on me." Zhou Qi, noticing her friend's insistence on maintaining appearances, could not resist teasing her further. "Isn't your senior staying in Qing City after graduation? Last semester, he was incessantly texting you, eager to take you out. Why not rekindle that romance?" With a playful giggle, Jiang Lai found herself at a loss with her mischievous friend and chose to ignore her, instead beginning to change into her sleepwear. After a cheeky sneak attack from Zhou Qi, who playfully pinched her, she asked, "So, what about that younger classmate? How would he mind experiencing a night out like those two in our dorm?" Jiang Lai shot her a reproachful glance and retorted, "If you have the guts, go pursue your junior. If he likes you, I certainly won't interfere." Zhou Qi promptly struck a sultry pose, declaring, "With my looks and figure, I'm sure I'll leave him utterly enchanted. You saw him sneak a peek at my legs during lunch, didn't you? Next time, I might just let him have a feel. I refuse to believe he won't be tempted." Jiang Lai promptly interjected, "Let me have a feel first and see if I'm tempted." The two girls laughed and played around in their dorm. As evening approached, everyone received notifications regarding the commencement of classes the following day, with the counselor reminding them of the classroom assignments. Early Monday morning, the four roommates could not afford to sleep in, as it was the first day of classes, and they aimed to make a good impression on their instructors. After hastily grabbing a bite at the cafeteria, they hurried towards the management school's lecture hall, which was situated at the far corner of the campus, quite a distance from their dormitory. Along the way, the freshmen were bustling about, while most upperclassmen rode bicycles, some carrying their roommates and others their significant others, ringing their bells as they passed by, seemingly reveling in a display of ostentation. Yu Shusheng was the first to express his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "This week, I must buy a bicycle. This classroom is too far away." He continued, "Do you think if I get a decent bike, I could take a girl along?" The other three roommates were too preoccupied to respond, as the September heat lingered, dampening anyone's enthusiasm for running to class. Shortly after arriving, the teacher began calling the roll, and from this, Fu Zilong discerned the instructor's temperament, allowing him to assess which classes were skippable and which were not. Subsequently, he perused his textbook, committing its contents to memory. After class, the students scurried to the next tiered classroom, where they had a bit of time before the next lecture began. Fu Zilong and Yu Shusheng found themselves smoking by the restroom window of the lecture hall. As Fu Zilong gazed out at the scenery, his attention suddenly sharpened, and he leaned out to scrutinize the view. He observed that behind the lecture hall, not far beyond the school's walls, lay an expanse filled with heaps of discarded bicycles. These bikes, mostly in a state of disrepair and of various styles, appear to have been neglected for quite some time, with vines and plants creeping over them. Fu Zilong's eyes sparkled with an illuminating idea that began to take shape in his mind. Once the class bell rang, he dashed back to the classroom, yet his thoughts were preoccupied with a certain plan. He nearly missed his name being called. Had it not been for Jiang Hao's timely reminder, he would have been the first student to be marked absent. Noticing Fu Zilong gesse pensiva de minor. Jiang Hao leaned in and asked quietly, "What has got you so lost in thought? You look rather mischievous." Fu Zilong shot him an annoyed glance, casually responding, "Just pondering ways to make money." Jiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Fu Zilong's sudden eccentricity. He turned his attention back to the lecturer discussing university English, only to be surprised as Fu Zilong bent low and stealthily slipped out through the back door of the classroom. Jiang Hao widened his eyes, bewildered by Fu Zilong's strange behavior. Meanwhile, Fu Zilong hastily descended the teaching building and made his way to the bicycle pile behind the building. He spent over half an hour inspecting the condition of the bicycles and estimating their quantity, gazing at the over 1,000 second-hand bicycles. An audacious idea was brewing in his mind. Subsequently, Fu Zilong returned to the classroom, taking his seat in the back row. Upon seeing him return, Jiang Hao immediately inquired, "Where did you go?" Fu Zilong, brimming with excitement, replied, "I was scouting for a lucrative opportunity. I got a rough plan in mind. Now it's just about figuring out how to execute it." Jiang Hao stared at Fu Zilong, bewildered that on the very first day of classes, he had found a way to make money. Seeing Fu Zilong's confident demeanor, Jiang Hao decided to disregard him and focused once more on the lecturer at the podium. As the class bell rang, the morning session concluded, and Fu Zilong's class had no afternoon lessons. The four roommates strolled to the cafeteria, discussing their plans for the afternoon. Meng Nan suggested they play basketball, while Yu Shusheng proposed exploring the area surrounding the school. Jiang Hao suggested visiting the library and then heading to the campus pool for a bath. When the three turned to Fu Zilong, he smiled and said, "You all go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I'll manage on my own." Jiang Hao then asked, "What were you sneaking out for during class? What opportunity are you talking about?" The other two became intrigued by Jiang Hao's question. Fu Zilong, adopting an air of superiority, responded, "Opportunities abound in our college. It merely requires a discerning, I like mine. But this is just a concept for now. Whether it succeeds is uncertain. If it does come to fruition, I'll reach out for your assistance." The three were left even more puzzled by Fu Zilong's cryptic remarks, yet seeing his reluctance to elaborate further, they chose not to press him. After finishing their meal at the cafeteria, the four returned to their dormitory, reveling in the coolness of the air conditioning. Fu Zilong promptly donned his work pants, stuffed with pockets, and retrieved his stash of cigarettes, filling each pocket to the brim. The other three stared in astonishment, unsure of what Fu Zilong was planning. He then pulled out his phone and called his acquaintance, Senior Lu Wenshin, before dashing out of the dormitory, leaving the three roommates exchanging puzzled glances. Fu Zilong arrived at the dormitory mentioned by Lu Wenshin and knocked on the door. Upon hearing the invitation to enter, he opened the door to find three people inside, one engrossed in a video game, another slurping instant noodles, and a bare-chested Lu Wenshin, who was scrambling to find a shirt to maintain his senior status. Upon entering, Fu Zilong noted the disarray of the upperclassmen's dorm, unimpressed by the absence of the student council or dormitory management to impose order. Nevertheless, he cheerfully offered a cigarette to the other two occupants of the room before pulling Lu Wenshin aside to the balcony. Lu Wenshin had a vivid impression of Fu Zilong, having noted his handsome appearance and his notable performance during the character interpretation demonstration, as well as the many cigarettes Fu Zilong had shared during military training. Therefore, upon receiving Fu Zilong's call for assistance, he had invited him over to his dorm. Fu Zilong first extended a cigarette to Lu Wenshin, lighting it for him. After both of them took a deep drag from their cigarettes, Fu Zilong finally mustered the courage to ask, "Senior, may I inquire about the pile of old bicycles behind our college's teaching building?" Lu Wenshin was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Fu Zilong's question, but he responded candidly. Those bicycles were left behind by the senior students over the years. Some of them graduated and left in a hurry to seek employment, while others were simply too lazy to deal with their bicycles. Many were second-hand, or even third or fourth-hand, over time, with no one claiming them. The bicycles accumulated in the bike shed, obstructing parking for current students. The school decided to relocate them to this corner behind our teaching building, and thus, an unclaimed heap of old bicycles came to be. Fu Zilong pressed further. "So, Senior, how does the school typically handle these old bicycles?" Lu Wenshin pondered for a moment before saying, "They're probably sold for scrap metal. I haven't seen the school sell any in the past 2 years. I only see them piling up there." At this, Fu Zilong rubbed his hands together and asked, "Senior, might I purchase these old bicycles from the school?" Lu Wenshin was momentarily speechless, taken aback that this junior student wished to buy the heap of old bicycles. While astonished, he shook his head and replied, "I can't make that decision, and even our management school's leaders might not have the authority. It requires the school's leadership to determine the matter." Fu Zilong immediately responded, "I was hoping you could introduce me to the school leaders. As a leader of the student council, you surely have contact with them. All I need is for you to help me make the introduction. I can handle the rest with the school leaders. Whether or not I succeed in this endeavor is entirely up to me. I owe you a favor, Senior." As he spoke, Fu Zilong slipped a pack of cigarettes into Lu Wenshin's pocket. Lu Wenshin regarded this sharp-wit junior, also hailing from Shandong province, and after some contemplation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. However, he cautioned Fu Zilong that this matter needed to be reported step by step, and he would first discuss it with Vice Dean Shin. who oversees this area in a management school. He then took out his phone and respectfully made a call. Moments later, with a look of relief on his face, he said, "You can meet with our Vice Dean Sheen at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I just mentioned your idea to him, and he wants to meet you first." Fu Zilong beamed at the good news, relieved that the leaders were willing to meet, fearing only the possibility of being turned away. He promptly expressed his gratitude to Lu Wenxin and waited for him at the dormitory building at 1:30. He then returned to his room, humming a tune, took a cold shower, and put on a clean outfit, the very one he had donned during his visit to Qin Shui's home, which was currently his best attire. At 1:30, he eagerly awaited Lu Wenxin at the dormitory entrance, once again offering a cigarette as they walked and smoked together. Lu Wenxin's perception of Fu Zilong was that he was a child raised in a business-oriented family, undoubtedly from a well-off background. Each time he offered a cigarette, it was always a high-end brand. During lunch, he was surprised to find that Fu Zilong had gifted him a pack, not just any pack, but a soft box of premium cigarettes. The fact that he was willing to spend 65 yuan on a pack was quite significant, especially considering Lu Wenxin's monthly allowance was only 500 yuan, which he could never afford to spend on such expensive cigarettes. Lu Wenxin surmised that Fu Zilong likely intended to purchase these old bicycles at a low price, sell them as scrap, and pocket the difference. Such ambition and acumen were not typical traits of someone from an ordinary family. After all, these old bicycles had lain behind the building for 2 years, and he had never seen any student attempting to profit from them. Thus, Lu Wenxin began to entertain the idea of befriending Fu Zilong, recognizing the latter's promising future. He spoke to Fu Zilong in a more casual tone, abandoning the formal demeanor of the student council vice president, and their conversation felt more like that of friends. Upon reaching Vice Dean Sheen's office, both students quickly composed themselves, and Lu Wenxin noticed Fu Zilong's demeanor became markedly more serious. Nodding at him, he knocked on the office door. A strong voice from within called, "Come in." Lu Wenxin promptly opened the door, ushering Fu Zilong inside. Inside the office, a middle-aged man was preparing tea in a thermos. Fu Zilong took a quick glance at the tea leaves in the cup. Longjing tea. He mentally noted that Vice Dean Sheen enjoyed green tea, particularly Longjing. Once inside the office, Lu Wenxin greeted Vice Dean Sheen. "This is the Fu Zilong I mentioned over the phone earlier, the one interested in purchasing the old bicycles behind the building." Fu Zilong quickly introduced himself. "Hello, Vice Dean Sheen. I am Fu Zilong, a freshman." Upon hearing the title, Vice Dean Sheen looked up from his tea preparation, smiling warmly at Fu Zilong. Lu Wenxin seemed accustomed to addressing deans and vice deans in the student council, so referring to Sheen as Vice Dean posed no issue for him. However, Fu Zilong, being a freshman, omitted the vice in his address, piquing Vice Dean Sheen's interest in this newcomer. After all, in 2006, few freshmen understood the nuances of such titles. Vice Dean Sheen glanced over Fu Zilong before turning to Lu Wenxin, saying, "Wenxin, you may attend to your other matters. I will have a chat with Fu Zilong." Lu Wenxin offered Fu Zilong a reassuring glance before promptly exiting the office and closing the door behind him. Vice Dean Sheen observed Fu Zilong standing calmly in the office, displaying no signs of nervousness, as though he were patiently awaiting questions. This demeanor elevated Vice Dean Sheen's regard for the freshman. He gestured to the nearby guest's sofa, saying, "Student Fu, please have a seat." Fu Zilong promptly expressed his gratitude and sat down on the edge of the guest's sofa, maintaining an upright posture without leaning against the backrest, leaning slightly forward to listen attentively. He regretted not bringing a notebook, feeling it might convey a lack of seriousness in this official discussion. Vice Dean Sheen was momentarily taken aback by Fu Zilong's poised demeanor. Such a posture could only be cultivated through years of experience in governmental or institutional settings. Vice Dean Sheen engaged Fu Zilong in casual conversation, inquiring about his impressions of school life as a freshman and subtly probing into his family background. Fu Zilong answered each question thoughtfully and positively. After sufficient small talk, Vice Dean Sheen began to inquire, "I heard from Wenxin that you wish to purchase those old bicycles behind our teaching building?" Fu Zilong immediately adopted a more serious tone, saying, "Yes, Vice Dean Sheen, I learned from Senior Lu Wenxin that these old bicycles were abandoned by previous senior students. I understand the school intends to sell them as scrap. Therefore, could I possibly purchase these bicycles? I am prepared to pay cash for them. What do you think?" Vice Dean Sheen smiled at Fu Zilong and was about to reach for a cigarette from his pocket when Fu Zilong promptly presented him with a pack of high-end cigarettes. After glancing at the pack in his hand, Vice Dean Sheen continued to smile, saying, "This matter is not beyond consideration, but I may not have the authority to decide. I will need to communicate with Vice Dean Lu, who oversees this area. As far as I know, the last time the school sold those old bicycles was 2 years ago, and they were sold to an external scrap collector for 10 yuan each. Please share your thoughts, and then I will determine whether to assist you in this endeavor." After listening, Fu Zilong pondered for a few seconds, then smiled brightly as he began to speak in Chapter 153, Relieving Leaders' Burdens. Meeting Vice President Qin's gaze, Fu Zilong slowly articulated, "Leader, since the school intends to sell these old bicycles, selling them to a scrap dealer is no different from selling them to me. I can accept a price of 10 yuan per bicycle, of course if they're sent to the scrap station. Selling them as scrap metal would undoubtedly yield a certain profit margin. However, this profit margin is certainly not substantial, considering the weight of a bicycle compared to the price of scrap metal. I believe the school leadership is well aware of this. Furthermore, managing these bicycles is certainly not a task I can accomplish alone. I will need to pay the classmates who assist me. Additionally, the cost of hiring a truck to transport these bicycles adds to the expenses. You understand that the money I earn is hard-earned. Naturally, I estimate that the bicycles belonging to last year's seniors are still in the bike shed and will not be touched by me. For each of these old bicycles, I will take a photo, and if any graduated seniors return seeking their bicycles, as long as they can provide proof of ownership, such as a purchase receipt, I will take responsibility. Selling these old bicycles as scrap to me offers several advantages to the school. First, selling these bicycles to me marks the beginning of my entrepreneurial journey at the school, as we're in the School of Management, and my major is marketing and e-commerce. It would be a pity not to pursue this business. It also serves as a practical case supporting our university students' entrepreneurial endeavors. In the future, I will have other entrepreneurial projects that will also require your support. Furthermore, by compensating my classmates who come to help, I provide them with an opportunity for work study, thus increasing their pocket money. Additionally, by cleaning up the vacant area behind the school, I contribute to the beautification of the campus, making it cleaner and more inviting. Leader, don't you think this is a splendid initiative that achieves multiple goals? Shouldn't you lend your support? After hearing Fu Zilong's eloquent remarks, Vice President Qin was momentarily taken aback, staring at this freshman. The reasoning behind his words was indeed compelling, making it seem almost unreasonable for the vice president not to assist him, although he sensed that this young man might be withholding some information. The reasons he presented were sufficient to sway his opinion. However, noticing that Vice President Qin remained silent for several seconds with a slightly lowered gaze, Fu Zilong's eyes darted around. He glanced at the closed door, then spoke in a low voice, "Of course, leader, if you have any other requests, please feel free to mention them. I will do my utmost to ensure everything is handled satisfactorily to your liking." With that, he discreetly pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and gently placed them on the coffee table in front of him. Upon witnessing this action, Vice President Qin suddenly realized that the young man believed he was interested in his trifling scrap deal. He said with a hint of annoyance, "You little rascal. What are you thinking? Quickly put that away. I cannot accept such expensive cigarettes." Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong's eyes once again flicked, and he proceeded to unwrap the packaging of the 2 boxes of cigarettes. Yet, he did not take them back, leaving them on the table. Gazing at Vice President Qin with a fawning smile, Vice President Qin, holding the cigarettes, chuckled and nodded at Fu Zilong, recognizing him as a clever student. Open cigarettes cannot be considered a gift, yet they convey goodwill. After appraising Fu Zilong once more, Vice President Qin replied, "I can assist you with this matter. We shall go to communicate with Vice President Liu shortly. However, it must be noted that these bicycles do not belong solely to our School of Management, and whether we can persuade Vice President Liu to agree to this matter will depend on your capability." Fu Zilong promptly rose and bowed slightly in gratitude for Vice President Qin's assistance, confident in his ability to persuade Vice President Liu. Vice President Qin waved his hand for him to sit down again and then inquired, "You just mentioned wanting to start a business during your time at university? Do you have any concrete ideas?" Fu Zilong straightened his back again and, seeing Vice President Qin's inquiry, confidently affirmed, "Yes, leader. As a student of the School of Management, I wish to apply the knowledge I have acquired in my studies. I want to undertake some feasible entrepreneurial projects during my time at the university, generating some income while also being able to help the school address employment opportunities for several underprivileged students." Upon hearing this, Vice President Qin leaned forward, exclaiming, "Is that true?" Realizing Vice President Qin's excited demeanor, Fu Zilong understood that he had piqued the leader's interest. His purpose for visiting the vice president today was twofold. First, to secure those old bicycles behind the teaching building, which he viewed as a visible business opportunity. Second, to establish connections with the school leadership through Senior Liu Wenxin, ideally paving the way for his future entrepreneurial plans. If he could garner the support of the school leadership, it would be even better. He deliberately mentioned his future entrepreneurial plans and specifically noted that if successful, he could help resolve employment issues for underprivileged students. One must not always burden the leaders with problems. Instead, one should offer solutions, demonstrating their value. The employment issues faced by underprivileged students were a source of concern for the school leadership. Around 2006, the domestic economy had not yet reached a phase of rapid development through real estate booms. Many regions still faced low per capita income, making it challenging for some families to support their children through university. The school could assist these underprivileged students through tuition waivers and other aid measures. Yet many still struggled with living expenses. The school allocated a limited number of work-study positions for underprivileged students within each faculty, arranging various job opportunities. The better positions included teaching assistants and management roles in logistics and libraries, while less favorable positions involved cafeteria and landscaping work. The better jobs offered lower, easier pay, while the less desirable ones were more labor-intensive but included meals. Fu Zilong observed that students were expected to return their trays to the collection area after meals. Yet to provide more job opportunities for underprivileged students, the school assigned them the responsibility of collecting trays in the cafeteria. Nonetheless, applications for student work-study positions were often backlogged, leaving many underprivileged students unable to secure jobs, forcing some to seek short-term work outside the campus. This external employment not only consumed time that could be spent studying, but also posed various risks, complicating school management. Thus, addressing the employment issues of underprivileged students was a pressing concern for the leaders of all faculties. When Fu Zilong presented this idea, which could alleviate Vice President Chin's worries, Vice President Chin immediately perked up. Fu Zilong couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of his mouth as he thought. When you frame a request for assistance from leaders as a long-term benefit for both the school and the leadership, the likelihood of success increases significantly. Fu Zilong confidently stated, "Leader, I assure you I am not aimlessly making proposals. I have just arrived in Qingxi, and some business ideas are still in the planning stages. I have yet to form a complete plan, but I am determined to launch 1 or 2 projects this semester. You can see that my initiative is strong. I noticed those old bicycles from the classroom window in the morning, and by afternoon, I was here seeking your assistance. While I cannot guarantee that my entrepreneurial endeavors will succeed, I am undoubtedly a daring and proactive entrepreneur. Of course, receiving support from the school and having a leader like you to mentor me would be the best outcome." Vice President Chin smiled again, gesturing with his hand to acknowledge Fu Zilong. And just as his gesture shifted slightly, Fu Zilong immediately presented a cigarette for the leader to take between his fingers. Vice President Chin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that he could glean some wisdom from this young man. After steadying his thoughts, he spoke earnestly. "In the past 2 years, our institution has actively encouraged entrepreneurial endeavors among university students, particularly within the School of Management and the School of Economics. The university has implemented various supportive policies to assist students in their entrepreneurial pursuits. However, I've been inundated with applications from students, mostly in their 3rd and 4th years, who are on the brink of graduation. I have done my utmost to assist these students with reasonable entrepreneurial applications, helping them secure various forms of support, including interest-free loans, venue assistance, tax incentives, and even connections to social resources. Yet, thus far, none have achieved remarkable success. Some have even incurred substantial debts. Far from giving back to the university, I feel embarrassed to request more entrepreneurial opportunities for the school. However, after our recent conversation, I sense potential in you. You possess the qualities of a successful entrepreneur: confidence, boldness, meticulousness, and tenacity. Most importantly, you exhibit unparalleled execution ability. When I mention your tenacity, it is not a criticism. Rather, it is a testament to your formidable potential for success. Many of your predecessors who ventured into entrepreneurship lacked this quality, lacking the courage to shed their scholarly robes, which ultimately led to their failures in campus entrepreneurship. Those old bicycles have languished beneath our teaching building for years, yet only you thought to convert that waste into profit. And only you approached me about it. Moreover, you identified this business opportunity on the very first day of classes. Therefore, I hold high hopes for you. Once you have crystallized your entrepreneurial ideas, feel free to approach me directly. I can assist you in planning, and then you can draft a business proposal. I will then liaise with the university to secure the necessary support policies based on your proposal." Fu Zilong immediately rose to his feet, gratefully clasping Vice President Chin's hand, showering him with praise as if it were of no cost. While Vice President Chin outwardly advocated for calmness and modesty, he secretly committed Fu Zilong's innovative ideas to memory. Fu Zilong hastily retrieved his phone to jot down Vice President Chin's number and promptly called it back. Seizing the moment, Vice President Chin made a call, and fortunately, Vice President Liu, responsible for this area, was available. Vice President Qin decided to take Fu Zilong to the administrative building to meet Vice President Liu. Upon arriving at the building, as Vice President Qin opened the door of a Camry, Fu Zilong eagerly accepted the car keys, expressing his willingness to drive as he possessed a license. Observing Fu Zilong's smooth and composed driving, Vice President Qin surmised that this young man hailed from a well-to-do family, clearly someone accustomed to being behind the wheel. The two entered the administrative building and knocked on Vice President Liu's office door. Upon their entrance, a man in his 50s was seen diligently writing at his desk. Upon noticing Vice President Qin, he smiled and invited them to take a seat, assuring them he would be done shortly. Fu Zilong settled onto the couch in the guest area, occupying half of the sofa, while Vice President Qin took the other 2/3. Once Vice President Liu finished his task, he approached and sat down on the main sofa before them, smiling as he addressed them. Qin gang, I just heard over the phone that there's a new student in your college interested in acquiring those old bicycles behind your teaching building. Vice President Qin leaned forward slightly and replied earnestly, Yes, President Liu, the situation is as follows. He then recounted the entire matter, incorporating many of Fu Zilong's phrases. Vice President Liu scrutinized Fu Zilong, intrigued by a freshman eager to engage in commerce with the school on the very first day of classes, something he had never witnessed in his 30 years of teaching. As he pondered, he murmured, Those old bicycles stacked behind your management building do need to be cleared out. I had intended to address this issue this semester to ensure a tidier environment behind your college. I recall we handled this matter 2 years ago by contacting an external scrap dealer who offered 10 yuan per bicycle for scrap metal. If sent to the recycling station, they could fetch around 18 yuan, although that includes costs for labor and transportation. It's only natural that the scrap dealers must earn a profit. However, the school has never engaged in business transactions with students before. Noticing Vice President Liu's hesitation, Fu Zilong felt a flicker of anxiety. If Liu said the words not appropriate, the matter would be settled unfavorably. Leaders seldom alter their decisions easily, and Fu Zilong could not merely focus on a meager profit margin. He was determined to secure that batch of old bicycles. Seizing the opportunity, he resolutely interjected, President Liu, I believe it is more fitting for your students to benefit from this transaction rather than the scrap dealers. I am entirely amenable to the price of 10 yuan per old bicycle. This endeavor also serves as a valuable business experience for me. Furthermore, should the school agree to sell me these bicycles, I am willing to cover the basic living expenses for a needy student at our school throughout their university tenure. Naturally, this student must be from our School of Management, as I would be providing a work-study opportunity. From what I understand, the school's work-study positions generally require no more than 3 hours of work per day, with a daily wage of 15 yuan. That amounts to around 450 yuan in monthly expenses, totaling approximately 4,050 yuan for the year. I am willing to provide this position to a student from our college until their graduation in their 4th year. Of course, if I have work commitments, the student would also need to assist me, and I would compensate them for any hours exceeding 3. They would have the flexibility to rest when there is no work, but would need to be available when required. President Liu, do you find this arrangement feasible? Vice President Liu and Vice President Qin exchanged glances, smiles curving at the corners of their mouths. Chapter 155, Impatience. Vice President Qin sighed internally at that moment. Although this freshman, Fu Zilong, possessed vision and decisiveness far beyond that of an ordinary student, he was still too youthful and lacked composure. Having brought him to Vice President Liu, the deal was practically sealed. Surely Liu could not disregard my standing here. Besides, as Fu Zilong stated, selling to an external scrap dealer was less beneficial than selling to a student of our own university. Leaders often enjoy pausing to adopt their official tone, and by revealing his hand so early, Fu Zilong had inadvertently placed himself in a precarious position. Meanwhile, Vice President Liu was secretly elated, as he had not anticipated this unexpected boon from an otherwise casual endeavor. The work-study positions at the university had always been insufficient, with many needy students vying for opportunities at his desk. The prospect of resolving the living expenses for one impoverished student brought him great joy. As for the stipulation that the student must be from the School of Management, Vice President Liu did not mind, as the management department also had vacancies to fill. However, this arrangement might render this young man's venture less profitable overall. The youth was still too impulsive. After a moment of contemplation, Vice President Liu stated, Student Fu, your intention to assist your fellow students is commendable, and the school supports your business endeavors to create more work-study positions. I, on behalf of the university, express my support for your acquisition of the old bicycles behind the teaching building. It is settled then. However, the purchase price will remain unchanged from 2 years ago. The logistics department previously reported that there are approximately 1 200 bicycles there. Since you are addressing the living expense issue for a needy student, I cannot allow you to work in vain. Let us agree on a round figure of 1,000 bicycles at 10 yuan each. This totals 10,000 yuan, which will also be utilized by our school to assist impoverished students with their living expenses. I grant you permission to sell the vehicle first and subsequently settle the payment with the finance department to obtain the receipt. Consider it a modest form of support within my capabilities. Furthermore, the impoverished student you are sponsoring shall be coordinated with you by Vice Dean Qin. You must not let me down. Upon hearing this, Fu Zilong promptly rose with joy, grasping Vice Principal Lu's right hand with both of his, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your support, esteemed leader. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises. I will take responsibility for the employment position of that impoverished student from our college, ensuring compliance with the school's subsidy standards. Should I have any further business in the future, I will certainly provide more work-study positions for the school. However, esteemed leader, may I present a humble request? Vice Principal Lu squinted at Fu Zilong and inquired, "Oh, what request do you have? Please, go ahead." Seeing the leader's demeanor, Fu Zilong felt a tinge of displeasure. The matter had yet to be settled, and he was already seeking requests. He quickly adjusted his tone and added, "Esteemed leader, could you possibly provide me with a statement confirming that these discarded bicycles were procured by me and that the school has entrusted me with their complete management? This would prevent any misunderstandings with the student council or security personnel, thus averting unnecessary complications. I am prepared to settle the procurement amount of 10,000 yuan with the finance department immediately, without waiting to pay later. This arrangement is both reasonable and alleviates your workload. As the school has just commenced a new term, it is an opportune moment to assist those impoverished freshmen, thus contributing to our institution. Additionally, could you arrange for the security department to issue me a vehicle pass? I will undoubtedly need to dispatch a truck to the school to transport the bicycles, and having such a pass would facilitate the process, sparing us both from future inconveniences." Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Lu nodded slowly, casting another glance at Fu Zilong. This young man truly exhibited remarkable foresight, quite unlike an 18-year-old. With a smile, Vice Principal Lu remarked, "Both of your points are entirely reasonable. As a school leader, I am obliged to support you. I will call the security department to inform them of the situation, and you can obtain a vehicle pass from Director Tian Tao. You can draft the statement now, and should there be no issues, I will gladly sign it." With that, Vice Principal Lu called out, and an office director entered. He briefed Director Huang on the matter, subsequently instructing Fu Zilong to accompany him to prepare the statement. After exiting the principal's office, Fu Zilong warmly addressed Director Huang and presented him with a cigarette. Director Huang, maintaining a formal smile, accepted the offering, and the two engaged in conversation as they proceeded to the finance office. Along the way, Director Huang subtly inquired about Fu Zilong's relationship with Vice Principal Lu. Although Fu Zilong denied it outright, his vague responses left room for speculation. Fu Zilong first settled the 10,000 yuan procurement fee at the finance office, then proceeded to Director Huang's office with the receipt. Utilizing Director Huang's computer, he drafted a statement regarding the acquisition of the discarded bicycles, explicitly stating that they were entrusted to Fu Zilong for complete management. After reviewing the printed document, Director Huang found it satisfactory and attached a copy of Fu Zilong's receipt, making 2 additional copies for records. Discreetly, Fu Zilong produced a box of cigarettes, placing it on Director Huang's desk under the guise of covering it with printing paper. Director Huang's smile grew more amiable, and Fu Zilong took the opportunity to exchange contact information. They knocked on the door again and entered Vice Principal Lu's office, where Fu Zilong respectfully presented the statement and receipt. Vice Principal Lu glanced over them, finding no issues, and signed his name. Fu Zilong noticed a vehicle pass resting on the coffee table, encased in plastic and bearing the words vehicle pass along with a number and seal. By placing this pass on the windshield, the vehicle could enter and exit the school freely. Fu Zilong silently admired Director Tian Tao from the security department. As it seemed, Vice Principal Lu had already notified him. Without waiting for Fu Zilong to seek him out, he had taken the initiative to deliver the necessary documents, seizing every opportunity to present himself favorably before the leaders. Vice Principal Lu handed the statement and vehicle pass to Fu Zilong, offering words of encouragement. Fu Zilong, Vice Dean Qin has informed me of your situation. I hear you have plans to start a business while studying here. That is an excellent idea. Students from the management college should be bold in their ambitions. Feel free to express any support you require from the school. Both Vice Dean Qin and I are in favor of you young people taking initiative. Fu Zilong promptly expressed his gratitude once more before exiting the principal's office alongside Vice Dean Qin. On the return journey, Fu Zilong continued to drive Vice Dianxin, who adopted a tone of guidance typical of an elder advising a younger counterpart. He recounted how Fu Zilong had been overly eager, revealing his hand too soon. This implied that the acquisition of the discarded bicycles could have yielded a modest profit, but now it might result in a fruitless endeavor. Nevertheless, since Fu Zilong had already made bold claims in front of Vice Principal Liu, the arrangement of the work-study position for the impoverished student was imperative. Regardless of whether Fu Zilong had any actual work for the student, he had to ensure the position was secured. While driving, Fu Zilong listened to Vice Dianxin's counsel with a smile, clearly in a jovial mood, as the Vice Dean's willingness to engage in such conversation signified a close relationship. Vice Dianxin and Vice Principal Liu presumed Fu Zilong's youthful exuberance had led him to prematurely reveal his support for the impoverished student. Little did they know, this was all part of Fu Zilong's meticulous plan. An 18-year-old laborer earning 5 yuan an hour was indeed a valuable asset. At a mere 450 yuan a month, he could employ a distinguished university student for 90 hours of work. Wouldn't business owners in the future be thrilled by such an opportunity? Furthermore, Fu Zilong was currently in need of labor, and offering a work-study position to the college would simultaneously resolve his staffing issue, provide a job for an impoverished student, and lend support to a fellow student in need. Why not seize such a fortuitous opportunity that achieved 3 goals with 1 action? Had he not feared raising suspicions among the 2 leaders regarding the number of students he might require? Fu Zilong would have sought a second impoverished university student to work for him, while the leaders calculated that the profits from the acquisition of the discarded bicycles, after deducting costs, would fall short when considering the expenses of a work-study position over several years, resulting in a loss. Vice Principal Liu had even offered him over 200 bicycles to offset his losses. However, while they were contemplating these second-order effects, Fu Zilong was already considering fifth-order implications. His objective was to maximize the benefits of these discarded bicycles. Having observed the bicycles on-site, he realized that although some were worn, they could be refurbished for riding. Fu Zilong intended to categorize these bicycles. Those that were beyond repair would be sold for scrap, while those that could be restored would be sold as second-hand bicycles. With over 3,000 new students on campus, those unwilling to walk to the classroom were his target customers. How much could a single job position for an impoverished student possibly cost? Fu Zilong envisioned a windfall of cash flowing into his pockets. The first step in his entrepreneurial journey at university seemed to be nearly accomplished. Moreover, the vehicle pass was a valuable asset. Fu Zilong had no intention of returning it, as it would serve him well should he decide to purchase a vehicle in the future, granting him access to the school. Upon arriving at the management college's teaching building, Vice Dianxin proposed to directly arrange for the impoverished student to be linked with Fu Zilong that very day. Fu Zilong remained indifferent, allowing Vice Dianxin to communicate with the student council of the academy. He was eager to commence the handling of the decrepit bicycles he had procured the following day. Vice Dianxin, however, refrained from elaborating further, simply advising Fu Zilong to avoid causing disturbances during class hours. It would be best to manage the bicycles either after 3 in the afternoon, when classes were sparse, or in the evening. Fu Zilong contemplated and readily acquiesced. Subsequently, he felt an insatiable urge to inspect his collection of bicycles again, while Vice Dianxin went to fetch the impoverished student in need of his assistance to the office. Upon arrival, he received a phone call, and he swiftly made his way to the back of the teaching building. As he perused the bicycles, he secretly devised plans in his mind. Despite enduring a half-hour onslaught of mosquito bites, Fu Zilong could not suppress his smile. These bicycles surpassed his expectations significantly. Wasn't this a clear manifestation of prosperity before his very eyes? Just then his phone rang, and he saw it was Vice Dianxin calling. He promptly answered, acknowledging the call. When Fu Zilong knocked on the office door, he discovered a tall, slender girl standing inside. She stood approximately 172 centimeters tall, but from behind, she appeared as thin as a reed. Hunched with a protruding neck, her hair was styled in braids, and she wore a red checkered shirt paired with faded light blue jeans. The hems of her pants were frayed, and they seemed noticeably short, exposing a pair of white canvas shoes beneath. The girl stood in the office, and upon hearing Fu Zilong's voice, she instinctively shrank her shoulders, yet did not turn to face him. Fu Zilong, perplexed, inquired, "Are you a student?" Vice Dianxin nodded and replied, "Please take a seat. I will introduce you." The girl, flustered, waved her hands in a disoriented manner, seemingly at a loss for words, but eventually turned to face Fu Zilong. He noticed her large black-framed glasses and her evasive gaze. With her head bowed, her features remained obscured, but he sensed she possessed a certain delicate charm. Yet, she stood there as if trying to shrink into herself. Fu Zilong furrowed his brow, recognizing that this girl was not only frail, but also profoundly lacking in self-confidence. Could someone so slight be capable of hard work? He also noticed her left hand was wrapped in thick bandages. After stealing a glance at Fu Zilong, the girl kept her head lowered, too timid to raise it. Vice Dean Sheen, observing the situation, spoke in a serious tone. Fu Zilong, this is the student I found for you to assist. She is also the candidate for the work-study position you provided. She is a sophomore majoring in accounting. Named Jean Hua. Jean Hua hailed from Inxi, Hubei province. She had submitted an application for a work-study position but had not been selected during her freshman year due to limited slots. Jean Hua was an exemplary student, diligently balancing her studies with part-time work off campus. Jean Hua, Vice Dean Sheen continued, this is Fu Zilong. Although he is just a freshman, he is capable and ambitious. Today, he proposed to the school to create an additional work-study position for our department and intends to start business while studying here. He paused, expressing hope that they could reach a mutual understanding, adding, I believe working with him will be a beneficial choice for you. What are your thoughts? After speaking, Vice Dean Sheen awaited their responses. Fu Zilong turned his gaze towards the girl, hoping she would voice her opinion first, considering he was, after all, her employer. However, after a prolonged silence, the atmosphere grew awkwardly tense. Vice Dean Sheen shot an impatient glance at Fu Zilong, prompting him to quickly affirm, Vice Dean, your recommendation is undoubtedly sound. I have no objections. Jean Hua, are you willing? As he spoke, Fu Zilong extended his right hand toward the girl. Though he had initially sought a robust male student as his assistant, given the task of sorting through bicycles, he recognized the advantage of having someone physically capable. However, Jean Hua was far too frail and appeared reluctant to engage with others. If given a choice, Fu Zilong would not have selected her. Yet, since Vice Dean Sheen had brought her before him, he felt obliged to honor the Vice Dean's gesture. Moreover, having a sophomore assistant would save him a year's worth of support costs. Thus, Fu Zilong chose not to dwell on such matters. With sufficient funding, it would be easy to find willing university students to work. The sight of his outstretched hand made Jean Hua noticeably uneasy. Prior to his arrival, Vice Dean Sheen had briefed her on Fu Zilong's intentions, and she was taken aback that this younger student was willing to cover her living expenses during her university years. Yet, with no specific tasks assigned to her, even if she did nothing, she would still receive a stipend of 15 yuan a day. Most students would rejoice at such an opportunity, which was indeed a rare find. However, Jean Hua understood the challenges of earning money and felt uncomfortable accepting Fu Zilong's daily allowance. Aside from physical labor, she possessed no other skills, and it felt inappropriate for her to accept his financial assistance. Having injured her hand while working a hot pot restaurant during the holidays, she had lost her job, and potential employers were hesitant to hire her due to her injury. The wages she had earned during her holiday job had already been sent home, leaving her to subsist on cold steamed buns for several days. She desperately needed this job, yet felt conflicted and embarrassed about accepting Fu Zilong's support. In her turmoil, Jean Hua felt as though she might burst into tears. Fu Zilong, momentarily taken aback, decided to lighten the mood. Vice Dean, it appears that Jean Hua is reluctant to work with me. Perhaps we should reconsider and let her wait another year for a better position. Upon hearing this, Jean Hua instinctively grasped Fu Zilong's retreating hand, inadvertently aggravating her injured left hand, causing her brow to furrow. At that moment, Fu Zilong finally caught a glimpse of Jean Hua's face. Delicate and refined aptly described her features. She scored well over 88 points in appearance, though her cheeks were slightly sunken, and her eyes held a glimmer of hope, lacking the vivacity of youth. Realizing he had to avoid further distressing her, Fu Zilong endeavored to soften his smile and said, "What's this? Have you changed your mind?" Jean Hua bit her lip, her voice quavering as she replied, "I can't do anything. Besides physical labor, I'm not very clever." Fu Zilong was momentarily lost for words, but squeezed Jean Hua's hand reassuringly. "How can you claim you're nothing? How will your employer recognize your worth if you see yourself in such a light? Others' perceptions are theirs to hold, but you must recognize your own value. You are already capable of going out to earn money, which is more than most of your peers can claim. Given your abilities, you should join me." Jean Hua, overwhelmed by Fu Zilong's words of wisdom, nodded instinctively in agreement. Observing her response, Vice Dean Sheen felt a sense of relief and smiled. "Then it's settled, Jean Hua. If this young man gives you any trouble, come to me, and I shall set him straight." Fu Zilong, slightly embarrassed, replied with a grin, "Rest assured, I will not shortchange her in any regard." Deputy Dean Sheen cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "I am not at all concerned about financial matters. You're not the sort to casually engage in transactions worth tens of thousands. You wouldn't stoop to actions that might tarnish your reputation. Jinhua is an honest girl. Don't you dare take advantage of her. Fu Zilong felt a pang of déjà vu. Why was he so distrusted? At that moment, Jinhua realized her hand was still clasped in Fu Zilong's, and she blushed deeply as she tried to withdraw it, only to find his grip firm and unyielding. After considerable effort, she finally freed her right hand. Deputy Dean Sheen then spoke again. Jinhua, you may leave now. Fu Zilong and I have some matters to discuss. Jinhua promptly bowed to Deputy Dean Sheen and hastened to exit the office. But Fu Zilong called out, "What is your phone number? How can I reach you?" She stopped in her tracks, her voice timid and barely audible. "I don't have a mobile phone." Fu Zilong was momentarily stunned, then pondered aloud. "Then how am I supposed to contact you? Which dormitory do you live in?" Still bashful, Jinhua replied, "I stay in dorm 103. You can call out to me from the window if I'm around." Fu Zilong's lips twitched in a wry smile as he glanced at Deputy Dean Sheen, then said, "Wait for me in the main hall beneath the teaching building. I'll come find you shortly." Jinhua nodded eagerly and quickly exited the office. Once her footsteps faded away, Fu Zilong scratched his head in resignation. Deputy Dean Sheen's voice resonated behind him. "Jinhua is a fragile child, so please take good care of her. She comes from a remote mountain village and has a younger sister and brother still studying. Since she enrolled here over a year ago, she hasn't returned home even once. The school has generously waived half her tuition fees. During breaks, she works around campus to earn the remaining half, sending any extra money home to support her siblings' education. Look at her. She has become so thin. Last year, when offered other work-study positions, she refused them all, insisting only on a spot in the cafeteria because it provides 2 meals a day. Other jobs pay too little and have irregular hours, forcing her to take odd jobs outside. While working as a server in a hot pot restaurant, she suffered a burn on her left hand when the handle broke. Fortunately, no customers were harmed, but she was dismissed due to her injury. The wound made it difficult for her to find other work, and she has often gone hungry. Her counselor has tried repeatedly to invite her to eat in the cafeteria, but she always declines. Though she seems delicate, she is incredibly resilient. That is why I immediately thought of her for this job. I believe she won't be bullied if she works with you. Don't feel burdened by this." Chapter 158. Tending the wound. Fu Zilong was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a frail girl to bear such a heavy burden, not only caring for herself, but also alleviating her family's financial strain. After a moment's reflection, he nodded in agreement, accepting the responsibility. Deputy Dean Sheen smiled warmly and patted his shoulder. "You see, Jinhua may appear meek, but she is strong-willed. If you're going to look after her, do so with tact and subtlety. I trust you'll handle this well. Consider it a favor I owe you." Fu Zilong's face lit up with delight. With his favor in hand, he felt confident he could withstand even a disciplinary reprimand. Seeing his triumphant expression, Deputy Dean Sheen admonished him again. "Don't think you can bully her just because she seems docile. Although she is a sophomore, a year ahead of you, she is actually about your age. Whether she is 18 yet, I don't know." Fu Zilong stared blankly, confused by the remark. Deputy Dean Sheen continued. To save money for her family, she skipped her senior year and took the college entrance exam early, straight after her second year of high school. So her actual age is roughly the same as yours. Fu Zilong was stunned. He had thought that, with his prodigious memory and talents, he was exceptional. Yet this seemingly fragile girl shook his assumptions. To be admitted to a prestigious 985 university from a mountainous area with limited educational resources after only 2 years of high school. If she wasn't a genius, who was? His respect for Jinhua deepened. Suddenly, he quipped, "Boss, if she is underage, wouldn't he employing her be child labor? If the authorities come knocking, will you vouch for me?" Deputy Dean Sheen was exasperated and promptly shooed him out of the office. Fu Zilong's cleverness was both a blessing and a curse. The Deputy Dean's true intent in summoning Fu Zilong was to impress upon him the special nature of Jinhua's situation and to urge him to care for her attentively. Fu Zilong grasped the underlying meaning. He would not let the favor go to waste. Humming a tune, he descended from the teaching building and spotted Jinhua obediently crouched in the shadow of a nearby corner, as if wishing to remain unseen. Furrowing his brow, he approached her and scrutinized her from head to toe. Jinhua's gaze was cast downward, her hands uncertainly clasped. After circling her twice, Fu Zilong said, "You know you have to work for me 3 hours each day, right? That is 90 hours a month, all for me. Understand?" Jinhua did not dare meet his eyes, but nodded gently. Fu Zilong's smile turned mischievous. "Good. During those 3 hours, you must follow my instructions. Can you do that?" Jinhua hesitated briefly, but nodded again. Fu Zilong found her reticence somewhat exasperating, yet understood that transforming a person is no overnight feat. His gaze then fell upon the yellowed bandages wrapped around her left hand, clearly long overdue for a change. He sighed heavily and commanded from now on. Those 3 hours belong to me. Come with me immediately. You will do whatever I ask without protest. If you displease me, I will make sure you regret it. Understood? Jinhua felt as if she had boarded a runaway ship, regretting her earlier acquiescence in the office. But Fu Zilong did not wait for her reply. He beckoned, "Let us go," and strode out of the management college building. Jinhua followed silently, her footsteps as quiet as a shadow. Deputy Dean Sheen watched them from the window, shaking his head with a wry smile. Following the signs, Fu Zilong located the school infirmary and entered briskly. Jinhua, lost in thought, only realized where they were upon smelling the antiseptic. Fu Zilong knocked on the door of the duty physician's office and stepped inside. The school doctor was a familiar face, the same nurse who had tended to him during military training. She greeted him warmly, asking if he felt unwell. Fu Zilong glanced behind him to find no one, only a pair of canvas shoes peeking at the doorway. He sighed and pulled the hesitant Jinhua inside. With a smile, he addressed the nurse. "Sister, could you examine her and see if her wound needs dressing?" The nurse's expression turned serious as she inspected Jinhua's left hand. "What happened? Or was it treated? How long has it been since the bandage was changed?" she inquired. Jinhua hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts, prompting Fu Zilong to interject. "She must have been scalded by hot oil. It has likely been some time. Please assess her condition." The school nurse carefully snipped away the gauze from Jinhua's left hand. Yet she continued to keep her head bowed, obscuring her features. Upon revealing her wrist, which was still adorned with large blisters, the skin appeared an unhealthy shade of tender red. Fu Zilong could not suppress a gasp at the sight of such a burn. The nurse, observing the severity of the injury, inquired, "Miss, does it not hurt?" Jinhua shook her head gently, still silent, tears cascading down to the floor. Taking a deep breath, Fu Zilong maintained a light-hearted tone. "Sister, please attend to her. Do not concern yourself with the medication. Prioritize preventing any scarring." Upon hearing this, Jinhua instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Fu Zilong swiftly grasped her arm. He murmured, "Have you forgotten what I said downstairs? Stay put." Although his voice was cold, the warmth of his breath brushed against Jinhua's ear, causing her to stiffen, rendered immobile. The nurse promptly applied treatment for the burn and rewrapped her hand, advising Jinhua to avoid bursting the blisters to prevent infection. She then prescribed some oral antibiotics and instructed her to return daily for a week for dressing changes. Fu Zilong inquired about the cost of the medication and the weekly dressing changes. After the school's reimbursement, he was left with a balance of 50 yuan. He handed over the 50 yuan without hesitation and, picking up a water-based pen from the table, inscribed a 1 on the freshly bandaged gauze. He then addressed Jinhua, who still dared not raise her gaze. "Be sure to come back tomorrow for the dressing change. Once it's done, let the nurse write a 2 for you. If I see a 1 on your bandage tomorrow, you will be in serious trouble. Understand?" Chapter 159. The transaction faced with Fu Zilong's imposing demeanor, Jinhua's gaze, hidden behind her black-framed glasses, momentarily turned vacant. Just as Fu Zilong was about to express his impatience again, Jinhua instinctively nodded. He swallowed back the words that had been on the tip of his tongue, glancing at the slender girl before him, who resembled a reed. It was not that he bore ill will towards Jinhua. Rather, he had promised Vice Dean Sheen to look after her. Yet, although Jinhua appeared delicate, she was resolute. And Fu Zilong sensed that speaking gently might not yield results. For instance, her left hand had evidently received treatment at an off-campus clinic shortly after the injury, and she had not sought further care since. Had he attempted to coax her into visiting the school infirmary with kind words, she likely would have rebuffed his suggestions. Thus, he felt compelled to adopt a harsher approach, prioritizing her health over everything else, for if the injury were not treated properly, it would undoubtedly leave scars. No girl wished to bear such marks, yet Jinhua seemed entirely unconcerned. Perhaps she was more anxious about the financial implications of continued treatment. The two walked out of the infirmary in sequence, Jinhua remaining a silent shadow to Fu Zilong. She clutched a transparent plastic bag tightly, inside which were the antibiotics prescribed by the doctor. Fu Zilong paused to check the time on his phone. It was 4:50 p.m. Just as he intended to call out for Jinhua to catch up, a faint voice floated from behind. "I will pay you back, but it will take some time. Please give me a moment." Turning to glance at her, Fu Zilong felt certain that Jinhua's height exceeded 172 centimeters. However, she habitually slouched and kept her head down, making her appear as if she were 176 centimeters when standing straight. She was exceedingly thin, almost to the point of looking frail. "No need to repay me. Consider it a benefit I provide as your employer," Fu Zilong replied nonchalantly. "How can you work for me if you're injured? This qualifies as a work-related injury. You need not repay it. Your dedication to your work is the greatest reward you can give me." Without waiting for her response, he commanded, Keep up, and strode forward. Jinhua stood frozen for a few moments before hastily following him. Fu Zilong first approached an ATM on campus, and, after a series of operations, withdrew his last 5,000 yuan. With the 220 yuan remaining in his pocket, he now had a total of 5,220 yuan, along with the additional 10,000 he had invested. He intended to leverage this sum within a week to propel a business worth several tens of thousands. Noticing that Jinhua remained quietly by his side, he approached her and asked, "Do you have your ID? Let me see it." Without hesitation, Jinhua produced her ID and handed it to him. Upon inspecting it, Fu Zilong noted that she was indeed 3 months younger than him. With her 18th birthday approaching next month, he tilted his head, scrutinizing the tall, slender girl once more. At that moment, Jinhua appeared somewhat anxious, as though she wished to reclaim her ID. However, upon glancing at Fu Zilong, she felt too intimidated to voice her discomfort, convinced that he was even more intimidating than the hot pot restaurant owner. While she stood with her head bowed, uncertain of what to do, she also handed over her ID along with 4 100 yuan bills and 2 50 yuan notes. Jinhua was taken aback and hesitated to reach for the money. Cautiously looking up at Fu Zilong, he glared at her and said, "Take it. This is your salary for the month. It is what I agreed upon with Vice Dean Sheen, calculated according to the college's work-study subsidy standards. In total, you should receive 450 yuan for living expenses, plus an additional 50 yuan for other uses. Now, follow me. We have more to discuss." With that, Fu Zilong strode off in another direction. After a couple of steps, he noticed that Jinhua remained rooted in place, clutching the money. He feigned annoyance and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Jinhua quickly jogged to catch up with him, her grasp on the money and ID so tight it seemed they might slip from her fingers. As they walked, Fu Zilong heard a faint voice behind him, "Thank you." He did not turn back or slow his pace, continuing towards the school gate, a subtle smile playing on his lips. However, as he walked, he realized something peculiar. Jinhua made no sound as she followed him. Occasionally, he purposefully walked past parked cars, glancing in the rearview mirrors to ensure she was still behind him, which brought him some comfort. Upon reaching the bustling pedestrian street outside the school, he noticed numerous students wandering about, many of whom were couples enjoying each other's company, indulging in snacks. After a long summer apart, these couples appeared deeply enamored with one another. In contrast, Fu Zilong and Jinhua walked in single file, the only pair doing so, with a clear purpose. Fu Zilong entered a second-hand mobile phone store, while Jinhua hesitated at the entrance, afraid to step inside. He paid her no mind, scanning the modest storefront filled with various pre-owned phones. The shop owner, noticing Fu Zilong's appealing demeanor, ventured to ask, "What are you looking to buy, handsome?" Fu Zilong surveyed the counter and quickly spotted the phone he desired, pointing to a relatively new Nokia 1100. "How much for this one?" he inquired. The shopkeeper's smile vanished upon realizing Fu Zilong was asking about the cheapest model, and he replied impatiently, "299, upon observing the other party's calm demeanor. Fu Zilong smiled and remarked, "Come on, boss, let us make it a bit cheaper. I lost my phone, and now I need to buy a second-hand one as a backup. I'll return this one that I bought for 1100. Hearing this, the boss's tone softened considerably, yet he insisted, "You know this phone is already quite inexpensive. I hardly made a profit off you. I've even placed a new battery in it, ensuring it can last over 10 days without issue." Fu Zilong, uninterested in the boss's ramblings, directly inquired, "Boss, if I use it for 2 days, how much will you offer for a buyback?" The boss raised his eyelids slightly and replied, "As a student, I understand your situation. I'll offer you 150 yuan if you return it. Just make sure you don't damage it, as this phone is in excellent condition." Fu Zilong internaliscode, thinking, "This phone could crack walnuts. Are you really worried about it getting scratched?" Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and said, "Just take half of what you initially offered. That price is a bit steep. How about 199? I'll help promote your shop and bring my classmates to buy phones from you." The boss, displeased, retorted, 199? There is no way I can sell it at that price. Ask around the entire commercial street. I have to make a living too. Ultimately, after much back and forth, the phone was sold for 220 yuan. Although the boss felt he had sold it too cheaply, having acquired it for 170 yuan and added a battery, it eased his mind knowing Fu Zilong would be back in 2 days for a buyback at 150 yuan, netting him a profit of 70 yuan. However, as Fu Zilong prepared to pay, he instinctively reached for his phone to scan the payment code. Suddenly realizing that WeChat and QR codes had not yet been introduced, he quickly placed 220 yuan on the counter while the boss was still in a daze, then exited the store without a glance back. Chapter 160. The overbearing boss Fu Zilong hurriedly pulled Jinhua, who was bewildered by the situation, away from the store, just as the boss's frustrated roar echoed behind them. Once they had distanced themselves from the phone shop, Fu Zilong could not help but smile triumphantly. He relished the thrill of haggling, regardless of the amount at stake. Noticing his uplifted mood, Jean Hua gently tugged at her arm, trying to free herself from his grasp. Realizing he was still holding onto her delicate arm, Fu Zilong promptly released her. Clearing his throat, he commanded, "Keep up," and then led Jean Hua back to campus. Arriving at the mobile service center within the school, gazing at the list of available phone numbers on the counter, he instructed Jean Hua, "Choose a number you like." Jean Hua looked at him, then at the list of phone numbers, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing her hesitation, Fu Zilong did not bother to ask further and addressed the service staff, saying, "Miss, I'd like to get a 50 yuan phone card. And I'll take this number." He pointed to a seemingly decent number, then added, "By the way, I recall that new students receive a care package when they sign up, correct?" The staff, noticing the handsome young man before her, felt her previous frustrations about closing time dissipate. After all, he had called her miss. Yet, she maintained her professionalism, responding, "Sir, we only provide the care package for a 100 yuan activation fee for new students. The 50 yuan card does not come with any gifts." Fu Zilong feigned disappointment, sitting. "Huh? In that case, forget it. My friend wanted to sign up with Unicom. They offer a care package with their 50 yuan card. I told her that the dynamic package plan was quite good, which is why I brought her here. It seems we should head to Unicom instead. Thank you." With that, he turned to leave, but a hurried shout brought him back. The staff quickly changed her tone. "Sir, since you're already here, why not sign up with us? The manager has left for the day, so I'll provide you with a care package." Fu Zilong, now delighted, praised the staff member and turned to Jean Hua, stating, "Get your ID and 50 yuan out." Jean Hua, still somewhat dazed, retrieved her ID and the money from her pocket. Throughout this encounter, she felt as though she was merely following Fu Zilong's lead. Nowadays, activating a phone card is quite simple. Once the plan is chosen, no registration of ID is even necessary when not in store. Fu Zilong led Jean Hua out of the nearly closing service center and inserted the SIM card into the Nokia 1100 he had just purchased. After turning it on and confirming that it worked well, given the simplicity of phones at the time, he dialed his number, saved it under the name Boss, and then handed the phone to Jean Hua, asserting in a commanding tone, "This is your work phone provided by the company, so I can easily reach you. You'll receive a monthly subsidy of 50 yuan for phone bills, which is why I gave you 500 earlier. This number must remain active throughout your 4 years of university. Do you understand?" Jean Hua hesitated to take the phone, pulling back slightly as she whispered, "I don't want it. It's too valuable." Fu Zilong did not respond, but instead furrowed his brows increasingly, his expression growing stern. Seeing this, Jean Hua bit her lip, adjusted her glasses, and with trembling hands accepted the inexpensive second-hand phone. Fu Zilong then cheerfully handed her the care package filled with shampoo, shower gel, soap, toothpaste, and a towel. After glancing at the time on his phone, he said directly, "Keep the phone with you, and take this package and the medicine back to your dorm. I'll be waiting for you on the first floor of the cafeteria. Understood?" Jean Hua, at a loss for words, mechanically nodded, clutching the large package as she hurried back to her dormitory. Fu Zilong watched her flustered, retreating figure, rubbing his temples in mild exasperation. He then pondered his thoughts while making his way to the cafeteria. Shortly after entering, he noticed Jean Hua's figure rushing to his side, indicating she had run over. Without saying much, he gestured for her to follow him. It was precisely 6 in the evening, the peak dining time for students. After over half a month of exploration, Fu Zilong had discovered what he considered the best food stall. He led Jean Hua, who shadowed him closely, to the front of the queue at that stall. The number of students serving themselves was relatively sparse, void of the chaotic rush they experienced during military training. Fu Zilong filled 3 plates with food, balancing 2 on his own while commanding Jean Hua, "Carry the last plate and follow me." Before she could respond, he strode toward a corner table in the dining area where no one else was seated. After placing down the 2 plates, he noticed Jean Hua still standing there with her plate, chuckling in disbelief as he continued, "Put down the plate and take a seat across from me." He then abandoned the notion of having her fetch chopsticks for him and retrieved 2 pairs from the sanitation cabinet himself. He placed a pair of chopsticks atop the plate Jean Hua had brought and bluntly instructed, "Finish it." Jean Hua looked at the heaping plate of food, filled with 2 meat dishes and a vegetable, and for some reason, lowered her head, quietly muttering, "You gave me money. I could buy my own food if I get hungry." In response, Fu Zilong slammed the chopsticks down on the table with a loud thud. Startled, Jean Hua flinched like a frightened rabbit, quickly picking up the chopsticks to shovel food into her mouth. A trace of grievance glimmered in her eyes, accompanied by glistening tears. Upon noticing that she had begun to eat, Fu Zilong ceased his intimidating facade and gently remarked, "Finish everything. Not a single grain should be left." He then resumed his meal, lost in his own contemplations. When he finally returned to reality, he discovered that Jinhua had devoured every morsel on her plate, leaving it impeccably clean. Every bit of seasoning, including scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili, had vanished as well. Fu Zilong pondered whether he had been a tad too domineering and whether he ought to approach this girl with a bit more gentleness. Yet, upon witnessing Jinhua blushing and letting out a satisfied belch, a smile crept back to his lips. He then began dialing numbers, summoning assistance for his venture. Chapter 161, Mobilizing Forces. Fu Zilong reflected on his second-hand bicycle business. Apart from himself and Jinhua, he would undoubtedly require additional help. He was eager to liquidate these bicycles swiftly, keenly aware of the opportunities presented by the incoming freshman enrollment. He aimed to launch the project by this weekend. With the October holiday approaching in a week, his mother, Yang Lan, had explicitly requested his return home for the break. Consequently, he reached out to friends with whom he was relatively familiar, including the three from his dormitory, as well as Jiang Lai, Zhou Qi, and the little girlie Xiao Xiao. After some thought, he decided to give Zhu Qing a call. Zhu Qing, who had been feeling somewhat down in the past couple of days, had just changed into her pajamas, intending to indulge in a facial treatment to soothe her sunburnt skin from military training. Just as she was about to settle down, her phone rang, and upon seeing Fu Zilong's name on the caller ID, she sprang from her chair, startling her roommate Song Jijia in the process. Zhu Qing paced nervously, wiping her face hastily and clearing her throat before answering the call. Hello? Yes, all right. The conversation lasted only a few moments before she hung up. She promptly discarded her cartoon pajamas, revealing her alluring figure, and rummaged through her wardrobe for something suitable to wear. Song Jijia exchanged glances with another girl in the room, both recognizing that Zhu Qing's behavior was rather unusual lately. Song Jijia quickly inquired, Zhu Qing, who was that on the phone? Are you going out? Zhu Qing, slightly flustered, replied, I need to step out for a bit, but I'll be back soon. Jia, have you seen my blue dress? Glancing towards the balcony, Song Jia said, Are you talking about the one you washed this afternoon? It's not out there. Zhu Qing smacked her forehead in frustration and quickly changed into a set of sportswear. After checking her reflection multiple times in the mirror, she seized her phone and dashed out of the girls' dormitory, leaving the two behind in stunned silence. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, Fu Zilong counted on his fingers, realizing that he still did not know enough people. If any of them were disinterested in his business, his pool of potential helpers would dwindle further. Thus, he decided to reach out to his fellow townsman, Zhang's Hyping. He recalled that Jiang Hao, the vice monitor, had mentioned in the dorm that Zhang's Hyping came from a single-parent family and had a younger brother in school, facing financial difficulties. Two students in their class had submitted applications for work-study aid. One was a boy named Zhao Yang from another dorm, and the other was Zhang's Hyping. Fu Zilong was not familiar with Zhao Yang, who rarely spoke, so he resolved to invite Zhang's Hyping, thinking it would be fitting to offer her a job opportunity since she needed one. However, he did not have Zhang's Hyping's number, and Jiang Hao was also unaware. Therefore, Fu Zilong had no choice but to call Zhao Xianxian, who shared a dorm with Zhang's Hyping. At that moment, Zhao Xianxian was bored in her dorm, munching on snacks while scrolling through her phone, reading some nonsensical messages for boys. Growing increasingly weary, she was about to close her phone when Fu Zilong's call came through. The sight of his name on her screen brightened her mood, causing her to unconsciously straighten her back. She answered the call with an air of calmness. Hello? Fu Zilong's voice came through. Class monitor, is Zhang's Hyping with you? Can you let her take the call? Or can you give me your number? I need to discuss something with her. Zhao Xianxian felt momentarily confused. Was he not calling her, but rather looking for Zhang's Hyping? Unhappy at the thought, she glanced at Zhang's Hyping, who was entering the room with freshly washed clothes, and reluctantly passed the phone over. Zhang's Hyping, somewhat puzzled, wiped her hands on a towel and took the phone from Zhao Xianxian, wondering who would be calling for her. On the other end, Fu Zilong's playful voice chimed in. Zhang's Hyping, I have a short-term job opportunity that pays well. Are you interested? Don't think I forgot about you as a fellow townsman. Upon hearing that Fu Zilong was offering her a job, Zhang's Hyping's heart leaped with joy, but she hesitated and asked, What kind of job? Please don't get me involved in anything strange. Fu Zilong frowned, realizing that his reputation among classmates might not be entirely favorable. He retorted, Am I going to sell you? You're worth something. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you at the northeast corner of the cafeteria. If you're interested, come quickly. He hung up before she could respond. Zhang's Hyping stood stunned for a moment, but then resolutely changed into clean clothes and set off for the cafeteria. Zhao Xianxian, left behind in the dorm, couldn't help but ask, Hyping, what does Fu Zilong want with you? Wary of Fu Zilong's intentions, Zhang's Hyping vaguely replied, He just needs to discuss something with me. I'll be back soon. She then dashed out of the dormitory, leaving Zhao Xianxian fuming. Meanwhile, at the cafeteria, Fu Zilong had already encountered the three guys from his dorm. Mangnan appeared to have just returned from a basketball game, while Ichusung looked like he had spent the entire afternoon gaming, his eyes bleary. Both were dressed casually in slippers, while Jiang Hao maintained his dapper appearance, clad in pristine white attire that accentuated his fair complexion, emanating an air of sophistication. After searching for some time, the trio finally spotted Fu Zilong in the corner, along with a girl who had her head bowed. They approached with curiosity, unsure of what Fu Zilong needed from them. Ichusung even bent down to get a better look at Jin Hua, who was swathed in a bandage on her left hand, casting a questioning gaze at Fu Zilong. Fu Zilong waved his hand dismissively. She's one of us. I'll introduce you later. Have you eaten? If not, use my card to get some food. I have a task that requires your assistance, which will serve as practical work experience for you, and I will provide compensation as well. Upon hearing this, only Jiang Hao seemed intrigued, his eyes sparkling with interest behind his glasses. Meanwhile, Mengnan scratched his head, and Ichusung appeared disinterested, stating, I can help you out a bit, but I'm not really interested in money. Are there any other benefits? Noticing Ichusung's lackadaisical demeanor, Fu Zilong replied, benefits? There will be several beautiful girls coming to assist. Does working alongside them not count as a perk? Chapter 162, Revealing Everything. At this, Ichusung's eyes lit up, and it seemed as if the hair on his head stood on end with excitement. He eagerly handed Fu Zilong a cigarette and said, elaborate. Suddenly, I'm very interested in this. As Fu Zilong was about to light a cigarette, he suddenly realized that smoking was prohibited in the cafeteria and reluctantly tucked the cigarette behind his ear. At that moment, Mengnan leaned in with an eager expression on his face, keen to hear Fu Zilong elaborate on his experience working alongside beautiful women. Meanwhile, Jin Hua, seemingly shy, kept her head down like a bashful bride. And although Fu Zilong did not dismiss her, she dared not speak up. Just as Fu Zilong was about to speak, he noticed two graceful figures approaching from a distance, prompting him to raise his hand in greeting. Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi, two stunning beauties, made their way over, effortlessly capturing the attention of the male students dining in the cafeteria, despite their lack of elaborate attire. Even the female students occasionally glanced their way, scrutinizing their outfits. Zhou Qi, upon arrival, casually inquired, Junior, you called us saying there's a money-making opportunity on campus? Is that true? Do tell. Don't try to deceive me. The consequences could be dire. Just as Fu Zilong was about to respond, he spotted the petite and charming He Xiao Xiao scanning the cafeteria. He called out to her, beckoning the innocent-looking girl over. Upon seeing the group surrounding Fu Zilong, He Xiao Xiao felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, causing her to slow her pace. Fu Zilong had mentioned needing her assistance over the phone, presenting it as an opportunity for her personal growth. She harbored no doubts about Fu Zilong's intentions, and, despite being unaware of the specifics, ran over without hesitation. At that moment, Zhang Haiping also entered the cafeteria, and Fu Zilong invited the two girls to sit and wait for a moment. Shortly thereafter, the youthful and vibrant Zhu Qing entered the cafeteria, prompting Fu Zilong to waver over as well. Zhu Qing was taken aback to find so many people gathered around Fu Zilong, some familiar and others not. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment, she approached with grace. The three girls from the dormitory were visibly excited, seemingly overwhelmed by the number of people present. Whatever Fu Zilong requested of them now would likely face no opposition. Fu Zilong directed everyone to take their seats at the long table in the cafeteria. Glancing at the assembly of 6 women and 4 men, he surmised that they were almost adequately staffed. He then stood up and began introducing each person in turn, briefly recounting his acquaintance with each individual, subtly indicating that everyone present was trustworthy. When it came to Jin Hua, rather than mentioning any work-study quota, Fu Zilong simply stated, This is Jin Hua, a sophomore from the accounting class. From now on, if she is with me, she is family, and I will look out for her. Jin Hua, feeling flustered, stood up nervously and glanced at Fu Zilong in surprise. She had not anticipated such an introduction. Just moments ago, she had been lost in her thoughts, wondering if Fu Zilong had gathered his friend to showcase how he had offered her, a financially struggling student, a job. However, it was clear now that Fu Zilong had no such intention and instead seemed to convey a protective sentiment towards her. This left Jin Hua somewhat bewildered, as she had been surviving on her own in a challenging environment, and for the first time, she felt a sense of being cared for. Despite his brusque demeanor, every action he had taken thus far had been for her benefit. Once everyone had made preliminary introductions, Fu Zilong finally spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you here because I require your assistance with a business venture. I have secured a deal with the school today, and I aim to finalize this business within the week. Therefore, I need each of you to dedicate 3 hours daily from tomorrow to Friday to help me out. Of course, I will compensate each of you with 50 yuan for those 3 hours daily. Should the sales perform well, I will treat you all to a celebratory meal. He paused, gauging their reactions. Now, who among you is interested? If you're not, feel free to leave. This will not affect our personal relationships. Upon hearing Fu Zilong's proposition, everyone exchanged astonished glances. If they recalled correctly, today marked the first official day of classes for freshmen, and they had only attended 2 classes for half a day. They had not seen Fu Zilong all afternoon. So how could he have possibly secured a business deal with the school? What kind of business? Discounted meal cards? Jiang Lai was the first to inquire. What kind of business are you involved in? Please explain in detail what you need us to do. Seeing no one turning to leave or voicing dissent, Fu Zilong felt a measure of relief. His smile grew more confident as he pulled out an A4 sheet of paper from his pocket and slammed it onto the cafeteria table. As everyone glanced at the paper, Fu Zilong elaborated. This afternoon, I met with Lu Wenshin from the student council and discussed matters with Vice Dean Shin from our management school. After our conversation, we met with Vice Principal Lu, and I successfully negotiated this deal. The collection of abandoned bicycles behind the building now belongs to me. He continued, I plan to monetize this batch of old bicycles, which is the business I intend to complete this week. I called you here to maximize the benefits from this venture. Do any of you have concerns or doubts? After hearing his explanation and examining the document on the table, everyone stared at Fu Zilong in disbelief. He had accomplished so much in one afternoon. He had managed to persuade 2 deans to sell him 1,000 old bicycles. Was he even here to study? He seemed utterly unafraid of the school authorities and dared to negotiate with them. Ichu Sung, coming from a family of entrepreneurs, was the first to recover from the shock and asked, what do you intend to do with these old bicycles? Are you planning to sell scrap metal? Do you want us to help you transport them to a recycling station? It seems like a job more suited for boys. Fu Zilong gummided his mind, exuding confidence as he replied, not entirely. Even if I were to sell them for scrap, there would still be profits to be made. However, upon my inspection, I found that a significant portion of these bicycles can actually be refurbished. This means I can sell them as second-hand bicycles. He continued, new students have just begun attending classes in various buildings, and who wouldn't prefer not to walk long distances? Many upperclassmen already commute by bicycle on campus. This is the peak demand for bicycles. By refurbishing a portion of these bicycles, I can sell them at a special price to the new students. It's a win-win situation where I earn money while providing my peers with the best value. Why wouldn't I pursue this opportunity? Thus, I need each of you to assist me in categorizing and refurbishing this batch of over 1,000 bicycles by Saturday afternoon. I plan to hold a second-hand bicycle sale that day. So, my dear friends, are you willing to support me in this endeavor? Chapter 163, Forming the Team. After Fu Zilong's confident address, everyone remained stunned in their seats. They were all cherished by their parents and regarded as exemplary students by their teachers, having worked tirelessly to gain admission to this prestigious university. Yet none among the 9 had ever engaged in business, especially considering the prospect of conducting business with the school and then profiting off fellow students. Had it not been for the document on the table confirming Fu Zilong's accomplishments, they would have been skeptical of his claims. The way they looked at Fu Zilong had transformed, now imbued with newfound respect. Seeing that no one had any questions, Fu Zilong continued, before Saturday, I need to categorize these old bicycles, identifying which can be sold for scrap and which can be refurbished for resale. Dear all, in the coming days, I require your assistance in classifying and refurbishing bicycles. As for the repairs, I shall rent a truck to transport those bicycles in need of mending to an external repair shop. The primary task within the school premises will involve sorting and refurbishing. To be candid, the female members will primarily assist in cleaning the bicycles, while the males may find themselves engaged in more labor-intensive tasks. I trust you comprehend my intention. The workload will be approximately 3 hours daily, with extended hours on sales days, and I will adjust remuneration based on sales performance. However, the general remuneration framework will adhere to a rate of 50 yuan per person per day. With myself included, there are at least 10 individuals present, and I may need to hire additional help on sales days. Those interested in participating may raise their hands. Those disinterested or preoccupied this week need not worry, as it will not affect our camaraderie. To my surprise, the first to express agreement was Zhang's hyping. Fu Zilong, I am willing to accept this job. You cannot deceive me with that 50. Fu Zilong rolled his eyes in exasperation, saying, come on with my handsome face. Do you think I lack the credibility to offer 50 yuan? Although Zhang's hyping remained silent, she mirrored his gesture of rolling her eyes, implying that he should grasp the underlying meaning. Fu Zilong felt quite irked and was about to engage Zhang's hyping further when Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi eagerly raised their hands, both expressing keen interest in Fu Zilong's undertaking. Despite having never seen the over 1,000 discarded bicycles, they believed that Fu Zilong's initiative was anything but frivolous. Jiang Lai remarked. I have only distributed flyers with Zhou Qi before and have no other work experience. I fear I may not perform well. However, I find this opportunity intriguing and enjoyable. Zhou Qi added, Indeed, last semester we earned merely 40 yuan for a day of distributing flyers at the school gate. Here, we can earn 50 yuan for 3 hours of work inside the school. Surely many would be eager to take on such a role. It's great to have a junior like you thinking of us seniors. She then threw a playful wink at Fu Zilong, who felt a wave of elation wash over him. Just as Fu Zilong beamed with a grin reminiscent of a mischievous pig, the previously silent little girl, He Xiao Xiao, raised her hand, sweetly exclaiming, I want to help you too. Fu Zilong immediately formed a heart shape with his fingers, but in this era, the girls were accustomed to the double-handed heart gesture, leaving everyone slightly bewildered. At that moment, Zhu Qing also raised her hand, offering a smile without uttering a word. Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi exchanged knowing glances. Fu Zilong was pleased with Zhu Qing's perceptiveness and noticed Jin Hua subtly raising her hand from beneath the table, indicating her willingness to participate. Fu Zilong gently patted her frail shoulder, feeling her slight shiver. He then turned to the trio behind him, where Jiang Hao coolly raised his hand, expressing his interest in the venture. Having been constrained by strict family upbringing, he yearned to engage in something different, and he had previously told Fu Zilong he was open to work opportunities, drawn by the prospect of doing things he had never dared to attempt before. On the other hand, Yi Chusung eagerly raised his hand, nodding enthusiastically. Coming from a business-oriented family, he was expected to inherit a vast enterprise post-graduation. Although he had never engaged in business himself, the allure of it was diminished by his numerous observations. Nevertheless, the 6 girls, apart from Zhang's hyping, captivated him, especially Jin Hua, who, despite her tendency to keep her head down, could astonish him with her occasional glances. Thus, the prospect of earning money became secondary. He was willing to work for free. Meng Nan shared a similar sentiment. Hailing from a family engaged in the service industry, and while uncertain about inheriting the family business, he too was not particularly concerned with monetary gain. However, he was loyal and would surely assist Fu Zilong if asked. At this moment, Meng Nan recalled, I previously mentioned that my uncle runs a seafood business in Qing City. He has a small truck that he uses for deliveries at dawn. I'll speak to him about possibly borrowing it during the day. It shouldn't be an issue. Fu Zilong's eyes lit up at the news, urging Meng Nan to finalize the arrangement that evening, as securing a truck would be immensely beneficial. Jiang Hao chimed in, I have some experience with bicycle repairs. Since elementary school, I've managed my own bike repairs. I believe I can lend a hand, although I would need tools and parts. Fu Zilong was thrilled and encouraged Jiang Hao, yet he also remarked, to save time, most repairs will have to be outsourced to a shop. Jiang Hao can help diagnose issues and handle minor repairs like oiling the chains, making him a valuable asset. Seeing that both Meng Nan and Jiang Hao were poised to contribute, Yi Chusung grew anxious to voice his own potential contributions. Fu Zilong reassured him, rest assured, there will be plenty for you to do. You won't be left idle. Yi Chusung then smiled, subtly adjusting his slightly tousled hair. Thus, a sales team of 10 was formed. The following day, being Tuesday, Fu Zilong arranged for everyone to meet at the back of the management school at 3:30 in the afternoon to commence work. After some light banter, everyone dispersed. Fu Zilong instructed the group to keep this venture under wraps until closer to the sales date. Upon returning to his dormitory, he first visited Senior Lu Wenshin's room to show him the approval letter from Vice Principal Lu. He requested Lu Wenshin to inform the student council members not to disturb them while they were busy behind the building. Lu Wenshin was astonished upon seeing the vice principal's signature, incredulous that Fu Zilong had indeed secured this opportunity. Fu Zilong also borrowed a few items from him, specifically a hydraulic plier from the engineering department and a large roll of hose and a water gun from the logistics department. Lu Wenshin, being generous, readily agreed, deeming the request reasonable. Fu Zilong expressed his gratitude profusely, discreetly slipping a pack of cigarettes into Lu Wenshin's pocket as a token of appreciation. Back in his dormitory, Fu Zilong eagerly discussed plans with the 3 housemates who had gathered around him. Meng Nan informed him that his uncle had agreed to lend the truck, provided it didn't interfere with his early morning deliveries and that it was conveniently close to the school. Both Meng Nan and Fu Zilong could drive, with plans to collect the truck the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, Fu Zilong's class would only have 2 sessions in the afternoon, so he coordinated the morning activities for the 4 housemates. Yi Chusung was tasked with exploring the vicinity of the school to assess the pricing structure for new and second-hand bicycles available outside. It would be best to capture photographs corresponding to the prices so that Fu Zilong can later determine the selling price of these second-hand bicycles. Fu Zilong, accompanied by Meng Nan, is set to venture into the city to procure various items, though it is possible that they may not complete their shopping by tomorrow morning. as they are unfamiliar with the market in Qing City. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao has been assigned a task by Fu Zilong, who utilized Yi Chushin's computer to create a spreadsheet. This document enumerates various bicycle repair issues, such as changing inner tubes, replacing outer tires, and rewiring, along with quantities and unit prices. Below, it includes the addresses of repair shops and a section for the owner's signature. Fu Zilong instructed Jiang how to print at least 5 copies of this form at the nearby print shop tomorrow, and to seek quotes from repair shops located more than 3 intersections away from the school. This pricing should be based on a minimum of 20 bicycles for repair, encouraging the owners to provide their best price. The rationale for selecting repair shops beyond 3 intersections from the school, rather than those nearby, is primarily due to the fact that the latter are engaged in selling second-hand bicycles. Should Fu Zilong and his companions request repairs from these shop owners, it would be immediately apparent that they are competing for business. As the saying goes, rivals are enemies, and Fu Zilong wishes to avoid any unnecessary complications. After all, one cannot fix a bicycle if the seat has gone missing. Fu Zilong will reimburse the full cost of transportation, but insists on negotiating the lowest price possible. Jiang Hao's stoic expression contorted in discomfort. He found this task somewhat daunting, having never haggled with vendors given his affluent background. Fu Zilong, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, remarked, "Little brother, I am merely trying to cultivate your skills. What is there to fret about? You are a god of wealth to these repair shop owners, bringing them business, and they will welcome your presence. Remember, do not show any signs of weakness. Do not think of yourself as merely a student. The moment you show hesitation, these shop owners may perceive you as jesting or inflate their prices. You must exude the confidence of a nobleman from the capital, maintaining that cool, disdainful expression you currently wear while casting a sidelong glance at me. But do keep in mind to speak courteously. Should you return with bruises, I shall not cover your medical expenses." Though Jiang Hao's demeanor irked Fu Zilong, he ultimately accepted the challenge. As Fu Zilong had stated, he was merely going to negotiate prices, and he had a general idea of the costs associated with these bicycle parts. By comparing quotes from multiple shops, he would discern who offered fair prices. Compared to Fu Zilong's endeavors this afternoon, his task seemed trivial. At that moment, Fu Zilong received a text message that surprised him. It was from Jinhua. Upon opening it, he read that she had classes during the 3rd and 4th periods of the afternoon and inquired if she could come later. Fu Zilong replied affirmatively, suggesting she assist him after her classes. On the other end, Jinhua felt a wave of relief upon receiving Fu Zilong's response. Fearing he might refuse or express annoyance at her failure to mention her classes earlier in the restaurant before sending a text to request a delay. However, surrounded by so many people in the restaurant, she had hesitated to voice her concerns, worried Fu Zilong might think she was making excuses to avoid helping him. After considerable self-encouragement, she finally mustered the courage to send a message from a corner of her dormitory. Once she received his reply, Jinhua sighed in relief and proceeded to dial a landline phone number. This number belonged to the small shop in her village, which was only about 10 meters from her home. When she called, Aunt Wong from the shop would summon her parents to the phone. She typically called home only once a month, and this would be the highlight of her month, as she wanted to inform her parents that she had a phone number where they could reach her. Henceforth, if they missed her, they could simply give her a call. He Xiao, on the other hand, joyfully bounced back to her dormitory and, once atop her bed, rolled around hugging her teddy bear. She was filled with elation, thrilled to finally be of assistance to Fu Zilong. It had always been Fu Zilong helping her, but now he needed her help, which made her exceedingly happy. Zhang's Hyping returned to her dormitory with a bright smile as well. She valued the 50 yuan salary she would earn, as it would ease her financial burdens for the month. Zhao Xianxian immediately inquired, "Hyping, what did Fu Zilong want from you?" Zhang's Hyping opened her mouth to speak, but recalled Fu Zilong's last words about keeping their matter discreet, so she offered a vague excuse instead. Zhao Xianxian pouted, feeling somewhat displeased, suspecting Zhang's Hyping was hiding something from her. Meanwhile, Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi were engaged in conversation on the bed. As Jiang Lai just climbed on her bunk, Zhou Qi, clad in her pajamas, joined her. Jiang Lai glanced at Zhou Qi, who was playfully embracing her. With a resigned expression, seemingly accustomed to her friend's antics, she dared not resist, knowing that the more she did, the more excited Zhou Qi became, her hands wandering over Jiang Lai's graceful figure. Although Jiang Lai understood that her friend did not possess any particular inclinations in that regard, she often found herself blushing from the playful touches. At times, she couldn't help but wonder if a male were to behave similarly. Would it feel the same as Zhou Qi's playful antics? Chapter 165, each performing their duties. In the dormitory, it was just the two of them, the other 2 roommates. While not as attractive as Jiang Lai and Zhou Qi, both had boyfriends. That night, They were likely nestled in some corner of the campus together. Zhou Qi, snuggling against Jiang Lai, chatted about the events at the dining hall, both girls astonished by Fu Zilong's capabilities. On the very first day of classes, he had engaged in business discussions with the school administration and was already planning to profit from the new students. Such audacious maneuvers were beyond their wildest imaginations. As Zhou Qi spoke, she suddenly playfully poked Jiang Lai's side, saying, "Honestly, I'm growing increasingly interested in that Fu Suidi. You better not regret it if I swoop in on your territory, all right? After all, you met him first. I understand the principle of first come, first served." Young Lai, exasperated, swatted away Zhou Qi's mischievous hand, replying, "I've already told you, if you have the ability, go ahead and flirt with him. Don't drag me into it. But I must warn you, I heard from Jiang how that Fu Suidi is quite exceptional, frequently receiving calls and texts from girls. Also, did you see that stunningly beautiful Zhu Qing tonight?" Although she didn't say much, her gaze towards Fu Suidi was soft and affectionate, like a tranquil spring. And I felt as though I might melt in that gaze. And what about he Xiao Xiao, the sweet and charming little girl who came with me? Many boys are certainly fond of that type. If you're serious about winning Fu Suidi's heart, you better act fast. I sense the competition is fierce. Zhou Qi, unfazed, struck a pose on Jiang Lai's bed, retorting, "Puff, what do little girls know? With my looks and figure. A little initiative is all it takes to win over Fu Suidi." At this moment, Jiang Lai turned to her friend with a teasing smile, saying, "Others may not know, but I certainly do. You just love to talk big. Don't forget who the real little girl is." Zhou Qi blushed at Jiang Lai's playful jibe and tried to reclaim her dignity. The two girls erupted into laughter on the bed, regrettably. This delightful scene remained unseen by any boys. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, upon returning to her dormitory, silently climbed into her bed, clutching her phone tightly and staring blankly at the ceiling. After a moment, she opened her phone and glanced at the name in her contacts, inadvertently bursting into laughter. Seemingly having made a decision, she proceeded to erase all traces of that individual from her phone. Subsequently, Zhu Qing stretched her body luxuriously in bed, appearing noticeably more relaxed. As the sun rose on the following morning, the four occupants of Fu Zilong's dormitory tacitly agreed not to indulge in sloth. After rising and attending to their personal grooming, they made their way to the dining hall for breakfast, and then each of them busily pursued their respective tasks according to the plan established the previous night. After Fu Zilong and Meng Nan stepped outside, they took a taxi to a nearby recycling station, gleaning information from Meng Nan's uncle. They ultimately negotiated with the proprietor to set a price of 20 yuan per bicycle for scrap iron and 40 yuan for aluminum, regardless of the style and weight. As long as it wasn't a children's bicycle, they would adhere to this pricing standard for scrap collection. Following this, they hailed another taxi to the largest hardware market in Qing City. Fu Zilong and Meng Nan perused the aisles for quite some time, purchasing several bottles of rust remover, lubricant, a toolbox containing a set of screwdrivers and wrenches, a pump, fine sandpaper, cleaning cloths, steel wool, rubber gloves, and buckets. They then ventured into the section dedicated to bicycle locks, where Fu Zilong's formidable memory enabled him to retain the price quotes from each vendor. Ultimately, they settled on a vendor named Chun, from whom they acquired several samples of bicycle locks and purchased several iron chains, each the thickness of a finger. When Meng Nan inquired about the purpose of these items, Fu Zilong replied that a properly refurbished bicycle certainly warranted a lock. Otherwise, what if it were stolen? Meng Nan found this reasoning sound, and he hoisted 2 woven bags containing the iron chains, prompting Mr. Chun to commend Meng Nan's strength. This was precisely why Fu Zilong had brought Meng Nan along for the shopping expedition. By the time the two returned to the dormitory, laden with packages, they were thoroughly drenched in perspiration. Ichusung and Jiang Hao were already in the dormitory, and Ichusung promptly handed each of them a bottle of ice-cold cola. Fu Zilong cast a look of approval and praised him, saying, "You are destined for greatness." Meng Nan, in a display of camaraderie, patted Ichusung on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Good brother." Ichusung felt a sharp sting from a slap, inwardly cursing himself for being so generous as to bring drinks for Meng Nan. Meanwhile, as Fu Zilong removed his clothes, he inquired about the morning's accomplishments. Ichusung eagerly recounted his market research findings, revealing that he had discovered numerous bicycle shops and repair stations surrounding the school, all selling second-hand bicycles. After inquiring further, he learned that most of these bicycles were recovered from graduating seniors, with the cheapest starting at 50 yuan, though they appeared quite dilapidated. It was uncertain how many previous owners they had, but it was likely that apart from a non-functioning bell, everything else was operational. Most bicycles were priced around 100 to 150 yuan for a rideable second-hand model. New bicycles, on the other hand, began at 270 to 280 yuan, While ordinary models range from 300 to 400 yuan, and gear bicycles started at 500 yuan, with some reaching up to 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. Ichusung also showed Fu Zilong the photos he had taken, corresponding to the prices he mentioned, giving Fu Zilong a clearer understanding. Next, Fu Zilong turned his attention to Jiang Hao, who coolly tossed over 7 sheets of forms densely filled with writing. Fu Zilong had initially intended for him to find 5 repair stations, yet he had managed to locate 7. The forms contained the prices quoted by the repair shop owners for various bicycle issues, as per Fu Zilong's requirements. Upon reviewing the 7 price lists, Fu Zilong noted that they were generally similar, with only 2 shops slightly higher in overall pricing. He promptly dismissed these 2, concluding that the remaining 5 would suffice. Fu Zilong then shared the morning's findings with Meng Nan and the others, and they engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors, resulting in Jiang Hao, visibly displeased, heading to the dining hall to fetch meals for the 4 of them. Meanwhile, the other 3 relaxed in the dormitory, enjoying the air conditioning to rejuvenate themselves. After attending 2 classes of advanced mathematics in the afternoon, Fu Zilong shook his slightly dazed head, realizing that studying was not particularly suited to him. Following class, he sought out Senior Lu Wenshin, acquiring a hydraulic pliers and a large roll of water hose. Upon reaching the back of the teaching building, apart from Jinhua, everyone else was already waiting. They stared in awe at the vast array of discarded bicycles before them. Witnessing such a multitude of bicycles up close was indeed a striking experience. Fu Zilong placed the items on the ground, clarifying that Jinhua would arrive late due to class, and then began to assign tasks. The female students were tasked with cleaning the bicycles, donning rubber gloves to shield their hands from the corrosive rust remover. Fu Zilong and Meng Nan, the male students, were responsible for moving the bicycles, with Meng Nan using the hydraulic pliers to cut the locks of those bicycles that lacked keys. Fu Zilong discerned which bicycles would be sold for scrap metal and which could be refurbished for resale. Bicycles earmarked for scrap did not require their locks to be cut. Ichusung was designated to connect the water hose to the faucet in the restroom inside the building, using a water gun to preliminarily wash the bicycles selected for refurbishment. The female students then wiped down the bicycles, ensuring a general cleanliness without excessive scrutiny. Jiang Hao was responsible for applying lubricant to the cleaned bicycles and testing for any issues. He would then categorize the problems by affixing tape to the handlebars. Each member of the group diligently performed their assigned tasks, and soon they were all engrossed in their work.